The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening, and welcome to this Sunday edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. It is February the 2nd, 2025, and here's what happened on this day in history. In 1653 AD, New Amsterdam becomes a city, later renamed New York. In 1848, Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo ends the Mexican-American War. Mexico loses 55% of its territory to the U.S., including California, Nevada, and Utah, in exchange for $15 million. In 1901, Queen Victoria's funeral takes place in St. George's Chapel, Windsor Castle, England. In 1922, James Joyce's novel Ulysses, first published by Sylvia Beach in Paris. In 1943, German Sixth Army surrenders after the Battle of Stalingrad in a major turning point in Europe during World War II. In 1971, General Idi Amin ousts Milton Obote and appoints himself President and Dictator of Uganda. In 1974, Barbra Streisand's first number one hit, The Way We Were, premiered. In 1954, the Nutcracker Ballet, choreographed by George Balanchine, with Maria Tellchief as the Sugar Plum Fairy, opens in New York, establishes its popularity in the U.S. In 2014, Super Bowl 57, MetLife Stadium, East Rutherford, New Jersey, Seattle Seahawks beat Denver Broncos 42-8. MVP, Malcolm Smith, Seattle linebacker. Born on this day, Talleyrand, James Joyce, Antonio Sagani, Park Jin-hai, Frank Lloyd, Farrah Fawcett, Iani Garten, Shakira, George Hallis, Wes Farrell. Dying on this day, Dmitry Medvedev, John L. Sullivan, Sid Vicious, Fred Perry, Gene Kelly, Philip Seymour Hoffman. And that was this day in history, and now let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 142. Cover the district around Pasadena Avenue and Avenue 42 and pick up any suspicious person. That's all. Rosenquist.
Are you confused by all this talk about gasoline, all claiming superiority? Then listen to this frank letter from a stranger in our midst. He writes,
As a newcomer from the East, I've been frankly bewildered by the many conflicting claims advertised for the leading brands of gasoline in the West. When I heard Rio Grande's broadcast saying more police, fire, and emergency cars are powered by Rio Grande Cracked wherever it is sold than any other brand, I decided that it was the first really convincing statement I'd heard about any gasoline. I know you couldn't make this statement unless it were absolutely true. And it's obvious that police and emergency cars depend more upon gasoline than pleasure cars. So, I figured if these big buyers, to whom gasoline is all important, prefer Rio Grande Cracked above all others, it's the logical gasoline for me, too. I'm convinced that I'm now using the best gasoline money can buy.
signed Mr. Matt M. Hammond, 764 South Normandy, Los Angeles. This same reasoning induces thousands of motorists every month to drive into a Rio Grande station and ask for Cracked, the same gasoline the police cars use. They have discovered that Rio Grande Cracked lives up to its guarantee of police car performance in your pleasure car. And now it is our pleasure once more to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends, and boys at the police camp at Valyermo. The policeman is a public servant. When he takes his oath of office, he promises to enforce the laws which the people make. The ideal police force does just this, enforces the law, keeps the peace, sees that the machinery of society functions smoothly and with least friction. The ideal police force does not meddle in politics, does not concern itself with the social opinions of the public, does not interfere in any way with the affairs of the public, so long as the public keeps its peace. It is my constant effort and ambition to attain this ideal. The case you are about to hear tonight deals with an officer who might be called an ideal officer. Using intelligence, his own God-given initiative, he solved a brutal crime and brought the criminal to justice. His reward, of which you will hear later, is typical of the recognition any man under my command may expect for showing the same qualities.
It is a few days before Christmas in 1913. In Thurston's drugstore on Pasadena Avenue in Los Angeles, young Harold Ziegler is showing Mr. Thurston his new flashlight as Mrs. Thurston goes to answer the phone.
Isn't it a dandy, Mr. Thurston?
It sure is, Harold.
My dad bought it for me.
Ought to have waited until Christmas, oughtn't he, Harold?
Well, you see, my birthday comes on Christmas Day, so Dad sort of figured I ought to have this as a birthday present ahead of time.
Well, that's mighty thoughtful of him. You're liable to lose out with only one set of presents for both days.
Yeah, and then Bill White, the motor cop's been telling me that I ought to have a flashlight when I make deliveries at night.
He's right, Harold. It isn't safe to ride a bicycle around at night the way these fools run their automobiles nowadays. 30 miles an hour down Pasadena Avenue. Wonder they don't break their necks.
Oh, Ed.
Yeah?
Party up on Avenue 42 wants some citrate of magnesia. They said to send along change for $20. They want it in a hurry.
All right, I'll get the magnesia. You get the change for Harold.
Gee, that's swell. Now I can use my new light.
Well, you be careful with this money now, Harold.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I'd send Robert, only he's home for supper.
Don't you worry about me, ma'am. I can take care of it just as well as Robert can, even if I am 2 years younger than him.
Well, we'll see. Here's $19.50. The citrate will be $50. Take their $20 and give them this money and the citrate and come right back.
Gee, Mrs. Thurston, I know how to make change.
All right, Harold, here's the citrate. You better get started.
Yes, sir.
And don't forget to use that new light of yours.
Don't worry, I won't.
I wonder what's keeping Harold, Ed. He's been gone over an hour now.
I don't know. He ought to have been back in 15 minutes.
Do you think he might have been run over by an automobile?
Well, less chance of that than ever before. He had that new flashlight tonight.
But it's such an ugly night, raining and all.
I'm going up that way and look for him. What was that address?
727 Avenue 42.
East or west?
West.
Well, I'll be back shortly.
Running into a friend outside the store, Mr. Thurston enlists him in the hunt for the missing messenger. Quietly, they walk several blocks through the drizzling rain until...
Ow! Oh!
What's the matter?
Oh, consarn these bloomin' kids that leave their bicycles on the sidewalk. I'd like to catch that young imp. I'd wring his
Wait
neck.
a minute, wait. This is Harold's bicycle.
What?
And he's the last kid in the world who'd leave his precious wheel out in the street in the rain. There's something mighty funny about all this.
Say, look across the sidewalk there.
What is it?
Wait a minute. I'll see what it is. Why, it's a club. A wooden club.
Great Scott, there's blood on it. Something's happened to Harold.
Listen, Ed. You look down that way, and I'll go this way. See if we can find anything else.
All right, call out for him.
Here.
Harold!
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 Where are you, boy?
Harold!
Harold!
Here's his flashlight.
What?
They're down here in this ravine.
Well, he must be around here somewhere.
Oh, wait until I get this thing turned on. There. Oh, look.
Oh.
He's still breathing. Hurry across the street to that house and call an ambulance. I'll do what I can for him until it gets here. Well, Bill, it doesn't look like there's much business for a cop tonight.
No, raining too hard for the second story man, I guess.
What did they think about you hanging around this pot-bellied stove up here at Lincoln Heights?
It's okay with the sergeant. Thanks to you, I've got a police substation right here in your hardware store.
And I've got police protection. Well, it's fair enough. Someone wants a pound of nails, I'd bet. Hello? Yeah. Just a minute. It's for you, Bill. Sounds like the sergeant.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Yeah? Yeah. Okay, I'll get up there right away.
Crime on a night like this?
Looks like murder. See you later.
Patrolman Bill White arrives at the scene of the crime a few moments after the ambulance has removed Harold Ziegler. He is met by Officer Harry Glaze.
Sergeant sent me over, Glaze.
Good. This is a tough one.
Let's have it.
Someone beat up Harold Ziegler.
You mean Ed Thurston's delivery boy?
Yeah.
Poor kid. I knew him well. Hurt bad?
Ed beaten in badly. They don't expect him to live.
Oh, what a dirty shame. Got any leads?
Nothing that's worth anything. Come along, I'll show you all there is. There's his bicycle over there. And here's the weapon.
Small end of an axe handle.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. Show your flash over here.
Huh?
Uh-huh.
What is it?
Jelly beans scattered all over the place. Harold loved them. Well, what else?
Apparently he was dragged down here into this ravine. This is where they found the body.
Hey, wait a minute. Throw your flash around here. Nice footprints.
Probably belong to the ambulance driver.
One of them must belong to the attacker. Has homicide been notified?
Yes. They're on their way out.
Well, when they get here, see they don't disturb those footprints. I've got a hunch I can find a fellow whose shoes fit some of those prints. And if I get him, I want to be able to make a comparison.
You mean you've got this case solved already?
No, not yet. But I've got a strong suspicion, and I don't want those big flat feet from headquarters ruining these prints.
But the homicide boys are assigned to the case.
I know, but this happened on my beat. And I know the ins and outs of this neighborhood better than the headquarters boys. And I knew Harold Ziegler. I want to crack this case my way. I may need your help. How about it?
I am with you, Bill.
Okay. Guard those footprints, and don't say anything about my hunch. I'm going down to the hospital to see if I can get anything out of Harold. The poor kid's still alive.
Good evening, Officer Hyde.
Oh, hello, Edith. You got that Ziegler kid in here, the one that was beaten up?
Yes.
I'd like to ask him some questions, if I may.
You can go back, but I doubt if you can find out anything. The boy's unconscious. His mother and father are there with him.
Good evening, Doctor. Good evening. May I talk to the boy?
Yes, but I don't think he can hear you. He's very low.
Harold. It's Bill White, the motor cop. Harold, who hit you? Harold, I've got to know who did it. Can't you hear me, Harold? Harold, can't you tell me? Just tell me his name.
It's no use, officer. He's dead.
Later that night, Patrolman Bill White unfolds his theory to Officer Glaze and Mr. Thurston in the back room of Thurston's drugstore.
Now, here's the hunch I want you to help me on, Glaze. Shoot. Remember about a year ago, a Japanese gardener was beaten up and robbed over in Herman?
Yeah?
Well, that Japanese was beaten the same way that Harold was. Same kind of a club. And for the same motive, robbery.
I still don't see how that proves the same person did it, Bill.
Well, Mr. Thurston, that's a principle we use in police work. We found out that the modus operandi, or method of committing a crime, is a trademark of any particular criminal. He always goes about his dirty work in the same way. But my conviction is deeper than merely superficial similarities. I worked on that Japanese case.
Oh, you did?
Yes, sir. And I found out that it was pulled by 3 young thugs. One of them was a 20-year-old good-for-nothing who lives over in Herman. His name's Walter Smith. The second was Red Thomas, aged 18. And the third, the one who swung the club on the Japanese, well, I couldn't get a line on him for a long time. Then I got a tip from a butcher over on Avenue 57 that he was reasonably certain that a 17-year-old kid by the name of Louis Bundy, who was driving his meat wagon, had conked the Japanese. I started to check up on this Bundy kid, and I finally got him on a robbery of a delivery station for a downtown department store.
You mean that fellow, the Paris John?
That's right. He pleaded guilty. But some social workers had him put on probation. So he went scot-free with a grudge against me. Now, I know about every kid in this district, and though some of them get into jams occasionally, there are only 3 who are thoroughly vicious hoodlums, and they're Smith, Thomas, and Bundy. This job tonight was the work of someone familiar with the neighborhood. Whoever did it knew your organization, Mr. Thurston, and he knew the neighborhood well enough to give you the address of a vacant house for the delivery.
What? Yeah, I checked on the address. That house has been vacant for 3 weeks. But to commit murder for $19.50...
Yeah, that's a lot of money to a 17-year-old boy.
Well, as far as that goes, I can't very well afford to lose it myself.
We'll get it back for you, Mr. Thurston. Is there anything that misses in my reconstruction of the case?
Nothing that I can see. It checks all right.
Fine. We let homicide do whatever it likes, Glaze, and you and I will work on Bundy and his pals.
Early the next morning, Glaze and White returned to the scene of the crime equipped with plaster of Paris. The footprints are still intact in the rapidly drying mud, and the officers quickly make casts of all the impressions. The elimination of the prints begins. One pair belongs to Mr. Thurston, another to his companion of the preceding evening, another to the ambulance driver. At last, there remains but one pair of unidentified prints, the impression of a shoe with new cat's paw rubber heels. White and Glaze take these to the neighborhood cobbler at Pasadena Avenue and Avenue 43.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hello, Tony.
What's that you got in your hand?
That's a plaster cast of a shoe print.
I never see anything like that before.
Well, take a good look at it.
She's just like a white shoe, huh?
That's right, Tony. Now, look carefully. Is that your work? Did you mend this pair of shoes recently?
Hey, golly. This is my work. See these nail holes. Look at this hammer. She's uneven. Well, can you imagine that?
These look like new heels, Tony. Did you put them on?
Oh, I put on the heels.
Who did you do this for?
Well, let me think. Sure. I do it for that Bundy kid, Louis Bundy.
Louis Bundy? Well, what do you say, Glaze?
I say your hunches are great things.
Familiar with the habits of the boys who frequently go to Sycamore Grove to play tennis, Glaze and White park their motorcycles some distance from Sycamore Grove, and approaching it by a circuitous route, finally arrive at a point on the hill where they can watch the tennis courts without being seen. They remain secreted for half an hour before anyone appears, and then Bundy approaches the park from the railroad tracks. A little later, Red Thomas joins him, and shortly after, the Smith boy shows up. They sit in huddled conversation for several minutes while the officers watch.
What do you suppose the conference is about?
Probably planning some more devilment.
I wish we were close enough to hear what they're saying.
Yeah. Well, it's all over anyway. There goes Bundy to play tennis.
Now, what do we do?
We'll start on Thomas. Look, he's getting a ride on a bakery truck. That truck's next stop is Steiner's Grocery in Highland Park. I'm going to take my motorcycle and meet it when it gets there. You go back to Green's hardware store. I'll meet you there.
Well, as far as I go for a while, kid.
This is fine. Thanks for the lift.
Don't mention
Hello, Red.
Huh? Well, what do you want?
You.
What for?
Oh, I want to ask you a few questions.
What for? I ain't done nothing.
We'll see about that.
Well, I don't see what you...
Want to come along peaceful, or shall I put you under arrest?
Oh, all right.
Officer White takes Red Thomas back to Green's Hardware. And there, locked in the basement, he questions him for a long time.
Now, Red, where were you yesterday afternoon and evening?
I've told you half a dozen times. I was down at the pool room all afternoon.
What time did you get home?
Oh, about 7 o'clock.
Where were you at 6:30?
I don't know. Probably still at the pool room or on my way home.
Weren't you with Louis Bundy?
No. Why?
What were you talking to Bundy and Walter Smith about this morning?
Well, I don't know. Just talking.
Well, what were you talking about?
There ain't no law against talking to a couple of pals, is there?
No, but when the conversation is regarding a murder, then I want to know about it.
Murder? What murder?
You know very well what murder. The murder of Harold Ziegler last night. Now, I'm going to arrest you and Smith and Bundy for that little job.
Listen, White. I didn't have anything to do with that.
No? Well, how are you going to prove that?
I don't know, but it's God's own truth. I didn't have nothing to do with it. I swear it.
Who did it?
I can't squeal.
Well, you'd better. I found Louis Bundy's shoe prints at the scene of the crime, and I know he's in on it.
Well, maybe he is, but I'm not.
Start talking.
Oh, right. All right, I'll tell you what I know about it.
Go ahead.
Well, we was up to Sycamore Grove yesterday, and Bundy said he wished he knew how to get some money, and Smith suggested we write a phony check for $15 or $20 and get the butcher to send some meat, COD, to a vacant house somewhere, and then get the delivery boy to cash the phony check.
And you thought you could get away with that? Gee, you punks are dumb.
I knew we couldn't get away with it. I told them it was forgery, and I didn't want any part of it, so I beat it. I don't know what they did after that. When we met down at the Grove this morning, Smith and I both accused Bundy of killing that Ziegler kid, and he denied it. Oh, gosh, that's all I know.
And that's plenty.
Oh, will you let me go now?
And let you warn your pals? Not a chance. The only place I'll let you go is to jail.
A little while later, Walter Smith is arrested as he tries to make a getaway from his home. In the store basement, White questioned him. Here's the same story as he had heard from Red Thomas.
I swear to God I didn't have anything to do with Croak and Harold. When Red pointed out that Lewis's check plan was forgery, I backed out, too. I don't want to get mixed up on a penitentiary rap.
So you didn't have anything to do with that murder, eh?
No, sir. I didn't know anything about it until I read in this morning's paper about Harold being dead. That's why I went over to the Grove to see Bundy. He denied it, of course, but I've got a hunch he did it.
And so have I, my young informer.
Retaining the two youths in custody, White and Glaze start out after Louis Bundy. In a vacant house across the street from the Bundy home, they lie in wait for their prey. It is 11 o'clock in the evening before the circumstantially accused murderer comes home. From their hiding place, they see him bid his parents good night and retire to his bedroom. Then the two officers cross the street and ring the doorbell. Mrs. Bundy answers the door.
Yes?
We're police officers, ma'am. We want to talk to Louis.
Oh, what are you going to do with my boy now?
Just want to ask him a few questions.
But he's gone to bed.
Somebody raised a window in that other room, Bill.
Get in there fast.
Now, look here. You can't come to a person's house.
All right, Louis. Up with your hands.
Hey, what's the big idea?
That's what we want to know. These cuffs will keep you from opening any more windows.
Oh, what is it, Louis? What have you done now?
I don't know, Mom. I ain't done nothing.
Oh, Louis, why must you always be getting into trouble? I try so hard.
Now, Mrs. Bundy, if you'll just not get excited. I've got to ask your son some questions. Where were you last night, Louis?
Last night? I don't know. Around.
Around where?
Oh, down at the corner, hanging around.
Look at this, Bill. A shirt. It's been washed. There's still some brown stains on it.
What are these stains, Louis?
I don't know.
I'll bet you $5 they're blood.
And you better not. You'd lose your money.
Where are the shoes Tony put new heels on last week?
Oh, no. Well, they wasn't no good, so I threw them away.
Where?
In the incinerator. I burned them.
Take a look for him out there, Glaze, while I escort Louis to Lincoln Heights.
Now you got me here in jail. Maybe you'll tell me what you're arresting me for.
Gladly. The charge is murder.
Ah, you're kidding.
No, on the level, Louis. You see, it's this way. Last night, about 6:30, you murdered Harold Ziegler. We know all about it.
Don't try to bluff me, copper.
I'm not. But apparently I have to convince you. Last night when you beat that poor kid's skull in, you left your heel prints in the mud. Today, Tony the cobbler identified those prints as having been made by the heels he put on your shoes. Then we picked up your two pals, Smith and Thomas, and they both talked plenty.
Yeah?
Yeah. Now, after I booked you, I'm going back to your house and turn it upside down until I find the $19.50 you stole from Harold. And the shoes you said you burned, but that Glaze couldn't find in the incinerator. And the blood-stained clothing. I've got a little hunch about them. I think you probably buried them in the cellar. I'm going to dig down there until I find them.
Listen, White. Do me a favor and don't do that.
Why not?
Well, just don't. I don't want my mother bothered no more. Lay off that and I'll tell you the whole story.
Well, let's have it.
Well, you promise not to bother my mother?
I'll try not to.
Well, you see, it's this way. I got a girl up in Ventura, see? Well, she's coming down to L.A. for the holiday, see? So I wanted to get her a Christmas present and show her a good time. Only I ain't got no coin, see? Well, Smith and Red backed out on me, so I figured I'd pull a job alone. I'm sorry old man Thurston sent Harold on that phony errand because I liked the kid. I hadn't planned to kill nobody, but there was nothing else I could do.
What do you mean?
Well, I met Harold near the hill at Mommy and Way, see? And I spoke to him, figuring he wouldn't be able to make me out in the dark. But he turned on his flashlight and he recognized me. And then I knew I'd have to kill him or he'd tell who took the money away from him. So I let him have it with the axe handle. He thought I wanted his flashlight because he kept telling me I could have it if I didn't beat him no more. But I kept on beating him until he didn't make no more noise. Then I took the money and I got away from there fast.
And you went home and buried the bloody pants and the shoes and the money in the cellar.
Not the money.
What happened to it?
Well, I dropped it while I was running away.
A nice story. A nice Christmas present for Harold's mother. Her son's corpse.
I couldn't help it. I had to kill him. It was him or me.
White returns to the Bundy home and starts digging in the cellar. He recovers the bloody coat and trousers, the bloody shoes, which match perfectly the plaster casts he had made at the murder scene. One thing he cannot find is the money, and Lewis stoutly maintains that he had dropped it while making his getaway. On Christmas Day, White, seeking to unravel this last shred of evidence, drops into Thurston's drugstore.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
How's the case coming along?
Fine, except for one thing.
What's that?
The money. Bundy claims he dropped it making his getaway. Now, I think he's lying, but I can't get a line on it. I wish I could return that to you for a Christmas present.
Well, to tell you the truth, so do I.
I got a plan. If you're willing to lend me the same amount of money.
What?
Just for a few hours. Sort of the old gypsy trick, making money produce more money.
Well, whatever you say.
Now, here's what I want you to do. Give me $19.50 in the same denominations you gave Harold that night, and put it in a purse as nearly like the one he had as you can find.
All right, but I don't understand what for.
Another hunch, Mr. Thurston. You'll find out soon enough.
Half an hour later, Officer White enters Bundy's cell in the city jail.
Merry Christmas, Lewis.
Yeah? I don't see nothing so merry about it.
Boy, I think it's plenty merry. I've discovered what a liar you are, and as a result, I'm able to give a couple of old people some Christmas cheer.
What are you talking about?
This purse with the $19.50 in it. The Thurstons need that money, and I'm going to return it to them this afternoon.
Oh, so you found it then?
Yes, in spite of your constant lying. You didn't throw it away. You buried it in the cellar.
That's right, but you can't blame me for lying. I figured if you overlooked it, I could give the money to my folks later.
Yeah, your folks wouldn't want blood money.
No, I guess it's better you found it.
Sure it is. Now, look, Lewis. Drop those blues. How'd you like a turkey dinner and then a visit out home, eh?
Gee, you mean it?
Sure I do.
My gosh, I believe you're a human being after all, White.
After a big Christmas dinner, Officer White takes Lewis Bundy home and permits him to visit with his mother. Then he leads him down to the cellar.
Well, Lewis, before we go back to jail, I'd like you to show me how you buried all that stuff. I found it all anyways, but I'd like to get your movements clear in my mind.
Sure.
Now, here's your shovel.
Well, after I got home, I stripped out of my coat and pants and shoes and brought them down here. I dug a hole right here. And I buried the clothes and the shoes, and then I covered over the hole. And then I went over here under the steps, and I dug another hole to bury the money in. Say, what is this?
What I've been looking for, Lewis. Thurston's money.
And that purse you showed me down at the jail.
The decoy. Thanks for showing me where the money was, Lewis.
Why, you dirty, low-down, double-crossing...
Officer Bill White thus was able to return to the Thurstons the stolen money as well as the decoy that same Christmas Day. Chief Sebastian recognizes the excellent single-handed job of police work done by White, promoted him to a lieutenancy in the detective force, a position which he held for 16 years until his retirement. Louis Bundy, who brutally took the life of a fellow man, was hanged at San Quentin, and his two pals, having assisted the investigation and convinced the authorities of their innocence, were released.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to know how we write and rehearse these Calling All Cars broadcasts? You will find the full illustrated story in the latest issue of the Calling All Cars News, now being given away to everyone who asks everywhere Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. True detective stories in every issue, telling how cases were solved by the police departments who use Rio Grande cracked gasoline. We invite you to use the same gasoline that has been selected above all others, everywhere it is sold, to power more police, fire, and emergency cars than any other brand. Every boy and girl is interested in detective work. And at no cost to you, you can give some fortunate youngster a complete detective outfit of 14 valuable free gifts. Easterners will be glad to know that all Rio Grande dealers carry Sinclair motor oils. Throughout the East and Middle West, Sinclair motor oils are widely known as the oil that's mellowed millions of years. You've seen pictures of the giant Sinclair dinosaurs that symbolize the age of Sinclair motor oils. Now, these famous oils are available throughout the Pacific Coast and Far West, distributed by the Rio Grande Oil Company through thousands of independent dealers. We guarantee that you can't buy better motor oils at any price than Sinclair. And your Rio Grande dealer will tell you the scientifically exact grade to use for your car.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars to cancellation broadcast 142. Suspect in this case now in custody. That's all. Rolls and foot.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Wesley stands trial for a fatal air crash.
What is your explanation, Mr. Crusher?
I have none. And finds himself in a desperate cover-up.
Don't try to protect me.
His Starfleet career is going down in flames.
Either you come forward and tell Admiral Brand what really took place, or I will.
How far will he go to hide the truth?
There's no evidence, so there's no case. I can't call Captain Picard a liar.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
Someone waits for me. The Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield. The Bing Crosby Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins with the Mares, Peggy Lee, and Bing's guest, Frank Fay. And now, this being Thanksgiving Eve, we bring you our groaning gobbler, a man who's full of dressing, Bing Crosby.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Groaning gobbler. Ken, let's not get too topical. And besides, when you say I'm full of dressing, that's tantamount to saying I'm full of baloney. Now, Ken, I think some music is in order, and Mr. Trotter has prepared a delightful arrangement of a new novelty tune entitled Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. What's the song about, Bing?
Oh, it's about a hula dancer gets killed in a volcano. What do you mean?
Well, I just thought perhaps the song was about a reindeer named Rudolph that had a red nose.
Actually, it is,
Oh,
yes.
good.
And like you said, tonight I'm full of dressing, and so are you. Incidentally, folks, to add to the novelty of this number, we have strapped antlers on Miss Gloria Wood of the Rhythmaires. She's playing Rudolph. Now, we've got to have... She's going to play it. Part of Rudolph. Let's go. Wait till I get my copy. Don't anybody move a muscle. Go. You know Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen,
Comet and Cupid and Donner and Blitzen.
but do you recall the most famous reindeer of all? Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, well, you would even say it glowed. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, well, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Then how the reindeer loved him as they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history.
I'm Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. I got a very shiny nose.
And if you ever saw it, you would even say it glowed.
All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call me names.
They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games.
Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say,
Why, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight?
Then how the reindeer loved me as they shouted out with glee,
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history. On Donner, on Dancer, on Prancer, on Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donner, on Jolson, on Rudolph. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. Thank you, Gloria and kids. Folks, that was Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Seems to be Santa Claus's answer to Mule Train, I guess.
What's your answer to Mule Train?
I did it, and I'm glad. You may quote me.
I see. By the way, Mr. Crosby, do you have any other emphatic, quotable statements to make tonight?
Yes, always buy Chesterfields. They're the best cigarette for you to smoke.
This is interesting. Why do you make this statement, Mr. Crosby?
Well, there's a blend of cigarette tobaccos in Chesterfields that make for a wonderful smoke. They call it the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. And you get it in every single Chesterfield.
This boy knows what he's talking about. It's that right combination that makes Chesterfields milder than other cigarettes. And that's why Chesterfields taste better and smoke cooler than other cigarettes. And they leave a clean, fresh taste in your mouth.
Everything you want in a cigarette you'll find in a Chesterfield. So join all of the smokers who say, it's my cigarette.
And whenever a friend of yours has a birthday coming up, give him 200 Chesterfields and that swell-looking birthday gift carton.
Chesterfields satisfy women and men. Chesterfields over and over again. Milder, much milder, all smokers agree. Always buy Chesterfields ABC. Which Miss Patty Andrews has boosted into hit classification almost entirely by her recording thereof. I can see no matter how near you'll be, you'll never belong to me. But I can dream, can't I? Can't I pretend I'm locked in the bend of your embrace? For dreams are just like wine, and I am drunk with mine. I'm aware my heart is a sad affair. There's much disillusion there, but I can dream, can't I? Can't I adore you, although we are oceans apart? I can't make you open your heart, but I can dream, can't I? Can't I adore you, although we are oceans apart? I can't make you open your heart, but I can dream, can't I? Mr. Tubby Garron, Paramount Studios' roving ambassador of songs, is currently plugging a tune called 1,000 Violins. He's threatened to let the air out of my tires if I don't sing it. Well, we've scheduled 1,000 Violins for tonight, and in line with our policy to make everything authentic on the Chesterfield show, we have engaged the services of 1,000 violinists. Why do you laugh? Ken, have the fiddle players shown up yet?
Yes, they're coming in the door now, Bing.
Violinist? Oh! Attention for roll call. Joe Venuti?
Here!
Harry Bluestone?
Here.
Cy Bernard?
Here.
Mr. Russell?
Here.
Raul Poyakin?
Here.
Rakunas Poonam?
Yes, Bindok.
Yasha Heifetz?
Are you kidding?
Why, Peggy. Peggy Lee, folks. What on earth are you doing in there with all those violinists?
Well, I was just walking down the hall, and I guess they decided to string along.
Oh, girl. Never saw you with so many bows. You see what happened, Peggy? I was just about to sing 1,000 Violins from Bob Hope's next picture, The Great Lover.
Oh, The Great Lover?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that must be a comedy.
With a title like that, what do you think? But this song from the picture is really a nice song. You want to join me?
I'd love to.
Well, here we go. 1,000 Violins. John Scott, Let the Rosin Fairly Fly. They say, and gypsies know, one day, many moons ago, two lovers knew such bliss, 1,000 violins played when they were kissed.
And now, like days gone by, when two
thousand violins, sighing violins, come from the sky.
Ah, sweet serenade, please come to me. I need your aid to make her see, to make those lips that haunt me so and taunt me so, want me so.
My darling, take my heart and make magic music start.
Be still, so we may hear those thousand violins so near. My darling, take my heart and make magic music start. Be still, and we may hear those thousand violins so
Thanks, Peggy. That was lovely. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, heavens, I almost forgot. Ladies and gentlemen, some 5 or 6 weeks ago, a certain comedian appeared on this program. Following his appearance, we were deluged with mail. To be specific, 80,000 letters were received.
Mention the name.
Quiet. A man who is not only famous for his delivery of the written line, but also a celebrated wit off stage. Like the time at the Stork Club, I recall, when they brought him a lobster minus a claw. He complained to the waiter, who in turn explained that the lobster had lost his claw in a fight. Whereupon this great wit, without a moment's hesitation, niftily retorted, "Well, take it back and bring me the winner." You see, they love you. You'll get us killed. Why, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like only yesterday when this artist thrilled the audience at the Palace Theater with his rendition of "And He Doesn't Live Here Anymore."
Sing.
Well, you must be the guy
Sing,
she waited for.
Sing.
Okay. And so, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, here's the man who needs no introduction. Not yet, I'll tell you. That star of stage and screen.
What about radio?
On this program, we just cannot go out on a limb.
Well, I can. The star of stage, screen, and radio, and here I am, Frank Fay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And you can thank me, too.
For what?
Well, for putting you over.
You did not put me over. By your own admission, you received 80,000 letters about me. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Then why should I thank you?
Because the letters were not all good.
How many were bad?
I'd rather not say.
1,000?
No.
100?
No.
5 or 6?
No.
How many?
1.
Who pays attention to one bad letter?
Bingsy.
You mean to say that you threw away 79,999 good letters and kept that one blast?
Yep.
Why?
To show the people.
And you, the Bing Crosby, the one I always said was.
Was what?
I'm not going out on a limb either.
Well, just for that, I'm going to read the letter to everyone.
Want my glasses?
What? Don't want to leave you standing there in the dark. I don't want you bumping into the mic.
Could be Peggy Lee. But I'm just thinking out loud. Go ahead, read the letter.
Want me to, huh?
Go ahead.
Okay, it says, Dear Bing. That's me.
I figured that out by myself.
Dear Bing, heard your show of October 19th. You were in great voice, but I thought you made a mistake having F-A-Y on your program. Furthermore, Bing, you could be a great comedian in your own right if you would just let yourself go.
You could be a great comedian if you just let yourself go.
Mm-hmm.
Where?
Frank, I find myself in a singular position here. I just cannot let the writer of this letter down. So for my fans' sake, I'm going to tell a joke.
Oh. This is the end.
I have one. Takes 2 people to tell it. You'll help me, of course.
If I must.
What do you mean, if I must?
If it's necessary.
Well, it isn't necessary at all. I just don't want to break faith with my fan, the man who wrote this letter.
Go ahead.
Well, now, in this joke, I'm an old woman.
You are?
Mm-hmm.
What am I?
Well, you're an old woman, too.
I am?
Yes, and I'm...
Wait a minute. Who's the oldest?
What? Really doesn't make any difference.
Well, if we're both old dolls, I want to know who's the oldest.
You are.
I am?
Yeah.
Well, I don't look it.
Well, hot or cold, I'm an old woman. And I'm sitting rocking back and forth on my veranda, and I'm just about to be sitting there rocking back and forth on my veranda, and I'm
just a minute.
Hey?
Just a second.
What?
Have I got a veranda?
Yes, but mine's the biggest.
It is?
Yes, I've got the biggest one on the block.
That's what everybody says.
Well, I'm rocking back and forth, and I'm knitting 3 socks for my son who's in the Army. And you come walking down the street. Now, just as
Have I got a son?
No.
If you have a son, why can't I have one?
Well, you can't. You just can't, that's all.
Why not?
You're an old maid. Now, don't keep asking... Don't keep asking questions, huh? Oh. Now, you come walking down the street, you see me knitting, and you say, "Hello, Binny." Binny! That's my name. You say, "Hello, Binny," and I say, "Hello, Penelope."
That's my name?
I say, "Hello, Penelope," and you say, "What are you knitting?" And I say, "I'm knitting 3 socks for my son who's in the Army." And then you say, "Why are you knitting 3 socks for your son who's in the Army?" Then I tell the joke. Everybody laughs.
Is that all I say?
Mm-hmm.
There isn't much for me to look forward to.
Well, it's my joke.
Okay.
Now, will you ask me why I'm knitting 3 socks for my son who's in the Army?
No, I will not.
Why not?
Because I know.
What?
Your son wrote you a letter and said, Dear Ma, since I'm in the Army, I have grown another foot. Is that right?
That's right. That's the whole thing. That's it.
You're not mad, are you, Benny?
Well, it isn't a case of being mad, Penny. It's just that I'm hurt.
Not when you hear the news.
What?
You know that mottled gray sheer chiffon that you were so crazy about but couldn't afford?
Yeah.
Well, it's been marked down.
So what?
$14.95, and guess what I did?
What?
I put a deposit on it for you, and they're holding it in will call now.
Mercy me. I'm so happy I could sing.
What?
Frank, with you here tonight, I think I'll do something that goes back a little bit.
Not too far.
I'll be gentle. John Scott, let us away.
Everything I have is yours. You're part of me. Everything I have is yours. My destiny. I would gladly give the sun to you if the sun were only mine. I would gladly give the earth to you and the stars that shine. Everything that I possess, I offer you. Let my dream of happiness come true. I'd be happy just to spend my life waiting at your beck and call. Everything I have is yours, my life, my all.
Ah, very nice, Bing. You know, everything I have is yours reminds me of Chesterfield's in a way.
Well, Chesterfield's give you everything. Everything you want in a cigarette.
That's what I mean.
Folks, next time you buy cigarettes, buy the best cigarette, Chesterfield's. Chesterfield's are A, always milder than other cigarettes.
Yes, and they're B, better tasting. Taste better than other cigarettes.
And C, cooler smoking. Smoke cooler than other cigarettes.
Yes, friends, ABC means smoking satisfaction. The right combination of everything you want in a cigarette. Smoke Chesterfield's. They satisfy.
With Thanksgiving coming on and all, Peggy and I thought Way Back Home would be an appropriate selection.
The roads are the dustiest, the winds are the gustiest, the gates are the rustiest, and the pies are the crustiest, the songs the lustiest,
the friends.
The friends, the trustiest, way back home.
The trees are the sappiest, the days are the nappiest, the dogs are the yappiest, the kids are the scrappiest,
The jokes,
the snappiest,
and the folks
the happiest, way back home.
I don't know why I left the homestead. I really must confess I'm just a weary exile singing my song of loneliness.
The grass is the springiest, the bees are the stingiest, the birds are the wingiest, the bells are the ringiest,
The heart's the singiest,
The
arms the clingiest, way back home.
The sun is the blaziest, the fields are the daisiest, the cows are the graziest, the health is the laziest, the boys
the wittiest,
the
girls are prettiest,
way back home. The pigs are the snootiest, the owls are the hootiest, the plants are the fruitiest, the stars are the shootiest, the
grin's the funniest,
the smiles
the sunniest,
way back.
I don't know why I left the homestead. I really must confess I'm just a weary exile singing my song of loneliness.
the home food's the spreadiest, the old wine the headiest,
The old pal's the readiest, the home gal's the steadiest,
the love
the liveliest,
the life the loveliest,
way back home.
Well, that's it for this time. I want to thank Peggy Lee and Frank Fay for joining us this evening.
Say, Bing, who's your guest next week?
Al Jolson.
Oh, goody.
Nice timing, wasn't
Oh, my boy. You think you'll be able to get him to sing?
I'm laying 7-5. He comes in on one knee. Good night, Frank. Have a nice Thanksgiving, folks. See you next week for Chesterfield, the best cigarette for you to smoke.
The Bing Crosby Chesterfield program was produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week and hear Bing and his guest, Al Jolson. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show follows immediately.
Town is real. It is a drama greater than the imagination of Hollywood's best storytellers. 4,000 boys have passed through this city of little men. And now the drama, the laughter, The heartache and the triumph of all these boys is crystallized in the story of one young renegade who came from the back streets into conflict with the one man who could save him.
Is that what this is all about? You're going to take my life because I owe the state something? Where was the state when a lonely, starving kid cried himself to sleep in a flop house with a bunch of drunks, tramps, and hobos? Is that when this debt started? The only pals I had at Jen's were the kids in the alley.
There. That's better. I'm Father Flanagan. I saw your brother Joe just a little while ago. We had a long talk about you, Whitey. Joe wants you to come to Boys Town with me.
If you think you're going to make a plow jockey out of me, you got another thing coming.
Now, look, Whitey, in a pinch, I can be tougher than you are, and I guess maybe this is the pinch. You're coming with me to Boys Town because that's the way your brother wants it.
Sure, I'm blowing the plant. Go on back, will you, Pee-wee, where you belong? That's a good kid. On your way. Pee-wee! Pee-wee! I'll carry you, Father. Joe Marsh! Joe, it's me, Whitey! Whitey's at Bogue's Tavern. Whitey's at Bogue's Tavern. Whitey's at Bogue's Tavern.
Let's go.
Don't move. Clear away there. We're coming through, Father.
Once in a generation comes a picture with the heartwarming sympathy, the understanding of Boys Town. Such pictures were David Copperfield and Captains Courageous.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
In the next minute, you're going to hear about something many car dealers shy away from: service. Auto House on Dallas North Parkway, your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer, knows service is important to you. And it's the best form of owner protection plan we know of. Jerry Watts, our service manager, tests every man who wants to work on Mercedes-Benz automobiles at Auto House. He's tough about it because our customers expect the best. Some men don't make it because he won't hire anyone but experienced professionals. Auto House won't take a chance on hiring anyone else to work on your Mercedes-Benz. Even the men who do qualify have to go to school before they can be Mercedes-Benz service technicians. And no matter how experienced they are, every one of our technicians must keep going back to school at regular intervals. That way, they know the latest techniques, equipment, and information. The man who services your Mercedes-Benz at Auto House is a service specialist, because at Auto House, good service is the best form of owner protection we know of.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to another hour with the great forces of the unknown. Those majestic forces that move around, above and beneath us, pushing and pulling at our lives, our bodies, our brains. Forces no less powerful because we know them not. And here's a thought. How much of their power actually derives from their mystery? Were we to fathom them explode their secrets, would they then become as comprehensible as, say, the centrifugal force in the spin dryer at the laundromat? Well, the day is far off when we can be that knowledgeable. So, in the meantime, listen.
How will you do it? A gun? Do you have a gun? No. Well, then that's no good. A knife? Could you get near him? Near enough to use a knife? Do you have the strength? No. Well, so that's no good. But he has to die so that I can live. He will die. He will die tomorrow morning. How do you know? He will die of the mass of Saint-Césaire.
Our mystery drama, The Secret Doctrine, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal and new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablets?
No, sinus medicine. Sinus tablets. Helps the headache and the pressure.
Oh, you mean sign-off.
Exactly.
Headache pain is one thing. A sinus headache is something else. Sometimes your whole face can seem to throb with pain. You want relief. Take Sign-Off tablets. Sineoff, the sinus medicine that gives you a full dose of pure aspirin plus a sinus drainer. Sign-Off, the sinus medicine that helps relieve sinus pain while you drain. And Sign-Off doesn't stop there. Have you tried Sign-Off Sinus Spray, the fastest known form of sinus congestion relief? It works in seconds. That's Sign-Off Sinus Spray. When sinus flares up, use Sign-Off tablets and spray, only as directed.
Sineoff.
Sign-Off.
Exactly.
Sign-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box.
If you're handy, or even if you're not, you know that a good part of getting the job done right is having the proper tools. Hi, Frank Lieber here for True Value Hardware Store. They'd be the first to agree with that. So to help you acquire the tools you need, they keep their prices low. For instance, get an 8-inch adjustable crescent wrench for just $3.99. Men who know, professional mechanics and tradesmen, ask for the Crescent brand by name. Just $3.99 at True Value Hardware Stores. A tape measure? The Lufkin Measure-Lock tape measure locks open, glides back at the touch of a button. The 12-foot size is just $3.49. Or how about a Weller soldering iron kit? It's a handy tool for a variety of hobbies and chores. The complete kit has an iron, 3-tip soldering wire, and is just $3.49. Weller soldering iron kits, Lufkin tape measures, and crescent wrenches, they may be just what you need to get the job done right. And they're sensibly priced at the True Value Hardware Store nearest your home.
Careful, they say, what you ask for, lest it be given to you. Who of us knows what to ask for? Who can see far enough into the future to know what gift will delight and which destroy? Better simply to accept whatever comes, with gratitude, whenever possible. Listen with me now to the somber story called The Secret Doctrine.
You can begin now, Louise.
Now, Father Giles?
The others have gone. You said your confession would take some time, so let's begin.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
Go on, Louise, and speak up. Don't mumble.
In thought, word, and deed. Oh, Father, I can't find the words to tell you.
Remember, I sit in the confessional box not only as your priest, but as God's own surrogate.
Father, you know Peter Sorrell.
Sorrell?
Yes. The American movie star.
Oh, I don't know any American movie stars. Oh, Oh, you mean the actor who came here to make a film about the saint? It's Vincent de Paul? Yes. It caused quite a stir in the village. And then something happened. What was it?
Father, Peter Sorrell died.
Oh, did he die? I hadn't heard.
This morning.
Oh, God take his soul. What was his illness?
He was not ill, Father. He simply died. He slipped away.
But he was not an old man. What did the doctor say?
Just what I told you. That he was not ill. That he simply grew weaker and weaker until death took him. I know what he died of, Father Giles.
You know?
He died of the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
Do you know what you're saying? The Mass of Saint-Césaire has not been said in Gascony for hundreds of years. Most priests have never heard it. Oh, no good priest would even say it. I think you'd best tell me all about it, Louise.
Yes, Father. I was in love with Peter Sorrell.
In love? Well, you never knew him. He only came here a month ago.
I've seen all his films. Each one many times. When one of them came to Dax, I'd walk the 20 miles to see it. And if it was there for 2 days, I'd roam the streets all night to see it again and again, as many times as it was shown.
You call this being in love? How old are you, Louise?
I'm 38, Father.
Have you ever loved a boy, a man?
No, Father. I've been in love with Peter Sorrell since I was 18. I've written to him in Hollywood every week for 20 years. And once he answered me. And he sent me his picture. And when I heard that he was coming here, I saw the hand of God.
Take care you don't blaspheme, Louise.
That is how it seemed to me, Father Giles.
Go on.
The company he worked for had rented the big house on the hill for him. And the first day he was here, I took him some of my onion soup.
Well. What have we here?
I brought you some onion soup, Mr. Sorrell. If you'd care to accept it.
I'd care like crazy.
I've seen all your films, Mr. Sorrell. I love them all.
You've got a big heart.
And the next day I took him a bottle of wine. It's called sand wine, Mr. Sorrell. A local product.
Like you. You're a local product.
It's very good. Really, it is.
So are you. What's your name?
And the next day, I took him a bottle of brandy. It's Armagnac, Mr. Sorrell. It's the best brandy in France.
I'll just bet it is.
There's a dish I know how to make with this brandy. Roast capon.
Then you're going to make it for me, aren't you, Louise? That is your name, isn't it? Louise?
The next day I went to his house. But this time he wasn't alone. There was a man with him. A young American gentleman.
I shouldn't have let you talk me into this picture, Gabe.
Me talk you into it?
Who cares about saints anymore?
Well, there's got to be a reaction from all that demon stuff eventually.
Pardon me, Mr. Sorrell. The capon is...
Louise, meet my agent, Gabe Hauser.
How are you, Louise?
Mr. Hauser, I'll keep the capon warm until you're ready.
Please.
Yes, when you're ready, call me.
Who is that?
A fan. One of my millions of fans.
So what's for dinner tonight, Louise?
Gascony pork and cabbage in a special sauce.
Why can't we eat like that on the set, huh, Peter?
Because Louise isn't on the set.
Oh, if only I could be.
Hey, we could fix her up with a walk-on or something, couldn't we?
You could.
Hey, she could be one of the Sisters of Charity. Why not?
Louise, the star has spoken.
So then, Father, I could be with him during the day, and not just in the evenings. I was in heaven.
You have strange concepts of theological matters, Louise. But go on.
Well, the atmosphere of that place, all the fuss and the laughter and the excitement, it all went to my head. And I forgot that I only wanted to serve him. I wanted to love him, to belong to him, and to have him belong to me.
You poor woman.
I watched him every moment. My eyes were fastened on his face, my ears strained to catch every word that fell from his lips.
There is nothing so grand as a good priest. It hurts me to see God's work in unloving hands.
Cut! That's a print. Okay, let's pray.
I didn't think anyone noticed how I stared at him, followed him about, waited for him after the day's work. But one day as I watched him...
And the city hospital. 2 to a bed. Some lying on the floor.
You're crying, Louise. He's doing the scene with the cardinal. Oh, it's not a sad scene. It's not even a good scene. Oh, it's a very good scene. It's a wonderful scene. Everything he does is wonderful. It was Noemi, Father. You know her, the woman who came here from the Basque country last year. She got herself a job, an extra like me, and so I saw a lot of her after that.
My father. I degraded my father. I scourged my father.
Why, you want him for your very own. Not the way you mean, Noemi. Oh, yes. Precisely the way I mean. What other way is there?
Oh, my Savior. I need to confess.
Cut. Bring it. Right for lunch.
Noemi was always there, Father. I couldn't send her away. She belonged there as much as I did, after all.
Why in the world should I lie down when those poor people are calling for me?
Why, you want him, Louise. It shows on your face.
See them lying.
It's hopeless. Tell me, can you get your hands on some locks of his hair, cuttings from his fingernails, his toenails? Why? Why should I? Why, they will give you power over him. Oh, I can't believe that. Oh, believe it's true. His hair, his fingernails, his toenails. If you want him, get them and bring them to me.
Need me?
Cut! Break that. Concessions on the set, please.
I didn't believe her, Father, not really. But my desire had become so great, I thought I should go mad. I had no trouble finding bits of his hair. I picked up all I needed from the floor of the makeup room. But the cuttings from his fingernails and his toenails, that was more difficult. Then one evening at his house...
DePaul was the first social worker in history. You know that, Gabe? I mean, he organized social services.
Would you like some more Armagnac, Mr. Sorrell?
Oh, you still here, Louise? You can go home whenever you feel like it. You don't have to stick around.
I've been listening and watching.
A great dinner, Louise.
I noticed you bite your nails, Mr. Sorrell, when you talk.
Oh, yeah. A childhood habit.
You shouldn't do that.
Yeah, that's what my mother always said.
If you'd let me cut your nails properly...
My mother always said that, too.
I have a scissors right here with me.
My mother also always had the scissors right there with her.
So while they talked, I cut his fingernails. And I saved them all, even the little bits of cuticle, in my kerchief. And when I had finished...
Louise, you're a saint.
Oh... If I'm a saint, Mr. Sorrell, I should wash your feet.
Wash my feet?
I say now...
They get awfully dirty walking around the set in those old sandals. And all the saints, even the Pope, He washes the feet of a sinner once a year to show humility.
I'm your sinner, is that it?
Let her, Peter, if she wants to.
Well, you really want to?
And to cut your toenails.
Well, what can I say? It's the best offer I've had since I came to France.
And so I did, Father. And when I left that night, I had all the cuttings in my kerchief, and I took them to Noemi, who waited for me in the woods.
Take this, Louise.
What is that?
It's a little bag made from the skin of a toad, which my own daughter impaled at midnight in the graveyard of the old abbey. Oh, we put all your precious cuttings into it. Now, pull the drawstrings tight. That's it, and hang it around your neck, under your dress. Yes, just like that.
How do you know that it will work?
I know.
It seems so wrong. It's going against God, isn't it?
Have you ever heard of Eliphaz Levi and the secret doctrine?
No.
Well, Eliphaz Levi was his pen name. He wrote many books on the subject of magic. Magic exists. Always has existed all over the world.
But I'm afraid of it, Noemi.
Oh, give in to your fear, and you'll lose the thing you most desire. Conquer your fear, and the secret doctrine will bring you Peter Sorel.
How do I know?
Magic is everywhere, unseen, unheard, but it is working all the time. You need only the spiritual energy to make it work for you.
But do I have energy like that? I don't think I do.
Oh, never mind. I do. Now, kneel down. No, do not bow your head. Raise your face to the sky. Send up a prayer from your loins to Aether, god of chaos and the dark.
Well, the secret doctrine has been kept from me, I must say. All my life I have struggled from problem to problem, quandary to quandary, with only my limited intelligence to assist me. And all the time, was there a secret doctrine that might have solved things magically? If so, I'm a little late finding it out. We'll be back shortly for Act 2.
Look, let's put an end to all this gloomy-sounding stuff you've been getting so much of lately. Income tax is behind us, spring is here, Aaron's hit number 715, and there's even reason for hope with the gasoline thing. It's in this new spirit that I'd like to talk to you about buying a new car. It's a small car, one you can judge sanely, and not just in terms of how many miles per gallon it gives you. The car is a Buick Apollo. Like any self-respecting small car, it is economical. It's got a 6-cylinder engine and a 21-gallon gas tank, which combine to give Apollo good gas economy and great range. But Apollo can also seat 6 passengers, and it has the kind of smoothness, quietness, and interior comforts that you'd expect of a Buick. Okay, you're looking for a car, and you think it should be small. Well, Buick has the car, Apollo. But don't buy it because it's small. Buy it because it's a Buick.
If you love spaghetti like I love spaghetti, I know what you're looking for. So come on, get ready for great spaghetti at the spaghetti store. If you want spaghetti, the best spaghetti, you don't have to look no more. Get your taste buds ready for great spaghetti at the spaghetti store.
Here's a riddle for you. What has 6 different kinds of spaghetti? Chicken, mushroom, meat sauce, shrimp, meatballs, or a combination of any of the above?
Oh, that's easy.
And dinner prices from $2.10 to $2.85.
Still easy.
And additional selections from ravioli to steak.
That's not a riddle, that's a cross-examination.
Come on, what's the answer?
The spaghetti store. Now, here's one for you. What has blue eyes and a craving for spaghetti?
Paul Newman's stomach.
No, me, meatball.
So when you come in, bring your appetite. There's one thing you know for sure. Great spaghetti we've got, and it don't cost a lot at the spaghetti store.
2731 West Northwest Highway. Also Arlington and Fort Worth.
The only magic I have ever known was long, long ago, when I expelled a loud and angry scream, and food instantly appeared. Talk about rubbing a lamp. Talk about wearing a bag of discarded nails and hair about your neck. Well, we shall see if they can match my infant cry.
Some sort of magic was working, Father Charles, because when I got to my feet after that strange prayer to the God of Chaos, there in the woods with the toadskin bag still hanging around my neck, I felt that I was a beautiful woman. Can you imagine that, Father?
Yes.
The next day was my last, so far as the film was concerned. I hated to step out of the Sister of Charity habit and get back into my own clothes, but my spirits rose to the sky when Peter stopped me and said...
This was your last day, wasn't it, Louise?
Yes, my last day.
Well, it won't be the same around here without you. We'll miss you.
Will you... will you miss me?
I'll miss you the most. But I'll see you at the house, won't I? You're not going to desert me now, are you?
Never. I'd never do that.
Well, you better not, Louise.
I met Noemi late that night in the woods, and I told her what Peter had said and what I had said.
You see? The magic is beginning to take hold.
I couldn't go to the set the next day. What reason would I have? So I spent the day in his house cooking a shoulder of lamb for him in the Gascon style. You know how long that takes, Father.
Louise!
In the kitchen.
What smells so good?
It's something special I'm cooking for you.
Louise, what have I done to deserve you? You're the greatest thing that's happened to me since... You're the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. Let's put it that way.
I told Noemi that night that time was growing short, that in 2 days Peter surely would be leaving France. And I told her I must go with him.
Now, listen, Louise. This is what you must do. When he comes home, you must be waiting for him on his bed, all naked and perfumed, and he will love you.
I had loved him, Father, for so many years. And now every dream, every desire would come true. I was lying on his bed, as Noemi had told me I should be, with my hair all freshly washed and perfumed, as my body was. And I heard the front door close. And I heard his feet on the stairs.
Louise?
I couldn't answer. I waited for the bedroom door to open. And it did.
Who's... What a... Louise, is that you? What in the name of heaven?
I've been waiting for you.
Are you crazy?
Peter, listen to me. I want you to love me. You do love me. I've seen the love growing in your eyes. I've heard it in your voice. Take me now. And tell me that you love me. And that we will go to America together, to your home, where I will love you and look after you.
Louise, now listen to me.
See, look, over there I brought all my clothes. I feel that I'm reaching the end of a long, long journey. I've loved you so long.
Louise, let me talk to you.
Oh, yes. Talk to me.
Louise, if I've made you think that I'm anything more than just very fond of you, I'm sorry, Louise. I'm very, very sorry. If I've made you think I love you, well, I'm sorry. What more can I say?
But you do love me. You've loved me for 3 whole days.
3 days?
And I've loved you for years and years. But you've only loved me for 3 days, so of course it seems new to you. I understand.
Now, Louise, what 3 days are you talking about?
The last 3 days, of course. Ever since I started wearing this.
What's that?
It's a bag. made from the skin of a toad. A toad impaled at midnight in the graveyard of the Abbey.
What's in that bag, Louise?
Why, part of you. Bits of your hair, bits of your fingernails, your toenails, little particles of you.
What kind of a game are you running on me, Louise?
It's no game. It's real.
Real hell. All the time you were hanging around here. You were cooking and cleaning and washing and all that. You were hanging around the set, waiting on me, telling me I'm such a great actor, begging to cut my fingernails, my toenails. You were conning me. You were running some kind of a tricky, sneaky game on me.
It was no game.
Now, look, lady, you get your clothes on fast, you hear me? You get out of here. You want some money?
No.
I'll give you money. You've earned it. But if you ever try to play any of these crazy tricks on me again, I'm going to track you down. I'm going to have you put away. Now, you get out of here.
I did get out, Father Giles, but I can't remember how. The next thing I remember is running through the woods, calling for Noemi. And then I remember falling down on the ground and the blackness coming down over me.
My poor Louise.
Noemi found me a little later. I don't know how much later.
What happened, Louise?
Nothing happened, Noemi. He doesn't love me. He never did. I think you'd better take back the little toadskin bag, Noemi. It didn't work.
Did you do everything I told you?
Yes, I did. I washed my hair and perfumed my body, and I lay on his bed. But when he came home, he didn't want me. I tried to tell him about the secret doctrine, but he didn't want to listen.
You told him?
I tried to. After all, I don't know much about it, only what you've told me, and I didn't understand all of that. But he didn't want to hear about it.
Oh, the man is a monster!
Yes, he is a monster.
You poor woman.
No, don't you feel sorry for me either, Father Giles. I don't want anybody to feel sorry for me.
But don't you see? You let your desires take hold of you, Louise. You let them dictate your actions. You lost control.
Oh, yes, I did that.
You became blind to the realities of the matter.
Yes, I did that, too. I fell in love with a man when he was only a walking shadow on a screen. I hurt no one. I would never have hurt him if he hadn't come to France to make another of his foolish motion pictures.
Louise, would it make you feel better, my child, if I were to tell you that you are not the first to give your heart to an unknown man who's only making his living by performing in public?
I suppose that is true, Father.
Does it make you feel a little better?
But I don't feel badly, Father.
You don't?
Not about him. Not about trying to give myself to him and his telling me he didn't want me. I felt badly about it at the time. Very badly, I suppose.
Of course you did.
But by the time Noemi found me in the woods, I felt quite differently.
Just how did you feel?
Very calm, very clear, very right.
Right? About what? Clear about what?
About what I must do.
And what was that?
I kill him, of course.
But you have said that it was all your own doing, that no one else should be blamed.
Quite so. But I had to kill him in me. Don't you see what I mean?
I'm not sure that I do.
Father, he was part of me. He'd been part of me for many, many years. There was more of him in me than there was of myself. Oh, you must understand.
I'm trying, Louise.
I knew how wrong I'd been to love him. Yes, to lust after him. To have obscene thoughts about him there in the dark of the theater. I knew these were sins. They were bad sins. And now I was willing to take upon myself the last sin of all. To kill him. Don't you understand that?
I don't believe I do.
How strange. Noemi understood.
You say Noemi understood? What you have just told me?
Yes, Father. There, that night in the forest, I told her how I must commit this most grievous sin.
How will you do it?
A gun?
Do you have a gun?
No.
Well, then that's no good.
A knife?
Could you get near enough to him to use a knife? Are you strong enough?
No.
Well, then that's no good.
But he must die, so that I may live.
He will die. He will die tomorrow morning.
How do you know?
He will die of the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. And all the scorned women from the beginning of time must have at least looked around to see if there was a gun or a knife nearby. Sometimes there was, and the story had an unhappy ending, and a messy one. But what if those poor scorned women had known of the Mass of Saint-Césaire, a black and malevolent ritual of which you will learn more shortly when I bring you Act 3.
Hi, I'm Goldilocks, Ms. Goldilocks, if you please, and I'm a professional taste tester. Here at my taste test laboratory, that's TTL for short, I taste test everything from porridge to diet drinks. Actually, there's not that much taste testing in porridge these days. There used to be. Once upon a time. I mean, that's how this Miz got into the biz. But lately it's been diet drinks. I mean, with so many diet drinks going sugar-free, I've been really busy conducting taste tests. A rather unbearable assignment, to be sure. But then I discovered sugar-free diet 7-Up. Fresh, natural, delicious. My only problem is that sugar-free diet 7-Up tastes so good that it broke my Goldilocks diet drink taste-o-meter. Well, sugar-free diet 7-Up certainly has my seal of approval. This one's just right.
I was having dinner in Old Town Village last week, and as we were leaving, we noticed that the waterbed store was open. Well, we went in. You know, I'd never really looked at waterbeds because I always thought they were for the kids, and if I ever got on one, I'd probably get seasick. But it was different. The salesman there got us to lie down on a bed and told us why we'd sleep better on a hydro-rest waterbed system. He also took the time to tell us about frame construction, mattress durability, and the safety features incorporated into each of their systems. We got home and read the literature and decided that a hydro-rest system makes good sense. We're going to buy a waterbed from Dallas's oldest and largest waterbed company, Waterbed Systems International. They have 3 locations, 3323 Oak Lawn, Old Town Village, and a brand new store in Town East Mall. I tried hydro-rest. I was impressed.
We promised you further details of the Mass of Saint-Césaire, that horrid leftover from the Dark Ages. And so we shall. We always keep our word. Let us pick up our story where we left off, with Louise and Noemi talking in hushed tones beneath the moon in the dark woods of Gascony.
He has to die so that I can live.
He will die tomorrow morning. He will die of the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
How can anyone die of a mass?
Oh, the Mass of Saint-Césaire is the Mass of revenge. The peasants of Gascony have known this for centuries.
I must ask Father Giles.
Oh, no, you will not breathe a word of this to Father Giles.
But if he would perform the mass...
He wouldn't dream of it. He probably doesn't even know it. Ah, but I know a priest who knows it, and who will perform it. My daughter lives with him. Come, Louise.
We went to the deserted abbey where the priest lived. No one told me his name. I never asked.
You are the one who orders this Mass.
Yes?
For whom shall I say the Mass?
For Peter Sorrel.
Who will be my clerk?
Oh, my daughter will be your clerk, Father.
Who will bring the water for the Mass?
I shall bring it, Father.
Do you know a place where the Mass can be held?
Ah, by the ruins of the church, where the gypsies live, Father.
I listened as though nothing they said had anything to do with me, Father Giles. I scarcely knew when they'd finished speaking. I only knew that after a while, Noemi took me by the hand and led me away.
Come, Louise, come. We must get the water for the Mass.
Shouldn't there be wine, Noemi?
For the Mass of Saint-Césaire, there is no wine. There is only water. And the priest does not consecrate it. He drinks it. And it must be water from a well into which the body of an unbaptized infant has been thrown. Come now, Louise, come.
Before 11 o'clock, we were at the ruined church, a dreadful place, Father, where bats lived, and toads, and owls. And through the darkness came the priest, Noemi's daughter by his side, and he stood by the ruins of the old altar.
Ever and ever, to reign and live you, and also on you, redemption is sharing.
Noemi, what does he say?
It is the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
But I don't understand it.
It is the Mass for the dead. He is reciting it backwards.
I watched in horrid fascination, Father. I confess that I was fascinated by it. I was like a bird watching a snake. What is he doing now, Noemi?
He is making the sign of the cross.
No, he's not. He's not making.
He is making the sign of the cross with his left foot.
What?
In the dirt. This is the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
I couldn't bear to look, Father Giles. I couldn't. And yet I couldn't bear not to look. The awful Mass had started at 11, and now it was drawing to a close as the hour of midnight struck. And then the Mass was suddenly over. And the priest and his clerk, Noemi's daughter, stole away into the darkness without a word to us.
It is over, Louise, and Peter Sorrel has begun to die.
I'm not sure I believed her, Father Giles. I wasn't capable of belief or disbelief or of any thought at all or of any feeling whatsoever. I only felt tired. So tired I doubted I could move. But I pulled myself to my feet and I said, I must go to him, Noemi. I must go to Peter Sorrel. And I went, Father. I went into town to the house on the hill, and I waited there till the sun had been up for an hour. And then I went to the door and knocked.
Oh, Louise. I suppose you want to see Peter.
Is he here?
Yes, he's here. But he's very ill. The doctor's with him. And no one knows what's the matter with him.
But I knew, Father Giles. He was dying of the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
Louise.
I went to the door every hour, Father. Once, I was told that they'd sent for his doctor from the States. But if that doctor arrived, he came too late. For at 10 o'clock, when I knocked at the door...
Louise. He's dead, Louise. He died a few minutes ago. No one knows why or how or what it was he died of.
I see.
I know you were very fond of him.
I was. Very fond. Very fond. I went home. I took off my clothes, and I lay down on my bed. The little toadskin bag was still around my neck. I took it off. I kissed it. I put it under the pillow, and then I put my head on the pillow and went fast asleep. I slept soundly, with no dreams at all of any kind. And when I awoke, it was noon. Such a beautiful day. And I started to come here to make my confession. On the way, I met Peter Sorrell's friend once more.
He died, Louise, of nothing at all.
Nothing at all?
He was perfectly well. Talking of going home in the morning. Then, about midnight, he said he was tired. He thought he'd go to bed. But he could hardly climb the stairs to his room. I had to help him. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes. He said he felt as though he was slipping away. Wasn't that a strange thing for him to say? That he was slipping away?
I murmured something, that it was strange indeed, though of course I knew it wasn't. He died of the Mass of Saint-Césaire, Father. And now I've told you everything.
And what do you expect me to do, Louise?
To give me my penance, Father. I know it will be severe. I expect that. I want it to be severe. I know what a grave sin I have committed.
Do you, Louise?
To wish for a man's death, Father. To bring it about. What greater sin could there be?
To wish for a man's death. It is a sin in thought, but it can be forgiven. And you are not the first to have committed it. Your wish did not kill him. Men do not die so easily.
It was the Mass of Saint-Césaire that killed him.
God knows, and he alone. But you conspired in the performance of a gruesome Mass, a relic from the Dark Ages. You took part in it. And what is most awful, you ordered it. And for this desecration of a holy ritual, there is no penance that would suffice.
But without a penance, how can I obtain absolution? How can I obtain pardon?
I cannot pardon you, Louise. I do not know a curate who can, nor a bishop, nor an archbishop.
Father, what am I to do?
My child, it is possible. I promise you nothing you understand. But it is possible. Were you to go to Rome, if the Pope would to see fit.
To Rome? To the Holy Father?
Only he has the right to grant pardon for the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
Sir, can you tell me, sir? May I ask you?
Yes, Senora. Can I help you?
Please. Is this the Vatican?
This is Vatican City, yes.
Is this the square of St. Peter?
Yes. Straight ahead is St. Peter's Gate.
I am here.
You've never been here before?
I have come to see the Pope.
His Holiness is quite busy, Senora.
I come here to make my confession.
Let me take you to a priest.
No. It must be His Holiness. No one else.
Are your sins so great?
My
sin is so great. Yes.
Well, I'm only a student here, Senora, but I'll be glad to take you to a priest.
No priest can help me. No bishop. No archbishop.
But a priest might be able to arrange things so that you could see His Holiness, and not right away, of course. It would take time.
I have time. It has already taken me a long time just to come this far.
How long has it taken you?
1,000 days.
Where did you come from?
France. A little town in Gascony.
But that could take you almost 3 years? Oh, you must have stopped off at different places.
Each night to sleep and pray.
You mean you walked all the way? An old woman like you?
Do I look like an old woman? I have just turned 40.
Oh, forgive me, but you look much older than that.
It doesn't really matter now.
Come. Let me help you to your feet.
No. I shall stay on my knees until I see the Pope. I shall end my journey as I began it.
Are you telling me that you have come 1,000 miles on your knees? But why?
It is my penance for the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
1,000 miles, 1,000 days, on her knees. What awful retribution we expect of ourselves. What endurance we can find within us to carry out our goal. And what is the priceless goal we seek? The goal that so obstinately eludes us after thousands upon thousands of miles and as many days. Why, I think it is nothing more and nothing less than peace of mind. I'll be back shortly.
Great taste in the morning. Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. You know, for years we've been talking about the Special K breakfast, a great way to start the day if you have a weight problem. You may have seen or heard our latest commercials, which symbolize the problem of being a few pounds overweight by using this ball and chain. That's the sound effect. But so many people have come to know the Special K breakfast that can help solve weight problems, they sometimes forget that Special K is America's favorite high-protein cereal. It has 8 essential vitamins and iron, and so delicious that lots of folks, kids as well as adults, eat Special K just for the sheer good taste of it. So we don't want you to think that you have to wear a ball and chain to eat Special K. All you need is an appreciation for the finer things of life, a 1-ounce bowl of Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, coffee, and maybe a little sugar. The Special K breakfast can help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
Some research experts say you can't taste the difference between beers. Well, if they're right, then Anheuser-Busch wastes a barrel of time Beechwood aging Budweiser. Only they don't think so. Brewing beer right does make a difference. And they're betting a bundle that you can taste the difference in Bud. When it comes to brewing Budweiser, the Anheuser-Busch choice is to go all the way because they still care about quality. Look at it this way. If the Bud people have a choice between what some experts say and what beer drinkers say, well, you'd better believe they'll go with you beer drinkers every time. When you say Budweiser, you said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
I told you it would be a somber story, did I not? And so it was. Well, exploring the unknown, is not all fun and frolic. But the unknown must be explored in the wild hope that one day it will become known. I wonder, though, when it is as familiar to us as, say, the combustion engine, will it stop being fascinating and become boring? What then will we do for fun? What will happen to this program? Merciful heavens, what will I do for a job? Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Mildred Clinton, Bill Johnston, Robert Dryden, and Nick Pryor. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign Off, the Sinus Medicines, Buick Motor Division, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Now, I caught you sneaking out of North Park National Bank on Saturday.
But, officer, North Park National Bank is open on Saturday.
Oh, sure, the drive-in tellers maybe, but not the whole bank. Look inside. Well, I'll be. North Park National Bank is full of customers. Okay, let's get going.
But, officer...
Oh, nothing to worry about. I only want to meet your banker.
North Park National Bank, Bodecker at Park Lane, is now open 9 to 1 every Saturday. And it's legal. What more could you want from your bank?
All right, which one of you stubble parked out front here now?
KRLD, Dallas.
So what do you think? I think it could work.
Look, I'm sure there's somebody out there who wants to go cross-country with the whitest woman on the face of the earth, singing Carpenter songs and reliving childhood memories, but it ain't me. Hey! That's my car!
Life hasn't been easy for Jade.
Get out of the car!
Men have always been a mystery to Robin.
I'm the one who spent 3 years at happy hour and never went home with anybody except the bartender.
Hey, babe. And Holly falls in love every day.
Is it me, or is she working her way down some weird list of guys who call women babe?
They had nothing in common.
I'm not going over a cliff for you two, so just forget it.
But an appetite for living and their need for a home.
I'm 8 weeks pregnant.
Please tell me you're kidding.
Wow, isn't this nice?
This has got to be the mother.
3 women who put an end to secrecy.
Jane's been so great to me. At first I thought she just liked me because of the whole gay thing. Jane's gay. Like, hello.
She's a black lesbian and she's living here.
And create a world of intimacy.
I don't know what it is, but there's something that goes on between women.
Whoopi Goldberg, Mary Louise Parker, and Drew Barrymore. In a story of loyalty and trust. Safety in numbers. Women on top. And boys on the side.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and True Shea, the beforehand lotion, present the Eddie Cantor Show. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Harry, we're on the air. Stop yawning. What's the matter with you?
I'm sleepy.
Already you're sleepy? Before we... Has anybody here got a bed? Harry would like to lie down for... You want to lie down between these sails over there? You want to do it? What makes you so tired, Harry?
Listen, Eddie, my baby is 3 weeks old. You know that. And you wouldn't know how tiresome it is getting up every night and walking the floor with a kid.
I wouldn't know how tiresome? Listen, Harry, the first 10 years Ida and I were married, I went to bed wearing roller skates.
Eddie.
But finally, we got it down to a system. Ida walked with the first kid, I walked with the second, Ida the third, me with the fourth, and Ida walked with the fifth.
Yeah, now, Eddie?
I walk alone. For to tell you the truth, I would rather. They're asleep, I must gather.
I see what you mean. You wouldn't want another one, no?
It's too late now. I sold my roller skates. Harry, look, if you're having trouble with your baby at night, as one father to another, let me tell you the best method I found to keep an infant quiet. When you hear him cry, take off your shoes, tiptoe into his room, put your nose right up against the baby's nose and say, "Shut up!"
Eddie, no, I think yelling at a baby is cruel.
Yeah?
You know, when my kid cries, I just take my hand and slap it over his mouth.
Yep, is that what you do? Well, look, Harry, I've had 5 babies, and I found putting your hand over a baby's mouth is very dangerous.
It's dangerous?
Harry, you see this little finger?
Yeah.
Used to be my big finger. But seriously, Harry, when a baby cries at night, you only spoil him by picking him up. Why don't you just put him in the other room and let him cry? Let him cry it out.
Yeah, who's got another room?
What? You mean you all live in one room, Harry?
Well, it's
Why, when I had my first baby, I got a special nursery for the kid by saving a little out of each week's pay.
Yeah, well, sure, you could save, but you weren't working for you.
All right, Harry, you need an apartment. Have you looked for one?
Looked all last night, while Nora and Leonard stayed at home to mind our baby.
They did?
Uh-huh.
Come here, Nora. Oh, Nora Martin. Come in, Nora. Nora, is this romance? What is this I hear? You and Leonard both minding Harry's baby?
Oh, yes, it was fun.
Yeah?
After the baby fell asleep, Leonard and I sat on the couch, and I got close to him, and then Leonard puckered up, and...
And then?
He picked up his trumpet and played Honeysuckle Rose.
What a guy. Oh, Leonard Seuss. Come in, Leonard. Come over here.
Yes, Mr. Cantor.
Leonard, look, when you were alone with Nora all puckered up, what did you do? Played Honeysuckle Rose. That wasn't nice. She didn't like that.
Well, why didn't she say something? I could have played Stardust.
Oh! Leonard, you can't go through life with just your trumpet, kid. Why, even Harry James, as great as he is, found something else to love and be proud of besides a trumpet.
Oh, you want me to raise a mustache?
Oh, Leonard, I was referring to Nora Martin.
Is she going to raise a mustache?
Forget the mustache. Forget trumpets. Just remember that you and Nora have to do the song together while Harry and I go out to find an apartment for little... By the way, Harry, what is your baby's name?
Well, I was saving that as a surprise.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What is the...
Well, I named my baby Eddie Cantor Bonzel.
Harry. Eddie Cantor Bonzel.
Yeah.
Eddie Cantor Bonzel. All my life I've wanted a boy to carry on my name. I gave up all hope until now that you've made it possible. Think of it.
Well,
throughout his life, a boy, your boy, will carry my name. Eddie Cantor Bonzel.
Oh, well, now, please, Eddie.
I'm so happy I could cry on your shoulder. Give me your shoulder.
Now, well, listen, don't cry,
I
please.
can't help it, Harry. Eddie Cantor.
Well,
give me something to dry my tears.
Yeah, well, here.
Not your shirt tail, Harry. Your hanky.
Yeah, here.
Is that your hanky?
Yeah.
Give me your shirt tail.
Well. Stop this, will you? I'm not doing such a big thing.
Yeah.
crying and everything. A lot of kids have been named after famous people.
Yeah.
Listen, I read where a certain Mr. Smith named his son John D. Rockefeller Smith. Let me tell you the
I
story.
don't want to hear it, Harry.
Yeah.
Eddie Cantor von
Yeah. Well, in honor of the kid being named after him, John D. Rockefeller not only paid that boy's way through college... Not only paid his way through college, but he also gave his poor old father a generous weekly allowance.
Harry, you couldn't think of a nicer name. John D. Rockefeller von Zell.
Oh, no, Eddie. Now, Rockefeller is no name for my boy. I'm in radio, and I want him named after a radio star.
You're right, Harry. After all, you couldn't think of a nicer name. Rochester von Zell.
Rochester von Zell?
You couldn't think of a nicer name.
Now, wait just a minute, Eddie. I'm beginning to resent you're trying to slough my kid off on somebody else.
I'm not.
Well, for all I care, his name can be Sam. What do I care? I just thought you'd feel honored if I named him after you.
I am honored, Harry. I am, so let's forget it.
All right, good.
There's only one thing I want to know.
What?
What's wrong with Sam?
No. Now, look, Eddie.
Now, Sam, can't you see the name that's as American as America? Imagine when he grows up and has children of his own, and your daughter has children. Think how proud you'll be when her children point to your son and say, "There's Uncle Sam." Can't you see it? Uncle Sam? What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at, Harry?
Boy, what you won't go through to save a couple of bucks.
Harry, look, if you think I'm afraid naming your kid will cost me money, I'll tell you what. You name your baby Eddie Cantor von Zell.
Good.
And I'll go back to my own name. Come on, Harry, apartment. A hunting green.
We stroll the lanes together, laughed at the rain together, sang love's refrains together, and we'd both pretend it would never end. One day we cried together, cast love aside together. You're gone from me, but in my memory, we always will be together. One day we cried together, cast love aside together. You're gone from me, but in my memory, we always will be together. We will always be
We've been to 20 places, Eddie, and still can't find an apartment.
Well, from now on, Harry, let me do the talking. I have a way of getting what I want.
You have?
Oh, sure. You know how tough that Alan Ladd is, the actor, you know?
Alan Ladd, the tough guy in the picture?
Sure. He's going to be on our show next week.
Oh.
I didn't talk salary or anything. I just said, "Be there, bud." That's what I said. "Be there, bud." and I fainted.
Yeah.
I'm a pretty tough customer.
I know that. Well, look, if you're that convincing, maybe you could talk to Eddie Cantor about raising my salary.
Sorry, Harry, but that guy wouldn't even speak to you. No, don't bother. I wouldn't.
Well, now, listen, Eddie, you said you always would do my talking for me.
Not always, Harry. There are times when you're much more eloquent than I.
When, Eddie? When?
Why, every Wednesday night when you advise millions of people how to feel better faster.
Oh, you mean like this?
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you wake up in the morning feeling sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative, take a glassful of sparkling sal hepatica. For sal hepatica taken then is speedy, brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And besides helping you feel better faster, sparkling sal hepatica gives you this additional advantage.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So tonight or tomorrow, get a bottle of sal hepatica from your druggist. Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better, thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica.
Yeah? Hey, there's 50, 60, 70, 75. Here you are, Mr. Landlord. Your name is Moody, isn't it?
That's right.
Moody? It's a lot of money for an apartment, but...
Yeah, but look what you're getting. Look at the view from this window. Why, on a clear day in Los Angeles, you can see Catalina.
Oh, boy. I've always wanted to see that.
Catalina?
No, a clear day in Los Angeles. Didn't it rain? Didn't it rain? You know, in my house, Mr. Landlord, I set a mousetrap in my basement.
Really?
Yeah, caught a herring. I'll tell you, look, Harry, you think it's all right, this apartment?
Well, apartment's fine, but Mr. Moody said no dogs or children.
That's right. I hate them. Children. Bah. Dogs. Bah.
Yeah, and sheep.
Quiet, Harry. We're in.
Now, look. Is this apartment for just you two fellas?
No, it's for this man and his wife. They're newlyweds.
Newlyweds, huh? Well, this is a 10-year lease. And remember, no children.
That guy I should have met 4 daughters ago.
Look, Eddie, what are we going to do with the baby?
I don't know. Gee, he said no children.
Yeah, it's a...
Oh, maybe the baby can stop at a hotel, huh?
The baby stopping in a hotel?
Yeah, it would look pretty silly, the baby calling room service and just ordering napkins. But don't worry about it, Harry. We'll find some way to sneak the kid in here. Leave it to me, will you?
Well, Eddie, here we are back at the apartment. I hope everything...
Yeah, now, let's see if we can sneak past Mr. Moody's door without him hearing the baby.
Oh, well, it's all right. I've got him in the basket with a sheet over it.
Keep him quiet.
Yeah, shush, baby. Shush, baby.
Yeah, shush.
Did I hear someone shooting a baby?
We were just singing. Shush, baby.
Yeah, shush, baby. Shush, baby. Your daddy's off to the 7th Street.
Oh, gee, that's pretty.
It is?
Music I adore. But children.
Wow, that was close.
Yes. Say, what are we going to do with the baby till his crib gets here?
Look, Harry, put him on the bed and put chairs all around the bed to keep him from rolling off. I learned that trick years ago when I was on the road with the Ziegfeld Follies.
Oh, you used to do that with your babies?
No, with W.C. Fields. Uh-oh. Is that you, Mr. Moody?
No, my name is Myrtle.
Harry, it's Myrtle.
No, Myrtle.
No.
Any bed sheets to be changed?
No, Myrtle.
Ain't there nothing around here to be changed?
She wasn't asking you.
Oh, well, baby. What a cute little fella.
Yeah, and listen, Myrtle, babies aren't allowed here, you know, so don't mention it to the landlord.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'll keep quiet. I'll shut up like an oyster.
Oyster? You're silly. You mean an oyster.
You're silly. I mean a clam.
Before you go, Myrtle, promise you won't say anything about the baby, huh?
Say I wouldn't give that kid away. Gosh, I'm going to have a baby of my own when I get married.
Oh, that's nice. What do you want, a boy or a girl?
Oh, I want to marry a boy.
You go get up. Goodbye, Michael. Goodbye. Harry, the baby crying might give us away.
Well, it's near his feeding time, Eddie. According to the doctor's formula, he should have goat's milk, too.
What are you talking? Goat's milk? Why, that sounds silly.
Why silly? Look how popular buffalo milk is.
Harry, who drink buffalo's milk?
People who live in Buffalo.
Well, you didn't say little buffalo, so I won't. Of all the corny guys. Quick, Harry, take the baby in the bedroom. Quick. Oh, Mr. Moody.
Did I hear a funny noise coming from this apartment?
I was just listening to the radio. John's other wife.
Don't tell me they had a baby.
Yeah, that's it. 8-pound boy. Looks just like his first wife.
Well, they better not try to get an apartment here. That's all I got.
Hey, Eddie, has he gone?
Yes.
What are you doing?
I'm calling my house to have them send over a nursing bottle and some goat's milk. We've got to keep the kid quiet. Hello? Hello? How do you do? Where's Gordon? The Russian. Russian?
Yes?
What are you doing at my house?
I am still here from your election night party.
But, Russian, the party is finished.
But the scotch ain't.
Never mind that, Russian. Look, Russian, listen.
Yes?
I'm at the Park Lane Apartments, 14G with Harry Von Zell.
Oh.
And we've got someone here in the room we don't want the landlord to know about.
Mm-hmm.
Can you bring over a bottle and...
Need any white rock?
No, Russian, this is for Harry Von Zell's baby, a little baby.
Then you should have white rock. You can't expect the kid to drink it straight.
Look, we need a nursing bottle and a quart of goat's milk. Now, remember, the Park Lane Apartments on the corner where Wilcox meets Beverly.
Where?
The corner where Wilcox meets Beverly.
Mrs. Wilcox knows about it.
Never mind that. Just get over here with a nursing bottle and a quart of goat's milk. Goodbye. The milk will be right over, Harry.
Oh, good, Eddie. Now, we got to bathe the baby. It's time for your bath, isn't it, little fellow?
Love and goo.
Oh, look, he must understand what we're saying, Eddie.
Harry, I always wonder what he's trying to say when he says, go.
Go. Love and goo. Some landlord. Bah. Guess it's hard for my old man to get an apartment with the war on. Look at it. My old man. What a lubberhead. Who drinks buffalo milk? People who live in Buffalo. No wonder the other guy is his boss. Uh-oh. They're going to bathe me again. Yep. They're taking off my bonnet. There goes my bib. And, oh, fellas, not that. Have you no feeling? Please. Is this strip necessary? You can't leave me like this. Oh, I give up. My eyes are just beginning to see pretty good. I think I'll just look around. Well, what a surprise. Blue booties. I must be a boy. Uh-oh. Here I go again. Over on my back, grab my legs. More talcum powder. That stuff tickles. If they sprinkle that talcum powder on me, I know I'm going to giggle. I just know I'll...
Well, Harry, he's sound asleep after his bath.
Mm-hmm.
Pick up that book off the floor.
Oh.
Harry, what is it?
Oh, well, that's a book of nursery rhymes the sponsor sent the baby.
Yeah?
Pretty good. Listen, Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water.
Yeah, what's the rest of it?
The rest of it says that Jill brought along a bottle of Trouchet, the beforehand lotion.
Did you say Trouchet?
Yeah, in case it was hot, soapy water and her hand fell in it.
I don't get it, Harry.
Well, Jill knew that by applying Trouchet before putting hands in hot, soapy water, Trouchet helps safeguard them from roughness and dryness, helps keep them soft and lovely.
Oh, I see. If Jill didn't keep her hands nice, Jack wouldn't have come up that hill with her, huh?
That's right. And here's another one. There was a young lady who lived in a shoe. She had smoother, lovelier hands because she knew what to do.
She knew what to do, huh?
Oh, yes, all women know what to do for smoother, lovelier hands. Just begin today to use Trouchet.
Yep. Harry,
huh?
Stop talking so loud. We'll wake the baby.
Oh.
Uh-oh. I hope that's not Mr. Moody. I wonder who it can be.
Open the door and you shall see. It's no one else, it's only me. Or would you rather have a goat?
Russia.
Yes?
Did you get the bottle and the goat's milk?
Here is the bottle.
Yeah, how much goat's milk have you got?
Don't ask me, ask the goat.
Ask the goat?
Most of course. Oh, Jennifer.
Well, Russian, where did you get the goat?
We share an apartment.
Why, that's crazy. How could you share an apartment? He's a goat and you're a man.
Don't tell my landlord. He thinks I'm another goat.
Look, I asked you for a quart of goat's milk and you bring a whole goat. Isn't that expensive?
No, you get a nickel back on the goat.
Wait a minute. Russia, do me a favor. Take Jennifer and the bottle into the bathroom and get me a bottle of milk.
All right, come along. Jennifer, come along. We've got work to do. Camper, does the baby like grade A, B, or C?
What do you mean?
Jennifer has 4 faucets.
Grade A, B, or C? That's only 3. What's in the other faucet?
Coca-Cola.
Quiet, Jennifer. Quiet.
What was that noise I heard?
It must have been the radio.
Don't tell me John's other wife has the goat.
No. Look, Mr. Moody, I want to talk to you. I think you've got a heart, and I'd like to appeal to it. What have you got against the world, especially babies with that bad? What is that?
Well, I wasn't always like this.
No?
I had a baby once. He didn't see me until he was 5. Then he took a look at me and ran away.
The beard frightened him.
Do you blame me for being bitter?
You say the baby ran away?
Yes, 30 years ago. I can see the kid standing there and looking up at me with outstretched ears.
Outstretched ears?
Yes. Even if it is 30 years ago, I'd know him any place. Why,
Here is the milk.
That face, that voice, those ears. My son.
Mine, Daddy.
The time, the gay 90s. Place, St. Louis. Scene, a trolley. Girl, Nora Martin. Boy, Eddie Cantor. Boy.
With your high starch collar and your high top shoes and your hair piled high upon your head.
I went to find a jolly hour on the trolley and lost my heart instead.
Clang, clang, clang went the trolley.
Ding, ding, ding went the bell.
Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw you, I fell.
Chug, chug, chug went the motor. Bump, bump, bump went the brake.
Thump, thump, thump went my heartstrings. When you smiled, I could feel the car shake.
You tipped your hat and took a seat.
I said, I hoped I hadn't stepped upon your feet.
You asked my name, I held my breath.
I couldn't speak because you scared me half to death.
Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Flop, flop, flop went the wheel.
Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings.
As I started to go, then I started to know how it feels.
when the universe reeled. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley.
Ding, ding, ding went the bell.
Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw you, I fell. You know, you're very pretty.
Oh, you shouldn't say that.
But you are.
Oh, no. But you're very handsome.
You shouldn't say that.
But you are.
I know I am, but you shouldn't say it. So softly. Tell me, do you always travel alone on this trolley?
Oh, no. Sometimes I bring all my children.
Well, how many children do you bring?
22.
22? Well, button my shoe.
Yes, you see, I'm a school teacher, and they're my pupils.
22 children. You have a lot of class.
Well, what do you know? I'm way past my stop where Wilcox meets Beverly.
Wilcox knows about it.
Yep. Conductor, be still.
I wonder how I missed my stop.
Why, don't you remember? As you started to leave, I took hold of your sleeve with my hand.
And as if it were planned, you stayed on with me, and it was grand.
Just to stand with your hand
holding mine
to the end of the line.
Everybody out to the end of the
Thank you, Leonard Seuss and Nora Martin. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow when you're out doing your Christmas shopping, buy an extra gift for a boy who might otherwise go without one. Yes, buy a gift for a Yank who gave, for those sick and wounded heroes in the Army and Navy hospitals. If you make your purchase in a department store, ask the clerk to deliver it to the American Legion for you. If you buy it elsewhere, just send the gift to your nearest Legion post. Whatever you do, won't you feel grand to know that on Christmas Day, some lonely boy in a hospital ward will be cheered with the gift you gave? Come on, Americans, let's show them we never forget. Make Christmas merry for a Yank who gave. Send that extra gift to your local American Legion post. Or, if you buy it in a department store, ask them to do it for you. Let's get together and give over here for those who gave so much over there. I love to spend each Wednesday with you as friend to friend. I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling you just how I feel. Listen in again next week, same time, when our special guest will be that brilliant actor, Alan Ladd. And in the meantime, don't forget the two products that make our Wednesdays together possible. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health and True-Shea, the beforehand lotion. Sal Hepatica, True-Shea. Good night, everybody.
Say, mothers, if Junior's in bed now sniffing away like mad because he's got a cold, why don't you help him get fast relief from those annoying cold symptoms? Get a jar of Minute Rub, and honestly, you'll be pleased and Junior will be grateful with the comfort Minute Rub will give. Just rub a little Minute Rub on his back and chest, and in a few seconds there'll be a pleasant sensation of warmth, as Minute Rub helps soothe that cold discomfort. At the same time, Minute Rub's menthol vapors will help relieve that clogged-up feeling in the nose and throat. So help your child to fast relief from cold symptoms with this modern chest rub. And remember, Minute Rub is just as good for you as it is for your child. That's M-I-N-I-T-R-U-B, Minute Rub. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles. Earl Bauer.
Alan Bauer has a very successful business.
Okay, Bauer, you're ruined. You're finished. You're a ghost in this business.
How'd you like some bananas at cost?
Deal.
He's got the wisdom and support of his brother Freddie.
I love this guy. Do you hear me? I love him. Give me a kiss. What's the matter? You too big? Give me your...
I just want to meet a woman. I want to meet a woman, and I want to fall in love. It's not much.
And worst of all, Alan Bauer feels with all his heart that he doesn't have one.
Freddie, something in here is not working. There are worse organs not to be working.
Where to? Cape Cod, Massachusetts.
And then, one day, accidentally, from out of the blue, it happens. Just looking at her is pure ecstasy. Just touching her is a lifelong fantasy come true. Just being in love with her plunges him into a wondrous world of rapture and enchantment. Just one problem stands in his way. A little secret she's trying to keep all to herself.
There is a mermaid in New York City.
How come she's got legs?
She has legs out of the water. She has fins in the water.
What about a woman showing up naked in a public place, Freddie?
Well, I'm bored, of course.
Can I come in?
No!
All right, let me in.
I'll be right there. I'm just changing.
That girl is a mermaid. All my life, I've been waiting for someone, and when I find her, she's a fish. Nobody said love's perfect. She's really hungry.
Daryl Hannah, Tom Hanks, and John Candy. Splash, a fantastic tale about a fantastic tale.
Come on in, the water's fine.
My Favorite Husband is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Please enjoy it.
We present Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband, a new series based on the delightful stories of Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, two people who live together and like it. Starring Miss Ball with Richard Denning. Now, let's drop in on the Cougats and see what they're doing. It's morning, and Liz has just sat down to breakfast. George is still upstairs getting dressed.
Oh, Katie, did you see the paper this morning?
No, Mrs. Cougat, I haven't seen a paper in weeks.
Who do you think got married?
Little Abner and Daisy May?
No, Madeline Smith and Jack Carroll. She always did want to be Madeline Carroll.
And so did I, but I never got nearer than Marjorie Main.
Oh, you don't understand, Katie. This is my marriage.
It is?
Yes, I introduced them, I invited them to parties together, and I loaned her money for a new dress on the night I decided he should propose. And now they're married.
Congratulations, Mrs. Cougat.
Thank you. I deserve it.
Do you think they can manage the honeymoon all by themselves?
Well, I guess I do sort of arrange things a lot, don't I, Katie? But I can't help it. I love to help a girl get a man. You know, it drives George crazy. He says I'm always teaching some mouse to build a better man trap.
Oh, that's a good one. Say, I wonder what's keeping Mr. Cougat this morning.
Don't know why he should take so long to shave. He has a real sharp blade in the razor. I know because I use it to scrape some chewing gum off my shoe.
Oh, here he comes now. I'll go get his coffee.
Well, good morning, George, darling.
Oh, you know me. I didn't think you'd recognize me behind all this adhesive tape.
Why, I'd recognize my little husband any place. Ooh, you smell nice, George. What do you have on your face? Yardley's aftershave?
No, Wrigley's Juicy Fruit.
Now, don't blame me, George. You cut yourself every morning. You ought to get some blue serge Band-Aids to match your suit.
That's very funny.
My, aren't we grumpy this morning?
Well, I have reason to be. Yesterday, the teller at the bank told me you were overdrawn $50.
That's the trouble with those tellers. They're always telling somebody something.
Well, what about it?
No wonder they put them in cages.
Liz, I can't think of any reasonable explanation for your being overdrawn.
Neither can I. And I've been trying to think of one longer than you have.
Now, I don't want to suggest anything radical, but suppose you just tell me the truth.
Say, I never thought of that. All right, George. I loaned the money to Madeline Smith to get a new dress and hairdo so her boyfriend would propose.
Oh, why don't you stop meddling in people's affairs, Liz? Must you be an incurable matchmaker?
But I want everybody to be married.
Why? Isn't there enough suffering in the world?
You don't mean that, George Cougat. I want everybody to be as happy as we are.
Well, that's sweet of you, dear, but not all couples are capable of the kind of happiness we know.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, I mean that our happiness has come about because of one wonderful person.
Oh, George.
One person who is tolerant of little human faults, who is understanding, sweet, considerate.
And beautiful?
Absolutely.
Who is it, George?
Me.
Oh, George.
Come on, Liz, I'm late for the bank. And listen, will you promise to watch your bank balance?
Oh, don't worry. I'll take care of that $50 I'm overdrawn. I'll send them a check for it.
Oh. Look, I'll handle the money. You just concentrate on staying out of other people's affairs. Stop giving people advice on things you know nothing about.
All right, George, I promise.
Now, who can that be?
Oh, it's Sally Hopkins. I saw her through the window.
Uh-oh, wait a minute. Let me sneak out the back door.
Now, George, Sally's a very sweet girl.
Yeah, I know, but I do something to her. All she does is look at me and go, tee.
Well, she's adolescent, that's all.
Well, let her in. We'll have one of our usual brilliant conversations.
Hello, Sally.
Hello, Mrs. Cougat.
Good morning, Sally. Goodbye, Sally. I'll be home for dinner, dear.
Oh, gee, you're lucky, Mrs. Cougat. Mr. Cougat is so super. He's so much more worldly than the boys I know, like Corny Jones or Icky Williams.
Well, I should hope so. He's a little older, too.
Oh, I know. He's middle-aged.
What?
Oh, he must be pushing 25.
Oh, yes, he's pushing 25, all right. In fact, he's pushed it almost all the way to 40. What's on your mind, Sally?
Mrs. Cougat, I have a problem. I need your advice.
Oh, Sally, I'm awfully sorry, but I promised George I wouldn't advise people on things I don't know anything about.
But I wanted to know about men.
How do you like that? You hit my specialty.
Tell me the secret, Mrs. Cougat. How do you get that certain something like you have?
Why, Sally, how would a girl your age know if I had that certain something?
I can tell by the way my mother looks at my father when my father looks at you.
Well, don't worry, Sally. You'll have it when you get to be my age. I suppose you think I'm pushing 25, too.
Oh, no. A woman can always tell another woman's age.
Next question.
Mrs. Cougat, please, tell me everything you know about men.
All right, Sally. Men are divided into 3 types: husbands, fiancés, and go-get-him girls.
Well, how can you tell them apart?
Easy, by the way they open the door to let you out of the car.
Oh, really?
Yes. The bachelor walks around the car and opens the door for you. The fiancé reaches across you and pushes the door open from the inside. And the husband gets out, stands on the sidewalk, and says, "Well, we haven't got all night."
Well, that's wonderful to know, Mrs. Cougat, but I wanted to speak to you about one particular man, Jimmy Matthews.
Oh, he's really something, huh?
Something? He's really terrific, sensation, coloss. You know what I mean?
Oh, but Nat, she's a pash.
Jimmy has red hair, big sad eyes, and floppy ears. He looks just like Gregory Peck.
He sounds more like Lassie. Well, what seems to be your problem, Sally?
Oh, there's a keen party tomorrow night, and Jimmy hasn't asked me.
Well, Sally, if you really want Jimmy to ask you, make him jealous. Tell him you already have a date with someone else.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. But there's nobody left.
Well, how about those two boys you mentioned, Icky and Sticky? And...
Corny and Icky? Oh, no. Icky's too corny and corny's too icky. Besides, they both have dates.
Well, be resourceful, Sally. Make up a name, any name. Jimmy will never know the difference.
But I couldn't do that. That would be lying. You don't ever lie to a man.
Do you? Sally, the world is populated by two kinds of women. Liars and old maids. Look, you'll never really have to have a date with him. Just say you do.
Oh, gee, you're a lifesaver, Mrs. Cougar.
Well, now run along, Sally, and let me know how it all comes out. I'll get it, Katie. Sally, what happened?
Don't you ever speak to me again.
Oh, please, Sally, what happened? Did you tell him you had a date?
Yes, I told him. And he said...
Oh, now, why would he say a thing like that? Now, pull yourself together, girl. What did he say?
He said...
Well, I guess that's what he said, all right.
He did not. He said, congratulations.
Oh, well, now, wait a minute. There's something wrong here. The jealousy angle always works.
We were sharing a soda, and when I told him, he pinched my straw.
Dad. But don't you see, Sally, he pinched your straw because he was angry.
No, he wasn't. He was thirsty. And now when I don't go to the party, he'll know I never had a date at all.
Oh, now, take it easy. We'll figure some way out of this. Who did you tell him you had a date with?
I told him the first name that came to my mind.
What was it?
George Cougat.
George Cougat? Oh, Sally, I ought to pinch your straw.
I'm going to be an old maid, and it's all your fault.
Well, I guess it is my fault, Sally. But I'm not going to let you down. Now, you'll have your date.
Who is? I can't go with Icky or Corny.
You're going with Smoothie.
Smoothie? I never even heard of him.
I'm talking about the smartest date on the block, Smoothie Cougat. What have you got to say to that? I thought you would. Well, I'll see you after dinner, Sally. I have to figure out how to break the news to Smoothie. That's going to be rough. Katie, that was a wonderful dinner. Gee, I hope I got George in a good mood. Mrs. Cougat, you don't mean you haven't told him about his date with Sally yet? No, I'm going in and break it to him now. Wish me luck. George, darling, how are you feeling?
Huh? Oh, fine. Just the same as when you saw me 2 minutes ago.
Oh, George, would you like me to get you a cigar?
No, thanks. I rarely smoke 2 cigars at once.
Oh, I didn't notice.
Get one for yourself, though, if you like.
No, thank you. Don't read, George. Talk to me.
Oh, let me finish the paper.
No, talk to me now. I want to sit on your lap. There.
Great. There's nothing I like better than a newspaper that's been sat on.
Kiss me. Doesn't that take your mind off the paper?
What paper?
That's better. Gee, it's nice sitting here on your lap, George. You know, you've got the nicest lap in the whole world. Where'd you ever get it?
Sears Roebuck.
Oh, you're cute. Hold me tight, George. Tighter. Tighter.
Oh, but Liz.
Go on, pretend I'm a champagne bottle and pop my cork.
Now, wait a minute, Liz. I'm not this attractive. Now, what's on your mind?
Oh, you're so smart.
I thought so. Okay, let's have it.
Well, George, poor little Sally Hopkins was over here this morning, and she couldn't get a date for the party tonight. So I got her one.
Liz, I told you not to mess around in other people's affairs.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, that's such a dirty trick to play on anybody. You mean you really palmed that giggling goon off on some poor sucker?
Yeah.
Oh, boy, I'd like to hear what he says when he finds out what he's stuck with.
You will.
Oh, that's the funniest thing I ever heard. Who is it?
You. Well, you didn't have to dump me on the floor.
Liz, this is the end. Now, I don't know what you've promised, but I'm not taking that teenager to a party, and that's that.
Oh, please, George.
It's no use running your fingers through my hair. The answer is no. Absolutely. Ouch! What are you doing?
I just pulled out a hair. I wonder how you'd look in a toupee.
Oh, whatever gave you that thought. I've got all my hair.
Well, you won't have if you keep saying no.
Now, Liz, don't be silly. The answer is still, ouch!
Take your choice, George. Either take Sally to the party or you'll be known as Old Baldy. Ooh, there's a gray one.
Oh, all right, I'll take her.
Now, don't worry, George. As soon as Jimmy Matthews sees you with her, he'll grab her away. I'll bet you 10 to 1 he doesn't even let you get inside the door.
Gosh, Mr. Cougat, isn't this a keen party? I'm having such a keen time with all my keen friends. And that dance music's keen, too. What kind of a time are you having?
Keen. Say, where's this fellow of yours?
Gee, Mr. Cougat, you're a keen dancer.
Look, Sally, according to my bargain, a knight is supposed to ride up on a white bicycle and carry you away. Now, where is this Jimmy Matthews?
I don't know. Pardon me, I'll see if I can find him.
Okay, I'll wait here.
Hi, Sally.
Well, if it isn't little Jimmy Matthews.
Sally, may I have the next dance?
Sorry, I'm not dancing with children this evening. I prefer older men, like my date.
Your date? I thought that was your father.
Very amusing. Now, if you'll pardon me, I don't want to keep him waiting. He's very jealous. Goodbye.
Well, any luck? Did you find him?
I couldn't find him any place. Let's dance again. George, darling.
What time is it, Katie? Almost 10 o'clock. That's funny. George should have been home long ago. Maybe he likes it at the party. Oh, not George. Gee, I hope nothing happened to him. I think I'll call up and see how long ago he left.
Why, Mrs. Cougat, I think you're jealous of your husband being at that party.
Oh, Katie, I am not.
The way I got it figured, I got one of them phobias.
Oh, darn it, that character's on the party line again.
I get scared to death when I get up in high places. What have I got? Hydrophobia?
Oh, why can't we get a private phone every time I want to call Lena the hyena's on the line?
Are you sure you're not jealous?
Oh, Katie, will you stop with that nonsense? I'll try it again. Ah, nobody's on it. Where's the dial tone?
Hello, big ears.
It's you. Are you using this phone?
No. I'm just holding it to my head so my ear won't get cold.
Well, I wish you'd get off. I want to use it.
I got rights, big ears. I happen to be talking on this line.
I don't hear anyone talking on the other end.
Of course not. The doctor's just listening. I'm being psychoanalyzed, hey.
Now I've heard everything. She's being psychoanalyzed, hey. This I gotta hear.
And every night I dream about Joe DiMaggio, Doctor. I dream he picks me up and swings me around. What does that mean? Joe DiMaggio picks me up and swings me around.
It means you look like an old bat.
Bessie Budinsky's back again. Butt out, you. Now, let's see, Doctor. What else was there to tell you?
Oh, yeah, Doctor. I meant to tell you I won't be able to pay you anymore, hey.
Hey, I didn't say that. Dr. Lassvogel. He hung up.
Ha, ha, ha.
I I ought to scratch your eyes out. Where do you live, huh?
Wouldn't you like to know? Oh, I better call George before she gets the line again. Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Cougat?
Yes?
Do you know that your husband is out with another woman?
What?
I called to tell you that a certain party is at a certain party with a certain party.
Well, that straightens everything out. And who are you, pray tell?
You don't know me. My name is Jimmy Matthews.
Oh, I know who you are. Sally's friend.
That's right. Well, I don't want to break up your home, Mrs. Cougat, but your husband is here at this party with my girl.
Well, Jimmy, you go in and take her away from him, and then send George home.
I tried to, but she wouldn't leave him. She's fallen for the big stiff.
Don't you dare call George a big stiff. Why, he's just like a brother to Sally.
Oh, yeah? Since when do you call a brother George Darling?
Why, the big stiff. You stay right there, Jimmy. You got yourself a date for the evening.
I have? Who with?
Me.
Oh.
Two can play at this jealousy business. Now, you wait for me in front.
How will I know you?
You can tell her by her big ears.
Oh, go see the psychiatrist. I'll be right down, Jimmy.
Hey, Jimmy, what you doing out here on the porch? Oh, hi, Icky. I'm waiting for somebody. Boy, what a mess. First, I haven't got a date at all. Now I got a date with some middle-aged spook. Oh, gosh. Who is it? Mrs. Cougat, the wife of that old man who's in there teaching everybody the bunny hug. Oh. He's teaching them something called a Charleston now. Uh-oh. Here comes somebody. Oh, it's probably the old man. Boy, would you look at that?
Well, the whistler. Are you waiting for me?
I sure am. Hey, Icky, if Mrs. Cougat comes, tell her I couldn't wait.
Why don't you tell her yourself, Jimmy?
How'd you know my name is Jimmy?
Because my name is Mrs. Cougat.
Oh, well, we don't have to be so formal. What's your first name?
Mrs. Cougat.
I guess she told you, Jimmy. Never mind, Icky. Let's go in and dance, baby.
Baby? Now, let's get one thing straight, Jimmy. I'm old enough to be your sister. Now, come on. Let's go in and find Sally and George, darling.
If you don't want to dance with Jimmy, how about me? Dreamboat?
Oh, are you corny?
No, I'm Icky. Corny's inside.
Sorry I started it. Come on, Jimmy. We'll go and take care of our little problem.
Hey, there they are over there, sitting on the sofa with their backs to us.
Quiet now. I want to hear what they're saying.
Oh, it was wonderful the way you taught everyone to dance, George.
Oh, it was nothing Arthur Murray couldn't do.
Oh, brother. He's the only man Arthur Murray ever gave his money back to.
Oh, it was wonderful. You're so smart. You're smarter than Dr. IQ.
Give that lady a box of Snickers.
Mrs. Cougat.
I'm going to push that lady off the balcony, Doctor.
Here's somebody to see you, Grandpa.
You kids better run along. Grandpa has some explaining to do to Grandma.
But George was going to be my partner in the Big Apple.
That's where he belongs, in a big apple, the worm.
Liz, why are you so mad at me? The whole thing was your idea.
Well, you didn't have to be so enthusiastic about it. I've heard what's going on here tonight, George, darling.
Well, whatever you heard is a lot of nonsense, isn't it, Sally?
Yes, George, darling.
That does it.
Oh, Liz, you're being ridiculous. All the people are watching.
I don't care.
Well, I do. Care to dance, Sally?
I'd love to, George.
Hey, everybody, attention. We're going to play post office.
Post office, George.
Do you know how to play post office, Mrs. Cougat?
Know how? When I was your age, they used to call me Jim Farley.
Now sit down, everyone. Now the closet will be the post office, and I'll go first. Icky Williams has a letter for Janie Wilson. Oh, come on, Janie, into the closet.
Well, they're taking long enough.
Wow. What took you so long, Icky?
We got our braces locked.
Yeah, that happens. Who's next in the post office?
Let's see. George Cugat.
Okay.
Now, tell me who the letter's for.
It's for,
Mm-hmm. All right, go on in the closet. Okay, George Cugat has a letter. Let me buy Jimmy. Huh? Oh, it's for Sally Hopkins.
Uh-oh. That letter's for me.
Oh, step aside, please. I'm his regular route.
But he sent for me.
That letter's been returned for insufficient postage.
But that isn't fair. If I don't go in, he'll be disappointed.
Don't worry. If he's expecting a penny postcard, he won't be disappointed with an airmail special delivery. Mrs. Cugat, I don't know if I can let you go in there. Open the door. Neither rain nor sleet nor Icky can stop this courier from her appointed rounds.
Is that you, Sally?
I'm waiting.
Look, Sally, do me a favor. Just stay in here with me a few minutes. I'm not going to kiss you. I just want to make Liz jealous.
Oh, George, darling.
Oh, now, don't be silly, Sally. You know I didn't want to stay here at all tonight. You see, I'm married to a wonderful girl, and I have no desire to kiss anyone else.
Oh. Well, then I'll kiss you.
You shouldn't have done that.
Do I kiss better than your wife?
I can't tell. Kiss me again and I'll tell you.
Why, George Cugat.
I knew it was you when you kissed me, Liz.
You did? Oh, George, you're wonderful. No, don't go out yet. I have a whole slew of letters to mail.
They might be getting impatient, Liz. We'd better get out of this closet.
Oh, all right. Okay, you want to send the next letter?
Hey, where is everybody?
Oh, George, the party's over. Everybody's gone home. Come on, let's get back in the closet.
I'm on TV. Hi, Rick Santoro. Hello, Richard Santoro. Ricky! And I am the king! Pepperoni, sausage, Canadian bacon. Listen, why don't you just get to Deluxe and save time, all right? Look, I got business. Call me back in 5. There he is! There's the man whose life I want!
And now, the distinguished Secretary of Defense.
Great idea. Put a flashing light on your head while you're at it.
Well, why are you so uptight? It's fight night!
Running security tonight. I got a lot on my mind. Watch carefully. That seem right to you?
Kevin, that is right in so many ways.
No, I mean, beautiful woman alone at a fight? A crime is about to be committed.
Now listen to me, Mr. Secretary. I am telling you, you're the one that's going to be sorry.
You will be a witness. And the hardest thing to spot will be the truth.
I'm a homicide detective and a material witness. You can't hold 14,000 people. Those are 14,000 eyewitnesses!
We got 1,500 cameras. 800 on the casino side, 720 on the hotel side. What are you looking for?
It was a phantom punch!
You sat down exactly when they wanted you to. They didn't miss him with that second shot. Missed you. I'm betting that the redhead you followed is the same person who told Tyler to throw the fight. She's 1. Shooter's 2. Tyler's 3. The drunk who shouted the signal's 4. And whoever was on the other end of that radio was 5. 5 people make a conspiracy, right?
It sounds like he's conducting a very dangerous investigation.
I'm not gonna let you kill her. Please, Rick. You're all alone on this. The house wins.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. And featuring tonight two of radio's most distinguished personalities, Santos Ortega and Richard Coogan, in No Grave Can Hold Me.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little as we travel tonight into the world of shadows, from which no man may return, and we learn the story of one who does return. It's a story I call No Grave Can Hold Me. My story starts in a court of law, where a man is on trial for his life. The courtroom is tense, for the jury is out deciding the prisoner's fate. But the prisoner himself, a tall man with glossy black hair and piercing eyes, sits calmly with his lawyer, his daughter Nora, and his son-in-law Harry Wilson, waiting for the fateful verdict.
Oh, dear, I wish we knew. Father, I think the jury is coming in now. They say it's a bad sign when the jury is out for such a short while.
You need not worry, either of you. I shall be free.
I certainly hope so, Randolph, but... Well, you know, you did admit you killed Clemens.
Because he insulted me. He called me a mountebank, a charlatan, a trickster. He called the great Randolph a faker. So he died.
There they come. Oh, Father, I'm frightened.
They're taking your places in the jury box now. They look awfully grim.
I repeat, have no fear for me.
Foreman of the jury, has the jury reached a verdict?
It has, Your Honor.
What is the verdict?
We find the defendant guilty as charged of murder in the first degree.
Oh, no.
They found you guilty.
The fools. They, too, think that I'm an impostor, a trickster. They shall learn different. If I die, so shall they.
The prisoner will rise.
Father, you stand up.
The prisoner will rise.
Very well. I'll stand up, so that they will recognize my face again when they see it suddenly in the night, and know that death has come to claim them.
Maximilian Randolph, you have been found guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree. It is the sentence of this court that you shall suffer the punishment of death on the night of June 6th at midnight. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Visitor for you, Mr. Randolph.
Thank you, Guard Miller.
You can see him for only 5 minutes, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, all right, Guard. Hello, Randolph.
Good evening, Harry. I see that my guard Miller managed to get you in to see me.
Yes, he did. Time is so short that... Well,
I know. It is almost midnight. And at midnight, I die. But Guard Miller has become a good friend. I knew he'd arrange it.
Nora and I saw the governor this afternoon. He refused to do a thing.
It does not matter. What is death but a new garment for the soul to wear?
Nora's waiting outside. You said you didn't want to see her tonight.
That is as I wished. You were my assistant. We were very close, you and I. And now there is a last promise you must make to me.
Anything, Randolph.
When you receive my body, the empty husk of the great Randolph, bury it in a vault with a bronze door which faces east.
A vault facing east? Yes, of course.
The door must be locked with a padlock of bronze, but it must be possible to open it from the inside.
But
without
Randolph,
using a key.
Randolph, you...
The coffin must be locked shut as well. But I must be able to open it from the inside.
Randolph, surely you're not serious.
I never joke. All this and one thing more. Promise.
All right, I promise.
When I am buried, beneath my head must rest a notebook bearing the names and addresses of the 12 jurymen who found me guilty, of the prosecuting attorney, and of the judge.
But why, Randolph?
So that I may know where to seek my vengeance upon them. The vengeance I have sworn, which must be executed before my soul can sleep.
Oh, Randolph, that's madness.
You disbelieve. So do they. But in my studies, I have learned many things. And one of them is how to reach back from behind the dark curtain of death.
All right, time is up, sir.
Thank you, Miller. Goodbye, Harry. Just tell me one more thing. Is the full moon shining tonight?
Yes. It's a full moon tonight.
Good. And each time hereafter that it shines, one of my enemies will join me in death. And so the great Randolph went to his execution and was buried according to his instructions. After a few days, his case was forgotten. Forgotten by all but Harry Wilson, his son-in-law. Well, as the first month passed and the full moon again shone in the windows of his apartment, a strange restlessness possessed Harry.
Harry, what's wrong with you?
No, I'm sorry, Nora, but tonight, the night of the full moon, I'm nervous. I can't help it.
Oh, darling, you're not worrying about Father, are you? About his threat?
Yes, I am.
Oh, but that's absurd. Poor Father. Toward the end, I'm afraid he was suffering from delusions, and he was more than just an ordinary man. He wasn't entirely sane, Harry.
No, maybe not, but he was so sure of himself, so certain. And those instructions for the way he was to be buried. Oh, of course, I'm just being foolish.
Why don't you go out and walk for a while, Harry? It'll help calm you.
All right, I will. You want to come along? It's a nice night.
No, I think I'll stay here and read.
All right, I'll be back in an hour or so, dear. And if nothing happens tonight, I'll know that Randolph was just putting on an act.
A little later, another man was also walking in the moonlight of a beautiful July evening. This one was short and stout. He was strolling homeward from a small poker party with his friends when, in the dark shadows cast by the trees along the edge of the park, a tall figure stepped directly into his path. Just a moment, Adam.
Who are you? What do you want?
Just to talk to you.
I don't want to talk to you. Get out of my
Not
way.
so fast, my friend. Look.
A gun. Say, what is this, a hold-up?
No, Adams. It is not a hold-up.
And why are you threatening me with that gun? Why have you got that scar covering your face?
Because my face has changed in the months since I was executed and buried. It's rather frightening now.
What are you saying? Who are you, anyway?
You're beginning to recognize my voice, aren't you? You know who I am. You just don't want to admit it to yourself.
The great Randolph.
Whom you, as foreman of the jury, caused to be executed.
Oh, no, it's not possible. No one could come back from the dead.
No ordinary man. But the great Randolph has come back.
No, I don't believe it. There's a trick of some kind.
And is this a trick, Adams? Is it? Is it?
But Toby, is it?
Hello?
Hello, Nora. Is Harry there?
No, he's out for a walk. Who is this?
Don't you recognize my voice, Nora? Surely you heard it often enough.
Father. Oh, no, it can't be.
Strange how skeptical everyone is of me. Even my own daughter.
Father, it is you. What do you want?
I just want to tell Harry that I have claimed the first victim of my vengeance. Exactly on the stroke of midnight. The same minute when I died.
Oh, no, no.
And I wanted to warn him that he must do nothing to interfere with my plans. Or if he does, I shall have to add him to my list of victims.
No, Nora, he telephoned here. You want to speak to me?
Yes, Harry, just a little after 12. He said that he...
Yes, I know. I heard the news. I was in a restaurant having coffee, and he came over the radio. Adams, the foreman of the jury, was found strangled in front of his home.
Oh, but it's impossible. And yet it was his voice, Harry. Father's voice.
Oh, we've got to do something. Nora, I've got to warn the others on that list. The other jurors, Baldwin, the district attorney, and Judge Dexter.
Yes, but he said if you tried to interfere...
I know, but that doesn't matter. In the morning, I'm going to District Attorney Baldwin. He'll believe me. He'll have to. Oh, but Mr. Baldwin, you've got to listen to me. You've got to warn the others. You've got to give them protection. Or they'll die, just as Adams did.
Winston, I'm a busy man. I have enough on my mind without having to listen to wild-eyed stories like the one you just told me.
But it's true. Randolph's instructions about the way he wanted to be buried, the notebook that I put in the coffin with him.
Mere theatrical mummery. Adams was the victim of an ordinary street mugging. That's all there is to it. I have to ask you to leave. I have more important things to tend to.
Mr. Lord, you're a sensible man. You edit the biggest newspaper in this city. If you'll only print what I've told you, the authorities will have to take some action.
Wilson, my job is to print news for our readers, not ghost stories. If I ran your story, I'd be fired tomorrow.
Then you don't believe me.
Tell you what I will do. I'll make a story for the Sunday supplement out of it.
Oh, that won't do any good. If it's in a Sunday supplement, people will just smile at it. When they see it there, they'll know it's just a story.
And I'm afraid there's no use in talking any further, Wilson.
All right, I'll go to other papers. One of them will have to believe me.
I don't advise it. You run a shop, don't you, selling tricks and magic apparatus?
Yes, that's right. Why?
Just this. Newspapers don't believe in giving free publicity, and that's obviously what you're after. Goodbye, Mr. Wilson.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Wilson, but Judge Dexter is unable to see you.
Oh, but, miss, did you explain to him what it's about? How important it is?
The judge said if you cared to write him a letter, he'd give the matter his consideration.
Oh, that's no good. I got to talk to him.
I'm sorry. He's leaving today for his vacation, and he won't be back for a month. Perhaps he'll be able to see you then, but he simply can't see you now.
None of them would listen to me, Nora. They either thought I was crazy or that I wanted publicity. They all told me to forget it.
They're right, Harry. That's the only thing to do, to forget it.
But, Nora...
Maybe we're wrong. Maybe Adam's death last night was just a coincidence. I'm sure Father had nothing to do with it.
Oh, no. He telephoned you. You heard his voice?
Well, I'm not sure now that I did. Maybe it was a dream, Harry. Maybe I just imagined it. So forget the whole thing. Please, Harry, for my sake, forget it. Oh, Harry, darling, it's no good just pacing up and down. Please sit down and try to relax.
I can't, Nora. I can't. Tonight's the second full moon since Randolph was executed. He'll be leaving his grave tonight, and someone else will die.
But, Harry,
there ought to be a guard over the vault he's buried in. Oh, no, that wouldn't do any good if he came back to the dead. He wouldn't be bothered by a guard.
Please, Harry, you've done the best you can. And if it is true and you go on like this, well, you'll be in danger, too.
I don't care. That list, Nora, the names on it were alphabetical, and Adams, the foreman, was the first to die.
What are you driving?
The second name on the list is Baldwin, the district attorney. Baldwin. Wouldn't listen to me last time, but tonight he's got to. I'm going to his home now while there's still time. Mr. Baldwin, you are in danger tonight. I'm sure of it. Deadly danger.
No, you mean it, I'm sure, Wilson. Yes. I thought it was some kind of a gag before. Now I can see you fully believe everything you've said.
Oh, then you will take precautions, at least for tonight?
I've been an officer of the law for 30 years. I've been threatened by a lot of convicted murderers, but not one of them has come back to get me yet.
But you don't understand. The great Randolph is different. He had powers that we know nothing about.
Perhaps, but I doubt it. Now, Wilson, I appreciate your warning, but I can't take it seriously, really.
Then you won't guard yourself?
No more than usual. I'll lock the door presently. I'm sure that'll keep out any ghosts who may come this way.
Mr. Baldwin, please, it's almost midnight. At least let me stay with you for another hour.
I'm sorry, but I'm about ready to turn in. I expect to sleep well, too. Now, you go on home, do the same, because nobody's going to be harmed tonight by the great Randolph spook. I guarantee it.
Oh, no, please, I wish you'd let me
I couldn't
stay.
think of it. Now, you can find your way out yourself, can't you? I'm sure.
Yes, of course. All right, Mr. Baldwin, I won't bother you any longer. Good night.
Good night, Wilson. Well, he's gone. Afraid the poor fellow needs to see a psychiatrist. Randolph's ghost. I only hope I never have anything worse to be afraid of than Who's there? Who came in just now? Wilson, is that you again?
No, my friend. It is not Wilson.
Who are you? What the devil's the meaning of this?
You don't recognize me, then?
How can I? That cloak with the collar pulled up over your face.
That is to spare the world a sight that should remain forever hidden within the darkness of a coffin. But my voice... Surely you recognize that.
What are you talking about? Now, get out at once, or I'll call for the police.
It would tax their powers to arrest me. They have no authority in the world to which I belong.
No, it can't be.
I see you have recognized me. You should have taken Wilson's warning, Baldwin, because I'm here. The great Randolph, at your service.
Oh, it's impossible.
That's been said of so many things, hasn't it? But I think I can convince you.
No, stay away. Help!
That won't do you any good. By the time anyone comes who will have joined me in the world of death.
Oh!
Nora! Where are you? Nora!
Harry, I could hear you calling all the way down the hall.
Nora, where have you been?
I just went out to get the morning papers. Why?
Why? It's happened again. District Attorney Baldwin has been killed.
But how?
Exactly the same way Mr. Adams was killed, strangled, just at midnight.
Oh, no.
And Nora, I think I know the truth now.
What do you mean?
I don't believe it was your father at all. I think it was I that killed them. I killed them both. Oh, no, you've got to do it. There's a full moon tonight. You've got to lock me in this apartment.
Oh, but Harry, you couldn't possibly have killed those two men.
I could. I was near the scene at both times, and my mind, it wasn't clear. I don't remember doing it, but don't you see, if I'd been hypnotized, I wouldn't remember.
But, darling, Father couldn't have hypnotized you into committing murder. It's a law of hypnosis. The subject won't do anything he knows is wrong.
I know that, but I can't be sure. I believe that in those few minutes I was with him, somehow Randolph impressed on my mind orders to carry out his vengeance for him.
Oh, darling, I'm sure he didn't. But if you insist, I'll lock you in.
All right. Well, I want you to go now. Might not be safe for you to stay with me.
All right, Harry. I'll go to a movie.
Got to stay locked in until after midnight. Then even if I am hypnotized, I won't be able to do any harm. You do understand, Nora, don't you?
Oh, of course, darling. I'm sure you're wrong, but I'll do anything you say.
All right, now. Lock me in. And don't you come back until after midnight. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Another hour and then I'll know. Or will I? Maybe I'll try to get out and I won't remember it. Or... Telephone. Yes. Hello.
Hello, Harry.
Randolph.
Yes, my boy. I'm glad at least you don't say, no, it's impossible.
No. Where are you, Randolph?
That doesn't matter. I just wanted to warn you. And don't try to interfere with my plans.
But, Randolph, I thought... Hello. Hello. He hung up. That proves that I'm not the one. Then in that case... Yes. That's the only possible answer. I know now what the truth is. Oh, I've got to get out of here. The door... Oh, so I couldn't break it down with an axe. There's no fire escape, and it's 8 floors down to the street. I have it, the superintendent. I can telephone the superintendent, tell him I locked in, and then he'll come and let me out. Judge Dexter. First, Adams died, then Baldwin. Their names were the first 2 on the great Randolph's list. Your name is third.
And so you think that tonight I'm scheduled to die, huh?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
And you say you warned Baldwin last month just before he was murdered?
I did. And he laughed at me. But he died just the same.
And you're seriously asking me to believe that a dead man legally executed by the state is walking the streets tonight seeking my life?
I tell you, he telephoned me only half an hour ago. I recognized his voice.
You know, of course, that your story sounds like the ravings of an insane mind.
I know it. That's why I've kept quiet this last month. I did try to convince the police, the district attorney, and all I got was laughed at. And then...
Yes, and yet, obviously, you're in earnest. I don't think you're crazy.
I'm not. For a little while, I thought that I was the killer.
You? How?
I thought I was under post-hypnotic control, that Randolph had planted in my mind the impulse to kill his enemies. But that phone call proved that I was wrong.
And what do you propose that we do?
If we went to his tomb, perhaps then we'd learn the truth.
Why, Wilson, what do you want to open Randolph's tomb for?
Don't you see? If we go there and we find Randolph is still in his coffin, then I'll know that the real murderer is my wife, Nora. I have the key right here. I'll have the padlock off in a minute.
Well, then hurry. The moon is bright. I'd hate to have anyone see us.
Yes, all right.
A very strange story, a man in my position prowling around a cemetery at midnight.
Oh, but we had to come, Judge. We had to make sure. There. Unlocked it. We can open the vault door now.
I'm rather sorry I paid any attention to you, Wilson. But we're here now, so let's get this thing over with. Now, I'm going in first. But don't forget, I'm armed.
Oh, don't worry about me. There, I've shut the door. Be safe to turn on the flashlight now. There. See? There's the coffin.
That's odd.
Huh? What is it, Judge?
The air in here is fresh. This vault has been opened, and very recently.
Then it must have been opened by Randolph.
Oh, nonsense. Open this coffin, and I'll prove it. Here. How does it work?
This catch on the side. Can be operated either from the inside or out. There we are. It's unlocked.
Well, then lift the lid, man. Lift it. What? All right, I'll do it. There you are. Now, see? There's your precious Randolph, safe and sound, just as I expected. Quite dead. As he's supposed to be.
He's still in his coffin.
Yes, and that proves that Wilson, shine your flashlight down on the floor. I just touched a body lying here near the wall.
Body? Oh, it's Nora. She's dead.
I don't think so. Here, give me that light. What happened? Why did you turn out the flashlight?
Something knocked it out of my hands. I can't find it.
Because I have it, Harry. That's why you can't find it.
Randolph.
Wilson, what are you saying?
It's Randolph. He's not dead.
Oh, but I am, Harry. But don't let that disturb you. I want to thank you for bringing the judge here to me.
Wilson, where are you? You're trying to play a trick on me?
No, I swear.
He's quite innocent, Judge Dexter. As for Nora, she merely came to make sure I was where I'm supposed to be. Just as you did. When I spoke to her, she fainted.
Wilson, get the door open. We've got to have some light in here.
It's no use, Dexter. I can see in the dark like a cat, and you can't.
No.
I have you now.
No, Judge. Let me go.
You're going to die, Dexter. Executed as you ordered me. Executed.
Randolph, let me go. I warn you, Randolph. I've got a gun. I'm going to shoot.
You're too late.
Are you all right? Yes. Yes, I am. Now, see if you can find the flashlight. I think I've taken care of Mr. Randolph. If it was Randolph.
I think I have it. Yes, here it is. Judge, Randolph's body, it's still in the coffin.
I rather thought it would be.
Harry? Harry, is that you?
Oh, Nora. You're not hurt?
No, just my head. I came here to see if Father...
We understand, Mrs. Wilson. And then someone hit you.
Yes, from behind. There was someone here in the vault. I just got a glimpse of him, and then he hit me. But who was it?
That's what we're just about to find out. Now, let me have the flashlight, Wilson.
Yes, of course.
I think he fell over here. Now, yes, here he is.
But who is he? He was impersonating Father, but who is he?
Oh, here he's lying on his face. You better turn him over.
Carefully now. He's still breathing. That's it.
Oh, hey, it's Miller, the guard from the penitentiary, the one Randolph said he made a friend of.
Yes, the one who was guarding him just before he was executed.
Oh, that's it. It was Miller. Miller, can you hear me?
What happened?
I'm afraid he's dying.
Before Father was executed, he must have hypnotized this man and ordered him to carry out his fantastic scheme of vengeance.
Oh, it was a trick, but a very cunning trick. By means of hypnosis, Randolph used this man as a tool, even though Randolph himself was dead.
He must have recognized that Miller was unusually susceptible.
I think we'll find that Miller was a psychotic to begin with. Otherwise, Randolph's hypnosis would never have worked. For no normal person can be influenced the way Miller was under any circumstances.
Isn't there anything we can do for him?
No. No, he's gone. And with him, the great Randolph has died, too. For good.
This is the mysterious traveler again. So the great Randolph is dead for good, is he? I wonder. After all, Miller wasn't the only guard Randolph had a chance to talk to. Oh, but he couldn't have hypnotized any of the others. I wouldn't give it another thought if I were you. Unless, of course, you were on the jury that convicted Randolph. In that case... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. The role of the mysterious traveler is played by Maurice Tarplin. In tonight's cast were Santos Ortega, Richard Coogan, Shirley Blank, and Bill Smith. Original music composed and played by Al Finelli. All characters in this story were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons was purely coincidental. This is Bob Emmerich speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
In 1974, we sent a message to the farthest reaches of the galaxy.
We have a serious emergency on our hands. She escaped.
Yesterday, we received a reply.
You made her. The damn thing got away. Now you want us to kill it. Something's wrong.
Open the damn door!
Hunt her down. She wants to help the baby. She'll kill anyone that gets in her way.
I think she's trying to mate. She have a dozen babies.
For 3 million years, the human race has been at the top of the evolutionary ladder.
Oh, God.
Nothing lasts forever.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Dick LeGrand, Cliff Arquette, Ken Christie, Dallas McKinnon, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. There's always a note of pride in a mother's voice when she says, "My baby's a Pet Milk baby." And it doesn't take long to discover why. There's the baby's steady growth, for one thing. Look, she will say, he's grown 2 inches. And any doctor can tell you that it's the milk minerals and vitamin D that regular feedings of Pet Milk can supply that help a baby make that sure, steady growth. Then there's that strong, straight back. Again, it's the minerals and vitamin D in Pet Milk that help make that strong, straight back possible. And that can help baby to have straight, sturdy limbs. As time goes by, you also discover that Pet Milk helps baby develop good, sound teeth. No wonder, is it, that more and more mothers are realizing there is no better milk you can buy for babies than Pet Milk. If you're expecting a baby, ask your doctor about Pet Milk, the first evaporated milk, the first food for millions of sturdy, happy babies. Mr. Magee of 79 Wistful Vista is getting a dog today. A dumb, dependent creature to feed, cherish, and look after. Now, this is only fair, since for many years his wife has been doing the same for Mr. Magee. Of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Oh, boy, I can hardly wait for my dog to get here, Molly. Imagine Uncle Sycamore sending me a great-grandson of Old Fireball himself.
Old who?
Old Fireball. The dog that him and me were practically inseparable. Back when we were barefooted kids together on Uncle Sycamore's ranch.
What kind of a dog was he?
A big one. And what a friend he was. What loyalty. What devotion. What time is it?
Well, it's about 1:30.
Well, that expressman ought to be here any minute with my dog. Ah, this is going to be a beautiful relationship, Molly. Me and that dog will be closer together than 2 fingers in a tight mitten.
I hope you're right.
He'll be just like Old Fireball was. That faithful 4-footed pal of mine never left my side. He even slept with me at night.
Slept with you?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that unhealthy?
Never bothered him a bit. And was he smart? Anytime I told Old Fireball to do something, he didn't stall around. He just did it without a word.
Oh, that's a good trait, that silence.
That's it.
I'd hate a dog that argued with me every time I gave him an order.
Like the time him and me went to the old swimming hole together. I took off my clothes and put them on the bank, and I says, Fireball, I says, don't let anybody touch him.
And he didn't?
Not even me. I had to go home holding a water lily pad in front of me and a sassafras bush behind.
And you expected a new dog to take the place of that remarkable animal?
Any relative of Old Fireball is a relative of mine, kiddo. The minute we meet, we'll know that we were meant for each other.
Oh,
I didn't realize you were so sentimental about dogs, dearie.
Well, it's a kind of a sentimental thing, the first meeting of dog and master.
Yeah?
His soft brown eyes will look into mine. My soft brown eyes will look into his'n. His sensitive nose will quiver, and my sensitive nose will quiver. He'll wag his little fat tail, and I'll say, good boy.
I was wondering what you do.
We'll take long walks together, him and me, and in the evening we'll sit in front of the fireplace. Me in my easy chair and him on the floor with his nose in my hand.
Say, I seem to be getting left out of things.
Oh, no, not at all, kiddo. Anytime you want to sit on the floor and put your nose in my hand, just... I didn't think it would appeal to you.
Well, I mean, it's all you and the dog. Couldn't we make it a threesome?
Well, a dog like this is always a one-man dog, Molly. That's the way old Fireball was. He stuck to me like a sat-on caramel. I remember when I sailed for France in 1918. The last thing I saw on the dock was my dog, wagging his tail and looking sad. And just as the boat pulled away, he leapt into the water and started swimming after it.
After the boat?
Yep. And when the boat landed in France and I shoved my way down the gangplank, who do you think was standing on the dock, soaking wet, shaking the water off himself and sort of moaning?
Oh, Fireball.
No, a second lieutenant named Jones. I bumped him off the gangplank getting ashore. We had quite a rhubarb about who shoved who. Oh, I'll bet that's him now, Molly. I'll bet that's my dog.
Really? Well, who do you think is holding him up to the doorbell?
No. Come in.
Oh, it's Ole, McGee. Hello, Ole.
Well, hello, missus. Hi, McGoose.
Hi, Ole. Stick around a while, boy, and meet the new arrival. I'm expecting...
Oh, that's wonderful, McGee. My missus is expecting, too, you know.
McGee is expecting a dog, Ole, from his uncle.
Yeah. Well, me and the missus don't know what to expect. We got boys and we got girls, and that don't leave us much choice this time.
Uncle Sycamore is sending me a dog.
I know all about it, McGee. I was at the express office a while ago, and they asked me to bring your dog over here. I got him out on the porch.
What? You brought him? Oh, you hear that, Molly? My dog is here. Yeah, get him. Hurry up, Ole. Attaboy, get him in here. Oh, I've been waiting for this. Ah, my dog.
I know just how you feel, McGee.
Yeah.
A dog is man's best friend. That's a well-known saying. It's not original with me.
Yeah. Well, let me get this crate unfastened. Ah, there.
Just look at him. Isn't he cute?
Now, don't talk to him, Molly. This is the big moment. The big moment. The meeting of dog and master. Hello, boy. He snapped at me. My dog. I can't understand that.
Well, maybe your soft brown eyes didn't look straight into his.
What's the matter? Oh, I know. That train trip's got him all upset.
Oh, look at him, McGee. He wants me to pet him.
Now, watch it, kiddo. Don't get too close to him. He's confused. He even turned on me. His master.
Nice doggy. Nice dog.
My hand he snaps at and yours he licks.
Well, it could be he just don't like you, McGee.
Why, that's ridiculous. How could he not like me?
Oh, it's not so difficult. You want me to keep him alive, McGee? I'd be glad.
No, sir.
I'd like to have a dog again.
Yeah?
I remember how I went hunting with a little dog I had in Sweden one time.
Yeah.
I hunted for 3 days.
Oh, what'd you hunt for, Ollie?
The dog, he got lost. So long, both you fellas.
So long, Ollie.
Hi, Ollie.
Well, I'm glad to get rid of him. No wonder young Fireball is nervous. All these people milling around. Now we really come to the big moment. The meeting of dog and master. Hello, boy. Hey, Molly. He didn't snap at me that time anyhow. He's getting friendlier.
He didn't want to lift his head out of my lap.
That his head ought to be in my lap.
Well, I wish it was, dearie. I hate to disturb him, but it's time I went upstairs and made the bed. He doesn't want me to go, McGee. Maybe you'd better make the bed.
Oh, no. You ain't going to make a bed maker out of me. I'm staying right here. Do you like the sheets tucked in at the corners?
Yeah.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and Undecided.
Getting along now. Pals yet?
Oh, I'm making progress. I stroked his head for over 3 minutes a while ago, and he didn't growl once.
Well, good.
And he woke up, though, and tried to bite my hand off again. He looks happier now, though. Let me try again. Hello, boy.
I'm afraid you're just not his type, Dave.
Don't you worry. Any dog that's a descendant of old Fireball is bound to love me.
Come in.
Good afternoon, Molly. McGee.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Lefebvre. I was just passing by... Well, whose dog?
That's my dog. And don't touch him, Lefebvre, because he's a one-man dog.
And he hasn't decided which man yet.
Friendly fellow, isn't he? Look at him rolling at my feet like a puppy. Hello there, boy.
Ain't that disgusting? My dog.
You know, he hasn't warmed up to McGee yet. Did you ever have a dog, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I had one as a child, Molly. It was given to me by my governess, a Pomeranian.
Yeah? What part of Pomerania was she from?
The dog was a Pomeranian, McGee.
Oh.
The governess was from Indiana.
No kidding. I didn't know they elected women to them jobs, Latriv. I met a senatress one time, and I've heard of judgesses, but I didn't know Indiana ever had a governess. I never heard about
that. Would you mind very much, McGee, if we just changed the subject?
Not at all, boy, not at all. Let's talk about me and my dog.
Yes, something interesting.
We'll be a familiar sight around this town, Latriv. McGee and his dog, always together. Poets will write about us. We'll become a legend.
I hope so. And the sooner the better.
Thanks, boy.
Yes, I can just see you two out for a stroll in the evening, McGee. The man and the dog. The one an intelligent, sensitive being, quiet, reserved.
Oh, sure.
And the other one smoking a cheap cigar and yakking his brains out. What a picture. I'll carry it with me. Good day, Molly.
Goodbye, Miss Mayor.
Imagine Latrivia thinking my dog could smoke a cigar. That's the silliest
I don't
thing.
think that's what he meant, dearie.
Hello, Molly. Hi, pal.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Hilo.
Say, you've got a dog and a beauty. Hello, boy.
Now he's all over Wilson. Oh, help me, this is sickening.
You know, Uncle Sycamore sent us the dog, and it seems to like everybody but McGee, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, that's the way it goes, pal. You're having a problem with your pet, while thousands of mothers have found that because of their pet, they have no problems. I'm speaking of pet evaporated milk, of course.
I had a sneaking hunch you were.
Isn't he always?
Oh, now you kids make it sound like I can't talk about anything else. Well, I can, and I do. What's the dog's name?
Well, so far we call him Young Fireball.
Oh, that's no name for a dog. He should have a name like Spot or Rover. That's a good name for a dog, Rover. I like the sound of Rover in a sentence.
What kind of sentence? Asked brave little Fibber, expecting the worst.
Well, a sentence such as, there are over 1 million homes in which pet milk is used every day.
It was even worse than brave little Fibber expected.
In millions of homes with tiny babies and growing children, it's pet evaporated milk. And why? I'll tell you why.
Who asked?
Because every mother wants her baby to have the best possible chance for sure, steady growth, straight, strong bones, and sound teeth. And pet milk gives your baby the milk minerals and the vitamin D it needs to help make that steady growth.
Well, that's very interesting, but Young Fireball here...
Pet milk is so uniformly rich, too. Always consistent, always the same. So there's no variation in the baby's formula to upset a tiny tummy.
He's the great...
That's why more mothers are learning every day about pet evaporated milk.
Grandson of old Fireball.
Pet evaporated milk. The first food for millions of babies because pet is just about the one.
Wait.
Okay, Fireball. Okay. I can take a hint. I was just doing this for you, though, boy. Trying to protect you against crowded living conditions.
Crowded living conditions?
The dog? Sure. If I got out of here without a pitch for pet, we'd all be in the doghouse. See you out.
Now, maybe if people leave me alone, I and Young Fireball can get better acquainted. I'll win that dog over or bust a gusset. Hey, I got it. I know how to win him over.
What's the approach this time, dearie? Bedtime story?
No, loyalty. If he thinks I'm in trouble, he'll get woke up to the fact that I'm his master and come roaring to the rescue. I'll step in the next room and throw him a cue.
All right.
Help! Save me, Fireball! I'm hurt bad. Ooh! What happened to the dog? Where is he?
Asleep under the coffee table.
Maybe he's a little bit deaf.
Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hello, Donner. Hi, Johnny. Just thought I'd... Hey. What's that thing sticking out from under the coffee table?
Oh, we have a dog now. That's his tail.
Oh, a dog's tail.
Yeah.
I knew it was too fuzzy to be a phone cord. Oh, boy, to my boy.
Well, I'll fish it. Dear me, likes even.
All animals like me, Johnny. That's what made me such a success in the old days when I was an animal trainer with the Harmon and Haley Circus.
Harmon and Haley?
Yep. Run by two fellas named Schwartz and Lefkowitz.
Why do they call the circus Harmon and Haley? It seems to me that people might have it confused with Barnum and Bailey.
Seemed that way to Schwartz and Lefkowitz, too. Oh, that was a great show.
Yeah?
I worked in a big cage with 10 lions and a pair of tigers. Next to me in a little cage, a midget worked with 10 tabbies and a pair of tomcats.
I suppose you were the head trainer.
Not just the heads, Johnny. I trained them animals, harden them up, a plate of slipping a night. I trained them animals from stem to stern.
Yeah?
Twice a day I'd went to that cage of snarling savage beasts.
Did you carry a whip and a pistol?
Not me, daughter. An animal trainer that carries a whip and a pistol just ain't a good animal trainer. I carried a club and a machine gun.
Just didn't know the meaning of fear.
My favorite animal was a big lion named Nero.
Nero?
Every performance, I'd open his enormous jaws and stick my head in his mouth.
Wow. Heavenly days. Wasn't that dangerous?
Sure, daughter, but educational, too. I learned something from sticking my head in that lion's mouth.
What did you learn?
It's dark in there.
Hey, Molly, I just got one more idea how to win this dog's affection.
A club and a machine gun?
No, sir. Music. I'll serenade that pooch with my sweet tenor voice and my mandolin. I'll have him laying at my feet like a languishing lamb. Where's my mandolin? Oh, here in the ashtray.
You know, Magee, I have very little faith in this.
Just listen to this, kiddo. I'll keep an eye on young Fireball.
Oh, the moon shines tonight
Look, McGee. Just look at him. He's interested. He likes that.
What? Hey, what you know about that? He's joining in on the harmony.
He sure did. Hey, cut it out, no! Oh, my goodness, Jerry. Did he bite you?
I'll say he did. Right in the mandolin. That does it. I'm through. This ungrateful mutt goes back to Uncle Sycamore.
Well, I don't blame you, dearie.
Tie that ugly brute on the back porch and grab your hat, kiddo. I'm going downtown and shoot Uncle Syc a hot wire right now. Come on.
The King's Men and Collar Collar. Far away when a girl is wed. There's a song that they play, so I've heard it said. While bells are ringing, the folks are singing, you hear their voices everywhere. Oh, Collar, 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 it's the day of mating, time for celebrating. Collar, 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 come and kiss the lucky goodbye to each lad that you knew before. All the dates that you had, you can have no more. Goodbye to Larry, and Dick and Harry, no more to be their lady fair. Oh, Collar, 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 it's the day of mating, time for celebrating. Collar, 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 come and get some lucky stars. Forward to. Here's the day that they start, watch them all come true. Just watch the rainbow, look for the rainbow. Your dreams are hiding there. Tassel bloom blushing by now that you have wed. You will stay side by side through the years ahead. Through changing weather, you'll walk together. So come and kiss the bride. Collar, 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 it's the day of mating, time for celebrating. Collar, 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 come and kiss the blushing
Will I burn up them wires to Uncle Sycamore? Young Fireball. Thump. Now that I think of it, old Fireball bit me one time, too.
He did?
Yeah, you can't trust any of them.
Well, come on, here's the telegraph office.
Okay. I'll ship that ugly-looking collection of odd breeds back to him so fast that, hey, Bud. Yes, sir, what can I do for you, sir? And if it's anything besides sending a telegram, you're in the wrong place, mister.
Well, that's what we want to do, sir. Send a message.
Yeah, straight wire, Bud. Collect to Mr. Sycamore McGee. And brace yourself, because I'm going to send this wire with Phelan. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Phelan is off duty today. I can send it with O'Rourke or even with Callahan, but...
No, that isn't what he meant, sir.
Of course not. I'm talking about how I'm feeling. Oh, so you're Phelan. Oh. Well, I'm happy to know you, Mr. Phelan. This must be Mrs. Phelan?
No, I'm not Mrs. Phelan. My name is...
Oh, sorry. I thought you kids were together. Well, just wait over there, baby. I'll take Mr. Phelan's wire first and then... Now, Mr. Phelan? I'm not Mr. Phelan. I'm Mr. McGee. Well, wait your turn, McGee. Huh? You heard me say Mr. Phelan was here first and... Phelan? Where did he go?
He didn't go anywhere. He's right here. And he's not Mr. Phelan. He's Mr. McGee, my husband.
Certainly, and she's my wife. Oh, well, I'm glad I straightened you out on that.
Now let's start over. We want to send a wire to Mr. Sycamore McGee.
Yeah, he sent us a dog, and the dad-ratted thing hates me. You ought to see that pooch. You know what he tried to do? Maim me. Maim me? He asked you a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What do you call? My name is not me. My name is Molly. Molly Magee.
It is? Well, what happened to Mamie Phelan?
Cut it out. This is ridiculous. Now listen, Buster.
Hey, mister, is your name Magee? Fibber Magee?
Huh?
It's a policeman, dearie.
Climb up.
Yes, officer, we're the Magees. Why?
I have a dog on the squad car, lady. Neighbors claim it's yours.
Oh, my gosh, more trouble.
Oh, dear. Will you go see about it, Magee? I'll send the telegram,
You're
huh?
roaming around town without a license, Magee. That's a violation.
Okay, Bud. Take your time. I'll come and take a look at the mutt. Now, where is the dead rat?
Right over here in the squad car, Magee. Letting the dog loose without a license will cost you $10 in penalties. And
$10? Oh, now, just a darn minute, Bud. Can you prove that dog is mine?
prove it. Well, the neighbors claim they saw it coming off your back porch, and if anything...
Oh, yeah? Well, that don't prove a thing. He's probably robbing the icebox. Look, if he was my dog, he wouldn't snap at me, would he?
I wouldn't think so, no.
Well, watch this, then. He'd probably tear my arm off, but I'll try it. Now, here, boy. Here, boy. Here, quit licking my hand. Oh, my gosh. He loves me. Young Fireball loves me. Look at, he loves me.
All right, wise guy. That'll cost you $10 in penalties and...
So what? Here, take the $10. It's worth it. Oh, boy, my dog. Come on, Fireball. Get out of that dirty old squad car.
What is Uncle Sycamore's address? I can't remember.
Never mind him, Molly. Skip it. Look at this, Molly. He loves me.
Oh, isn't that sweet?
Yeah, he finally knows his master. Well, come on, let's go home.
Come on, Fireball. Come on, get in the car. Oh, look at him curled up on the seat, dearie.
Yeah.
You know, I'm so glad about you two.
Yeah. Well, scoot over, Fireball, old boy. Make room for your master. Oh, you drive that mutt home, Molly. I'll take the streetcar.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. When there's a baby and perhaps another child or two in the family, you mothers do have your hands full. Just keeping the youngsters well fed and happy is a big job. But Pet Milk can make that job easier. For baby, of course, you fix Pet Milk according to the formula. But for youngsters who've outgrown the bottle, you just pour Pet Milk into a glass and add an equal amount of water from the tap. It's easy as that to give your children the protective milk substances and vitamin D that Pet Milk provides. The substances that are needed for steady growth, sound teeth, and strong, straight bones. Certainly, you don't want to add to your problems, and the weaning problem is one you can avoid when you keep youngsters on Pet Milk, even when bottle feeding days are over. Another thing, the milk a growing child consumes can be quite an item on the food bill. But it's less of an item when you use Pet evaporated milk, because Pet Milk costs less generally than any other form of milk. So make Pet Milk the family milk at your house. Get some at your grocer's tomorrow.
I got that beast tied up in the garage for tonight, Molly. What you reading?
Letter from Uncle Sycamore.
Oh, him.
Hopes you and Fireball will be very happy.
Yeah.
Wants you to send him a picture of yourself.
Thought he had one.
Says before he shipped the dog to us, he showed your picture to him.
Yeah?
Says the dog pounced on it and chewed the head off.
Good night.
Good night, all.
First evaporated milk, Pet Milk, brings you Fibber, Magee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Being trapped at the bottom of an elevator shaft with no outside communication may seem like a dramatic situation that couldn't happen to you. But it does happen to young wife Sally Carter and her daughter Betsy in the suspense-packed story of the week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. Together with this exciting story, you'll hear Mary Lee Taylor's recipe of the month for pumpkin pie, the most famous of all Mary Lee Taylor recipes. So be sure to listen next Saturday morning for the story of the week and the recipe of the month on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program over this same NBC station.
Next, it's Big Town, then Playhouse on Broadway on NBC.
If you've just tuned in, we're talking to Sleepless in Seattle.
You called a radio station? Christmas Eve. He phones in one of those radio call-in shows. He tells them
that his dad needs a new wife.
And the shrinkette practically forces the guy onto the phone and says,
"Tell me, what was so special about your wife?"
Well, Dr. Marshall Fieldstone, I think. It was like magic.
Sleepless in Seattle?
That's what she called him on the show because he can't sleep.
And now 2,000 women want his number.
Dear Sleepless in Seattle, you're the most attractive man I ever laid ears on.
The guy could be a crackhead.
Actually, he sounded nice.
You know it's easier to be killed by terrorists than it is to get married over the age of 40.
That's not true. That statistic is not true.
That's right. It's not true. But it feels true.
Sandy has a girlfriend, Glenda. She's a weightlifter. Well, I mean, it's not like her neck is bigger than her head.
No. I'm not asking you to set me up.
What about Walter?
Walter and I are engaged.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on face of the earth.
The Lou Gehrig line. The Lou Gehrig line.
When's the last time you were out there?
Jimmy Carter, 1978.
Things are a little different now.
I am having all of these fantasies about some man I have never even met who lives in Seattle.
It rains 9 months of the year in Seattle.
I know.
Tiramisu.
What is tiramisu?
You'll see.
Some woman is going to want me to do it to her, and I'm not going to know what it is.
You'll love it.
What if I never meet him? What if this man is my destiny and I never meet him?
Your destiny can be your doom.
I want to meet you.
Dad, read this.
Where is Seattle? Right. Where's Baltimore? Ah, it's right there. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's like 26 states.
But what I really don't want to do is end up always wondering what might have happened and knowing I could have done something. Is this crazy?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. What women are looking for. Pecs and a cute butt.
This is the one I like.
There is no way that we are going on a plane to meet some woman who could be a crazy, sick lunatic. Didn't you see Fatal Attraction?
You can't even turn on the news nowadays without hearing about how some babe thought some guy's butt was cute.
So how's my butt?
Not bad.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it cute, though?
You grading on a curve?
Are you brave enough to spend the night in the mystery house? Well, we will soon know.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Well, hi, Barbie. The story we're trying out for Mystery House tonight deals with freaks, you said. Circus, sideshow people?
That's right, Dan. And they're unlike any people you've ever known. Completely unreal from our way of looking at things, and yet such people actually exist.
Sounds like it ought to be a dandy. Sideshow atmosphere, barkers, all that sort of thing?
You know, Mr. Glenn, the sideshow barker was a forerunner of the radio announcer.
Uh-oh. I feel that remark's leading up to something.
As a matter of fact, it is. It's leading up to a message from our sponsor.
Okay, Tom, set the scene.
Malice in Wonderland. That's right, folks. I said Wonderland. The great Wonderland Circus Sideshow with the most gargantuan collection of freaks, monstrosities, and curiosities ever assembled under canvas. Nellie, the bearded lady. Jolly Della, who tips the scales at 500 and breaks them at 550. Giuseppe, the greatest sword swallower in the world. Enigmo, the living zombie. Moke and Poke, the jungle monstrosities. And Professor Flesh, the greatest magician the world has ever known. For this one performance only, see 'em all. Don't crowd, don't push. The ticket line foams at the right.
This outfit's jinxed if ever I saw one it was. Why, I ain't gonna be a fat lady no longer if we don't start hitting some business. Wonderland. The wonder is how Flash manages to keep us going. I'm worrying myself half to death wondering when we're gonna close.
Well, you haven't lost any weight, Della. You look real good.
Well, thanks, Millie.
It's that midget, Major Tembo. He's a jinx. We've had nothing but trouble since he joined the show.
Oh, there's Enigma. He wants a drink of water.
Oh, I'll get it for him. You suppose that's a racket? Or can't Enigma move a muscle except the little finger of his left hand?
Well, if it is a racket, Millie, it's a tough one. Imagine being sprawled out on a cot that way all your life and not being able to say anything or do anything. Just ring a little bell with the little finger of your left hand.
I'll be right back. Oh, hello, Giuseppe.
Hello. 4 picture postcards of myself I sold the last show. Me, the great Giuseppe, the world's finest sword swallower. 40 cents.
It's that Major Tembo.
Major Tembo is too big in the brain for the rest of his body. Someday I run a sword right down his mouth to the tip of his toes.
He sure got Millie sore saying her beard was a fake.
And what did he tell me? That my swords are fake. Me, the great Giuseppe.
You know, I've seen sideshow people get sucker sore, sick of having people stare at them. But it ain't just the toners Major Tembo hates. He don't seem to like nobody.
Oh, there you are, Giuseppe.
Oh,
hello.
Been looking all over for you. It's time to start the ballet for the next show, Giuseppe.
I am not doing the ballet.
What?
I said I am not doing the ballet.
Look, Giuseppe, you ain't an opera star. How do you think we get the customers in here? You're doing the ballyhoo all right, and right now.
No.
Ah, leave him alone, Flash. He's down in the mouth.
Well, that's the way a sword swallower ought to be, ain't it? Down in the mouth. Get it?
You're a riot, Flash.
Yeah, okay. Come on, snap out of it, Giuseppe. We got to stir up a tip, get a crowd.
Flash, you got to do something about that midget. This can't go on any longer.
Now, calm yourself, Millie. What's wrong now?
I don't mind him saying my beard's a fake because it isn't, and I can prove it. Giuseppe and Della can take care of themselves, too. But when he starts picking on Enigma...
Oh, you're crazy. He ain't done nothing to Enigma.
Enigma rang his bell a couple of minutes ago. Della heard it, too. 4 rings for a glass of water. I took it to him, and there was Major Tembo pinching him to see if he could get any muscular reaction. Pinching him real hard. And poor Enigma not able to do a thing about it.
Well, I guess it don't hurt Enigma any. He can't feel anything.
Well, it's the idea. You've got to get rid of Major Tembo.
Look, I'm running Wonderland, and Major Tembo's a good crowd pleaser.
Crowd pleaser? What crowd?
Look, Giuseppe, I'm trying to be nice. Now, I've been taking it on the chin, and I've been paying off in spite of it.
Paying off? You think the nickels and dimes you toss at us is paying off? I could make more money digging ditches.
Yeah? Well, that's what you'll be doing if you don't come out of the tent with me and do the ballyhoo act.
Let Major Tembo do the ballet.
No. Once the towners see him, they won't pay their dough to come inside and look at him. Like with Della, same thing. I tell them she weighs 550 pounds. If they could see, they wouldn't shell out their dough. Oh, no. You don't put your freaks on the ballet. You and me, we got to do it.
Major Tembo can do it. Me? I am not.
I never see such a bunch of squirrels. Why I got into this racket, I don't know. Nursing a bunch of slug-nutty freaks.
I am not a freak. My talent has amazed the greatest scientists of the continent.
Yeah. Store it.
That midget. He insults us. He pushes everybody around. Let him do the ballet.
I ought to fire you, Giuseppe. Now get out on that ballet platform before I bust you one.
You better, Giuseppe. Flash is mad.
What's the matter, Giuseppe? You jealous of Tembo?
Me? Jealous of that little peanut? Jealous of that wart on the finger of humanity? Don't be ridiculous.
Okay, I'll just use Major Tembo. I'll put him on the ballet and show you how a real freak can draw a crowd. I'll show you what a bum you are.
You think you make me cry? He's what I suggest all the time.
Where is he?
I do not keep track of him. The further away from me he is, the better I like.
That's where he'll be. With Moke and Poke. He's got him fighting again. He teases them.
Come on. I'll show him whether he can or not. A little punk. Come on.
right, Moke. Hit him in the face. Don't let him get away with it, Poke. Scratch his eyes out. Go ahead, Moke.
Hey, you.
Hi, Flash.
Look, I ought to fold you up and put you in my hip pocket, you little rat.
Aren't you kind of forgetting yourself, Flash?
You want them two idiots to kill each other?
I was just enjoying myself, Flash. Some people have fun one way, some another.
Look, you're doing the ballet with me. Now, come on.
Yeah, I know. I heard all about it.
You were eavesdropping on us, listening to what we said.
None of you ever said anything worth listening to.
Some gall you got. Spying on us and not even taking the trouble to deny it.
You think I care what you half-wits think of me?
Listen, Major, you ought to try to get along with the rest of the freaks.
Rest of the freaks? You mean to say you include me in this assortment of malformed monstrosities?
Oh, sure. You ain't a freak. Not much. You're a normal-sized guy, you are.
My dear tub of lard.
Say.
I am a perfectly formed individual, which is more than you can say. Furthermore, valuable things come in small packages.
Yeah, you're a package, all right.
You Wart?
What am I? How'd you like to go back to the Van Arnhem show, Giuseppe?
Sit down, Della. How are you? Sit down.
Well, I'm afraid of your chairs, Giuseppe. Major Timbo's quite a boy, ain't he?
Me? I will break his little neck myself.
You know, Giuseppe, I keep a file of old Billboard magazines. I got to wondering what the Major meant about you going back to the Van Arnhem show.
Ah, that
I told a story about a sword swallower on the Van Arnhem show, Giuseppe, from 2 years ago.
I know nothing about it.
This sword swallower got into an argument with the boss, and he sort of used one of his swords on him. Then he lit out.
I know nothing about it.
The guy's name was Enright, Joe Enright.
I do not know him.
Kind of funny. Joseph Enright. Joseph E. Giuseppe. I'd hate to think I was on a show with a murderer.
If the little walking poison does not quit making such remarks, you will be, Della.
You. What are you doing here? Get out of my tent, you little runt. You nearly scared me to death.
Don't talk in such a raspy voice, Millie. You don't sound like yourself.
I'm myself, all right. And I've taken about enough from you.
I just came in for a little visit, Millie.
I'm not interested in visiting with you.
You're not like the rest of these people, Millie. You're no freak. You're an educated woman. You talk correctly.
If you think you're going to flatter me...
You're intelligent. And that beard of yours is real, Millie. You actually grew it. Quite a time getting a beard like that, I bet. Of course, I know people in the business who'll get a beard started for any woman who wants to be a bearded lady in the sideshow.
What of it?
Some down and outer without any education. I can understand a person like that going for your kind of a racket, Millie. But you're different.
Get out of here.
It bothered me for quite a while, Millie. And I finally tumbled.
Tumbled to what?
Who are you hiding from, Millie? Why did you run away? Who are you afraid's going to find out who you are?
Get out of here before I kill you, you little...
You're hiding your face for a reason, Millie. That beard's a disguise.
Maybe you're right, Major.
Right? Of course I'm right.
If you are, you're not being very smart, are you? Aren't you likely to get into an awful lot of trouble?
You wouldn't dare do anything to me. You wouldn't dare because you're hiding from something. You'll do as I say from now on, Millie, because I've caught you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I show you I have nothing in my hands and nothing up my sleeve. And now, I present one of the greatest magic illusions of all time, the dollhouse illusion. Here you are, ladies and gentlemen. You see the doll's house. A miniature house hardly big enough to hold a large doll. I turn it so, you can see it from all sides. Absolutely no trap doors, no concealed spaces. Now I open the front of the doll's house to show you it's absolutely empty. You see, Wait a minute. What's going on here? Giuseppe, quick, come here, help me.
Something wrong?
Look, it's Major Tembo, all folded up in the dollhouse with a knife through his heart. He's been murdered.
Oh. Look, Enigma's been right here, right on the platform next to yours. And it's a cinch he hasn't been away. He'll know who killed Major Tembo. He saw the murder. He had to say it.
Yeah, that's right. Enigmo. Hey, listen. Enigmo. Enigmo, did you know Major Tembo had been murdered?
Once. That means yes.
Did you see Major Tembo killed?
So, whoever killed Major Tembo forget all about Enigmo. He sees the whole thing. He knows.
Yeah, maybe he knows. Enigmo, do you know who killed Major Tembo?
2 times. No. He does know who did it. But if he saw the murder...
Maybe it was done by somebody who is skilled at deception. A magician.
Look, Giuseppe.
Somebody like you.
Who did kill the midget Major Tembo? And why can't Enigmo tell who did it? Why didn't he see the murderer when he saw the murder? We'll find out in the second act of tonight's story. Meanwhile, here's a brief message from our sponsor. And now, Act 2 of Malice in Wonderland. We go back to the tent that houses the Wonderland Circus Sideshow. The midget's body is still in the dollhouse, awaiting the arrival of the coroner.
Look at him with that sneer on his face, like he was still hating us.
Well, I guess he must have had a reason to hate somebody, Della.
Well, I ain't sorry he's dead. He was a mean little troublemaker.
Oh, you ain't sorry he's dead, huh? Well, I am.
There's nothing to be sorry about.
No? You'll change your mind when the hick cops show up.
They can't do nothing to me. I was not even near.
That's just the point, Giuseppe. Whether or not you killed Major Tembo don't make any difference. The little punk's got us all in hot water up to our necks.
I don't know how you figure that, Flash.
Look, Della, I wasn't born yesterday. The midget had something on every one of you. Just like he had on me.
On you?
Yeah, on me. Why do you think I hired the little rat? Why do you think I didn't kick him in the teeth the first day he was around here? Because I was afraid of him, that's why.
Then you had a motive?
Cut it out. We all had motives. We all got something to hide from the cops. When they start digging into this business, we're all going to be in trouble. Bad trouble.
Well, I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, you ain't. You're staying right here. There's only one thing for us to do, and we got to work fast.
What's that?
We got to find out who the murderer was before the cops get here. We've got to turn the killer over to him before they start prying into our business.
Enigmo. He knows who the murderer is.
He says he didn't know.
Well, he can tell us. He saw it.
You do not even know if Enigmo has a mind. You know nothing of him but the tinkle of a bell.
Well, it won't hurt to try. Enigmo, did any one of us put Major Tembo into that dollhouse? Well, that's something. We know it wasn't one of us who killed him.
Well, then...
Just a minute. Did anybody put Major Tembo into the dollhouse? He says no. You see, Millie? That won't work. Major Tembo hid in the dollhouse himself. He was hiding there to spy on us. All doubled up like he had to be, he could not protect himself, and somebody killed him. Did you see who it was, Enigmo? Was Flash near the dollhouse after Major Tembo hid in it?
Yes. Enigmo says Flash was there.
Wait a minute. Was Giuseppe near the dollhouse, Enigmo?
He lies. I was
And Major
not.
Tembo had a knife in his heart. You're kind of an expert with knives, Giuseppe.
He's done some work of that kind before. On the Van Arnhem
I would
show,
keep my mouth shut if I were you, Della. Listen, Enigmo. Was Della near the dollhouse?
Say,
Well, I guess I'm the only one who wasn't near it then. So I'll kind of take charge of things.
Was Millie near the dollhouse, Enigmo? You see? He tells us nothing.
Say, do you suppose Enigmo's a fake? Maybe Major Tembo knew he was a phony.
You can forget that, Della. Enigmo ain't no phony. He had accident and health insurance. The insurance company really gave him the works.
Accident and health insurance?
Yeah.
Then what's he doing this for? If he's got dough, why ain't he in a hospital where he belongs?
Okay. That's what Major Tembo had on me. The show's been losing money all season. That's where I've been getting the dough. Cashing Enigmo's insurance checks. I found him when that paralysis was just starting. I kind of took charge of him. Major Tembo got into my stuff and found out about it.
So, you are a very noble man, yes? Preying on a helpless individual.
Well, you ain't so hot yourself. I never killed anybody anyway.
Ain't you getting into this true confession session, Millie?
You shut your fat mouth.
You think Major Tembo did not know about you, Della?
What are you talking about?
He was just holding back. He was busy with the rest of us. You were on his list.
You're lying. He didn't know.
Didn't know what, Della?
Nothing.
Hey, look. Moke and Poke's cage. It's empty.
It's unlocked. I'll bet that's some more of Major Tembo's work.
He let him out and they killed him.
What, those two idiots? Why, they wouldn't be able to figure out how to open the dollhouse. But we got to find them.
Why? These stupid imbeciles are not worth hunting for.
They could get us into a lot of trouble.
You are already in trouble, Flash.
Yeah. Well, we got to get Enigmo out of here before the cops start asking too many questions. Come on, Giuseppe. Give me a hand. We'll carry his cot back to my trailer.
Not me, Flash. If you want him out of here, go ahead and do it yourself.
You mean to say
I am not looking for a tangle with the law. Me? I think I will be a bystander.
Oh, so you think you're going to frame me into getting a rap for the midget's murder, huh? Well, think again. I'll tell the cops all about you. You and the Van Arnhem show and the guy that got killed.
Stop it. You fools aren't careful, we'll all be in jail. Start trying to get even with each other and we'll all be in trouble. We've got to stick together.
Stick together? You think I would trust any one of you? No, I think not. We waste time. We should all be heading for distant places.
Come back here, you.
Flash! Where'd you get that gun?
Never mind that. Come back, Giuseppe. You ain't leaving me to take the rap. Not on murder.
No? Flash, I do not think you have the nerve to shoot.
I'll show you whether I... Millie, you hit my wrist.
Oh, you fool. Now you're in for it. That shot will bring the cops swarming all over us.
You made me miss him.
You can thank me for keeping you from committing a murder. You idiot.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Uh-oh. Here we go. That looks like police coming in the front entrance of the tent. I don't like the idea they're questioning us one at a time. I'd like to hear what's said.
You nervous, Della? All they asked me was routine stuff. What I found, you know.
Giuseppe's been with him quite a while, though. And I don't trust him.
Shh, here he comes now.
Oh, hello, Giuseppe.
So, you thought you were very smart, Flash, telling the police about me.
I didn't tell him anything.
Who do you think you fool, eh? Well, they know a lot more now. About you and Enigma.
Why, you dirty little...
Flash, please. I tell them about your gun, too. How you tried to kill me.
I wasn't trying to kill you. I just didn't want you to run out. You rotten squirrel.
Stop it! Who's next, Giuseppe?
They asked to talk to Della next.
Okay. Wish me luck, everybody.
Yeah. Suppose she'll spill everything she knows, too.
She will be pretty busy defending herself. What I said about telling the police about you, that was all a bluff.
What? You mean you didn't tell them anything?
Not about you. I threw all the suspicion on Della. I did not want her to know.
But there wasn't anything you could say about Della.
No? I told them how she hated Major Tembo, how he knew something about her that had her scared. And I told them how Della borrowed one of my knives yesterday. The same knife we find in Major Tembo's heart.
So you think you're putting me on a spot, do you, Giuseppe?
I simply tell the police the truth.
Why, you dirty lying rat. Telling them I borrowed one of your knives.
Don't you remember that, Della?
You know darn well I don't remember it. I didn't do it. But you needn't think you're so smart.
No?
No. I told them all about the Van Arnhem show and the guy who got stabbed. I really told them. They got some long-distance telephone calls in now.
Why, you devil, you...
Well, what did you think I'd do? Take your lies without fighting back?
I got to get out of here.
Giuseppe. If you're facing a murder rap anyway, looks like you're kind of elected to take this one.
I know nothing about this. The other, it was self-defense. I can prove it. I had to kill that one.
Why did you run away then?
He had friends. Very bad friends. It was from them, not the law, I run.
I bet you killed Major Tembo, too. And wouldn't you have fun telling anybody you killed him in self-defense?
Yeah, Giuseppe might have killed Tembo at that.
Enigmo says no.
Enigmo says no to everything. He says he saw the murder. Says we was all there at one time or another. Says he saw Major Tembo go into the dollhouse. And then he says he don't know who stabbed him.
Maybe he's holding something back.
He said yes. He is holding something back.
You fools. Don't you get it?
What are you talking about, Della?
Enigmo knows who the murderer is. He's known all along.
Well, then why did...
He didn't want either us or the cops to know. Not too soon.
You mean he did it himself? But that's impossible.
Of course it's impossible. He didn't want anybody to know who the murderer was, because if the murderer was caught, that's all there'd be to it. The killer'd be turned over to the police, and that'd be that.
You got something, Della. Enigmo says yes again.
Of course he says yes. Enigma wanted every one of us questioned. He wanted all of us put in a tight place where we talked. He figured sooner or later the cops would get the story of what Flash has been doing to him, the way Flash has been robbing him.
Listen, if you think I'm going to let that zombie frame me for this murder...
There's no point to his framing you for murder. All he wants is to get out from under your control.
I didn't kill the midget. I had nothing to do with it.
Just a minute. Enigmo, did Flash kill Major Tembo?
You see? He says no.
I don't know nothing about it anyway.
Enigmo, if I promise to tell the cops all about Flash and what he's been doing to you, will you tell us who the murderer is?
No, no, you don't. Not yet, Della. You ain't turning me over to the coppers.
Enigmo, I promise to tell the cops. I'll tell them all about the way Flash has been cheating you. It's a deal.
Why, you dirty...
I ain't afraid of you, Flash. Put that gun back in your pocket. You don't dare shoot. Not with everybody else looking for somebody to pin a murder onto. I'll tell the cops, Enigmo. It's a deal.
Nobody's going to frame me on the testimony of a zombie who can't even talk.
Enigmo, was it me who stabbed Major Tembo?
Surprise. You make a deal with him, so he says it wasn't you.
Was it Flash?
Of course it wasn't me.
Was it Millie, Enigmo?
Millie?
No. Millie. No, I didn't do it. Shut up. Stop ringing that bell. I should have killed you, too. It didn't seem real to me. Couldn't talk, couldn't move. Didn't think you could hurt me. I should have killed you.
Keep away from me, Millie. Looks like the rest of us kind of need Enigmo.
Don't you point that gun at me. I had to kill Major Tembo. Flash, honest I did. He found out about me.
Found out what?
I killed somebody, too. Back 5 years ago. And it wasn't self-defense. I killed a man because I hated him. Nobody should have known, but something went wrong and I had to run away. I was a fugitive hiding from my past. I figured out a perfect way to hide. The bearded lady in a circus sideshow. Who'd ever think of looking for a beautiful girl masqueraded as a bearded lady? Nobody but Major Tembo. And I'm glad I killed him. I got even with him.
Yeah, maybe so. But from where I stand, it looks like he kind of got even with the rest of us. The cops are going to have a busy day.
Don't forget this man. He has plenty to do with the terrifying mystery that causes this glamorous woman to risk her life and reputation in a reckless experiment. A woman who, because of her consuming love for this man, gambles everything to unlock the fearful secret in his heart. What insidious meaning did he read into the markings on a tablecloth? Why, even when he held his sweetheart in his arms, did he gaze in fear at the dark lines of her robe? These are some of the clues in the motion picture which bears Hollywood's most distinguished mark of quality.
I take it this is your first honeymoon.
Yes. I mean, it would be if it were.
We told you not to forget this man. He is Alfred Hitchcock, the famous director, whom you are not likely to forget after you see Spellbound.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hey, looky there, Sam. The big fella's about to start the show now.
Now, everybody, I heard you Dodge City folks were up and coming, ready to pay the price for a real thrilling spectacle. Well, this is it. A feat of daring the like of which ain't been seen since the days of William Tell.
Oh, he's a pretty funny talker, ain't he?
Now, put your money in the hat, or there won't be any show.
Well, come on, Sam.
Come on. Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you very much.
Hey, is that your little boy, Mr. Tell?
What?
You want to find out, mister?
Here now.
This is my partner, mister, Little Maury. He may be small, but he ain't no boy, as you just found out. Now, I'll advise you to put some money in the hat.
Well, sure. I'll put you. You gonna shoot that tin can off in the little fella's head?
I shoot one off in his head, he shoots one off in mine. If you put in your money.
Oh, well, sure. Here's mine.
Now, gentlemen, stand back. Out of the way. That's it, thank you. Now, I place this small can on my head. Please do nothing to distract my partner. This is a serious moment.
You ain't joking, mister.
Now, please. Yeah, now make no sound as he counts.
Yeah, go on.
1, 2, 3.
Now he'll place the can on his head and... All right, hold it up a minute there. Well, what's the trouble, Marshal?
There's a law about firing guns in the street here, mister.
But, Marshal, this is an exhibition, a theatrical performance, you might say. It's even educational.
I don't care what you call it. There's lead flying, and it can kill somebody. One of you, even.
Well, that's what makes a performance, Marshal.
That's what they pay to see.
You're risking a lot for that little hat full of money.
We trust each other's marksmanship, Marshal.
Nobody's that good every time.
We're gamblers, Marshal.
Well, you won this time. Go ahead and split the pot.
But we haven't finished here.
All right, everybody, the show's over. Move along.
You won't let us go on?
No.
And suppose we move outside town. No laws, any against little target practice, is there?
No. But this kind of target practice, if you miss, you'll face a murder charge.
Well, I told you, we're gamblers, Marshal. We're going to set up a game here. Any objections?
Not if your game is honest. What's your name, anyway?
Grover Cranston P., at your service. And this is my partner, Little Maury. I hardly remember his last name, but I think it's Smith.
Yeah, I'll bet. Like yours is Grover.
Now, that ain't too friendly of you, Marshal.
I'm not paid to be friendly, mister.
Well, now, gentlemen, let's remove ourselves from the marshal's jurisdiction and finish the performance.
Choke cherry pie is good.
Want another piece, Chester?
Well, I don't know, Miss Kitty. How about you, Mr. Dillon?
No, not for me, Chester.
Doc?
No, not me, but you go on. Oh, yes, Chester, you have another. It's just the thing for you.
No, I reckon I better not, Miss Kitty.
Oh, don't let him scare you, Chester. I'll go out to the kitchen and get it for you myself.
Sure, she'll get it for you, Chester. And I'll start figuring what to charge to cure you.
Oh, now, Doc.
No, I mean it, Chester. Another inch around the middle and you're going to have trouble, boy. I noticed yesterday how short of breath you were, just walking out to the town limits. Huh? Oh, you mean, let the cat out of the bag? Oh, man, now, you knew about those two putting on their William Tell act again yesterday, didn't you? That's the first time in 2 weeks.
Yeah, sure, Doc. I just didn't know that you and Chester were there, that's all.
Well, Mr. Dillon, I figured maybe somebody ought to make sure that it's really over the line.
Uh-huh. I hope you had a good first-row seat, Chester.
Yes, sir.
How about you, Doc? Were you able to see all right?
Well, I thought that there might be a chance of my professional services, that they might be needed.
Sure. That's exactly what brought a couple of hundred others out there. It's too bad they disappointed you.
Here you are, Chester.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Kitty.
What I can't figure out is why they stay in that crummy boarding house where you steered them, Chester.
Oh, now, Doc, Miss Gans runs a real nice place. What I mean is, well, it's real nice.
Yeah, what you mean is the boarding house is bad and the food is worse. But the widow Gans is young and pretty.
Would you please
Marshal?
pass the sugar a minute?
Yeah, Maury.
You was watching our poker game last night. Do you have to do that?
But I keep an eye on every game in town.
You had any complaints about ours?
If I had, you'd be in jail.
We don't have to cheat.
I hear you made quite a pile in the last couple of weeks.
We done all right.
Yeah, but you're greedy. You put on your act again yesterday, didn't you?
And it was outside of town.
You know, you'll go on till one of you is dead.
I'll tell Grover what you said when I find him, Marshal.
I saw him about an hour ago over on Bridge Street with Effie Gans.
Effie Gans?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Did I say something wrong?
I don't know, Kitty.
Well, you did seem a little sore about something.
You know, Grover was sweet-talking Effie Gans. She's a widow. You figure those fellas might be pulling some game on her?
Oh, I doubt it, Kitty. She's not rich enough.
More likely to be the other way around, if you ask me.
Oh, now, Doc, she's real nice.
Oh, sure, and she's real pretty, too. But so's a rattlesnake, if you want to look at it that way.
The shoveling started at the little town of Rome in New York State back in 1817. And on July 4th, 1967, the post office released a special sesquicentennial stamp there in honor of the big ditch they dug. which it says on the stamp in my album here was the Erie Canal. Now, in case you don't know, that canal went all the way from Buffalo on Lake Erie to the Hudson River, connecting the Great Lakes with the Atlantic Ocean. The biggest waterway ever built in the United States at the time, and it was done mostly by the Irish just over from the old country, who did their digging with spit and muscle. Yep. Made lots of money for years on tolls. And the traffic and freight and people through the canal was mainly responsible for building up the Midwest and keeping business in the East busy doing it. Well, of course, the Erie Canal ain't what she used to be, because the railroads do most of the job now. But the big ditch is still there, and so is all the history that went through it.
Hey, Grover.
Oh, hello, Maury. I was just going down to open up the game. You coming?
I've been looking for you. Where you been all morning?
Why, around town.
Who with?
What do you mean, who with? Lots of people. And everybody wants to see the act again. I think we ought to put it on this afternoon. The crowd gets bigger every time.
You know why they keep coming back to see it?
Sure. I hope someday we'll miss.
And someday we will. Grover, let's get out of this town.
Why, we're doing fine.
I don't like it. And we got enough now, more than we ever had before. Let's go somewhere else and start a real business. What about it?
Well, we'll talk about it tonight, huh? One more William Tell act this afternoon, maybe we'll have enough. Just one more, huh? See you down at the place.
Yeah, I'll be along. I'm just going to wash up.
Okay.
Honey,
Grover's already gone, Miss Gans.
Oh, what are you staring at?
You, Miss Gans. You in love with Grover?
Why, now, I never. Whatever gave you that idea?
He did.
He didn't...
No. But I know him pretty well, Miss Gans.
Well, you're wrong. Now, I don't say I don't like him, but then I like you too, Maury.
You mean that, Miss Gans?
Why, sure.
Most women don't like little men like me, Mrs. Gans. Could you find it in yourself to love me?
Well, I don't know.
If there wasn't no Grover, if there was only one of us, could you find it in yourself to leave here, go away, and get married?
Now, where'd you get such an idea as that? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't like such talk.
You'd better like it, Miss Gans. You'd better.
Matt.
Afternoon, Doc.
Say, have you heard the talk? There's going to be another of those William Tell acts late this afternoon.
Well, I can't stop it, Doc.
There's something else I heard, too. Mr. Bodkin down at the bank says the widow Gans is leaving town. Sold her house for cash. And she might have some more saved up somewhere.
What are you saying, Doc?
Well, those two might be fleecing her, Matt.
You said it'd be more like the other way around. A rattlesnake can be pretty if you see it that way.
Oh, no, Matt.
All right, if you want me to talk to her, Doc, ask her if she's being fleeced. You think she'll thank me for it?
Yeah, more than likely she'll slap your face.
Yeah, but I might find out something. I think I'll try it. Hello, Miss Gans.
What do you want, Marshal?
I'll just talk to you for a minute.
Well, I'm listening.
I heard you sold your house.
There are lots of big mouths in this town.
I see you got your bag in there. You planning to leave town?
I don't see it's any of your business, Marshal.
Oh, I just thought it might be, Miss Gant.
Why?
Well, you know how it is. A widow with a little money is fair game. Especially if she's pretty.
What are you driving at, Marshal?
You've been seen around with this man, Grover. You just might be planning to leave town with him.
Now, you listen to me, Marshal. I'm a widow, yes, but I don't have to like it. It don't have to mean my life is finished now, does it?
No, ma'am, of course not.
All right, then. If a man loves me and wants me to love him, it's no business of yours.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Gant.
All right. Maybe you meant well, but I don't thank you. What I do is my own business, even if I lose everything. Now, you get out.
Hometowns in America have a lot in common, and yet they're each one of a kind. Take, for example, Palm Springs, California. The chief industries of Palm Springs are fun and sun. After that, there aren't any more. There are more privately owned swimming pools per capita in the village than in any other city in the world. But don't get the idea that it's all resort and nothing but funning and sunning and swimming. The school system in Palm Springs is one of the best, with Nellie Kaufman Junior High, Palm Springs High, and the new junior college out at Palm Desert. The annual police benefit has moved indoors, and the Desert Sun and KPAL still keep folks pretty well informed and entertained. Meanwhile, things are still busy at the Youth Center on Billardo Road across from O'Donnell Golf Course. But if your hometown is Palm Springs, you already know this. We only wanted to remind you it's still there.
After all, huh, Marshal?
That's right, Grover.
Can you see good from there, Marshal?
Yeah, I can see. Go ahead.
All right. All right, Maury. You let me go first today.
No. I'll go first.
What's the matter? You nervous because of the law?
I'm not nervous. Are you?
No, of course not.
Don't worry. I'll put the bullet exactly where I want it.
Well, go ahead, then. Walk on out about 10 paces, Maury. Now, gentlemen, your attention. Please remain quiet. No movement. No loud noise. While my partner counts. Quiet, please.
1, 2, 3. Oh, he hit him.
Yeah.
Is he dead? With a bullet through the forehead? Yeah, he's dead, Maury.
Oh, poor Grover. Well, this is terrible. Terrible.
I'm arresting you for murder, Maury.
What? No, it was an accident. Everybody here saw it was an accident. You said yourself it could have happened any time.
I said if it did, you'd stand trial for murder.
Oh, now, look, Marshal. Do you really think any jury would convict me with all these witnesses here to testify for me?
No. No, I don't.
Well, then, are you going to lock me up? Or will you let me take the body of my partner and bury him?
All right, go ahead.
Mr.
Dillon, I swear I don't understand you. Of course it was an accident. We all seen it.
Chester, why do you think I wanted to be there this time?
Well, I don't know.
I expected there might be an accident.
You did?
Yeah. I didn't figure it this way.
Where are we going?
To the widow Gans. I want to be there when little Maury shows up.
Place looks deserted except for that one light in the front room there.
Well, let's get a little closer.
That's her in the front room. Got a suitcase packed, too.
Shh. There's somebody coming.
Little Maury.
Honey, is that you? Did it go all right? Is he dead? It took so long I was worried. Well, come on in. Don't stand out there. I got the money all here and... Maury.
That's right, Miss Gans. It's me, Maury. I had the first shot, and I figured what you two was planning, so I just changed the plan a little.
Oh, no.
Grover's dead, all right. But that don't matter. We'll go instead. You and me with all that money. And there's more here from the act this afternoon. Oh, this one was a real killing.
No, don't you touch me.
You said you might could love me. Well, you will. Now, come on.
No.
All right, that's enough, Maury.
Marshal, you heard what he did.
And I heard what you were planning to do, too, Miss Gans. Turned out to be my business after all, didn't it?
Oh, no. No, you wouldn't.
Yes, I would.
She's coming with me,
No,
Marshal.
no.
Let go of her, Maury.
You can't stop us, Marshal. You know how I can shoot. You've seen me.
Don't try me, Maury, even with a woman to shield you.
Why not?
Chester.
Right here, Mr. Dillon. I can hit him easy.
Now, you drop your gun, Maury.
You call that fair?
This is no game, mister. Now drop it! All right. Come on. Both of you.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
It's time. Imagine a substance
with the power to destroy humanity. Imagine a creature insane enough to use it. Imagine a hero on the verge of creation. From flesh to steel.
You must visualize your objective.
From blood to blade.
Don't get cocky. You have a lot more to learn.
From man to spawn.
Peekaboo.
I see you.
We have harvested the ultimate weapon. Makes the Ebola virus look like a skin rash.
Compared to Freakalations, I say destroy the cosmos, ask questions later.
Who are you?
This is just what they want. You're playing their game.
Then now play dirty.
You've been violated, girly man.
Use your armor.
Now stay sharp. The night is young.
Evil has a new enemy. Justice has a new weapon. And the world has a new hero. Spawn.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program, starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
Now, let's see. What do you think of Texas Sandman, Rochester?
He stands a pretty good chance, boss.
Yeah. How about Surdy?
A mighty good horse.
It's a shame that Busher is out of the race. She would have been the heavy favorite. Gee, she'd have been a cinch.
Wait a minute, boss. In horse racing, there's no such thing as a cinch. Remember what happened to me last year when I bet on a cinch?
Didn't he win?
Win! He came in last. When he finally did finish, he was disqualified for not having a jockey.
Oh, you mean the jockey was thrown off?
No, he starved to death.
Well, let's look at the racing form again. I don't know. I still like that long shot, Ligero Honey.
Oh, no, boss. You take Texas Sandman. He's by Shipton Sands the second out of Swamp Queen.
Oh, you mean his mother and father? I still like Ligero Honey.
But, boss, take a horse like Surdy. He's by Mio de Arezzo out of Risky Miss.
Oh. What about Ligero Honey?
He's an orphan.
Well, so is Barbara Stanwyck, and she's doing all right. Believe me.
Barbara Stanwyck?
Yes. She won the Daily Double Indemnity. Say, that's a good one, isn't it? Double Indemnity. Oh, boy. That was good. I wish Miss Livingston and Mr. Harris were here to hear that one.
Yeah, I wish it was anybody but me.
Never mind. Come in. Gosh, I don't know. There's so many good horses in this race. There's Paper Boy, Bull Ray, Best Effort, Challenge Me.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Jack. I don't see that here.
Jack, I said hello.
Oh, hello, Mary. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to pick a horse in the big race tomorrow.
Oh, Jack, you shouldn't go to the races. You're such a hard loser.
I am not.
Go on. Last year when you went to the track, you had a vial of poison strapped to your leg.
Vial of poison. You're so clever. Say, Rochester, here's a horse.
Oh, say, Jack, I got a letter from Mama. She said she heard last week's program and thought it was great.
She did? Good.
She thought Ingrid Bergman was wonderful the way she played Gaslight.
Well, she was.
And Papa said you were as well as Charles Boyer.
Good. What did Mama say to that?
Nothing. She just gave Papa some black coffee and put him to bed.
Well, your mother wouldn't even like me if I was good. Now, here's a horse called Shuffle that... You know, Mary, I never saw anyone like your mother. She hates me, and I do everything in the world for her. I remember her on Christmas, her birthday, Mother's Day. What about that ocean trip I offered her to go to Europe?
A fine offer. You told her to join the WAC.
Well, if she couldn't pass her physical, it's not my fault. See, challenge me, Sickles' choice. That's a good one. I'll tell you another thing, Mary. If your mother doesn't change her attitude toward me, I'm going to stop sending her my old slaps. Now, let's see. Sickles' choice, challenge me.
Now, Jack, Mama,
Wait a minute. Let me see. I wonder how much weight she carries.
240 pounds.
I'm not talking about your mother. Anyway, if she'd taken some of that off, she would have passed her physical. Let's see, Sickles' choice. Come in! Next time you write a letter to your mother, tell her the... Well, hi, Larry.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Larry. How's married life?
Oh, fine, except that my wife can't cook very well.
What do you mean?
Well, we had some people over for dinner 2 weeks ago, and I don't think the meal agreed with them.
Why, what'd they say?
Nothing. They're still sitting there.
See, Sickles' choice is a good...
Mr. Benny, are we going to rehearse for the program?
As soon as the rest of them get here.
Then I'll go in by the piano and rehearse my song, Navajo Trail.
Okay. Sickles' choice, challenge me. Corbett's writing Georgie Drum. Peterson's on Texas.
Every day along about evening, when the sunlight's beginning to fail, I ride through the slumbering shadows along the Navajo Trail. When it's night and crickets are calling and coyotes are making a wail, I dream by a smoldering fire along the Navajo Trail. I love to lie and listen to the music when the wind is strumming a sagebrush guitar. When over yonder hill the moon is climbing, you'll always find me wishing on a star. Well, what do you know? It's morning already. There's the dawning, so silver and pale. It's time to climb into my saddle and ride the Navajo Trail. It's time to climb into my saddle and ride the Navajo Trail.
Rochester, I've gone over this racing form 5 times, and I think you're right. It looks like Texas Sandman all the way.
Now you're talking, boss.
That settles it. Texas Sandman. I'm going out there tomorrow and put $2 right on his nose. That's what I'm going to do. You can give me your $1 now, Rochester.
the world comes to an end tomorrow, it's okay with me. I've seen everything.
What'd you say, Mary?
Nothing.
Now, Rochester, when I go to the track tomorrow, I'm going to wear my brown tweed suit. Is it pressed?
Yes, sir.
Good. By the way, I found out about you wearing my gray suit Wednesday night when I was out.
Me?
Yes, I found out all about it. Now, admit it. You did wear it, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Doggone, that parrot's been talking again.
He has not.
I'm sick and tired of the way that bird spies on me.
Rochester, my parrot doesn't spy on you.
Then how come his returned address is the house on 92nd Street?
Never mind that. Now, Rochester, the rest of the gang will be here soon. We're going to rehearse in the library. So be sure there are plenty of chairs in there.
Okay. Doggone that parrot. He tells the boss everything he sees. I wonder how long you'd have to cook a parrot before it's tender. Doggone, I'd like to hit him over the head with his own drumstick. Well, I'd better go and get the library fixed up. Kind of dusty in here. Guess I'd better... Just look at him sitting in that cage watching me. I'd better get busy or he'll rat on me.
Hello.
I won't pay any attention to him.
Hey, Rochester.
I better move these chairs over here.
Hey, Rochester.
Child, quiet, blab 'em out. One of these days...
Rochester!
Yes, boss?
Answer the door!
Answer the door.
You better be quiet, Polly. Don't you tell me what to do. You know I've been around here longer than you have, and if you keep that up, I'm gonna...
Shut
up. Okay.
Oh, hello, Rochester.
Hiya, Roch.
Hello, gentlemen. It's Mr. Harris and Mr. Wilson, boss.
Oh, come on in, fellas. Come on, Mary. Everybody's here. We better start rehearsing.
Okay.
Hello, Don, Phil. Say, you boys are a little late.
It's my fault, Jackson. I started playing with my little daughter, and I forgot all about the time.
Oh, that's all right, Phil.
Say, Phil, I saw your little daughter the other day, and that baby is sure growing. She looks just like Alice.
You ain't kidding, Mary. Last night she put on Alice's high-heeled shoes and one of her long dresses, and I couldn't tell them apart.
Honest?
Yeah, after dinner I threw Alice in the crib and took the kid to the Palladium.
Phil, you know that didn't happen.
Well, it was the kid or the nurse. Somebody went with me.
Now, let's forget it and start the rehearsal.
Jack, I wish that last week you'd have let me be Charles Boyer in that sketch with Ingrid Bergman.
Oh, fine. Fate Boyer.
No, I'm serious, Jack. Listen.
Don.
Let me take you in my arms and press you close.
Don, you're hurting me. Now, come on, we're late. Let's get on with the rehearsal.
Yeah, let's get started.
All right, kids. Now, here's the rehearsal. Now, Phil's band picks up right after the commercial. All right, hit it, Phil.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Can it be the breeze that fills the trees with rare and magic perfume? Oh, no, it isn't the breeze. It's Jackson time. La-da-da-da.
That's it. Now... Then, after Don's introduction, I say, thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And say, Mary, did you have a good time at the races yesterday? Well, go ahead, Mary. You got the next line.
Oh, Jack, I don't want to do that corny joke. It's awful.
It is not awful. I wrote it myself.
Well, just listen to the way it sounds. You say, did you have a good time at the races, Mary? And then I have to say, well, yes, except the horse I bet on was so slow the jockey had to get off and bush her.
Did you get it, Phil?
Yeah, I got it all over me.
Well, I like the gag, and it stays in.
Well, then everything that Fred Allen says about you is right.
let's not talk any more about Boston's half-baked bean. We got to get on with this. Oh, there's the phone. We can never finish a rehearsal. Hello?
Hello, is my daddy there?
Your dad? Oh, is this Phil Harris's little girl?
Yes, and I want to talk to Hotshot.
Hotshot? Is that what your mommy called your daddy?
No, that's what he calls himself.
No.
Yes, Hotshot Harris with the heavenly hair.
Oh, no. Well, just a second, honey. I'll call your daddy. Hey, Hotshot, you want it on the phone.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Daddy.
Oh, hello, baby. Is there anything wrong?
Yes, Daddy, I just came back from the candy store.
Oh, well, what did you buy?
Nothing. They told me the check you gave me is no good.
What do they mean, no good? I made that check out properly, and I signed it, too.
I know, Daddy, but you put your X on the wrong line.
Oh, well, I'll straighten it out when I get home. Goodbye, sweetheart.
Goodbye, Hotshot.
Nothing wrong, is there, Phil?
No, let's get on with the rehearsal.
Oh, we are oceans apart. You're never out of my heart. I simply close my eyes and there you are. There in the dawn's early light, there in the still of the night, I look behind a star, and there you are. Whenever there's a storm, I don't even hear the thunder. My heart with love is so aflame. I only hear each little raindrop repeating your name. And when the long day is through, I'll long for you, only you. Then I pretend you're there, and there you
Mary, you had the last line, and as soon as we...
Hiya, Benny. Hello, everybody. Thought I'd drop in to see if I can get any ideas for a couple of publicity stories.
Oh, hello, Steve. Sit down. We're rehearsing.
Yeah, go right ahead. Just pretend I'm one of the family and make believe I'm not here at all.
Thanks, Steve. Now, Mary, let's forget the Busher joke and go on with...
Hey, Benny, I got a publicity campaign mapped out for you that's a dilly. I'm going to give you a new build-up. I'm going to play down Benny the comedian and play up Benny the glamour boy.
Me? Glamour boy?
Certainly. Your name should be in the gossip columns every day, tied up with a lot of dames. You know, the romantic angle.
But, Steve, I'm almost 37. But, huh?
Nobody let that get out of this room.
But, Steve!
Yes, Benny the romantic angle. That's it. I'll get everything fixed up. Tomorrow night, you're going out with Lana Turner.
But will Lana Turner go out with me?
Why, sure. We're going to wrap a towel around your head and call you Turhan Benet.
Now, wait a minute.
When I get through with this campaign, Benny will be as famous as hot dogs or apple pie. Jack Benny will be the delight of the Bobby Sox Brigade. Jack Benny will be the...
Polly, sit down.
Just pretend I'm one of the family and make believe I'm not here at all.
I'm sorry, Steve. That was my parrot.
Oh, well, I gotta get going anyway now, so I'll see you a little later. So long.
So long.
Say, Benny, don't let that 37 get out of this room. From now on, you're 25.
Oh, Steve, how can I look like 25?
What you haven't got in the flesh, I can get out of a jar. So long.
Steve, what happened?
You're 37 again. I dropped the jar.
Well, I'm glad he's gone. Now, come on, kids. Let's finish the rehearsal, will you? Gosh, that was the most tiring rehearsal I ever went through. So many interruptions. I hope I get a good night's sleep. Gee, this bed feels good. Well, I might as well take my shoes off. This little piggy went to market. This little pig... Oh, I guess I'm too old for that. I was 25 for a few minutes there. Say, I wonder if... Where's the mirror? Say, I don't look so bad with this towel around my head. I'm the chic of Araby. Lana's love belongs to me. I better turn out the light and get to bed. Gee, I hope I do well at the track tomorrow. I think Rochester was right. Texas Sandman looks like a good bet. Of course, there's so many good horses in that race, you can't tell. Are you with it? That's a good show bet. Surdy, Sickles' choice.
Jack, have you placed your bet yet?
Yes, Mary. I bet $85,000 on Challenge Me. And just to insure it, I bet $2 on Texas Sandman to show. I got a hunch Challenge Me is the horse. Who you betting on, Mary?
I put $50,000 on Rinso White.
Better be careful, Mary. A whole week's salary.
Oh, Jack, look. Look, Jack, there's a horse in this race called Buck Benny.
Where? Oh, yes, Buck Benny, named after me.
Hey, Jackson, who you betting on the 56th race?
Well, I'm thinking of Gypsy Rose Lee.
So am I, but who you betting on?
Well, I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the next race, Texas Sandman will run with blinkers and a whip.
I must mark that down.
Sickle's Choice will run with blinkers and a whip.
I must make a note of that, too.
Buck Benny will run with glasses and a cane.
Mary, how do you spell cane?
WLXTYGR.
Isn't there an E in it or something? Hey, Mary, look, the horses are passing us now on the way to the track.
Yeah, and look at poor Busher. She can't be in the race because of a lame leg.
Yeah, isn't that a shame? I'm going over and give her a lump of sugar. Hello, Busher, old girl. You hurt your little footsie, didn't you, girlie? I'm so sorry you're not in the race. How do you feel, Busher?
Lousy.
Say, Busher, I put $85,000 on Challenge Me. What do you think of his chances?
With me out, they've all got a chance.
I guess so. Well, goodbye, Busher. I'll see you at Claudette's on New Year's. Gee, I'm sorry she hurt her foot there.
The horses are all in the starting gate. Steady. Steady now. And they're off.
Boy, look at them go. Challenge me!
As they hit the halfway mark, he missed it by a length. El Lobo is second and Greensburg's on third.
Gosh, he's been there so long.
Challenge me is fourth, full rate is fifth, and here comes Mildred Pierce.
Mildred Pierce? You're not kidding.
They're all in a bunch as they're turning for home. So while they're all gathered together, I want to say a few words. Horses, do you ever suffer from a frail tail? Do you develop grit on your bit? Do you get floats from your rope? You do? Then why not try sympathy?
Gee, I didn't know that was good for horses, too.
They're coming down the home stretch. It's Gaslight leading by 2 lengths. Mary's mother is second.
Gee, Mary didn't tell me she was running today.
Autocrat is third. Hot Dog is fourth, and Update is coming through on the outside.
Gee!
And Cassidy is coming up from behind.
Come on! Come on, challenge me! Come on! Come on!
Boss, wake up!
Come on, challenge me! Get in there! Get in there!
Boss, you're dreaming. Wake up! Wake up!
Come on, challenge me! Huh? What?
You've been dreaming, boss.
I've been... Oh, yes. Gosh, what a dream that was. Oh, Rochester! Rochester, quick!
What?
Give me a sleeping pill. I gotta find out who won.
Say, Jack, I still don't want to do that joke about Busher. I think it's terrible.
Well, that's all right, Mary. I don't want to hurt Busher's feelings anyway. She told me she feels awful.
What?
Busher told me that... Oh, never mind, never mind. Good night, folks.
All right, pop quiz. Airport. Gunman with one hostage. He's using her for cover. He's almost to a plane. You're 100 feet away. What do you think?
Shoot the hostage.
What?
Go for the good wound and he can't get to the plane with her. Clear shot.
You're deeply nuts, you know that?
All right, gentlemen, what we have here are 13 passengers in an express elevator. Bomb's already taken out cables. Bomber wants $3 million or he blows the emergency brakes.
Anything else that'll keep this elevator from falling?
The basement.
He can strike anywhere, at any time.
Will the mystery guest please sign in?
Why are they messing with me? Do they think I'm doing this for fun?
For L.A. cop Jack Traven.
Tell me again, Harry, why did I take this job?
Oh, come on, 30 more years of this, you get a tiny pension and a cheap gold watch.
Cool.
The game began.
Very exciting, Jack. Some close calls, huh?
When someone put the city of Los Angeles to the ultimate test.
Pop quiz, hotshot. There's a bomb on a bus. Once the bus goes 50 miles an hour, the bomb is armed. If it drops below 50, it blows up. What do you do? What do you do?
Now.
Are you insured? Yeah, why?
He's the only solution.
We just got a ransom demand from your terrorist. Says he's rigged the city bus. Where's Jack?
Where do you think?
Stay on or get off.
Get off.
This is much better.
Everybody hold on!
Keanu Reeves, Dennis Hopper, Sandra Bullock.
Pop quiz. You have a hair trigger aimed at your head. What do you do? What do you do?
Speed. Get ready for rush hour.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Judy Garland and Walter Pidgeon in A Star is Born. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Among certain peoples, notably our good and brave friends, the Chinese, the passing of one year and the beginning of another is celebrated with fireworks. And taking a tip from them, we're going to touch off a dramatic Roman candle that will send a pair of stars flashing across the sky in a blaze of glory. The stars are Walter Pidgeon and Judy Garland. And the play is adapted from David O. Selznick's great motion picture, A Star is Born. Walter is starring now for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer in White Cargo, and Judy comes to us from the cast of Presenting Lily Mars. It wasn't so very long ago that Judy's own star first appeared in the Hollywood sky. And tonight in A Star is Born, she plays the part of a small-town girl who rises to screen fame. I think myself that this is one of the best dramas of Hollywood that Hollywood has ever produced. But you'll decide that for us when you hear it. You know, There's a time of year for everything. And this is the time of year for making good resolutions. I have one to suggest now for some of the ladies in this audience. Not all of them, or even a very large number, but just a few. The few who have never tried Lux Flakes. As I understand it, running a home is not an easy job at best. It certainly isn't going to be any simpler during 1943. And if you expect to make a lot of things last out the year, now is the time to begin taking care of them with Lux Flakes. That's one New Year's resolution you'll be glad to keep. Now our stars are on stage and the curtain rises, for a star is born, with Judy Garland as Esther Blodgett and Walter Pidgeon as Norman Maine.
You're not an actress, Esther Blodgett. You're a North Dakota farm girl, and none too beautiful at that. And the sooner you stop dreaming about Hollywood and glamour girls and acting in pictures, the happier you're going to be.
It's late at night. In the bedroom of a North Dakota farmhouse, Esther Blodgett is still awake. She lies across the bed, sobbing softly into the pillow. Hearing again in her mind the words of her aunt, the door is opened quietly and an old woman in a flannel wrapper comes softly into the moonlit room.
Esther? Yes? Who is it? It's me, Granny. I thought you'd still be awake.
Yes, Granny.
Stop crying. That won't do any good.
I'm crying because Aunt Mattie and Alec and everyone else in this family makes me so mad.
Aunt Mattie, Alec, fiddlesticks. They're not important. You're the one who counts.
I could be an actress, Granny. I could be. And I'd go to Hollywood, too, if I had the chance. But they just laugh at me because I want to make something out of myself. They think it's funny.
Esther, everyone in this world who ever dreamed about better things was laughed at. Don't you know that?
I suppose so, but
there's a difference between dreaming and doing. You modern girls give me a pain. Why, when I wanted something better, I came across these plains in a prairie schooner with your grandfather. We burned in summer and froze in winter. We used our guns when we needed food, then fought the Indians to keep it. But we kept on going, and we didn't complain, because we were doing what we wanted to do. Can you understand that?
Yes. Yes, I can, Granny.
Could you do it? Could you do it even when your heart broke? Because for every dream that you make come true, you pay the price in heartbreak.
I'm not afraid, Granny. I'm not.
All right, then. Here. Take this money and go to your Hollywood.
Oh, no, I can't take your money, Granny. It's your savings.
I haven't got anything to save up for, except my funeral. And now I don't believe I'm ever going to die.
Oh, Granny, how can I ever thank you?
By promising me that you'll never tell anybody where you got that money.
I promise.
If you ever do, I'll have you arrested for robbing me.
Oh, Granny. Granny, darling.
Boulevard, the heart of the movie metropolis. On your right, Grauman's Chinese Theater. Notice the paint blocks containing the hands and footprints of your famous star. We'll make a short stop here so you can inspect them at your...
Hello. Oleander Arms Apartment. Yeah, we got a vacancy. $4, running water, convenient to all studios, no dogs, no cooking. What do you do? Oh, yeah? Listen, wise guy, don't waste my time. No dogs, no cooking, and no cowboys.
Good afternoon. My name is Esther Blodgett. I saw your ad in the paper.
That's why we put it there, miss. Day, week, or month, please.
Well, it's a little hard to say. You see, I'm going in the movie.
Oh, well, take it for a week. It'll break the jump to Beverly Hills. Sign right here.
Are all the studios really near here?
All except Gaumont British.
I suppose the best way to get a job is to go straight to the studios, isn't it? You know, I haven't any illusions. I'm perfectly willing to begin with a little bit of a part, or even as an extra.
$4, please, in advance.
I beg your pardon. This is the central casting office, isn't it?
Yes?
Well, I'd like to register for extra work, please.
To register? How long have you been in Hollywood?
Well, It's nearly a month now.
Well, you know, we have 12,416 extras registered with us now. That's 16 times as many as we can use each working day. We haven't put anyone on our register in over 2 years.
Oh, I see.
Come over here. I want to show you something.
Try later.
Those 4 girls operate our switchboard. Every time one of those little lights flashes, it's someone asking for a job. And every time a girl says try later, it means there isn't any job. We can't keep girls at the switchboard long. They go crazy. And every one of those little lights thought it was going to be a star. Do you still want to go into the movies? You know what your chances are? 1 in 100,000.
I know, but maybe I'm that one.
Afternoon, Miss Blodgett.
Hello. Any phone calls for me today, Mr. Randall?
Nope. I guess Sam Golden and Cecil DeMille are writing you letters instead. How was the luck today?
There wasn't any.
Maybe you don't go at it right.
Well, if I haven't learned in 3 months, I guess I never will. But I'm not giving up.
Esther. Hey, Esther.
Hello, Danny.
Hello, McGuire. How's the big assistant director, and how's about some rent?
Never mind that now. Listen, Esther, I got to speak to you right away. Come in the parlor.
I'd still like a small payment on that rent.
Danny, what's the matter?
Look, remember when you first came here, I said I'd keep my eye out for a job for you? Well, believe it or not, I got one.
Danny. Oh, that's wonderful. When do I go to the studio?
Well, you don't exactly go to a studio.
Oh, it's on location.
Well, no, it isn't really a movie job at all. It's to be a waitress.
Oh.
Well, it is a kind of a movie job in a way, if you look at it right.
You said it was a waitress.
Sure, but it's waitressing for Oliver Niles, the head of our studio. He's throwing a party tonight. Be a lot of big people there. I'll bet there'll be 10 directors anyhow. And if you're there, maybe they'll notice you.
Sure. I could make them notice me.
Sure you could. Look, stick your hair down over your face. Make like Veronica Lake.
Oh, no, I'd rather not. You see, I don't want people to say, there goes Veronica Lake. I want them to say, there goes Esther Blodgett.
Yeah, but how can they say it if they don't know your name?
Well, that's up to me. I'll make them ask my name.
Mr. Niles' residence. Good evening.
Hello. Let me speak to Oliver Niles, and quick.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Niles, it's for you, sir.
Thank you, Smith. I'll take it inside. Hello? Oliver Niles speaking.
Hello, Mr. Niles. This is your publicity department.
Yes, Libby, what is it?
Your publicity department begs to advise that your star, Mr. Norman Maine, has once again been thrown in the Los Angeles jug.
What?
That's right. Mr. Norman Maine, America's Prince Charming, was apprehended driving down Wilshire Boulevard with his siren wide open. He explained to the local police that he was a tree surgeon on a maternity case.
Where is he now?
I bailed him out an hour ago. He ought to be up to your place any minute.
Will this be in the papers, Libby?
No, it won't be in the papers. But that's a nice, expensive hobby of yours, keeping Mr. Maine's informal entertainments out of the public press.
Look, Libby, you better find him and bring him here.
Hi, Oliver. Nice party.
Never mind, Libby. He's here now. I'll call you back.
What's the matter, Oliver? You look worried about something.
Do I? Evidently you aren't.
All right, Oliver. Go ahead and say it. I've got it coming to me.
Don't make it any tougher on me, Norman. I don't want to stand here and preach. Take a look at my side of it. I'm trying to make pictures with you, but you don't realize.
I know. The costs are going up and the grosses are going down.
It isn't that so much. I just hate to see you go the way of so many others. You're a great star, Norman, but you're starting to fall apart.
Oh, Oliver, stop it.
First signs are always the same. Not being able to remember your lines. The cameraman trying to cover up your hangovers. All because you've got to have a good time every day, every night. I've warned you for a long time, Norman.
Okay, Oliver. You're a swell guy. You won't lose any money on me. I'll promise you that. I'll be ready for the curtains when the time comes. And when it does, here's my epitaph. For amusement only. Come on, let's get back to the party.
Will you have some hors d'oeuvres? Hors d'oeuvres, Mr. Maine? The caviar is very good.
Oh, thanks. Oh, wait. Maybe I will. Very beautiful. I mean, very good. I've never seen you around here before.
Well, I'm just working for the night. Hors d'oeuvres?
Hey, don't go away. I'm starving.
Oh, yes, sir.
Now, let's see. Which one would you take?
Well, they all look good, sir.
Yeah, I believe I'll take caviar.
Norman.
Hello, Anita. Where have you been?
Looking for you, mostly. Come on, I want to talk to you.
Wait a second. Let's see. Caviar, anchovies, caviar.
Take the tray away, please. Mr. Maine doesn't care for any more.
Do you, Normie?
No, Normie doesn't care for any more. Greetings.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Mind if I help?
In the kitchen? Won't they miss you?
Oh, no, they'll just look under the table, and when they see I'm not there, they'll forget the whole matter. What's your name?
It's Esther Blodgett.
My name's Maine.
I know.
Oh, what's so funny?
Well, I was thinking about all your fans. How surprised they'd be if they could see you now, helping me put plates away.
They don't know my finer side.
They'd be pretty envious of me, meeting you in person this way.
Tell me, are you disappointed?
Yes, a little.
Well, what do you know?
Oh, now you've done it. You've broken one of the good plates.
Ah, don't worry about it. Makes the room look lived in. Tell me, why are you disappointed in me?
Well, I was sitting right behind you in the Hollywood Bowl that night you didn't want to be photographed, and you smashed the photographer's camera.
Yes. Yes, I'm told I crept into many a heart that night.
Oh, Mr. Maine, I'll never be able to explain this. 2 of them.
You know something? You've got very pretty hair.
You better get out of here.
And a lovely mouth and a charming little smile.
Oh, here you are.
Anita, darling, come in. Come in.
What are you doing in here, Norman?
Who, me? Oh, I just wanted to be helpful. See?
I see. Are you sure there was no other attraction?
Well, it might be that old mania for putting plates away is coming back on me.
Oh, Mr. Maine.
Slippriest plates I ever saw.
You know, it's rather odd that I always know where I can find you if there's a pretty girl around.
It's not only odd, it's embarrassing. And we aren't married, darling. Not yet, anyway.
You're being deliberately insulting, Norman. I've put up with you as long as I'm going to.
Now, dear, don't lose your temper. Remember, we must try to keep the voice low. I know you'll excuse us if we go on with our work.
Oh, please. Let me help. No, don't hit
Here,
him.
put that plate down, Anita. Oh.
Mr. Maine, Mr. Maine, get up, please. Oh, he's unconscious. Unconscious. Now, see what you've done. Oliver, I didn't do anything. I didn't.
Hey.
Oh, I thought you were unconscious.
Come on, help me up.
Are you hurt?
Well, no more than usual. Listen, the wolves are on us. Come on, we've got to get out of here.
Oh, I can't. The dishes aren't finished.
Oh, yes, they are. Watch.
Oh!
Come on.
That's my house, Mr. Maine. The one with the oleander bush.
Oleander bush? Right.
Well...
Wait. I bet I know what you're going to say.
What?
Good night.
Good night and thanks.
Oh, wait a minute. Do you realize that all I found out about you is that you're foolish enough to want to go into pictures?
Why is it foolish? Look at you.
Oh, that's what I mean. Now, I'd like to go into this matter rather thoroughly.
Oh, that's awfully nice of you.
You ever acted before?
No. That is, I've never acted in anything important.
That's all right. Neither have I.
I used to be in school shows, of course. They said I had a future.
Who, your father and mother?
No. The teachers in my high school in North Dakota.
Well, they certainly ought to know.
But just the same, I have got a future. In acting, I mean. And nobody had to tell me, except myself.
Well, that's fine. Look, don't go in now. Let's go up to my place and talk it all over, huh?
Oh, no. Thank you very much, but I really must say good night.
Well, wait a minute. Will I see... Look, has anyone ever told you that you're lovely?
No.
Well, you are.
Thank you.
And one more thing. This is hard to say, but I want to say it anyway. On the screen, I'm well, you know. In private life, I'm well, you know. But whatever I do, I still respect lovely things. And you're lovely. Do you understand?
I understand.
And it's not that bump on my head that's doing this, neither.
I'm glad.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey, wait.
Yes, what is it?
Do you mind if I take just one more look?
Good night.
Good night. Walter
Pigeon and Judy Garland will return for Act Two of A Star is Born in just a moment. When you join hands on New Year's Eve and bow out the old year to the tune of Auld Lang Syne, will some such thought as this run through your mind?
Oh, dear. I didn't realize my hands looked so bad. I really ought to do something about them.
Doing something about them is really very easy. Much easier than many of you think. For you can get rid of that rough dishpan look while you're washing dishes. You don't have to buy expensive creams or lotions. All you have to do is to change from the strong soap that's causing the trouble to gentle Lux Flakes. Careful tests have proved that this is true. In these tests, many women whose hands were red and rough from strong dishwashing soaps changed to gentle Lux. Their hands improved in from 2 to 7 days, and soon they were soft and smooth and lovely again. These women used no creams and lotions on their hands. They just changed to Lux. You can make that change for less than a penny a day. Yes, that's all it costs to change dishpan hands to soft, smooth Lux hands. So tomorrow and the next day and throughout the new year, keep a big box of Lux Flakes on hand in your kitchen to save your hands. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of A Star is Born, starring Walter Pigeon as Norman Maine and Judy Garland as Esther Blodgett. When Norman Maine left Esther on her doorstep, he went straight home. This was very unusual, but he did not go to bed. That would have been too unusual. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and he's on the telephone to Oliver Niles.
Hello? Hello? This Oliver Niles?
Yes, this is Oliver Niles.
Hello, Oliver.
Hello.
Oliver, you asleep?
Not now, I'm not. Who is it?
Good. This is Norman Maine.
What? Who?
Norman Maine.
Norman, what have you done now? Are you in jail again?
No, Oliver. No, Oliver, listen. Oliver, I met a girl.
Oh, is that all? Fine.
Oliver, this girl, she's beautiful.
Yeah, she's beautiful. Yes, I know. You want me to give her a screen test, eh?
Oliver, this girl has got something. I know it.
You know it. You knew all the others had something, too, now.
No. I tell you, Oliver, she's got that sincerity and honestness. That sincerity and honestness. Makes a great actress.
Yeah.
I'll do the test with her myself tomorrow morning. How's that?
Yeah.
Oliver.
What?
Tomorrow morning, screen test.
Yes. Anything at all.
That's fine, Oliver. I know you'd appreciate this little tip. I got another one the 6th tomorrow. Good night.
All I know is some guy wants to speak to you. He's on the phone now.
Hello?
4 o'clock in the morning. Fine time to call him.
Hello? There doesn't seem to be anybody there.
Well, all I know is some
Hello?
Oh, who's this?
Oh, hello.
This is Norman Maine.
Yes?
Hi, Esther. How are you?
Well, I'm all right, but...
Listen, it's all fixed.
What?
It's all fixed. I'll fix it tonight.
You fixed what?
Didn't I tell you? Screen test.
What did you say?
Screen test. Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Bye.
Oh, but wait. Oh.
What's the matter?
No.
Bad news?
Oh, no, it's just that I'm going to get up tomorrow morning. They're going to... Oh.
All right. This is only a test, fellas. Get going.
All set here.
Now then, let's take it. Ready, Norman?
Anytime.
Where's the girl?
I'm right here, Mr.
All right, let's go. Right over there, Miss... what's your name?
My name is...
Right there. That's the girl. That's it. Okay, Rudy, let's go.
You'll know your name soon enough. The whole world's going to know it.
Well, I don't know. I'm so scared. Maybe I better not try it today. What do you think? Don't you think if I could wait until tomorrow, maybe...
Come on. It's only a test.
Only?
Well, they all had to go through this. Hattie Lamar, Barbara Stanwyck, Myrna Loy, and now Esther Blodgett.
All right. I'm ready.
That's it.
Quiet.
Rolling.
Give that long speech plenty of punch. Here.
I'll try to.
Test. Esther Blodgett. 42816.
All right, Norman.
You said you were going to stay. Have you changed your mind?
Yes, I have.
You're afraid, aren't you? That's what it amounts to.
I suppose you could call it fear. But it's more than that, too. I'm ashamed for so many things. For ever coming here at all. for ever having loved you. But I'll never be free of you. I know that now. And I'll have to live with myself and my thoughts. And you can't run away from your own soul.
Sign right there, Miss Blodgett.
Here, Mr. Niles?
That's it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Niles. I'm so glad you like the screen test.
I may as well tell you that my whole organization thinks I've gone a little nuts to sign you, even at this figure. Maybe they're right.
I hope they aren't.
We won't know either way for a while, will we? You look like a nice girl. I think I'm going to like you. But that's not important. I think the public will like you. That is important.
I know it is.
We're going to change your name, of course. Esther Blodgett is, well, it's Esther Blodgett. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
From now on, your name is Lester. Vicky Lester.
Vicky Lester. Vicky Lester. Oh, it's beautiful.
We'll change your hair a little, too. You'll have to learn to walk all over again.
Will I?
And for heaven's sake, learn to close your mouth and keep it closed even in your love scenes.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, everybody. This is Billy Moon again, the Hollywood star chaser. These tired old eyes have again been glancing over the latest pipe dreams of the studio publicity departments, and I find ravishing items concerning a newcomer discovered by Oliver Niles. A new starlet, a Cinderella of the Rockies named Vicky Lester. This charmer, according to the publicity department, couldn't be more divine. But this reporter will lay 4-1 that she'll never be heard from again. Why, listen, you dress people. We're shooting on the set this morning, not in the commissary. Take it up. Take it up.
Morning, Mabel.
Good morning, Mr. Maine. What'll it be this morning?
The usual, Mabel.
Orange juice and bicarbonate of soda.
Make it 2 bicarb. It was a very successful party last night.
Acme Trucking Company. No, Mr. Smith is not in. Hello, Acme Trucking Company. Mr. Smith is not in.
What goes on over there?
Vicky Lester. She's rehearsing again.
Bring that stuff over to her table, will you?
Acme Trucking Company. Mr. Smith is not in.
Acme. No, Smith ain't in.
Acme Trucking Company.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Smith.
Oh, Mr. Smith isn't in. Oh, Norman.
What's this between you and Smith, anyway?
Well, I've got a part. It's only one line, but it's in a picture.
Oh, so it's ambition that made you break that date with me last night.
Well, I had to be here so early in the morning.
So did I, and I had to stay up all night to make it.
You've started your picture, haven't you?
No, we're still in the testing stage. Can't seem to find a girl for the lead.
Gee, you'd think with all the girls there are that...
Yeah, but this girl's got to be different. She's got to be little and cute and sweet and in touch. Well, knock me down.
What?
Well, beat my brains out.
Norman, what's the matter with you?
Come on, hurry up. Finish that coffee.
Where are we going?
Oliver Niles' office. On the run. Oliver, it's the only thing to do. You've gone through the whole casting directory, haven't you? But look,
I'll
Norman.
work day and night, Mr. Niles. I'll give it everything I've got.
And I'll work with her, Oliver.
I can be mean or nasty or anything you want, Mr. Niles.
If she clicks, Oliver, you've got a star overnight. Well, what do you say?
Okay, she's in.
Esther.
Oh.
Esther. Esther. Wake up. Esther.
And little Vicky Lester has made good. Vicky Lester is a new star, just as I predicted on this program some time ago. Just how good she is was known early this evening after the preview of her first picture, in which she plays a featured role opposite Norman Maine. Norman may be starred, but he's decidedly not the main attraction.
You're great, Vicky. Vicky, you sure was well.
Oh, I'm so happy for you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Would you like to sit down, Esther? I can't dance with you taking all these bows.
Oh, Norman, it's all so wonderful. I'll never forget this night.
Let's go outside for a minute. It'll be cooler out there.
All right. Lovely, darling. Lovely. Thank you. Oh, it's wonderful to hear all those.
See those lights, Esther? Down there? That's Hollywood.
It's wonderful, isn't it? A crazy quilt.
No. It's a carpet spread for you. It's yours from now on, you know. It's come, Esther. A star has been born. You'll have everything in the world you want. And I hope it'll make you happy.
Hasn't it you?
There's one thing I never had. Lots of times I've told myself I'd found it. But I always knew I was kidding. Still, I never stopped looking for it.
Maybe it'll come.
I think it has come, Esther. I only wish it weren't too late.
Oh, it's not too late, Norman. It's not.
You can't throw away your life the way I've thrown away mine and have anything left that's good enough.
You can, oh, Norman, you can.
You shouldn't tell me that, Esther. I'm afraid I'll begin to believe it.
I want to tell you, Norman, and I want you to believe it because I love you too, Norman.
Maybe I'm not thinking fast enough this morning. What are you two trying to say?
Just this, Oliver. We're going to get married.
You're going to what?
I guess you didn't read that line right, Norman.
All right, I'll try it again. We're going to get married, Oliver.
Both of us.
Yes, to each other. What do you think of that?
When? Where?
We're going to elope in the conventional manner.
What's the matter, Mr. Niles?
He's trying to decide whether it's good for the studio.
Is it, Mr. Niles?
It is, and bless you, my children. When's it going to happen?
Well, we thought we'd just sort of sneak out sometime.
Oh, sure, but you mustn't hurt people's feelings. Matt Libby, for instance, he has a very sensitive nature. He'd feel offended if he didn't have a chance to congratulate you. Miss Horton, send Libby in here.
I've been trying to keep him out.
Hello, Niles. Listen to this. The screen's ideal romance blossomed into breathtaking reality today when Vicky Lester and Norman Maine, America's dream lovers, slipped through the portals of holy matrimony. How does that sound? Horrible?
Oh, you see, Mr. Libby, we're going to elope quietly.
Sure you are. Sure. It'll be the biggest elopement this town ever saw. We'll get a tie-up with the Army and have an escort of 20 bombing planes all the way to Yuma. Make personal appearances in Denver, Salt Lake, Seattle, Vancouver. Let's make this thing international.
Norman, is he going with us?
I doubt it.
Look, Niles, don't you think we can work this thing out better alone? No use bothering the happy couple with all these details.
I'm sorry. We didn't realize we were in the way. While you're settling the details, you don't mind if I go out and buy this lady a ring, do you?
Sure, go ahead. We want everything legal.
Come on, honey. See you later, Oliver.
Yeah, now there's a charming match for you. Nice girl like Vicky and public nuisance number one.
Norman's all right, Libby. If you pardon my pointing, Vicky's business is her own. Doesn't require any comments.
I didn't comment. I just said it's a dirty shame.
Just go ahead and plan the elopement. That's all that's required.
Hey, what's the matter? You sore or something about this elopement?
No, I'm not sore. Go on, Libby. Beat it. I'm busy.
Here's the Hollywood question mark for this week, folks. What famous star, since his marriage to another famous star, has turned over a brand new leaf and is now taking a non-alcoholic honeymoon? But why do his friends think his bride came about 6 pictures too late as far as the public is concerned? Because the star's last 6 pictures have been what is politely known as turkeys, box office flopolas. Yes, sir, folks, it was a gay career and a short one.
Norman, I just can't believe it yet. Would you mind telling me again very slowly?
That is your new house. This is your new grass. Those are your new trees. And here's your new husband. Well, do you like the place?
Oh, it's the most wonderful surprise anybody ever had. I kept thinking we were going to live at the beach house, and then this...
Oh, we keep the house at the beach, but this is special. This is our castle, where we'll never use ugly words like contracts and pictures and careers. When we come in these gates, we'll check the studio outside.
Oh, Norman.
Hey, hold that phone.
Oh, for the love of...
That's it. Did you get that shot, Otto? Got it. Good. Caption, their honeymoon never ends. How are you, folks?
Well, Libby, this is a surprise and a very unpleasant one.
I just dropped over to welcome you home. How are you, Mrs. Maine?
Fine, thanks. Hello, Otto.
Hello, Miss Esther. Well, my friends, this is a nice little place you have here. Very tasty.
Libby, if you didn't like it, we'd sell it.
All right, now let's get some more pictures. Now, if the bride will just sit here and the groom stand behind her, we'll have something unique. Swell. All right, Otto. Caption, their honeymoon still continues.
Hello there.
Ah, the producer. Their honeymoon ceases abruptly. Hello, Oliver.
Hello, Norman. Glad you're back. How are you, Esther?
Hello, Oliver.
I interrupting?
Yes, but Libby beat you to it.
Oh, we just want a couple more.
Now, that's enough of both of them, Otto. What the papers are asking for is exclusives of Miss Lester alone.
Oh, I see. Come on, Oliver. Let's you and I get exclusive.
Sure.
Stay for dinner, Oliver.
Thanks, I will.
All right now, Miss Lester. Let's have one with a smile. That's it.
Well, Oliver, what's on your mind? How's the dividend situation?
Very pleasant. I think we'll show $2 million on the next quarter.
Ooh, that was a smart move of mine to sell my stock then, wasn't it? Well, anyway, you can thank me for some of those dividends of yours.
Hmm?
Can't you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, that was a little too quick, Oliver. Enchanted Hour was a smash hit, wasn't it?
Made Esther a star overnight.
Yeah, and it should have. What about me?
Let's wait and talk business at the office, Norman.
Come on, let's have it. Didn't they like me?
Well, maybe the part wasn't right.
It was the best part of the year. Look, Oliver, do you think I'm slipping? Come on, give it to me.
Then you take it?
Go ahead.
The tense is wrong, Norman. You're not slipping. You've already slipped.
But my fan mail's still big.
Norman, fans will write anybody for a photograph. It only costs 3 cents for the stamp. That makes photographs cheaper than wallpaper. But every quarter they pay for a theater ticket buys them the right to be a critic. And your last few performances, Norman, have not pleased your critics.
Remember, I told you I'd be ready for the curtains when the time came? Well, here it is. Let's call off the contract and no hard feelings.
Well, we're not quitting yet. I've got a swell script lined up for you, Norman.
About Esther. If you think I'm going to get in her way...
Well, as a matter of fact, as it happens, there isn't anything for her in this story. I more or less plan to star her in a picture of her own. Maybe with that young Pemberton opposite her. He's coming along very nicely.
Good for young Pemberton. All right, Oliver. We'll make a try at it. Let's hope it's not too late.
Let's hope it's not too late.
Now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, we'll hear Act 3 of A Star is Born, starring Judy Garland and Walter Pidgeon. Now, when you try out a new thing, naturally, you want to find out everything you can about it. Here are some of the things women have been asking about the new rayon stockings. Perhaps our answers will help to settle some questions in your mind.
Aren't rayon stockings pretty much all alike?
No more than all silk stockings were alike. For one thing, high-twist rayons usually have more elasticity, so they fit and wear better.
How do rayons really wear?
Well, that depends partly on the weight you buy. The heavier weights will naturally wear longer, as they do in silk. And wear also depends on the care you give rayons. If you rub them with cake soap or use strong wash-day soaps, you'll probably be disappointed. For those things weaken elasticity, and your stockings break easily into runs. So give rayon the same gentle care you give silk and nylon. Nightly luxing. Rich, lukewarm Lux suds save elasticity. Cut down expensive runs.
Do rayons take longer to dry?
Yes, and thorough drying is important. Rayon is temporarily weak when it's wet. Regains its strength only when it's dry all the way through. Your rayon stockings may feel dry before they really are. So it's safer to allow them from 24 to 48 hours drying time. To sum up, Lux Care means longer wear for rayons just as it does for silk and nylon. So stick to gentle Lux. Over 90% of the makers of stockings, makers of rayon, nylon, silk, cotton, and wool, advise Lux Flakes. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
You might like to know what New Year's resolutions our stars have made. I'll ask them about it right after the play. But now here's Act 3 of A Star is Born, with Judy Garland and Walter Pidgeon. A year has gone by. A year during which Esther rose steadily to stardom, and Norman dropped just as steadily into oblivion. It's the night of the Academy Award dinner. At a table in the corner, Esther and Oliver Niles wait anxiously for Norman to arrive. The Master of Ceremonies is speaking.
We have already applauded with our hearts as well as our hands when awards have been given to those gentlemen who during
I
the
wish
past
Norman would
year
come.
have
Do you think anything's happened to him?
Of course not. He's probably been held up in traffic, that's all.
To the ladies, or
You
rather,
just think about that Oscar you're going to get.
Present to her the Academy Award for the finest performance of the year. The unforgettable Anna in Dream Without End, Miss Dickie Lester.
Go on, Esther. Get your award.
Oliver, I wish Norman were here.
I can say, Miss Lester, congratulations.
Thank you.
What more can I say, Miss Lester? This statuette says it for all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, When something like this happens to you and you try to tell how you feel about it, you find that out of all the words in the world, there are only two that really mean anything. Thank you. All I can do is to say them to you from my heart. All I can do is to tell you that I'll keep saying them just as long as I can.
Hey!
Norman.
Very
Norman.
pretty speech, my dear. I want to be the first to congratulate you on that valuable little piece of bric-a-brac. Now I want to make a speech. Gentlemen of the Academy and fellow suckers, I got one of those once for best performance. Once, don't mean a thing. People get them every year. Well, I want a special award.
Norman, please.
Something nobody else can get. I want a statuette for the worst performance of the year. I want 3 statues for the 3 worst performances of the year. I earned them, and everybody that saw those last 2 masterpieces of mine knows I earned them. What I'm here to find out is, do I get them or do I get them? Answer yes or no.
Music, quick.
Answer yes or no.
No.
All right, Esther, I've got him. Come on, Norman, come over to the table.
No.
Hello, Vicky, dear. Allow me to congratulate you. You must be terribly proud and happy tonight.
Norman, dear. Oh, Norman.
Esther, what have I done? Somebody give me a drink.
Who is it?
Oliver Niles calling.
Oh, Oliver, come in.
How are you, Esther?
Oh, Oliver, I've missed you. Everybody's missed you. Sit down. Did you have a nice trip?
Well, a 3-month tour over the theater circuit scarcely comes under the head of pleasure. But the way they're screaming for your pictures all across the country. Miss Lester, if I may talk shop, you are a knockout.
Thank you. That's good to hear, Oliver.
You've been crying, haven't you?
Yes, a little.
Why?
Oh, I guess maybe it's just nerves. I'm worried about this next picture, Oliver.
You needn't be. I just saw the first week's shooting. You're headed for another Academy Award this year.
Really? Oh, thanks. That's encouraging.
How's Norman?
Norman? Well, he's trying awfully hard, Oliver.
Has he been... Is he all right?
He's gone to a sanitarium.
Sanitarium?
Well, it was his own idea. You see, he really wants to stop drinking, and I think he could if...
I know. If he had a chance to work again. Well, maybe we can fix it.
Oh, Oliver, could you? Could you do that?
I think so.
Oh, thank you, Oliver. But he mustn't ever know I told you.
He won't know, Vicky. And you mustn't worry, do you hear? I want you to be good in this picture.
I'll try, Oliver. It's all I can do for you.
And one more for the books, folks. What star recently released from a sanitarium where he underwent a rest cure is now hanging around the Santa Anita racetrack while he gets into shape for a comeback? Your guess is as good as mine, and mine's no guess.
Hello, Charlie.
Well, hello, Mr. Man. Haven't seen you in a long time.
No, I've been resting. Ginger ale, please.
Ginger ale and what?
Ginger ale and ginger ale.
Oh, new leaf, huh?
A whole new book, Charlie.
Pick it up, Charlie. Scotch and soda. Well, a stranger in our midst.
Hello, Libby.
Mr. America of yesteryear. Say, do they let you run around now without a keeper?
Oh, I'm a trustee now. Good behavior, you know. But I didn't expect to find you at Santa Anita. What do they do with the actors when you're away?
Oh, they cut them in slices and fry them with eggs. I suppose you'll be here all the time now that you're retired from the hurly-burly of the silver screen?
Well, we're staying down at the beach house now, and it's pretty lonesome with Esther away working all day.
I wouldn't squawk about that if I were you. It's nice. Somebody in the family's making a living.
Go a little slow, will you, Libby? I don't want to forget we're friends.
Friends, my eye. Listen, I got you out of your jams because it was my job, not because I was your friend. I don't like you. I never did like you. Nothing made me happier than to see all those cute little pranks of yours catch up with you and land you on your celebrated puss.
Pretty work, Libby. Always wait till they're down, then kick them.
Why, you're not down, actor. You fixed yourself nice and comfortable. You can live off your wife now. She'll buy the drinks and put up with you even if nobody else will.
What are you?
Take a swing at me, will you? Get up, you four-star ham, and I'll knock you down for keeps.
Oh, throw him out.
Get up there. Get up and get out of here. Don't bother to throw him out, Mike. He's just a harmless drunk.
Well, okay, Mr. Libby, if you say so.
Sure, let him go. What can he do? He can't fight any better than he can act.
Hey, they're going to the pool.
Hey, man. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Give me a scotch. Double.
Vicky, please sit down. You're going to be sick carrying on like this. Why don't you try to get some sleep?
He's been gone for 4 days. 4 days and not a word. Oliver, how can I sleep? How can I do anything? Oh, Oliver, I can't answer it. I just can't. Will you please?
Hello? This is Oliver Niles speaking. What? Where? All right, thanks.
Oliver, what's happened? Where is he?
He's all right, Vicky. He isn't hurt. Well, they're holding him downtown in the night court. I'll go right down and get him out.
What is it? What has he done?
He's been arrested on a disorderly conduct charge.
I'm going with you, Oliver.
Esther, please. It isn't any place for you, and if it gets in the papers...
What do I care about the papers? Norman's in trouble. He needs me. I'm going to him.
Next case, Alfred Hendrickson, known as Norman Maine. Where is he?
Yeah.
Drunk and disorderly. Crashed car into tree. Resisted arrest and injured one of arresting officers. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Were you Norman Maine, the actor?
Yes.
You've come pretty low, haven't you? 90 days in the city jail.
Wait, please. Your Honor, I'm his wife.
Yes, I recognize you, Miss Lester.
Please, I promise you, Judge, this will never happen again. I'll be responsible for him if you'll just not send him there, please.
You realize that this man, when drunk, is obviously a menace to public safety?
Yes,
You realize, too, the responsibility you would be assuming to the court and to the Commonwealth?
I do.
Very well. Sentence suspended. Prisoner remanded to custody of his wife. You may take him home, Miss Lester.
Norman. Norman, are you all right, darling?
I'm so tired, Esther.
How is he, Esther?
Talk low. He's still asleep in there.
That's the best thing for him.
Oh, it's awful to see this happen to someone you love. And you know in your heart that it can't get any better.
Do you still love him, Esther, or do you feel sorry for him?
It's so hard to tell where one leaves off and the other begins. I only know that all I can do now is stay with him and try to help him.
So will I. Between us, we'll take care of him, won't we?
You're very fond of him, aren't you, Oliver?
I'm very fond of both of you.
I know. That's why I know you'll understand what I have to tell you. And I think that after what happened last night, you might know what it is. I can't do any more pictures, Oliver. I'm going away. For good. With Norman.
Can't do that. You're at the peak of your success. You've worked too hard to get there.
Yes, I've worked hard, Oliver. And what difference would it have made if you and Norman hadn't worked harder to get me there?
No one can help people to careers. You made your own career. It's your whole life, Esther.
Yes. That's what's been wrong. Oh, I've thought it all out. Maybe if I hadn't been away from him so much, things might have been different. What happened last night might never have happened at all. But it's too late to think of that now. But maybe it's not too late to go away with him and start over again somewhere.
It's your life you're giving up.
Yes. So I can try to give Norman back his. Can you honestly tell me I'm wrong?
No, I can't honestly tell you that.
There won't be any more Vicky Lester, Oliver.
Goodbye, Vicky Lester. You were a swell girl. And good luck, Mrs. Norman Maine.
Goodbye, Oliver. Thank you for everything.
Hello, darling.
Norman.
This is your husband coming in to apologize again, dear.
Norman, have you been out there long? Oliver Niles was here.
Yes, I know. I thought he would be. You're looking very sad, darling. What other troubles have you got?
None. I was just playing a little scene with myself.
Now, look. I'm just coming out of the jitters, and you're just going into them. This is a swell household.
Isn't it?
I tell you what we'll do. I'll promise to brace up if you'll go on the wagon.
Well, I guess I have been drinking too much.
Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be an athlete.
Gee, you mean with great big muscles and everything?
Roughly speaking, yes.
You're going to join the YMCA?
No. That costs too much. I'm going wading in the Pacific.
Now?
Sure.
Oh, well, you won't go out too far, darling. Will you?
A little water once in a while wouldn't hurt me anyway.
Crazy.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll be running along. Could you have a hot toddy? Some hot soup for me when I come back?
Some hot soup.
And I'll make the sandwiches.
Oh, Norman, do you have to?
Give me a kiss, darling.
All right. Don't be long.
I won't. Oh, darling.
Yes?
Do you mind if I take just one more look?
Norman.
So long, sweet.
Paper, Norman May drowned. Paper, Norman May drowned at Malibu. Read all about it.
Will that be all, Miss Lester?
Have you packed everything?
Yes, ma'am. The bags, the trunks, everything.
Then have the car brought out.
Don't tell me I can't see her. I'm her grandmother. Esther.
Granny. Oh, Granny, darling, I'm so glad to see you. What made you come?
I know when I'm needed. Here, girl, get out, please. I want to talk to my granddaughter.
Yes, ma'am.
I got here as quickly as I could.
Oh, but I was going home. I sent you a wire yesterday.
Sit down. Is it true that you're going to quit the movies?
I never want to hear of them again.
What are you running away from, child?
I'm not running away. It's just that I can't go on. My heart isn't in it anymore.
Once I told you, if you get what you want, you might have to give your heart in exchange.
And I said I was willing. Well, I was. I've proved it. I've given my heart, Granny.
Yes, you made a bargain, and now you're whining over it. I wouldn't be very proud of myself if I were you.
I'm not. It's just that I got so much more than I bargained for, Granny. More success, more fame, more happiness, and so much more unhappiness. It's all come so quickly, Granny. I've lived a whole lifetime in a few short years. And when Norman died, something died in me, too. My life is over, Granny. There's no reason for it now. And I can't go on any longer. I just can't.
You've got to. Tragedy is the test of courage, Esther. I never knew Norman Maine. He was sweet to me in the letter he wrote when you were married. He said that you told him how much I meant to you. But I know how much you must have meant to him. And I can't believe that wherever he is, Esther, he is very proud, knowing that all that his love did for you was to make you a quitter.
The car's ready, Miss Lester. You'll have to go now to make the train.
Put the car back in the garage. We're going to stay.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great occasion. The entire picture industry has come to the Chinese Theater for this opening tonight to pay tribute to a great star, a girl who's won the heart of the world, Miss Vicki Lester. And now, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Lester's car has just driven up. Yes, there she is. I'll see if I can get her here to say a few words. Here she comes. No, wait, she's stopping, folks. I don't know what it's all about, but... What is it, Jim? Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Lester has stopped at the footprints of her late husband, Norman Maine. She's a little upset. I don't think we're going to get her up here. No, wait, she's pulling herself together. She seems to be all right, ladies and gentlemen. She's approaching the microphone now. Miss Lester, will you... Miss Lester, we're on a national hookup here. Your fans are hoping you'll say a few words to them. Would you please?
Of course. Hello, everybody. This is Mrs. Norman Maine.
Before our stars return for their curtain call, here's an interesting thing I read about Hollywood the other day. More than 1,000 ways of saving vital materials are being used in movie making today. Yes, conservation, saving things so they'll serve longer, is important now. One thing that's playing a big part in saving precious fabrics for Hollywood studios is Lux Flakes. Leading motion picture studios use gentle Lux for all their washable costumes, so they'll stay fresh and unfaded longer and keep their true colors before the camera. Now, you can well believe that in times like these, the studios choose the care they know is really safe. Women know, too, from their actual experience, that Lux Flakes are wonderfully gentle, safe for everything safe in plain water. With gentle Lux care, there's no cake soap rubbing, no harmful alkali to injure fabrics or colors. So your dresses, blouses, sweaters, the children's clothes, your nice household linens will last longer, wear better when you Lux them. In your conservation program for 1943, make this your motto. Don't trust to luck, trust to Lux. Now, here's Mr. DeMille and our stars.
If ever a performance deserved a curtain call, it's A Star is Born. And here are the two stars responsible, Judy Garland and Walter Pidgeon. Made any New Year resolutions yet, Judy?
Sure. More bonds, less butter.
Can't go wrong on that. What's yours, Walter?
Well, for one thing, I'm cutting down on conversation. And I'm going to try to get other people to do the same thing. Of course, that may get me into trouble.
I suppose you mean conversation about the war, Walter.
Yes, it's all summed up in one slogan, Judy. Careless talk costs lives. Or if you like it even shorter, zip your lip.
On little bits of military information. Yes, that's the way modern espionage works. It's like a gigantic news-gathering agency piecing together hundreds of seemingly unrelated facts.
No more beautiful blonde spies?
Well, I haven't seen one recently, Judy, even in pictures.
Well, how do you figure not talking is going to get you in trouble, Walter?
From now on, Judy, when somebody says to me, my brother is sailing tonight, they just gave him a tropical sun helmet, I'm going to suggest that it's dangerous talk and might sink that brother's ship if heard by the wrong people. I may be sticking my neck out, but it's for a good cause.
If everybody joins that crusade, Walter, the enemy agents will starve to death. Good luck with it.
I have one question, CB. No military information involved. What's your play next week?
Well, it's quite military, Walter, because next week our play is the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer hit, The Bugle Sound.
Ah.
And our stars will be Wallace Beery and Marjorie Rambo. The Bugle Sounds is a story of a rugged old cavalry sergeant whose regiment is being mechanized. But mechanizing Wallace Beery is a man-sized job for any army. So don't miss this drama of adventure in tanks and jeeps next Monday night.
Well, with two swell players like Wally Beery and Marjorie Rambo, you're sure to have a great show, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night, CB.
Good night. Star is Born was a blessed event for us. This coming week, we turn the page on a new year. 1943 holds nothing but promise. The promise of a clean page. The record that will be written there 1 year from today will be what we make it. We will have only ourselves to praise or blame. The man on the fighting front, the man and the girl in the machine gun factory, the farmer in his wheat field, all have a personal part in making the history of this year. And when the day of victory comes, as it must, they can all say, this day is mine. And a free radio, a free press, and a free screen will join free men and women everywhere in hailing not just a new year, but a new era and a bright new world. And now, for old time's sake and for new time's sake, our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, send their wishes of good fortune and a safe return home to the hundreds of their employees, both men and women, who are now in the armed services, and to all men and women in our country's service, wherever they may be. And our sponsors send their heartiest good wishes to each and every one of you. All here in the Lux Radio Theater, join me in echoing these hopes for a joyful and victorious New Year. And we invite you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Wallace Beery and Marjorie Rambeau in The Bugle Sound. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Leo Cleary as Oliver Niles, Charles Steele as Libby, Verna Felton as Granny, Arthur Q. Bryan as Moon, and Francis Robinson, Fred Mackay, Jane Morgan, Eddie Marr, Norman Field, Bruce Payne, Crayon Denton, Arthur Gilmore, Griff Barnett, and Jane Bierce. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Wallace Beery and Marjorie Rambeau in The Bugle Sound.
Free. Yes, absolutely free. A sample of Vims, the new low-cost vitamin mineral tablets. Ladies, if you haven't tried yet Vims, now's the time. Just send your name and address to this station. You'll soon receive a free sample of Vims. Remember, write to this station. Ask for your free Vims today. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It was lust at first sight.
Rolling.
Oh, I know, baby. Love at first fight.
I do not. The international symbol for no. I do not want you to come near me again.
Hey, wait a minute. So we're still on for midnight?
It was a relationship that was doomed.
Would you please find a station?
Wait a minute. I'm looking for a song.
To last forever.
Our song, if you must know.
MGM Pictures presents Michael Keaton.
You have nice feet.
Well, I work out.
Gina Davis.
Did you just snort?
Sometimes words just get in the way.
Can you help me out for a sex? How do you say sex?
Speechless.
Shall we speak the unspoken language of love?
You mean the kind only dogs can hear?
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Flow of an August nighttime, drift and ebb of an August nighttime through the narrow channels of Broadway. And where surge was, the great pools of silence filling now. And stand at their edge and try for a tear to mourn the passing of summer night. And flip the coin for the memory that's worth the weeping. There was the beach at Far Rockaway, and a dune from which to observe a girl dancing alone, arms stretched to the sea and to the moon. Ritual dance to the tune of the faraway portable radio and the plastic ukulele. And there was the moment you approached her, touched her shoulder, and on the face turned to you were tears from closed eyes. So hit the subway and back to the street and flip the coin again. There must be another thing to remember. And this, too, on the trailing edge of night. A room deep somewhere in a brownstone tenement, and a youth in his silence, and a woman, dead of a bullet wound, sprawled across kitchen linoleum, and Detective Muggavan trying to find a gentle way with a boy's silence.
You want to tell us about it, son? Look, son, no one wants to hurt you.
No one... You try, huh, Danny?
Why don't you move away from that corner, son? Come over here. Sit down. You live here?
Yes, sir.
And this woman...
My mother.
Can you tell us what happened?
My mother?
Look, what's your name, son?
Jimmy. Jimmy Bruce. That's my mother. Look.
What?
Why don't you go away, you and this other man? We don't need you. Mom and me don't...
Look, kid, there's no other way to say it. Someone killed your mother. All we're asking of you is to help us. Were you here when it happened? Was there anyone else here? You don't have to stare at me like that, kid. What do you do now, Danny?
Get it, huh, Margaret?
Yeah. What do you want, lady?
Policeman downstairs. He said to come up here. He said to tell
This
you...
lady, Danny, a policeman downstairs said for her to come up here. He said for her to tell us.
Well, let her come in. What do you have to tell us?
A boy. Just a boy. Why is he staring that way?
His mother was just shot dead. That's why he's staring, lady. And that's his mother there. He's staring at his mother.
There's something you want to tell us?
Oh, poor boy. Poor boy.
Just tell us why the policeman downstairs let you come up here, lady.
Well, he said you'd want to know.
Want to know what?
I live a few doors down, just next to the corner, and, well, I couldn't sleep, and I was just looking out the window, I guess, just lying in bed, not being able to sleep. And I got up and walked around, and through the window. In the alley, I saw...
Saw what?
Well, it was a man running very fast.
He's running from this direction, from this end of the block?
Yes, I think he was. He was running, and then he hid behind a trash can, and I watched him crouch there.
Then you must have got a good look at him.
Well, it was dark, and I couldn't tell much about him.
A big man? A little man? Light? Dark? Fair? Well, you said you stood there and watched him, lady. You must have seen.
He was just a man running and hiding from something, and I watched him. I don't know why you think I should have done anything else.
Well, there's been a lot of commotion in the neighborhood, lady. A murder. How come it took you this long to tell us?
I told you. He was a man who was running away from something and hiding. I couldn't sleep, and I didn't feel I had the right to... Well, anyhow, he went away. I just heard a few minutes ago there was a murder down the block. So I threw this coat on over my... Well, anyway...
What's your name?
Charlotte. Miss Charlotte Lane. I live at 3456 West 18th, just down the block. And, well, anything I can do to help you, just... Oh, you poor boy. Just a boy. And your mother dead like that. That awful way. Oh, don't do that, child. Don't.
Then Miss Lane does a thing. She moves quietly over to the boy, lifts her hand to him gently, touches cheek and hair, and waits for the length of time women know it takes for compassion to be transferred. Then the onrushing sound to post proof that violence has been done. Nighttime tableau on the edge of the city that suddenly belongs to the police. Leave it outside in the deep night street and home, and pull down the bed from the wall. Close your eyes and search for a dream behind a wall of hot August hours. Finally sleep and not dream until the seconds before it's time to get up again. It's morning and it's a new day. Call headquarters and check in, then ride downtown again. And the house on West 18th, the walk upstairs, and last night's doorway this morning with a policeman in front of it, who tells you the boy's just sitting there looking out of the window, who opens the door for you. Hello, Jimmy. Jimmy?
You're from last night, aren't you?
That's right. My name's Danny Clover.
How do I look?
Jimmy,
My tie straight? Hair combed? One button off the coat here. But on a blue serge, it's tough to see.
Listen, Jimmy...
I figure looking nice for the funerals, the least I can do at such a time. Don't you think so? So all the people who come to look can say that's Jimmy Bruce. He's a regular little man.
Cut it out.
Okay. I'm okay.
Who killed your mother?
How am I supposed to know that?
You weren't in any kind of condition to talk last night, Jimmy, so now you can tell me what happened.
I came home and there she was lying on the floor shot. That's all.
You came home. Where were you?
Outside, streets, park. Where boys my age are supposed to be at night in the summer. And the kind of they're growing and restless. Now what?
How about your mother? Was she...
Don't make me get sloppy. I told you I was a boy growing up. I can't say wonderful and I loved her and I'll miss her and... Just don't make me do it.
Where's your father, Jimmy?
He didn't do it.
I didn't say he did. I just asked you where he was.
He doesn't live here. They were divorced 5 years ago.
I'll want to talk to him.
His name's Harry March. My mother took her own name when they divorced. I did, too. Harry March, Mr. Clover. In the phone book, someplace on 22nd Street.
Okay.
You'll want to know about Nick, too. Yeah, I bet you will. You want to know about old Nick, won't you?
Who's he, Jimmy?
You can never tell about people, can you? You people in the police must see a lot of that, don't you? A guy you would never suspect. All of a sudden, he's a killer.
Come on, Jimmy. Tell me what you're talking about.
Nick Silvern. 1212 East 8th Street. Mention my mother's name to him. See what he says. Mr. Clover?
Uh-huh.
You police people must really see a lot of that, don't you? A guy you would never suspect. All of a sudden, he's a killer.
The adolescent smile, then, and the wink. Wisdom at 17 with regards to murder. Leave and ride the streets again. East 8th, and Nick Silvern is not home, and no one seems to know when he will be nor where he could be. Get a description from neighbors and call it in as an all-points bulletin. Then the special businessman's lunch, which consisted of warm, small portions with iced tea and no dessert. Phone booth and look up a number for Harry March. And Mr. March is not home either, you're told by the super. Did you try his place of business? Well, try there. Utility repair shop over on 3rd, the super thinks. About the 500 block someplace, he thinks. So go there and walk the 500 block and try a store whose window has only 2 electric home mixers in it, both broken.
Within a second. Bet you never saw one like this before, huh?
What?
Come here. Ever see a golf ball and an electric toaster? Look underneath here in the mechanism. Mrs. Stutman wonders why she can't make toast in the morning for Mr. Stutman.
Very interesting. Are you Harry March?
Yes, sir, I am.
I'm Danny Clover.
What's wrong that you need fixed in a hurry by Harry?
I'm from the police, Mr. March.
Well, I'm still Harry. I'll still fix it in a hurry. Faster.
Did you hear about your wife?
That's the wrong Harry, Danny. I don't have one. I did. I split up, divorced.
About 5 years ago, her name was Hilda Bruce, right?
You mean Hilda? What's wrong with Hilda that I should have heard about?
She was murdered.
I'm sorry to hear that.
You kill her?
No, I did not.
When's the last time you saw her, Harry?
Last week. Hey, look, I got better sense than not to level with you. I saw Hilda last week, but a lot of times before that.
Tell me about it.
Well, I don't own this place. I get sent out on calls to clients who need things fixed, you know, like defroster busted on a refrigerator, a golf ball.
Go on.
About 6 months ago, coincidence. I get sent out for a busted defroster to my old wife, Hilda's. She looked a lot better than 5 years ago. When we left each other and she moved away, I didn't know where.
So you kept coming back?
Yeah. I romanced her, Danny.
Still in love with her, huh?
It felt good being with her. But like that, you know. Love is for 18 to 25 age bracket.
Now, about your son, Jimmy.
Nice seeing him, too. When I saw him the first time 6 months ago, I missed him real bad for the years I hadn't seen him. Hilda. Last week, Hilda told me not to come back anymore. She shoved a gun at me and she said that. She had another guy, Nick. She had him and he didn't drink and she didn't want me.
I've got to take you along, Harry.
Yeah, sure. Let's go. Anything you say.
All right, Harry, get out.
My day belongs to you, Danny, so anything you say.
Come on. Up here.
Show me any spot on this building where it says police department. Not even in chalk does it say police department. You notice that too, Danny?
There's a woman who told us she lived here. I want her to have a look at you.
My day belongs to you, Danny. Anything you want to do with it. That list of tenants on the wall, do I get a fielder's choice, or is there a particular lady we have in mind?
Yeah, this one. Charlotte Lane, apartment 1C.
Charlotte? Sounds fair. Let's go.
Yeah. Miss Lane told us she saw a man running down the alley, hiding behind a trash can, just after your wife was murdered.
Former wife.
Former wife, who lives up the street, who you were romancing.
Yeah, I sure was, Danny, and then suddenly she wouldn't have any part, like I said. So this Charlotte Lane saw a fellow running and hiding, huh? She know what he looked like? She could identify him?
Let's ask her.
Anything you say. Hey, Charlotte, open it. Along with a friend.
Shut up. Miss Lane?
Oh, we've gone this far, Danny, so when it... Hey, Miss Lane, the man here wants you to take a look at me. He says that he... Danny. You see what I see, Danny? That lady, the way she's stretched across her bed with her eyes open like that, that's not from sleep, huh, Danny? That lady, she's dead, ain't she, Danny?
Strangled.
This Miss Charlotte Lane?
That's right.
They said that they belonged to you, Danny. And Charlotte here, she just went and loused it up for you. Didn't she, Danny? Didn't she, Danny?
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Wherever polio menaces a single child, blood is needed. The gamma globulin in blood can blunt the effects of the disease. Wherever disaster of any kind strikes, blood must be rushed to save lives. The Red Cross warns us that blood donations have fallen off alarmingly, as they tend to whenever the weather calls us away in large numbers. The National Blood Program is vital to us all. Call your local chapter and make an appointment to give a pint of blood. Don't let disaster catch America napping.
The August evening leans close to Broadway, whispers promises into its ear. There, in the dark, beyond the whirling lights, the lacy dream. And there, on the edge of laughter, the face that darts behind the smoky warmth and disappears. Across the street now, in the fast, hard clack of a woman's heels, to turn a corner, and she's gone, too, back again into the darkness. And somehow, that's the way it is. All the promises, just a smile away, always across the street and around the corner. Run after them, because when August is done, another year starts dying. At evening at headquarters.
Danny?
Come on in, Mugwin. You got something?
A few things. Danny?
Yeah? What?
You miss Tartaglia?
I really do, Mugwin.
I got a card from him. Dear Officer Mugwin, having a fine time. Wish you were. He meant wish you were here. Couldn't get it all in the card.
Yeah, he wrote smaller on mine. He got it all in.
Hey, what's Gino doing in Baltimore with his cousin Kendall, Danny? I thought he didn't like his cousin Kendall.
Well, his wife likes his cousin Kendall.
Well, she doesn't like Baltimore, though.
What have you got for me, Mugwin?
Well, a little checking back, Danny. May or may not be of any use.
Give me the opportunity of deciding, if you don't mind.
You really miss him, huh? Me too.
Well, let's get with it, huh, Mugwin?
Okay. Jimmy Bruce, son of the deceased Hilda Bruce, 1 month ago on July 12, lodged a complaint against his father, Harry March.
Oh?
I say lodged a complaint. He walked into the precinct and told the desk sergeant to keep his father away from his mother. The sergeant told him to call if his father showed up, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, what else?
Well, on Charlotte Lane, neighbor, no police record, nothing. Except worked as a waitress. Weber Healthateria. Healthateria?
Where?
In the village. Here, I dug up the address. And you know something?
What?
There are 4 Weber's Healthaterias in New York.
I'm very happy.
You don't understand. I had to find out which one Charlotte Lane... She works at the one in the village, Danny. Good night, Danny.
Ride now to the village. And park the car and walk. And the exotic things of the village. The August things. Man on camp stool at street corner, manicure scissors poised gracefully, snipping delicately, swiftly out of black paper, the silhouette image of a woman's profile. And in black silhouette, the woman's profile has youth in it, which pleases her, which makes her to remark to her companion who wears a fez that she is very happy, Stanley, which makes the fezzed man dig for a buck, which is the stated price on the cardboard at the artist's feet. August things in exotic village. Girl with carefully designed shock of gray and black hair, sauntering, sandaled, and in sari splotched with gilt. Briefcase under arm. A youth, forehead against plate glass, sipping in the mysteries of the shop's display. Driftwood planted in fragment of concrete building block. Necklace of rusty nails. And farther on, Mrs. Webster's Healtheteria, which has also a display in its window. Naked pile of wheat germ on one arm of scale, balanced on other arm of scale by a scoop of simulated mashed potatoes. And beneath, the legend, Your Health, Whither. And crystal jar filled to brimming with soybean. And box of candy with the sugar substitutes carefully analyzed for the chemists inhabiting the village. And inside, a counter laden with healthy stuffs, almond meatloaf, 35 cents, soybean parfait, 12 cents. And at the cash register...
Indulge yourself, young man.
A woman in sleeveless cotton print and of muscular bulge in the forearm, gray hair coiled high and speared with prong of tortoiseshell comb.
Eat, young man, and if your eyes are bigger than your stomach, don't worry about it. Not here. Not at Mrs. Weber.
I'm from the police, Mrs. Weber.
You eat my cuisine, you'll have a whole new outlook. Feel better, too. Try the parfait. Take my word for it.
I'm from the police, Mrs. Weber, to check on a woman you had working for you.
Charlotte.
That's right, Charlotte Lane. She was...
Choked until dead. That's what she was. I read in the papers that's what she was. Any other season, I'd close the Healtheteria and go someplace and cry, but... Oh, summer, you'd be surprised.
Just tell me about her, Mrs. Weber. Whom she knew, who she...
A girl of very sweet heart. That was Charlotte. Kind, sweet to the crackpots who wander in here and make remarks. Never face Charlotte. She has a good word for anyone, even meat eaters. They finally ate out of her hand.
Just nice to customers, huh? No special friends, no...
I was a special friend. I paid her good.
No, besides you.
Besides me? A drunk.
What?
A drunk. Who blew in here one day to fix my vegetable juicer. Went patooey on the molasses and germ casserole. Started breaking things.
Who was he?
A drunk. And Charlotte was sweet to him. I yelled for the cop on the beat. By the time the cop arrived, the drunk was eating out of Charlotte's hand.
You said he was a special friend of Charlotte's.
He got that way after that. Used to come in all the time. Said my stuff was good for hangovers. It was Charlotte he come for, though, not the mint tea.
Well, then you must have got acquainted. Charlotte must have introduced you.
Sure she did. I asked her who her drunken sot was. She said, that's Harry March. And I'm going to have him soon as he gets rid of some notions about a wife he once had. I'll have him, Mrs. Weber, Charlotte said. No one else, Mrs. Weber, Charlotte said. That was her heart. Real sweet.
So home to dull novel and sleep, and new morning, and to headquarters, and sit with the fact that Harry March was an old friend of Charlotte's, and be interrupted. Nick Silvern, wanted in connection with murder of Hilda Bruce, was picked up and held at 12th Precinct. So go there. Hello, Nick.
You bring a whip or something?
Got it out.
Well, this is my first time in. Whatever I say, it's on account of that. So if I ask that you bring the thumbscrew, you just realize I'm a new boy at this sort of thing.
What made it so tough to find you, Nick?
Why should I be looked for?
Come on.
No, why should I?
When did you find out Hilda Bruce had been murdered?
Yesterday morning, late.
From the papers?
That's right.
And all the late editions carried your name that we were looking for you?
And I asked myself why I should be looked for, like I'm asking myself now and getting no answer.
But you ran.
Oh, now listen, mister. I'm no competition for anything like murders or police departments. You know what a schnook is? Someone says that word around you. He means a guy like me. Harmless. Most what I want is please don't bother me. Leave me alone. Because what have I possibly got that you could possibly want?
Who killed her?
I don't know. You see what I mean?
How about her neighbor, Miss Lane? Who killed her?
I don't know. Guy like me, how could I know?
Nick, I understand Hilda was in love with you.
I'm honored, but no killer.
Where were you the night before last?
Oh,
Nick.
It so happens there's a young lady in my neighborhood. She's fond of me.
She's your alibi, huh?
Well, she's going to summer school. I happen to be very good in algebra. She's making up in algebra. Look, you got to drag her in. Listen, a guy like me... Her name is Toba Ramson. She lives up on Tremont.
Another reason why you ran, huh, Nick?
I have told you everything I know. Hang me, shoot me, feed me to the gorillas. I have told you everything I know.
Danny?
Mm-hmm.
It's me, Danny, Detective Muggerman. So turn around and take a look at me, huh?
Sure. You look hot, Muggerman.
I walk the neighborhoods, I get hot. Sweat through my coat, wilt my collar. It's a quirk with me.
Why don't you take off your coat?
It's allowed, huh?
What's eating you?
Lay off. I'll just lay off.
All right.
Just the heat, that's all.
Yeah.
The heat. Let's have a fan, huh? That's better. Better.
You check Silverman's alibi?
One of the things I checked, yeah. Silverman's got an alibi. 17 years old, haircut that new way the kids wear, and very backward at algebra. Night Hilda Bruce was murdered, Nick brought a pony up to Toba Remsen's algebra pony. It had all the answers.
How about the time of Charlotte Lane's murder?
Nick brought his pony again.
Silverman's out then.
Danny?
Mm-hmm.
Earlier today, I got the report from ballistics. Hilda Bruce was killed with a .32. I checked that, too, while I was out. Hardware stores, sporting goods stores, places where if you want .32 caliber bullets, you go buy them.
Go on.
A week ago, hardware store on West 19th, a package of bullets was bought. .32s. By a young man, the owner said.
Do you know who it was?
Sure he knew. He said the kid was practically a neighbor. Came in all the time for things. Kid named Jimmy Bruce. It's a heat, huh, Danny? Heat that makes me feel sick to my stomach. That's what it is, huh, Danny?
In here, Jimmy. You can sit down if you want to.
What do you call this place?
That's just a room at headquarters, Jimmy. We'll have your father in here in a minute.
Okay, Danny?
Bring him in, Muggerman.
You think my father's a murderer? You're crazy. He was a good guy. He wouldn't hurt anybody. All he was trying to do... Hi, Pa.
What'd you bring him here for?
What's the matter? Aren't you glad to see your son?
Hey, Jimmy.
What?
I've been talking to you, Jimmy.
He asked me who killed her. I told him I didn't know.
That's all he told us, Harry.
Because it's the truth.
Jimmy, after your mother and father separated, how often did you see your father?
Lots of times.
Now, don't lie, Jimmy. I didn't know where you were.
After you found out where we were, lots of times.
That's what you meant, wasn't it?
Yeah, Pa.
You ever see your dad when he was drunk?
Why don't you leave him alone?
Yeah, I've seen my dad when he was drunk.
How does he stack up with the drunks you've seen in the park, son?
He doesn't get that sloppy.
Harry?
I heard him. He said I didn't get that sloppy.
But drunk. Is that why your ex-wife told you not to come around?
I told you that.
The other reason was a man named Nick Silvern.
He told you that too, Danny.
Yeah, sure I did.
Sure.
One thing slipped your mind, though, Harry. Charlotte Lane.
What about her?
You'd known her a long time.
I stopped knowing her for a long time, too.
How long ago? About 6 months? When you met your ex-wife again? How about that, Danny? Running around with a woman right down the street from the woman he used to be married to and not even know it. What do they call that? Fate, kismet, what?
You killed Charlotte, Harry? You killed Hilda?
One or both, Harry. Or neither.
What do you know about it, Jimmy?
Nothing. Pa?
Leave him alone.
We think you killed Charlotte, Harry.
Think anything you want.
She saw you running away. She heard a murder had been committed. She came to us and told us she saw a man running away. Didn't mention your name.
That was nice of her.
Didn't mention your name, not the first time. She was going to hold it over you, Harry. She came to us to let you know what she could do to you unless you'd take her back, so you killed her.
You gotta have my son sit through this?
The poor little tyke went out and bought some bullets a few weeks ago, Harry. The poor, innocent boy bought a pack of .32 soft-nosed slugs. What'd you do that for, Jimmy?
To keep your father away?
Pa.
What?
These guys are smart cookies.
Just don't...
Don't what, Pa? Like I said, these guys are smart.
So figure you killed Charlotte. That means, Harry, you were running away from the death of your wife. And we all know your wife didn't want you around and Jimmy didn't want you around.
We know about the 12th precinct, Jimmy, how you asked the sergeant to keep your father away. We know you bought bullets, and we know your mother had a gun.
You told us that, Harry. Remember you said your wife poked a gun at you?
So what happened the night your wife was killed?
I shot her.
Cut it out, Pa.
I shot her.
You're crazy, Pa? You're going crazy?
Get out of here, Jimmy.
Listen, Pa was drunk.
That's no excuse.
Pa was drunk. Mom pulled a gun on him. Pa took it away from her. He was drunk. He had a loaded gun and he was drunk. So I went after him. Why not? He was drunk. The gun went off. That's all. The gun went off. Accidentally. And my mother was dead.
The nighttime blares down Broadway, and the street gathers it up like a passion. And threaded against the dark, the million fragments, neon and roar and melting shapes and shock and clots of crowd. It's a fury that sweeps you up and holds you close and throws you into the gutter of your choice. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Sheldon Leonard was heard as Harry March and George Peroni as Jimmy Bruce. Featured in the cast were Truda Marson, Martha Wentworth, and Lawrence Dobkin. Bill Anders speaking. Every Sunday night, a two-fisted He-Man takes you down a danger-studded road to mystery adventure on CBS Radio. Meet Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective, Sunday evening on most of these same stations. You'll thrill every minute as action-loving Diamond comes to grips with criminals and killers, cutting through subterfuge, putting his neck in a gangland noose in interest of justice. Richard Diamond, Sunday evening on CBS Radio. Don't miss him. And remember, for thrilling dramas of escape, listen Sunday nights to the CBS Radio Network.
My name is Mike Myers. Perhaps you recognize me from my recent motion picture, Wayne's World. Thanks. As you can see, I'm on the set of my new film in which I play a young fellow named Charlie, who gets a little more than he bargained for. For example, there's suspense. Have you heard of this case? Mrs. X. She murders her husband on her honeymoon, then she changes her identity and marries again.
I never heard of it, so what?
I think I'm dating Mrs. X.
The Justice Department reports an alarming rise in the number of poisoning murders across the United States.
It's a smart drink to improve your brain power. You like it, Charlie?
Thank you, no. There's action.
Charlie, there's something I've been meaning to tell you.
She's a killer. Charlie, she is not a killer.
And of course, there's plenty of romance.
What do you look for in a girl you date?
I know everyone always says sense of humor, but I'd really have to go with breast size.
You're lying on your side, totally asleep. I could just, stick a needle in.
So, as you can see, it has all the elements of a truly great motion picture. Oh, did I mention the axe murder?
Hello, sweetheart.
Missed me, darling?
Mayor of the Town is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I hope you enjoy it.
Really? It's going to be a nice weekend. I haven't a worry in the world. I can stay in the sun and stretch my soul.
Stretch your soul?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and my muscles, too. I'm going to get out my spade and hoe.
And I'm going to get out the liniment.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The makers of the new Rinso are proud to present The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore with his guest, Charlie Ruggles. The flowers that bloom in the spring and summer have nothing on those pretty washable prints you ladies wear. But, of course, the big idea is to keep those prints fresh and immaculate. That's their great charm. Well, that part of it is a snap with the new, soapy-rich Rinso. You see, Rinso's lively suds get out more dirt, yet they're kind to washable colors. And, of course, when it comes to summer whites, well, you just can't beat. Right, Rinso White. Yes, new Rinso is the best Rinso ever made. And besides, new Rinso goes farther.
Goes farther. Goes farther. Goes farther.
And now, to the Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore and his guest, Charlie Ruggles.
Really?
What?
Who was that on the phone this morning? It was ringing before dawn.
Oh, some members of the lodge called. They wanted to know who you were favoring as the next secretary.
What does it matter who I favor? Secretary is elected by popular vote.
Well, they figure you've been secretary for so long that you ought to have some opinion on who's going to succeed you.
Well, I haven't. I'm not getting mixed up in it.
Mr. Robertson's running, and Mr. Webster across the street.
No, either one of them would do, so I don't care who's running. I'm going out to my radishes.
Mr. Brown was going to call up again. I'll call you, and you can tell him how you feel.
You do, and I'll plant you with the radishes. I'm going to commune with nature and with her alone.
Well, good morning, Mayor. Doing a little gardening, I see.
Hello, Robertson.
There's a little matter I'd like to speak to you about, Mayor.
Monday, Robertson, please. I'm busy with my radishes.
Yeah. Well, you and I know, Mayor, that a few words dropped in the right quarters are always helpful in the matter of elections.
Hey, you're walking on my tomatoes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You know, elections for mayor will be coming up one of these days, and you may want my support, Mayor. So if you could see your way clear to lending me your support in this matter of secretary of the lodge, the society...
Look, Mr. Robertson, please. I'm very busy. Will you go home and then come back some Monday?
Well, Mr. Mayor...
Can't I have one Saturday? Just one Saturday without people cluttering it up with problems?
Well, really, Mr. Mayor, you don't have to shout.
It's my garden, and I'll shout if I want to.
Mayor, telephone.
Well, don't you hear, Marilla, Mayor?
I do not, and I'm not going to.
Baby, you're chopping up your radishes.
Oh, Mayor!
He isn't going to answer, Marilla. I'm going home, Mr. Mayor.
Good. Goodbye. Oh, dear. I think it must be quieter on the battlefront.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, Mr. Webster.
May I have a word with you, sir?
Please don't walk on my tomatoes, Mr. Webster.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mayor, I would like you to help me get the office of secretary in the lodge.
Mr. Webster, the answer is no.
But, Mr. Mayor, why, I've lived across the street from you for 17 years. Surely you consider me a man of honor.
What kind of fertilizer do you use, Mr. Webster?
Now, what does that have to do with my honor?
Trying to curry the mayor's favor, Mr. Webster.
You can play at the same game, Robertson. I saw you out here.
Well, are you implying?
Mayor, telephone.
Oh, I'm in China. Will you two gentlemen please take this discussion elsewhere? I'm spending a quiet Saturday. Go on now, please. Get out.
Step into my yard, Mr. Webster.
With pleasure, Mr. Robertson.
No one's going to believe you're in China.
I don't care. I just don't care.
Mayor. Oh, Mayor, thank goodness you're here.
Oh, hello, Miss Hunt. Well, watch out for my tomatoes.
Oh, Miss Hunt. My goodness, you're all out of breath. What's the matter?
I've been running. Oh, I'm really in an awful mess, Mayor. You see, you sent Miss McCafferty down to Baltimore for those records, and I just...
Whoa, slow down there. What about Tony?
You see, her Uncle Archibald raises Siamese cats. They're very beautiful cats for blue ribbons. But my dog doesn't like cats, and it would be terrible if anything happened to them. So would you?
Would I what?
No, definitely no. I'm the one that will have to do the work.
Say, do you two know what you're talking about?
Of course.
Well, where did I fall off the train? Let's go back to the station and start out again.
Well, Tony's Uncle Archibald raises prize cats.
Yeah, I got that. Shoot ahead.
He was bringing a couple of them back to a cat show in New York. And this morning, Tony got a wire saying he'd missed the train, but the cats were on it. And would she please take them off and take care of them till he can get here, tomorrow?
Well, did she?
No, because you'd sent her to Baltimore and she had to hurry for her train. I said I'd tend to them, but I can't take them home because I have a dog and a date with a Marine, and, well, I just don't know what to do.
Well, whatever you do, don't cry. Run along to your Marine. I'll tend to it. What time do they get in?
On the noon train. They're very valuable cats.
Well, I hope they have nice manners. You know what I mean. Goodbye, Miss Hunt. I'll tend to the cats. Or Marillie will. Marillie, here they are.
Where are the pets? Where are they?
Look around you.
Oh, merciful powers. The room's crawling with cats. I thought there were only 2.
Well, that seems to have been a mistake. Actually, there are 5.
5 cats? Oh, well, that will certainly fix our meat stamps for the week. I only have 16 points for you and Jerry and me.
Oh, forget the points.
Oh, forget them. If that isn't a man for you.
Wait a minute. There's one missing.
Well, there she is, way up on top of the door.
Yeah, she jumped up there the minute I opened the box, and she's been swinging back and forth ever since.
Oh, I tell you, that cat ain't human. Look at that one over by the door. That isn't the spitting image of Abigail Peters.
Oh, don't be catty, Marillie.
No, I'm sorry. It must be the atmosphere. Well, I suppose we'll have to turn this room over to them.
My study.
Well, they have to stay someplace.
I don't know why all these things have to happen to me. I've never been known to harm a living soul. Why should I suddenly have to turn over my house to a bunch of cats? Oh, what a town. What a life.
Yeah, I think they're all in the house, Jerry. My. Where did you get that big black dog?
He's mine.
Oh, does the mayor know about him?
Well, no. Matter of fact, he doesn't.
Oh, well, the mayor isn't in a very good humor, Jerry.
Oh, no? Hey, look, would you hold him for me while I go in and kind of break the news gently?
Why, certainly. Well, hello, boys.
His name is Aristotle.
His name is Aristotle?
That's right.
It may be Mud, you know.
I'll be right back. Oh, Mayor!
In the study, Jerry.
Okay. Holy cats!
Shut the door before they get out.
Where'd you get them all?
Never mind that now. I'm glad you're home. You can watch them.
Well, the fact is, Mayor, do you remember all the times you've said every boy should have a dog?
This is not the weekend to bring up that discussion again.
But we'll talk about the dog some other time, Jerry.
But you see, he's here, sir.
Huh?
Who's here?
Aristotle. He's in the yard. Come on, look.
Jerry, you haven't brought home a dog. Not this weekend.
Well, if you just come out in the yard and take a look.
All right. Come on, Marillie.
There he is. There's Aristotle.
Great jumping jitterfish.
Where'd Mr. Robertson go?
So where did you get this animal, son?
Oh, he just kind of joined me on Maple Street.
Well, tell him to run along home.
He hasn't got a home.
How do you know?
I just know. Look at how thin he is. Oh, Mayor.
He doesn't ask for anything except a kind word and a friendly hand in exchange for his protection and affection.
He smells.
I'll give him a bath.
Jerry, we can't keep him, son. We just can't keep him. But we have 5 cats to take care of for the weekend.
Oh, please let him stay. I'll feed him and take care of him. He won't be a bit of bother.
Can you resist a plea like that, Merle?
I most certainly can.
A boy needs a dog. Let's extend the kind word and friendly hand, Merle.
Oh, well, why don't we just take in everything that comes along? Oh, feathers. Well, I've got to go shopping for the kennel rations. Don't expect any meat this week, that's all. I have 16 stamps, and when they're gone, they're gone.
Hello, neighbors. My. Oh, my, he's a fine dog. Here now. Here. Just be careful, Aristotle. Just watch your temper. I can bite too, you know. Mayor, did I see you in the company of several cats a few minutes ago?
Well, you might have. You could have. They come to visit for the weekend.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
I had an aunt that came to visit once and stayed 20 years. But, of course, cats don't live that long, I guess. Odd sort of company to have, though.
Oh, mind your own business. I have enough troubles trying to take care of those animals without listening to you. Come on, Marilla, let's go in.
He's a nice dog, don't you think, Mr. Robertson?
Yes, indeed. Nice dog. Cats. A dog. Well, all we need to make it a really lovely gathering is a pair of canaries. Wouldn't you say, Jerry?
Gee, I think my uncle would go right out of his mind.
Yes. Now, all I have to do is to plant the seed.
I'll get it, Marilla. Oh, hello, Mr. Webster. Come in.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, look at all the cats.
Yeah, have a chair.
Oh,
hello, Mr. Webster.
Oh, good day, Marilli. Oh, Miss Marilli.
Huh?
I've brought you a little token of esteem for my wife and myself.
Oh, well, now, really, Mr. Webster, you shouldn't have done that.
Merle isn't a member of the lodge, Mr. Webster.
No, but it's always wise to win friends so you can influence people. Here you are with our compliments, a pair of canaries.
Oh, Mr. Webster, they're beautiful.
Sweet.
See here, Webster, what are you trying to do? Cause more trouble? Take those birds and get them out of here.
Why, Mr. Mayor, sir?
You seem to be going out of your way to annoy me.
Oh, they're real nice birds. It wouldn't be much trouble, really. All any bird asks is a kind word and a friendly hand.
Extend it, Mayor, again and again. Well, good day. I'll just let myself out. Strange, I could have sworn Robertson said he wanted to.
2 more mouths to feed.
Hey, Aristotle's hungry.
So am I. Now, see here. Let's organize this zoo before they annihilate each other. Put the canaries upstairs. And leave the cats here and put that dog in the basement. Feed their unpleasant little faces. And then, if there's anything left over, bring it out to me. I'll be in the woodshed where it's quiet. Three o'clock in the morning. Oh, if I could only get some sleep. I never heard of a cat with a bass voice. Marilla? Oh, Marilla, I think someone just threw a shoe through the study window.
Francis Webster, wake up. I want you to go right down and call the police.
Oh, dear.
I think someone's being murdered at the mayor's house.
Fellow members of the Springdale chapter, I would like to open. Shut up, you black-hearted lions.
Kind of noisy, ain't it, Pop? I can't sleep.
Joseph, Papa can't stand this any longer. I want you to get the police on the phone right away. Now call Archie Chamberlain.
All right, I'm coming. Oh, hello, Archie.
Mayor.
Good morning, Mr. Robertson.
Good morning.
Mr. Webster.
Mayor?
It's a little early for callers, isn't it?
I am mad, Mayor. I am mad clear to the marrow. All night I've been trying to practice my speech, and all night it's been catcalls, catcalls, catcalls.
Well, you should get used to that, Mr. Robertson.
I'm sorry to bother you at this hour, Mayor, but both Mr. Robertson and Mr. Webster phoned about the noise.
Why, my wife thought someone was being murdered. I would have come right over, but it seemed wiser to wait for the police.
Well, the cats are asleep and quiet now, so I guess everything's under control. I'm sorry you were disturbed.
Well, if they're asleep, no one else in the neighborhood is.
You had to open your big mouth. If you wouldn't excite the cats, they wouldn't howl.
Are you trying to blame those cats on me, sir?
Mr. Robertson, sir, I must ask you to lower your voice.
Mr. Webster, sir, it's my voice. I'll use it as I please.
Well, Joe, let's not fight about it now. Get rid of the cats tomorrow, will you, Mayor?
Oh, sure, yes, I will.
I don't think it's quite seemly for a candidate for an office of honor in the lodge to be out disturbing the neighborhood at this hour.
Oh, well, you're doing a little disturbing yourself, Mr. Webster. And don't you come pointing your finger of scorn at me. You just hope I'll make a misstep so you'll win the election. But I'm not going to make a misstep.
Very well, Mr. Robertson. Kindly endeavor to control yourself. The best man will win.
Yes, and it won't be you, sir.
Well, I suggest we all go back to bed.
Mr. Webster, if I may say so, you are a very unpleasant man.
Mr. Robertson, I return the compliment.
Good night, Mr. Webster.
Good night, Mr. Robertson.
Marilli! What's wrong?
They're gone. The cats are gone. They're all gone.
Hey, what's up?
The cats are gone.
Oh, maybe they're out in the yard. Here, kitty.
Here, kitty. Nice kitty.
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Someone calling me? You looking for someone?
Yes,
Hey, there, look. Mr. Robertson's covered with scratches.
Did you steal our cats?
Why, certainly not. I got these scratches in a bramble bush.
Jerry, call the police.
Wait a minute, Marilli. Where are the cats, Robertson?
I don't know, sir. I really don't.
Oh, just look at him. That man is a cat snatcher, and he's going to jail until he brings them back.
Is something wrong?
Our cats are missing, Mr. Webster.
Oh, is that why you were out buying catnip early this morning, Robertson? To lure the cats?
I wasn't doing any such thing.
Are you sure of that, Mr. Webster?
Very sure, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, I'm going to call the police.
Maybe you're right. Get Archie on the phone.
Oh, my. I'm being persecuted.
Well, while the mayor unravels his madhouse, I'd like to tell you a story a little more peaceful. 'Twas a June morning. And the sun was shining and the birds were twittering. And Mrs. James Patterson woke up in her home in Springdale and said,
"Oh, what a beautiful morning."
When suddenly she remembered something.
Darn, it would have to be wash day.
So she sat and sulked a minute, and the sun kept shining, and the birds kept twittering. And then Mrs. Patterson heard. And she said,
Is that bird saying rinse-o white? Rinse-o white, rinse-o white. We want to know about rinse-o white. Guess I'll try that rinse-o and see what happens.
She did, and what happened?
Well, I never saw the like of rinse-o. My clothes never looked better. That rinse-o white is really something.
Which you and I knew all along, because those soapy-rich rinse-o suds really do a job. First place, rinse-o gets out more dirt. And besides, remember, new rinse-o goes farther.
Goes farther.
Goes farther.
Yes, new rinse-o is the best rinse-o ever made. And now, back to the mayor of the town, starring Lionel Barrymore, with Charlie Ruggles as Mr. Robertson.
See here, Robertson, don't be pig-headed. You don't want to stay here in jail. Where are those cats? That man King who owns them is going to be here any minute now, and then we'll all be in the fire.
I've told you I don't know, Mr. Mayor. And now, sir, I must insist that you permit me to go on composing my speech. You managed to keep me from practicing all night. My goodness, I would have thought that in jail I would have had some quiet at least.
Oh, you must realize all the trouble there will be over this.
My skirts are clean. I'm not implicated in any way, sir.
And why did you buy the catnip? Grocer told us you did, you know.
Well, I was going to give it to your cats as a present. I thought it might help win your support in this election.
Yeah.
Then when you all accused me of stealing the cats, why, naturally, I got a little rattled, and I said I didn't buy it. But I don't know anything about where they went to.
Pardon me, Mayor, but a Mr. King phoned from your house and said he'd be right over.
All right, thank you.
Well, you may go, jailer. You may go.
I'll go when I feel like it. Dang old long
hair. I guess I'll go and phone Marillie and see if she's seen anything of those cats. I'll be right back.
Yeah, but don't hurry, no hurry. I've made no plans for the rest of the day. Oh, dear. Oh, lack-a-day. Oh, dear. Oh, well. Fellow members of the Springdale chapter.
Oh, hello, Pop.
Why, Joseph, where'd you come from?
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry they got you in the jug.
Joseph, please do not use such expressions. If you must mention the place, call it the Hooskow.
Oh, okay, Pop. I brought you some food. Susie fixed it.
Oh, thoughtful child.
Psst, Pop. Come over close to the bars.
Yes. What is it?
There's a file in the ham sandwich.
Hey, what? Hey, what?
Where did you bury the cats, Pop?
Bury Joseph Greenleaf Robertson, go to your room and remain until I call you.
That might be a long time, Pop.
Oh, is this the man in question, Mayor?
Yeah, this is Mr. Robertson. Mr. Robertson, Mr. King. Charlie, this is Uncle Archibald, who owns the cats.
Goodbye, Pop. And remember, in the ham sandwich.
Well, can I do something for you, Mr. King?
Do something? You can give me back my cats, you scoundrel. You thief.
Mr. King, those are harsh words, and I've heard enough. Fellow members of the Springdale chapter, I come before
He says he doesn't know anything about the
offer to be your
cats.
servant.
It was Marillie who insisted on swearing out a warrant. He threatened them, you see, and then right after that we missed him, and we saw him covered with scratches.
Those are Estabel's claw marks on his face. I'd recognize them anywhere. Estabel has quite a temper.
Mr. Robinson, come on over here. Come on. We've got to settle this thing.
Mr. Mayor, I have not seen those cats. And if I were you, instead of hounding an innocent man, I'd offer a reward and try and get them back. And when you do get them back, sir, I'm going to sue you and everybody concerned. And those are my last words, gentlemen. Fellow members of the Springdale chapter.
Shall we try advertising, Mayor? We've got to do something.
Well, I suppose this is as good an idea as any, although I know what'll happen. I just know what'll happen.
I found this cat at the corner of 7th and Pine. I thought it might be one of yours.
I can only carry 2 cats at a time, Mayor, but I've got 10 more in the car.
Every place I turn, Mayor, I see strange cat faces. I think I'm losing my mind.
I have a cat for the Mayor.
Here's a cat. I picked up a cat on 7th Street. I have a cat. Maybe this one's yours.
Here's a cat I found in my backyard, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Joe?
Well, could I see you a minute, please?
Sure.
Well, everyone in town's out hunting the cats. Well, you think Pop took them, don't you?
Joe, I don't know what to think.
Well, Pop didn't. I know he didn't. Well, he was framed.
Who framed him?
Well, I'm not mentioning any names, but I got my ideas.
Joe, Mr. Webster is a highly respected man.
So was John Wilkes Booth. Couldn't we just kind of take a walk over there, Mr. Mayor?
Well, there's no reason to do that, Joe.
Hey, Mayor, there's something going on over at Webster's.
What is it?
Aristotle's sitting outside that woodshed door and he won't budge. He just sits there with his nose up against the crack, sniffling.
There, what did I tell you?
Well, come on, boys. Come on, let's go and see.
Listen, that was from the woodshed, Mayor.
Here, Aristotle. Come here, boy. I'll hold him while you open the door, Mayor.
All right, now, all right. Quiet.
Flash your light around.
Well, I'll be doggone. 1, 2, 3.
4, 5.
Oh, they're all here.
Hey, Mayor, Jigger, somebody's coming.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Webster. I'm astounded. Completely astounded.
Well, the cats just came over here, Mr. Mayor, of their own accord.
Huh.
I wasn't going to keep them, honestly,
But then when you saw my pop was in trouble, you decided to help fry him. You big chump.
Oh, dear. Are you going to arrest me?
Well, I'll have to consider that. This was very wayward of you. Very wayward.
Yes, sir. I was going to slip them back when I got the chance, but
I don't like to be the man to send you to jail, but you certainly must be punished.
Sir, I suppose I must.
I'll expect you to withdraw your candidacy for the secretary of the lodge.
Yes, sir.
Hot dog!
Hey, stay with the cats, Joe. Right, Webster.
Good night, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Fellow members of the Springdale chapter, it gives me great pleasure to accept the honor you have thrust upon me. Thank you.
Well, thank goodness that's over, Robertson. You're secretary now for a year anyhow.
Strange about Mr. Webster withdrawing, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, he probably figured you were the better man.
Well, I'm glad he realized that. Oh, did you see your picture in tonight's paper with Mr. King?
Oh, yes.
And such a nice caption, too. Mayor proves himself great animal lover. Fills home with cats.
Just to say, I'm glad they've gone now. I love animals, but I can't make them my life work.
Oh, thank goodness you're home.
What's that noise? I thought all those cats had gone.
No. Uncle Archibald decided that Esterbell was in no shape to travel.
Ah, nonsense. She's as strong as a horse and big as a house. But after 5 cats, I guess one won't be too bad.
1? You mean 6?
Huh?
Go look in that basket.
Why, Esterbell?
Now, let's see. 3 times 3 plus... Oh, never mind. I couldn't figure it out in a year. The number of dishes you ladies wash every day. The regular 3-time-a-day job. And the in-betweeners when the icebox is raided. Well, now, you can probably guess I'm going to tell you what a snap dishwashing is with the new soapy rich Rinso. Well, believe me, it is. Those Rinso suds get your dishes sparkling in a jiffy. And besides, you can wash dishes for days and days with that same box of Rinso. You know, new Rinso goes farther.
Goes farther.
Goes farther.
Goes farther.
Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to be with us again next week at this same time when the makers of the new Rinso will again bring you the mayor of the town. Mr. Barrymore may currently be seen in the MGM picture Dr. Gillespie's Criminal Case. In tonight's script, which was written by Gene Holloway, Charlie Ruggles played the part of Mr. Robertson, and Agnes Moorehead was Marilli. Mr. Ruggles may be heard over CBS on his own program on Thursdays. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Rinso and bidding you all good night.
I know the answer.
The answer to what?
B.O. The answer to that is Lifebuoy.
Right you are. A daily bath with Lifebuoy stops B.O. And it's refreshing, too. Yes, sir, Lifebuoy peps you up after a tough day's work. Leaves you feeling fresh and fine. Remember, Lifebuoy is the only soap especially made to stop B.O.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. System.
Just once, I'd like to make something really great. So just one bite is ecstasy.
Amanda Shelton was pouring her heart into her work.
Tastes like blue cheese and dirt.
You know, when the right ingredients combine, magic can happen.
But when she saw Tom,
Don't let that one get away.
Sorry, but something is about to crawl up your pants.
I think I can handle whatever's in my... Ow!
something happened.
You!
Oh my god, he's here. Do you have a menu that we could look at?
She's perfect for him.
So she has perfect hair and perfect skin and matching shoes. My perfect hair. What is she doing? What am I doing with someone like you?
Amanda, don't you understand? Everything you're feeling is going into your food. It's irresistible.
Now, two mismatched strangers
Starts in your mouth and then shoots down your spine and then just explodes out of your toes.
are about to discover
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to confiscate that.
Where'd you get this thing?
I mugged a 75-year-old woman for these.
their attraction is magic.
You're floating.
Make it stop.
I didn't do anything. Bibbidi bobbidi boo.
That's not funny. Gotta be in control of my own destiny. You are some kind of a witch.
You think I had something to do with this?
Oh, Amanda, if the broom fits, ride it.
My whole life was ordinary. And then we met, and these amazing things started to happen. I don't know if I need you, but I know I want you.
It's just a little crush. Not like
You are invited
every time we touch.
to discover the magic of love.
My friend told me this thing about men and sex. They think about it 238 times a day.
It's ridiculous. It's sex thought about every 4 minutes, and yeah, it's about right.
Simply irresistible.
I've been here 20 minutes.
Right.
Everything I do depends on you.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and racketeers will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Cats with 9 Lives. The Green Hornet strikes again. As a loyal alumnus, Britt Reed attended the big game of the year and took Michael Axford with him.
Run this ball team! Leg it! That's the stuff! He's in the clear! He's going to make it! He's got the goal! He made it! Touchdown! He needs the game is over. That's the word.
Come on, Axford. Let's get on ahead of the ball.
Suffering snakes. I never saw so many cars in one parking lot.
Well, it's some parking lot, Axford.
Hey, Fred! Why not, Fred?
So there's Len Forrester.
Howdy, Len. Gosh, wasn't that a game?
Sure was. Well, how have you been, Lenny? Haven't seen you since your father died.
Oh, I've been all right, Britt. Hey, we should get together once in a while.
Oh, pardon me, Lenny. This is Mike Axford. Axford, Lenny Forrester is a fraternity brother.
Glad to know you, Mr. Axford. Sure as glad I am to make your acquaintance.
You've heard about Forrester, Axford, the son of Iron Jim.
Oh, so you're the lad that came into all that money a couple of years ago. That's right. Pardon me, I'm sorry to crowd you. It's all right. Say, Britt, I'm getting frantic here. Are you going to the grill tonight?
No, I can't make it, Lenny.
Oh, I wish you could. All the old gang will be there.
Well, I'd like to, but I've got a job to take care of. Drop in at the office when you get a chance. We'll rehash old times. Or phone and we'll have lunch together.
I'll do that. Hey, Lenny, you coming? Be right with you. Pardon if I seem to crowd. Why don't you shove on? All right. I'll drop in, Brett.
I'll be looking for you.
In a day or so.
Our car's over here, actually.
Hey, he's a nice-looking young fella.
Well, a swell guy.
Why ain't you going to that grill or whatever it is?
It'll be too much of a party. I don't feel quite up to it.
Hey, that guy to Carlton. You see him?
Yes? What about him?
He ain't one of your frat brothers, is he?
No.
Well, I didn't think so. That guy's no good.
Do you know him?
Yeah, his name is Minton. Shady Minton we used to know him as.
Oh, Shady Minton, eh?
My golly, that lug has been investigated by the cops more times than you can shake a stick at. He's been in a lot of confidence games and things.
Well, strange company for Lenny Forrester.
Yeah. I wonder where he picked up with a guy like that.
Expert Lenny is probably wondering the same thing about you.
Oh, is that so now? Well, Reed, I'll tell you this much. If Lenny goes to that blowout tonight and has Minton along with him, he better watch his step. If he gets too much to drink, Minton will take the gold out of his teeth.
Hey, Minton, how's your playmate? Just off the highball. There's stuff in it, Waddles. It'll hit him any minute now. Good. I'll be waiting near the door. I'll pick you up on the way out. I better get over to Forrester. It looks as if he's about to pass out.
Did you see him go around the end there?
What's the matter, Lenny?
I don't know, Minton. I feel lightheaded.
Yeah, the drink you had.
Just one drink.
Well, maybe it's a smoke.
Might be. It's terribly smoky tonight. I better get out. Fresh air.
It's a good idea. Come on, I'll take you out.
You needn't leave.
Oh, I've had enough of this place anyhow. Here, I'll leave this to cover our check. Come on, Lenny.
Dizzy.
Let me help you.
I guess I need it.
This way. You lean on me.
Hi, Lenny. One too many?
Oh, don't pay any attention to him.
Look at Lenny Forrester. I don't like this.
Here's the check room. Give me your hat check,
Here, somewhere. Hello, Minton. Oh, what's happened to your friend?
Oh, hello, Waddles. Stick with me. I may need some help.
Here, check. Hat check.
Here, baby. Get Mr. Forrester's hat and coat.
Didn't take him long.
Lay off the crack, sister. Mr. Forrester don't like 'em.
Hat. Coat.
Here you are, sir. Shall I help him with them?
Don't bother. You carry the hat and coat, Waddles.
Yeah, sure thing.
This way, Lenny. Right outside. You'll feel better when the air hits you.
Mr. Forrester, sir. I'll be glad to get home.
Steady now. They're bringing your car around.
Hello, Minton. Leave your live?
Carl Bradford, hello. I'm taking my friend Len Forrester home. He's ill.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, Len, this Carl Bradford, the attorney. Good friend of mine.
How do you do? Here's your car, sir.
Thank you. Here you are.
Thank you.
Len's hardly in condition to drive a car, but he insists on it.
Rather risky driving my condition. You know how the law is about drunken drivers.
Well, here's the car, Len. See you later, Bradford.
Yes, yes.
I don't feel... You'll be all right, Len. Driving will clear your head. There now. In you go. Come on, Waddles.
Right. Wouldn't you drive?
Easy. You'll be better for driving. Go ahead now. How is he, Minton? Just about out. He got the wheel shoe. Everything's just swell. Here, I'll pull over the curb and stop. He's out cold now. I'll drive.
Great. Everyone saw him take the wheel when he left the grill. It's working slick.
Including Carl Bradford, the attorney. Oh, what could be sweeter?
Did you know he'd be on hand?
No, that was just a lucky break.
Slide him over here and take the wheel.
Yeah. Over you come. Come on. I got it. There now. Tumblr will be on hand, won't he?
Right. Cat says his orders. So has Guy.
Okay. And there's sure to be witnesses on that corner. Hey, look at that car coming. Zigzagging from one side to the other.
Another one of those college guys.
Yeah, they ought to be jailed.
Look out, he's going to turn.
Get the number, they ain't stopping.
And then prepare.
I went right over the curb. Get a doctor. Get run, driver.
Let me through there. Let me through. I'm a doctor. Some of you keep the car back. Keep this man here. Let the doctor see him.
It was perfect, Cats. How'd I do, Don? Great. Now we'll get you out of here and make you look seriously injured. Just remember to insist that I take care of you.
On Monday, Michael Axford perched on the edge of Miss Case's desk while he tried to tell Britt Reed's preoccupied secretary about the football game.
The guy's just about to get knocked for a goal by a couple of red-shirted guys, and then he fools them. He throws that pigskin... Katie, are you following me?
Hit and run.
Hit and run, me eye. I'm trying to tell you about football. That's baseball.
It's murder in some cases. Michael, do you want to do me a $1 million favor with trimmings on it?
Huh?
Sit down and be quiet for a few minutes.
Well, now, that's
I'm
a
trying
fine...
to whip up an editorial for Mr. Reed. Did you see this morning's story in the Sentinel?
What about?
Hit and run drivers. The Sentinel's starting a campaign for stiffer penalties when they're caught. Say, do you have any ideas?
By golly, there's something they should get when they are.
What was that?
Stiffer penalties when they're caught. That's what them hit-and-run guys should get. What are you writing?
Gunnigan had an editorial in the last edition. Mr. Reed wants a stronger one of the next.
What's that got to do with you?
Well, Mr. Reed told Gunnigan he'd show him exactly what he meant.
Good for you. That's the stuff.
Yes, but then he turned and he said to me, write it. Then he went to luncheon at the Civic Club. That was 3 hours ago.
And he ain't back yet?
No.
Did he have a date to meet someone there?
Yes, a fraternity brother of his, Len Forrester, phoned and made an appointment.
Oh, golly, that's it.
Well, that's what?
That's the day shot. Them two are old pals. If Reed was to meet Foster for lunch, the chances are it'll wind up at dinner time. I could just see the two of them sitting in that swell dining room.
I saw that article in your paper, Hit and Run. I thought I'd call you for some unbiased advice.
When did you hit this man, Lenny?
Last Saturday night, on the way home from the grill.
And you didn't even stop the car?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember anything at all. All I know is what I was told.
Well, when did you learn about it?
Last evening. You see, there happened to be a doctor who saw the accident. He got my license number. He treated this man and then took him home. He called me last night.
The doctor did?
Yes, Dr. Hill. Here's his card. I called Minton right away, and he confirmed what the doctor had said. Minton said that a man named Wattles had been in the car with us.
Have you talked to an attorney?
Yes, Minton called a lawyer named Bradford. We'd seen him at the grill. You know Carl Bradford?
I know who he is. He's a good counsel.
Well, we went to call on Cat. That's the man I struck. He's in terrible shape, probably crippled for life.
And you didn't report the accident at all?
No.
Hit and run, driving while drunk.
Oh, Brett,
Another thing, Len. Your record in traffic court's none too good.
Don't I know it? I've got a string of speeding convictions as long as your arm. If this ever goes into court, I'll get a jail sentence.
Well, anyway.
Brett, I swear I wasn't drunk. I don't remember a thing that happened, but I had taken just one highball.
Did you report it to the insurance company?
Good Lord, no, I can't. That would mean that the police would know.
What did Bradford advise you to do?
Report it to the police and take the rap. But I can't. I know I'm not guilty.
Guilty or not, there's a strong case against you. Witnesses and all.
I know it.
Did Dr. Hill take Cass to a hospital?
He said that Katz insisted on going home, so he took him there.
And where does Katz live?
In a cottage at 310 Elm Street.
Was he conscious?
Oh, yes, I talked to him. He said he was willing to keep things quiet if I paid for the injuries.
So you paid?
$10,000. Lenny, what else could I do? Britt, do you think that'll be the end of it?
Well, I'm afraid, Lenny, you'll have to ask Katz. Now, I get back to my office.
Must you go?
Yes. I've got to write an editorial.
You?
Yes. We're conducting a campaign, you see. Trying to get the courts to hand out stiffer jolts to hit-run drivers.
Here's Reed now.
Oh, Mr. Reed, I have that editorial ready. The one you wrote.
Send it to Gunnigan, will you, Miss Case? I'm going to spend the rest of the afternoon getting acquainted with the morgue.
Where the cadavers are?
No, expert. The morgue of the Daily Sentinel. That evening, Cato, the trusted Filipino valet, came into Britt Reed's bedroom.
Well, Mr. Britt, you said to let you know when Mr. Axford went out.
Has he gone to police headquarters again, Cato?
Yes, sir.
Cato, I learned quite a bit when I dug into the old files at the office.
Yes?
Minton has a pretty bad record. Dr. Hill's is worse.
It is?
If the Medical Association could prove charges of fee-splitting and quackery against him, he'd be out of the association. There seems to me to be too much coincidence about Len Forrester's trouble.
Coincidence?
Dr. Hill on hand when the accident occurred. Len going stiff on one drink. Minton just happening to meet Wattles.
What are you going to do, Mr. Britt?
I'm going to call on this injured man named Katz. I have a few ideas of my own.
Let's break from the Green Hornet. More after this. Now let's get back to the Green Hornet.
Now back to our story. Britt Reed's investigation of the individuals involved led him to suspect that his friend Len Forrester was the victim of a carefully planned blackmail scheme. With Cato, the young publisher sat in his bedroom, laying the groundwork for the evening's activity. Put fresh charges in that gas weapon, Cato.
I'm doing so, Mr. Britt.
And get out the rest of the stuff I'll need. There's a list there on the desk.
Very well.
I'm going to confirm one suspicion by phone.
Hello?
Hello, Doc Hill.
Yes?
Have you heard from Minton today?
Who's calling?
Skip that. Just answer the question.
I haven't heard from him.
You'd better be at Katz's place at 9 tonight.
Why?
I don't know what Minton has in mind. Just be there, that's all. Suspicion confirmed, Cato. He knows Minton pretty well.
Do you think he will be at Katz's place?
I'm going to count on it. That stuff ready?
Weapon, mask, and other things are ready.
Come on, then. It's time for the Green Hornet to move. Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Cato, I just had another idea.
Is funny to you, Mr. Britt?
You said Axford was at headquarters.
Oh, yes, sir.
I'll take a page one story to him in person. We'll need the convertible as well as the Black Beauty.
The two cars?
You take the convertible. Park a little away from the front of Katz's house, and when you see the lights blink, start the car and drive into the side entrance. Is that clear?
Oh, yes, sir.
We'll get going. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Who is it? Wait a minute. What are you doing here tonight, Doc? Did you hear from Minton or Wattles? Not today. Why? They sent me word to be here. That's funny. I didn't hear nothing from them. How do you feel, Tumbler? Punk. Look at me. I got some real bruises when I jumped in front of that guy's car. I ought to get a bigger cut. There ain't many guys can take a fall like I can. You'll have cash to spend long after the bruises are forgotten. How long I got to stay in the house and play like I'm crippled to see how young Forrester takes it? Minton is going to try to shake him down for another 10,000. What?
Hello, Doc.
You, that mask. It's the Green Hornet. How'd you get in here?
I picked the lock on the back door. You should be in bed, shouldn't you, Minton?
What are you doing here?
Doc and I have business to talk over. Heard from Minton yet, Doc?
No. What's the idea of you busting in
here? Take it easy. I'm showing the boys how to get into the big dough.
Big dough?
Sure. Hattie can get about $100,000 out of Forrester.
Who's Hattie?
Your widow.
What?
You see, Doc, the fellow Forrester struck died from the injury.
Now, wait a minute.
Shut up, Katz. You've got nothing to say about it. You'll have to go to work on this guy so it'll look convincing when the police medical examiner goes over him.
The police medical examiner? Hey, I ain't going to go through...
Are you going to shut up or must I shut you up?
You mean he's really to die?
Of course he has to die.
We've got to have a corpse to show Forrester.
Like fun. Now, hold on. I didn't agree to get mixed up in murder.
You're mixed up in it now, Doc, and there's only one way out.
Well, you can't do this. It's murder. It's
I'll put
murder.
you to sleep with this gas weapon. You won't feel anything.
No, stop. Stop. I won't stand for this. He got me.
Doc, you better have some, too.
No.
Yes, Dr. Hill. That's just the beginning, you rats. The Green Hornet quickly cut the phone wire, then drew out a case containing a charged hypodermic needle. He shot a colorless fluid into the arm of Tumbler Katz to counteract the effect of the gas. And that'll bring him around in a couple of minutes. Brett Reed switched the lights off and on to signal Cato, who watched from a short distance away. Cato then drove the convertible to the side door of the house. Brett was there, waiting. He quickly changed to a different hat and coat. He gave Cato the mask of the Green Hornet. The Black Beauty's over there in the alley. Go and stay with it, Cato, until I return.
Yes, sir.
In the meantime, Tumbler Katz recovered consciousness. He remembered the Green Hornet's plan to kill him. Then he saw the doctor sprawled on the floor. Wide-eyed with fear, he leaped to his feet and rushed to the door. There was a convertible coupe in the driveway. A well-dressed man was walking toward him. Hello there. I'm looking for a man named Katz.
Well, I can't talk now. I gotta hurry.
Hold on, you're all bandaged up.
Let go my arm.
Is your name Katz?
What of it? Let me go.
I thought you were badly hurt.
Oh, please let me go. I don't want to die.
I expected to find you a lot nearer death than this.
No.
My friend Forrester said you were badly hurt. I came to talk to you.
Oh, tell him it's the bunk. I gotta get to the cops. Let me go before the Hornet comes back.
The Hornet?
He's gonna kill me, I tell you. I gotta get the cops.
Great Scott, get into my car. What? I'll take you to police headquarters in record time. Here's police headquarters, Katz. That's Sergeant Burke at the desk. The man with him is from my newspaper.
Something snakes. It's Britt Reed. Who's the guy with all the bandages?
Axford, I brought a story to you.
You've gotta help me. You've gotta save me.
Reed, who's this?
His name is Katz, Tumbler Katz. It's a long story, Axford. You see, my friend Forrester got into something of a jam. I was going to call on this man Katz when he rushed from the house.
It's the Hornet.
Suffering snakes, the Hornet.
He's got in with Minton and Waddles. He's gonna kill me.
What's that about Minton?
You can get the facts, Axford. I'm going over to Forrester's house.
The Hornet's around somewhere. I got conscious and seen the doc on the floor, and I ran out.
I'll hold everything. Let's get these facts straight. Reed, stick around. This might be good.
Len Forrester will be waiting for me, Axford. Phone me there if you've got anything sensational. Britt strolled out of the police headquarters, but once in the street, he moved fast. In his convertible, he hurried to the nearest drugstore and dialed the number of Mitten's home. Mitten, get this the first time and get it straight. I can't repeat. Doc wants you to know that the Green Hornet's trying to muscle in. Katz got scared and ran to the cops. He's spilling the works about you. Get ready to land. A short while later, Britt brought the convertible to a stop a few yards from where he'd parked the Black Beauty in a dark alley.
Mr. Britt, is everything all right?
It is so far, but time's precious. Take this coat and hat.
Yes, sir.
The other outfit. The outfit I wear with a mask.
Right here. I hold coat for you.
Cato, here are the plans for the rest of the night. We're going from here to Mitten's house. Listen.
Still no answer at Doc's house?
No. No answer.
What do you make of it, Minton?
Waddles, I don't know what to make of it.
No idea who it was that phoned with the warning about the Green Hornet?
Wasn't a voice I'd ever heard before.
Would you know it if you heard it again?
No, I don't think so.
I don't like the way things stack up. Try Katz again. Maybe Doc's over there.
It's no use, but I'll try it.
Told you it was out of order the last time, didn't he?
Yeah.
What number are you calling?
Same as before. University 3628.
I'm sorry, sir. That line is out of order.
Nuts. Now what? Waddles? I'm taking no chances. We'll be ready to scram if the cops show up.
Think that'd be smart?
Smarter than answering a lot of questions if Tumbler Katz tells all he knows. Here, open this briefcase.
Got everything ready to move fast?
Goes right here in the desk. 10 grand.
Good thing we hadn't split with Doc and Katz.
Yeah. Now give me the bag. I'll put the cash in just in case.
Yeah.
Now, the first sign of the cops, we clear out.
Hey, car stopped out front.
Let me see.
It's a scout car.
Uh-oh, that's our cue to move. Come on.
Sure we can get out the back way? Maybe they got that watch.
Nah, they won't have. This way, Waddles.
Cops at the door.
The time they get in, we'll be gone. The car's in the garage at the corner. We'll take it and scoot. Here's the door.
Going somewhere?
The Hornet, the Green Hornet.
I'll take that briefcase. In exchange, I'll give
No, don't kill us.
Fool, the cops are out front.
Oh! The Hornet!
Take it, you fathead. You can stay away from the cops. I've got places to go.
No, don't shoot me.
Just gas to put you asleep. I'll wake up in the arms of the law. So long, brats.
Hey, look what's here on the ground. Hey, that's Minton. He's out cold. It's the work of the Hornet. That Green Hornet must be around here. We gotta find him. Spread out and search the place.
While Axford and the police milled around the house, Britt Reed stood next to the Black Beauty in a dark alley nearby. He handed Cato the mask for the second time that evening. Get into the Black Beauty, Cato. Open her wide and let the police and Axford know the Green Hornet's car is on the run. Britt walked down the alley to his convertible. Then he heard the well-known sound of the Black Beauty.
There he goes. The Green Hornet. Get that car. Get after him. Get in the car.
Britt smiled in the darkness as the police took after Cato. He knew that the Black Beauty was already out of reach. He waited until the last of the police cars had left. Then he stepped into his convertible. Britt was no longer the Green Hornet. He was just Britt Reed, driving to call on his friend Len Forrester.
Please, holy cow, I've been waiting here in the apartment for you to come home. Have I got news?
I told you it'd be Len Forrester's, Axford. Did you call there?
Yeah, but you'd already left.
Did that phony accident victim squeal?
Did he squeal? Oh, golly, he spilled everything about a game his gang was working on your friend Forrester. I told you that guy Minton was no good.
Yes, you told me.
We got the crooked doctor and Minton and the guy with Minton.
Len Forrester told me he paid those crooks $10,000. Did you recover that?
Reed, I was that close to getting it. Only the Hornet got there first. Minton said he had the dough in a briefcase and the Green Hornet got away with it.
Well, Forrester deserves to lose it. He's a pretty reckless driver. Perhaps this will be a lesson to him.
Yeah. If only someone worthwhile got the dough instead of that Green Hornet.
Well, tell me the details in the morning, Axford. I'm tired. I guess I'll turn.
Go ahead. Cato's in there turning your bed down.
Good night, Axford.
Good night, dear Reed.
The bed is ready, Mr. Britt.
Cato, where's the 10,000?
In Black Beauty.
In the morning, we must see to it. It goes to that home for crippled children. Open the window, will you, Cato?
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt.
That's my lullaby. Well, good night, Cato.
As a man, I could destroy him. But as a scientist, I should do everything in my power to bring him back to conscious life.
Benson, turn on the generator. Produced on a vast scale, Son of Wittgenstein presents the most fearsome cast in the history of the screen. The Rathbone. In his heart, warm human emotions. In his mind, the monster mania. Karloff, rising from the past to spread new terror. Lugosi, sinister, mysterious, evil. Lionel Atwill, grim hatred in his blood.
By heaven, I think you're a worse fiend than your father. Where is this monster? Where is he? I'll stay by your side until you confess. And if you don't, I'll feed you to the villagers.
Silver. Wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver, away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, outlaws found it easy to seize the reins of government. And during the masked rider of the plains' great fight for justice, these corrupt sheriffs and public officials did their best to defeat him. But with the help of the honest settlers, the final victory went to the Lone Ranger, and law and order were brought to the lawless frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Trigger Bend. There's going to be trouble. Hi-yo, Silver, away! A group of men were sitting around a table in back of the 10-Strike Cafe. Among them were Sheriff Brent, Mayor Bushwhack, and Jack Tolliver, the boss of Trigger Bend.
It goes without saying, gents, that there's certain folks around here that don't like the way I handle things.
Tolliver, complaints have come to me from time to time. Of course, I promised to investigate.
You shut up, Bushwhack.
I resent that, Tolliver. My position, my dignity.
Dignity be hanged. Take that hat and tailcoat away from you, and you're the same undersized fish you always were. You're in office, Mayor, because I let you stay there. Don't forget that, Bushwhack.
The whole trouble, Tolliver, is that you're too confounded crude the way you swindle people.
Don't tell me, Brent, how to run my business.
Oh, but that trick of getting a man to run the bets way up high in a poker game, then having Magee spill hot coffee on him while you take a couple of aces out of his hand and...
Brent! I run the 10-Strike the way I want to run it. If I had honest deals here, you and Bushwhack wouldn't have a dime. You get paid well for your job.
But if you could only soften up a little bit, Jack.
Maybe, Brent, you're tired of being sheriff. In that case...
No, it ain't that, Jack.
I can find other men to put in office.
No, Jack.
And that goes for you, too, Bushwhack.
Have I said anything?
There's been a lot of newcomers here since the last election. You both know that.
Too many of them. Altogether too many.
Well, Tolliver, drat it, it's your own fault they stayed here. You broke them, so they had to settle here. They didn't have the cash to go on.
All right, they're here, and they're going to vote. And there's too many of them. We thought it was a joke when that good-for-nothing old fool Missouri was put up to run against you.
It's no joke. The doggone old fool has stopped drinking. He's taken the nomination serious.
That's just it. And that old fire-eating friend of his, Mustang Mag, can swing a lot of votes his way.
She'll swing a lot of votes. There'll be a lot of votes that'll go for Missouri just because he's again you.
Tolliver, as I recollect, the last time there was an election, you had some friendly ranchers bring all their hired hands in to vote. The rancher's friend, that was what put me in office.
Bushwhack, you talk too much. Now, will you dry up till I finish? There's one thing more that bothers me. I admit it's got me bothered plenty.
What's that, Jack?
Look, I got a paper the other day. It was tossed in the window of my house. Here it is.
What's that, a bullet?
It was wrapped inside the paper. Take a look at it.
Odd-looking cartridge.
It's made of silver.
Silver?
This here paper says that I'm to keep out of the new election. That's all it says, just that, nothing more.
Is the note anonymous?
What are you trying to do, show off your big words again? What's that mean?
Unsigned, Tolliver. Is the note unsigned?
That there cartridge is all the signature that needs. You remember, Brent, the last time there was a silver bullet talked of in this town?
Gosh, yes.
The Lone Ranger seems interested in politics.
It's Mustang Mag in Missouri. That's what he's interested in.
Yeah, and I know what we've got to do, and you've got to do it, Bushwhack.
Anything to help, of course. My friendship for you and for Sheriff Brent will go a long
way.
Oh,
you old four-flusher. You know doggone well if an honest sheriff got in, you'd be jailed in no time.
Tolliver, what's your suggestion?
You've got to call a town meeting. We've got to keep these newcomers from voting at the next election.
Keep them from voting? You can't do that, Tolliver.
Why?
Well, we just can't.
We can, and we're going to. I've got a notice all written out for you to sign, Bushwhack. It's calling a meeting of all the townspeople that voted at the last election. No one else. Just those that voted last election. Here, sign it.
Well, I'll read it over, Tolliver.
I said sign it. You don't need to read it. I wrote it. I'll show Missouri and Mustang Mag a thing or
two. The next day, everyone in town saw the notice tacked to the wall of the meeting house. Old Missouri read it and hurried to the home of his friend and employer, Mustang Mag.
It ain't legal. It ain't right and it ain't fair. I'm a son of a gun if I let him get away with it. You stay there, horse. I'll be needing you again.
Missouri! You get off of that clean porch and come around the back door.
Mag, listen.
That wretch old hider got a notion to make you scrub that porch again. Look at what them boots of yours done. Sometime I swear I'm
Save
gonna...
your wind. I ain't no mood to listen to you. I'm doing the talking. Get into the house there where you can listen.
Who are you talking to?
You. I says get.
My sakes alive.
Now, sit down there.
Never in all my born days.
I listened all my life, and it's high time I done the talking.
All right, Missouri, all right. I'm setting. Now you start talking, and you better make it worth listening to, because when you're done, I'll start talking. I don't aim to let an old spavined, stove-in, bow-legged maverick like you that's worked as a ranny for my cows talk up to me. Not even if you get to be sheriff, which same you ain't done yet. Now talk.
It's Brent. That's who done it. He put a notice up. A notice for a meeting. And the only folks that's allowed to the meeting is them that voted last year.
Well?
And the meeting is called to pass a new law.
What kind of a law? There's too many laws already. Half the time a man don't know when he's busting a law and when he ain't.
And this year law is to make all the folks live here for at least 1 year before they're allowed to vote.
1 year instead of 3 months, huh?
Yeah. And that does me out of the election. The same folks that voted for Brent last time will vote for him again.
I begin to savvy the polecat scheme of the crooks. Most of the newcomers here have been hoodwinked or swindled or just plain robbed by them coyotes. They lost cash to Tolliver gambling. They had to pay special fines to Brent and Bushwhack for doing things they didn't know they wasn't allowed to do. And all in all, they're pretty darn sore at the law as it stands now.
Just so.
They'd vote you in office.
Sure they would. And Brent knows it.
But if they have to live here a year, they can't vote this election. Well, Missouri, the thing to do is to defeat that there new law when it comes up to the vote.
But we can't, Meg, don't you see?
Yeah. The ones that'll be to the meeting will be Brent's majority, and they'll vote the new law through.
That's it, Meg. I'm done out in that sheriff job. If only the Lone Ranger was here. By ginger, he'd figure a way to get around this situation.
I ain't been here for a long time, Missouri. Remember when he saved this here ranch for me?
I sure do.
When he helped us out that last time? Gosh, I'd give a heap to see that tall, masked hombre walk right through that there door. Even Cantor would be right welcome.
Now, let me think.
Think? You?
What did the Lone Ranger do in a time like this?
Well, they do something. I can bet you anything on that.
Now what? Let me see. He'd figure that the thing that had to be done was to prevent that there meeting in some way.
He can't do that.
Or maybe he'd just corral Brent and Bushwhack and Tolliver and the rest of that breed and hog-tie 'em and shoot 'em, then ride 'em on a rail with tar and feathers.
Missouri,
Huh?
there ain't no use in you trying to think. You just plain don't get no place by it. Now be quiet and let me think. Thing for us to do is to figure some way of locating the Lone Ranger. That's the thing to do.
Meanwhile, Brent, Tolliver, and Bushwhack met once more in the back room of the 10 Strike.
Stop your worrying, Tolliver. I tell you, I got all my deputies on the job.
I can't help worrying. I had another warning just today. That Lone Ranger's around here.
Nonsense. He can't be.
Well, look at this, then. If this ain't another silver bullet, I'm crazy.
So it is. So it is.
Are you sure, Brent, you've had all the roads to town watched?
I told you I had.
I tell you, that gent knows things. He sends warnings to me because he knows I'm the boss and you two ain't nothing but figureheads.
Now, Jack, let me put you at ease. In the first place, Mustang Mag is one of the best friends the Lone Ranger has. Ain't that so?
Sure.
All right. And he ain't coming here without making a call on her, is he?
Don't seem likely it would.
Right again. Now, if he does call on her, his goose is cooked.
Yeah?
I got 2 of my best deputies watching Mag's house. If he shows there, he's captured. And if he's captured, he's jailed. And if he's jailed, he's hung by the neck.
Hung? Hung for what?
Horse stealing.
That'd be hard to work out.
Not if I claim that white horse of his is mine.
But you can't.
Who's to stop me? I've got the men all set to swear it's my horse. And we'll have a special jury for his trial, made up of men that owe you cash. You savvy?
Maybe I do.
There ain't a smudge of risk in it, because I got her straight from Mustang Mag some time ago. That masked gent don't kill. He'd let himself be drilled before he'd shoot to kill.
I heard that.
So the boys just nail him. If he tries to get away, they shoot and save the trouble of a trial. I got a handbill all made out for him. Here it is.
Sheriff Brent, I reckon I done all right in making you the law around here. I feel a darn sight better about things now. All I need to see that man in jail, and I'll feel really swell.
Just let him call on Mustang Mag, that's all. And he will if he comes here.
And if he don't come here, there's nothing for us to worry about. Boys, the drinks are on me.
In the shadows near the home of Mustang Mag, 2 men armed with 6-shooters and rifles waited for the Lone Ranger.
If he don't show up tonight, he won't show up at all. That's the way I figures things.
If he don't show up tonight, Sam, he'll be too late to do much good. The meeting's tomorrow night.
Yeah, hope he does show up.
Me too. I'd give him all that's coming to him. Huh?
Look yonder, someone's coming.
Yeah, I see him.
Get your gun cocked. Reckon it's him?
Wouldn't be surprised. It looks to be a white horse.
Yeah, sure does.
Remember what the sheriff said about a fight?
Not so loud.
Sheriff said that if he did happen to put up a fight, if he did happen to get killed, and he wouldn't want us to be having conscience trouble for nothing. And he'd see that we was paid extra for it.
It's only got one meaning.
Just so.
Who's to know if he put up a fight or not?
No one.
All right, then. Get your gun set. He's coming close.
I'm set.
Is Mag near any windows in the house?
Nah. Missouri's giving a speech in town. We can let him have it without being afeared at all.
Now get ready. He's close by. All right, now we'll bow shoot when I gives a word. Now.
At him!
Grab that horse!
Try to shoot us, will you?
Throw him to the ground!
Shoot him again! He's reaching for his gun!
What's going on there?
Try to murder us! I shoot again! Make sure of him!
You crazy fools! What you shooting?
We got him, Meg! We got him!
Come here, Meg! We turned there, got killed!
What's the noise all about? But this horse, this is Silver.
This here's the sheriff's stolen horse, and there on the ground is the horse thief that tried to resist us and doggone near killed us.
We had to shoot him, Meg.
Oh, you fools! You murdering polecats, you killers! If you don't hang for this, you murder, there ain't no justice in the world. You killed him. You killed him in cold blood. Him, a man that never hurt a soul in all his life. A man that wouldn't shoot to kill, not even to save his own life. You killed the Lone Ranger. The Lone Ranger.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When two of Tolliver's gunmen saw the great horse Silver outside of Mustang Mag's home, they fired shot after shot into the shadowy figure on his back. Mag reached their side too late to stop them, but branded them as murderers.
We didn't have no choice, Mag. He was out to get us.
That's a downright lie, and to know it.
He stole the sheriff's horse.
If that ain't the dirtiest... Oh, what's the use? This town's so deep sunk in corruption that there ain't no use looking for justice no longer. The least you can do is to fetch him into the house.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Grab his feet and we'll see... What the... Hey, there's something wrong.
What do you mean?
This ain't a man at all.
Huh?
What's that? Great sakes, look!
Huh?
Turn slowly.
Behind us.
You're both covered. You better carry that dummy into the house. These are extra clothes that go back to my saddlbag.
He's alive! He's alive, thank goodness!
Hurry, inside with you. There are a few things we want to talk about.
He don't shoot. He won't shoot us. I'm gunning him. Oh, my hand! Oh, my sakes alive, my hand's blowed off.
Now, any more little tricks to try?
My hand!
Your hand's not even touched. I just shot away that gun before you hurt someone with it.
Now, by ginger, it's time for me to take a hand. You two murdering mavericks! Maybe the Lone Ranger has some reason for not shooting to kill, but I ain't hindered that way. Get for that there house before I blow holes through your hides!
Put down that rifle, Mag!
This here's good for other things besides shooting! Oh, my head! Inside before I see which breaks first, the rifle or your head!
Well, I'm a-going.
My hand feels like it's busted.
Stay there, Silver.
Get in there!
Oh, my head's splitting. Don't hit me again.
My hand hurts something fierce.
I'm
going. I'm going.
Get in there.
My hand.
Well, a fine pair of crooks. What do you think should be done with you?
No, look, we had our orders.
Orders to kill me without giving me a chance, huh? The sheriff is going to try and make me out as a horse thief.
We didn't have no part in it. We had to follow orders.
There's one way out for you. You're going to sign a confession to the whole scheme. Then when the new sheriff is elected, his first act will be to jail the present sheriff and Tolliver, and the mayor and a few of the other town officials.
I'll get to writing things for that confession.
But if Tolliver
The
don't...
choice is yours. You'll sign that confession and take your chances on real justice, which would put the boss where he belongs, instead of you who are made to take his orders.
Here's the paper and pencils. Now get writing. What in thunder? Evening, Missouri.
Whoopee! He's here! He's come! Whoopee! Pard, you're the finest sight I ever seen. Did you tell him, Mag? Did you tell him the ornery trick that's being done?
Oh, shut your big mouth, Missouri. We got a couple of crooks here that's writing confessions for trying to murder the Lone Ranger.
What's that? Why?
Quiet, Missouri.
Yes'm. Pard, how did you savvy what was going on?
Tonto's been in town for some time, Missouri. We heard that there was to be an election and thought it would be a good time to try and get the right man into office.
Meaning me?
Missouri, while you can't ride well or shoot well, and you don't know much about law...
He can't even cipher none.
You are honest, and you can appoint deputies who will see that things are done.
That's just what I told the folks tonight in town.
I want you to be sheriff. You'll have 2 prisoners here. They'll be kept in Mustang Mag's stable until after you're in office.
Uh-huh. But I reckon Mag didn't tell you. I don't have a chance now.
Because of the meeting tomorrow night?
Just so.
Missouri, I heard about that.
'Cause an ornery trick.
I think we can have that idea voted down.
Nope, it can't be done.
You know some people who would vote against it.
Oh, I know some. Maybe 20 or 30. But Tolliver has 100 to vote for the new law. And they'll vote it through, and then the voting on election day will leave out all the newcomers here.
But if that law is defeated tomorrow night, then what?
Shucks, I'd have the election won hands down then.
I see.
Only it can't be done.
Perhaps it can. I want you to see all your friends who are going to be at the meeting tomorrow night.
Yeah?
Tell them to be sure and get there early and sit in the front row.
For what?
Tell them to sit there and stay there no matter what happens.
No matter what happens?
That's right. I'm going to be at the side window of that meeting hall.
Yeah, Bart. Only...
Shut up and listen.
Yes'm.
The mayor will have to preside at the meeting, won't he?
Yeah?
All right. You watch the side window for me. When I give you the signal, call for the vote. Meanwhile, we'll keep these crooks and their confessions right on this ranch. Now, don't forget tomorrow night. See your friends. Tell them to get there early, sit in front, and stay there in spite of everything.
Missouri followed instructions. Early the next evening, his friends were sitting in the first rows of seats in the meeting hall. Tolliver and his men waited outside for the mayor.
How's it look, Tolliver?
We're all right, Brent. Nothing can happen now. I've been counting.
Yeah?
There's 27 there already. They're all folks that'll vote for not passing the new law.
27, eh?
Yeah.
I counted the boys out here. We got about 50 or more that'll vote the law through. All it takes is a majority.
Well, that settles it. The law goes through and you're in office. Yeah, one thing bothers me, though.
What's that?
I ain't heard from that masked man again. Your boys seen anything of him?
I ain't even seen the deputies I put on guard at Mag's place.
Hang it all, that old Lone Ranger gets under my skin. When I get a warning, I worry, and I worry more when I don't.
Well, nothing much to worry about.
There's Bushwhack coming.
Cocky old fool. You'd think he really knowed something to see him strut around.
Yeah, he knows how to handle meetings real fancy. That always makes a hit with folks. Evening, Bushwhack.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Time to get started, ain't it? Let's go in and get the meeting over so we can have some time left to drink to the new law.
I don't know what's to happen, Barnaby, but whatever it is, don't do nothing but stay setting. Now pass that word along.
Folks, come to order, please. Come to order. Meeting will come to order. I notice that our candidate for office has seen to it that none of his friends miss anything that's said here. Well, to get down to business. We've come to be a big community that's growing all the time. Bounding and leaping, I might say. Now, it ain't fair to those of us that's been here for years and years and helped to build this town from nothing to the present fine community this town has come to be, to let newcomers have a voice in things that's the equal of everyone else. It's been deemed fitting and proper, therefore, by a group of upstanding citizens to propose a new ruling.
And a good ruling, too.
Now, this meeting has got to be done according to Parliament laws. Just like Congress and all other big communities does things. There ain't to be no interrupting. The law reads as follows. Whereas newcomers haven't the knowledge or experience in living in the town of Trigger Bend, the following resolve has been set forth.
Read the resolve.
Be it known to all that effective this date, it shall be necessary to be a resident of Trigger Bend for a term of 1 year before the right of franchise, that means voting, can be exercised. Now, that's ficked in sort of fancy wording, but what it means is that none of these immigrants can vote until they live here for a year.
Hooray for that ruling! That's as it should be!
No. I can't have these interruptions. Now, someone has to move that what I just read be accepted as the law.
I move that.
All right. Mr. Tolliver has made a motion. Now, is there any second to it?
I second the motion.
Hold on. This has to be done in the right way. Tolliver, you can second it, on account you made the motion. Now, who'd second it?
I will.
All right. Now, we're ready to take the vote. All in favor of the... What's that?
Insurgents! An attack! It's outside! Come on, fellas, it's a gun! Clean out those
At the sound of war cries outside of the meeting hall, Tolliver's men rushed into the street. Some of Missouri's friends started to follow them, but Missouri cried out,
No! Sit still! Stay put! This is it, boys! Stay there!
The hall was over half emptied in less than a minute. It was the newcomers in town who had started the disturbance outside. And when Tolliver saw them, he shouted a command to his men. Before long, a wild fight was going on. Meanwhile, Mayor Bushwhack stood on the platform, a gavel in his hand.
This interruption. Open them doors and back.
We gotta keep all that noise out, Mayor. Now, as to that there vote.
We can't vote now.
Oh, yes, you can. You call for that vote. We ain't holding up no meeting for them that can't stay in it. You already put the question. Now call for the vote.
What's that?
You heard me. I've been studying something on the law of parliament myself, by ginger. And you gotta call for A's and nays.
Where'd you learn that?
Well, now, Mayor Bushwhack, a man in office has to know the law, don't he?
What, you old
Make
reprobate...
that cracking, by ginger, I'll sue you for slander.
What?
And if you don't put the question right now, by thunder, this meeting ain't according to the laws and it ain't legal. And nothing that's done here counts.
I never heard the like of this.
Get going, Bushwhack.
Yeah, get going. Well, ain't Tolliver here?
No, he ain't here. And if he was, he ain't nothing to say anyhow.
You all heard the question. I sure will get the dickens for this. All in favor of the new law, register by saying aye. Oh, my sakes alive.
Let's have it.
All them opposed.
That licks it, boys. That licks it. Now them newcomers can vote. Let's go tell them. Boys, she's all over. That crooked bill's all washed out. You're all going to vote.
What's that?
I couldn't help it, Tolliver.
Bushwhack, you confounded
He
idiot.
couldn't help it, Tolliver. And you'd better not have much to say, because right after that there election, when I'm the law, I'm jailing your two pards that's already my prisoner, and jailing Brent and Bushwhack and you.
I don't know how he done it, Jack. I swear I don't.
I'll tell you how. Tonto got these folks to raise a little rumpus in the street, and Tonto's pard told me a thing or two about the law. And if you look there beside the building, you'll see a tall gent on a white horse. He's the one, boys. He's the one that has give you all the right to vote for honest government in Trigger Bend. There he is, the man that made old Missouri sheriff, the Lone Ranger.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Nine Roman armies have been destroyed by Spartacus.
Spartacus, a motion picture unequaled in the entire history of filmmaking, unlikely ever to be surpassed in the tenderness and beauty of its love story. Nothing was spared to make Spartacus the superb achievement it is. Neither time, nor money, nor talent. For in Spartacus, you will see the finest cast ever assembled, relive history's most exciting and inspiring drama. Starring Kirk Douglas as Spartacus, slave, gladiator, invincible fighter. Laurence Olivier as Crassus, symbol of Rome's majesty and might.
I'm not after glory. I'm after Spartacus.
Gene Simmons as the slave Erinia, whose body was bought and sold, but whose love enveloped Spartacus with a radiance few men have known. Charles Lawton as Gracchus, the leader of the Roman Senate. Peter Ustinov as Batiatus, shrewd and devious dealer in human flesh. John Gavin as Julius Caesar, ambitious staff officer. And Tony Curtis as Antoninus, who loved Spartacus like a brother. In the powerful story of the gladiator rebel who sprang from slavery to challenge the awesome might of imperial Rome.
The symbol of the Senate. All the power of Rome.
I imagine a God for slaves. And I pray.
What do you pray for?
I pray for a son who'll be born free.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. You know, stories start many different ways, but this one began modestly enough with a 0 on a typewriter. That's right, cipher, naught, nothing. But to one man of Chicago's 4 million, that 0 meant death.
At this point, may I take just a moment, which might normally be utilized for an opening sales message, to say a word concerning the show you're about to hear. This year, more than ever before, the mystery program is a good radio buy. Low in cost, high in appeal, mysteries are doing standout jobs for a growing list of enthusiastic advertisers. As Variety sums it up, the crime sagas enjoy a per-point rating payoff calculated to make the sponsors do handsprings. And that goes double for Night Beat. Even if you're not the type for handsprings, you will be interested in what this new mystery can do for you. Spearheaded by the hard-hitting dialogue of its star, Frank Lovejoy, Night Beat provides rugged realism tailored to today's radio tastes. It has all the spine-tingling qualities which attract large audiences. Contact your NBC sales representative for complete information on this fast-moving program designed to make yours a fast-moving product.
Mine is a funny kind of a job. When that evening sun goes down, I start walking through the dark city, peering into bleak alleys, wandering through the bright neon, listening to the sounds of a city at night, the whisper of footsteps, the shattering roar of an L train, the sob of an ambulance siren. I wander up the boulevards, down the back streets, searching for something in the dark city. And what exactly is it that I seek? Brother, it's something more elusive than the farthest star. I seek the city's heart. Tonight I must have walked for miles. The cold wind off Lake Michigan, ad-living with my ribs and the hot breath of my deadline biting into my neck. Then ahead of me I saw that friendly oasis in the darkness. Benny's all-night beanery, otherwise known as Tomaine Junction. Throwing caution to the winds, I started through the door for a cup of coffee.
Operator, answer me.
Nobody around but Benny polishing the counter.
Operator, I've
and
been
this little
disconnected from the
blonde
call.
yapping excitedly into the wall phone near the door.
Please hurry.
Such devotion, somebody should get that excited over me.
Hello, Mrs. Warren. Yes, we were disconnected. Has he come home yet, Mrs. Warren?
How are you, Benny? How's the bicarbonate king?
Oh, hiya, Randy. You always say that, but you keep coming back.
Glutton for punishment.
Oh, you've got to find him. You've just got to.
Get her.
What's with her, Benny?
Oh, no, 25 calls she makes like that. 25 times she gets the same answer. 25 times she comes over to get more nickels.
Business is good, huh?
A hole in the head. What's in it for me making change all night?
Give me some change. Please, Nichols.
Lady, sooner or later, I gotta run out. This is it.
I gotta have some.
I don't make 'em here, lady. Now, will you
then
please...
any change, quarters, dimes.
Let me take a look, see if I have any.
Oh, yes, please do. But hurry. Please hurry. I gotta reach him.
Randy, make with the catch. She's passing out.
Oh, easy, lady, easy.
Out cold.
Coffee, Benny, quick. It's one thing I'll say. If Gabriel's trumpet doesn't succeed in waking the dead, all they've got to do is send for some of Benny's coffee. After I got a couple of sips down the girl's throat, she started coming out of it. Tears rolling down her face, her whole body trembling with sobs. Oh, come on now. Now stop it, honey. Stop it.
What happened to me?
You passed out, but good.
What time is it?
Oh, it's 9:45.
I've got to find him. I've just got to.
Oh, now take it easy. You're still shaking. Now, come on. Have a few more sips of this so-called coffee.
Oh, no.
Well, if you think Benny's coffee is bad, you ought to try his hamburgers.
I've just got to find him.
Who have you got to find?
The man.
What man?
The man I killed.
Ask a foolish question, you get a foolish answer. Only before I could ask any more questions, a little lady was on her way out of the place. I looked at Benny just to make sure he'd heard the same thing I had. He'd heard. His mouth was hanging open like somebody had taken out the hinges. I left the beanery and started after the girl. At first, I thought I'd lost her. Then I saw her sagging against the side of a building under the elevator tracks on Dearborn Street. She saw me coming.
What do you want?
Oh, I'm just an old busybody.
I don't know what to do. I'm going crazy. I should call Mrs. Warren again. Maybe he came home.
Who?
That man.
The man you killed, huh? Well, that makes sense. Now listen,
Oh,
lady.
you don't understand. You just don't understand.
This you can be sure of.
I've got to find him. I've just got to.
You've killed him, but you've got to find him. Yeah.
I must go. Please. Please let me go.
I'm not holding you, kid.
I don't know where to turn.
You don't want to go anyplace, do you? You want help. All right, here it is.
I don't know you.
My name is Stone. Now that we're formally introduced.
The newspaper columnist?
Well, man's got to eat.
Maybe you can help. Maybe you can, Mr. Stone.
Yeah, but first I've got to know why you keep calling the home of the man you killed to see if he's gotten in yet. This is slightly confusing.
All right, I'll tell you. My name is Ruth Baker. I'm receptionist and secretary for Dr. Stanley Loring.
The specialist?
Yes.
Go ahead.
There was a man, Philip Warren. A week ago, he saw Dr. Loring for an examination. Today, this afternoon, he came back for the report. I was in the outer office when Mr. Warren left the consultation room. He looked strange. Strange and frightened.
Will you give me a cigarette, Miss Baker?
Oh, certainly, Mr. Warren. Here. There's a lighter on the table.
Never mind. I don't want a cigarette.
Is there anything wrong?
Hey, what time have you got?
3:15.
You're a minute slow.
All that?
But a minute is important. Very important.
If you're going to catch a train.
No, it's always important.
Well, yes, I suppose it is.
Oh, yes. You know, I've lived all my life that way. Paying attention to time. Being punctual. My wife considers it a nuisance. Do you?
Oh, I'm afraid I hadn't thought
You
of...
should. Everyone should. Time. If you thought how many different ways one tells time. It can whisper in an hourglass, or tinkle in the tiny little clock, or it can roar, or...
Yes?
All my life it's been important to me. Now he won't tell me when. All he says is sometime. That's not fair, Miss Baker. It's not right.
Look, Mr. Warren, perhaps you'd better lie down.
Oh, no. I've got several things to do. Many things, in fact.
I see.
You don't. But that doesn't matter at all. You know, in my office, I can hear the chimes of the clock in the tower above me. I've always listened to them. I like them because time is important. But I never heard them chime midnight.
Midnight?
I guess midnight is a special time. It's neither tomorrow or today. It's in between. Tells a man that the day is over. Another one's going to begin. It's like standing on the edge. Goodbye, Miss Baker. Goodbye, Miss Baker.
Yes, Doctor.
Miss Baker, will you come in, please?
Right away.
Warren gone, Miss Baker?
Yes, he just left, Dr. Loring.
Yeah, that was certainly unexpected. I was almost certain it wasn't that serious. Well, put his examination report back, will you?
Yes, sir.
The closed file, Miss Baker.
The closed?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was it?
An inoperable condition?
Oh, now I see.
See what, Miss Baker?
Why he acted so strangely.
Oh, don't worry. You'll go home, think about it. When the first shock wears off, you'll accept it. What else can he do? What else can anyone do?
After that, I went back to my desk, Mr. Stone. I was checking my files and...
Come on, Ruth, what?
I made a mistake. A horrible mistake.
What was it?
Well, when a patient comes in for examination, only Dr. Loring knows his name. The technical laboratory has only a number on a card. Mr. Warren's was 5129. I typed it wrong. I typed 5120.
The card number of another patient.
It was a mistake. I put Mr. Warren's name under the wrong laboratory number. The number of a man who is going to die.
Certainly Dr. Loring will be able to tell if Warren...
Oh, just a routine checkup would indicate symptoms. It took actual laboratory work to make certain.
Oh, I see.
He'll kill himself. He's that kind of a man. And if he does, I've killed him, murdered him. And if... I don't want to live. I'll kill myself, too.
Oh, now, come on. Now, there's no time for that. Does Dr. Loring know?
I told him right away.
And he tried to reach Warren?
Oh, we've been trying since this afternoon.
At his home?
Everywhere. He must have gone home first because he left his wife a note.
Suicide note?
Yes.
Ruthie, come on, let's go.
Where?
Warren's home. And if he's not there, well, Chicago's a big city. It'll be tough finding one man among 4 million people. But we can try.
I found the note when I got home, Mr. Stone. I knew Philip went to see Dr. Loring, but I didn't know...
Just the note and nothing else, Mrs. Warren?
No, nothing.
You called the police right away?
Well, of course I did.
And you haven't left this apartment?
Not for a second.
Well, didn't he try to get in touch with you at all?
No, Miss Baker, he did not. And if my husband isn't found before he kills himself, I'll see to it that
I've been telling you it was a mistake. Anyone could make a mistake like that.
Mistake? To make a man believe he's going to die in horrible pain? No, that's no mistake. That's murder. The cruelest kind of murder.
Don't,
please. Get out of here and leave me alone.
Wait
Get
a minute,
out.
wait a minute, Mrs. Warren. Why crucify this kid because she made a mistake that could happen only once in a million years?
To my husband.
To anyone.
Oh, leave me alone.
You want to find him, don't you?
Well, now, what kind of a question is that?
A nice, reasonable question. You want to find him. All right, help us.
But what can we do? By midnight, he'll be dead. The note he left said so.
Someone's at the door.
It might be him.
I'll get it.
Irma.
Mr. Warren?
Warren? Why, no.
Paul.
Yes.
Paul, what did you find out?
Oh, nothing. I checked every precinct station between here and the Oak Street beach.
Paul, this is Mr. Stone. And the girl who...
I see.
Paul is a friend of Philip's.
Yeah, there's nothing you said?
No one's seen him.
And no suicide report?
Not his.
It's 10 now. We've got 2 hours to find him.
You know, that bothers me. Why should he choose exactly 12 o'clock to die?
If you knew my husband, you'd understand why. The ticking of the clock was the most important thing in his life. You could set your watch by his schedule. Up at 7:30 in the morning. Never 7:28. Never 7:31, 7:30. Breakfast at 10 minutes to 8.
Irma, we haven't time to worry about Philip's idiosyncrasies right now. We've got to find him. As the young lady said, we've only got 2 hours.
I'm sorry.
Try to think the way he would. What does he do for those 2 hours? Where does he go? What does he want to see?
He's lived all his life doing things exactly the same way. That's all.
Well, that's something.
What are you getting at, Stone?
Well, I was just thinking. Nobody ever lets go of life without holding on to something else. Nobody knows whether you can take a memory with you or not. Maybe it's just a face, a melody, a favorite place. Nobody knows, but we like to think so.
Philip.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Well, that Philip would want to die exactly as he'd lived, knowing exactly when and where.
That's what I mean, Mrs. Warren.
What?
I want a list of every place your husband might go.
But...
Tell him, Irma.
Well, there are so many places.
100, 1,000. What's the difference? Write them down.
I'll go with you, Stone.
No, you stay here with Mrs. Warren. Somebody's got to be here if he shows up. And step on it with that list, Mrs. Warren. We've got a lot of places to cover by midnight. If we haven't found him then, we can cut our list down to one place. The county morgue.
Night Beat stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Find one man out of 4 million people. Find one place out of 1,000 square miles of city and do it in 2 hours, 120 minutes. A long chance? Compared to our job, a buck on the Irish sweepstakes was money in the bank. We had 2 things in our favor. One, Mrs. Warren had called the police. 1,000 cops had Warren's description. 2, Warren himself. The way he lived was a clue to the way he might die. On time, punctual. But where? The first place on this list was a little restaurant where he sometimes ate. They knew him there, all right.
Mr. Warren? Yes, I know him.
Has he been in here tonight?
Tonight?
Yes, tonight.
I see you don't know Mr. Warren very well. Mr. Warren comes here on Tuesday evenings only. This is Monday.
Cross off one place. Go to the next. Yes, they knew Mr. Warren. No, he hasn't been in tonight. This is Monday. He comes here only on Fridays. Grab a cab and hurry on. Watching the minutes go by. Watching Ruthie die a minute at a time. Telling her no matter how bad we were doing, the cops would find him for sure. The cigar store, where he stopped for cigarettes, missed him by an hour. The Newsreel Theater, sure, an old customer, but he comes on Wednesday for the new weekly show. Ruthie wanting to call Mrs. Warren again to see if the police had found him yet, but no time. 40 minutes gone, an hour lost, going down the list.
Hey, Ben, late edition, get your paper.
Hey, kid.
Oh, paper, mister?
No, not right now. Listen to me. Every night a man stops by here. His name is Warren.
Oh, I know him. What about him?
Well, has he been here tonight?
Well, sure. Hey, what gives with that guy?
What do you mean?
Well, any other night he's by here 6 o'clock sharp. Tonight he comes past after 10. Buys a paper, a late edition.
Never done that before. In fact, I never seen him after 6.
Which way did he go? Did he say anything to you?
Nothing. All he does is buy the paper, walk away, and then he throws the paper away like he don't want it in the first place.
Which way did he go?
Straight up Michigan, that way. You got to admit it's unusual.
Yes, I admit it. Thank you. Come on, cabby, move. So we went straight up Michigan Avenue that way. All we accomplished was to lose another 5 minutes of our time. And, brother, when it came to time, we were really scraping bottom. Those ever-loving cops were becoming more important by the second. One by one, we kept scratching names off the list. The cafeteria, where he sometimes stopped for coffee, but not tonight. The drugstore, where he stopped for stamps, but not tonight. Then the last place on the list, the very last. A little cocktail lounge on Michigan Avenue. One of those shishi joints where the lights are so soft and low you can't watch the bartender watering the booze. Our 2 hours were just about all used up.
Can I help you, sir?
Oh, pal, if you can. Nobody else can.
I beg your pardon?
I'm looking for a man named Philip Warren. Do you know him?
Oh, yeah, quite well. I consider Mr. Warren one of my special customers.
Was he here tonight?
Well, why do you ask?
We don't have time for anything but yes or no answers. Please, yes or no.
No, I really don't feel I'm at liberty to discuss with complete strangers.
Oh, Randy, it's not going to work. We're not going to find him.
Something wrong with Mr. Warren?
Well, to put it mildly, yes. Now, come on.
Well, if you'll tell me why you
No,
want
listen,
you
please.
see, it's not really proper to tell just anyone who happens to inquire.
Pal,
man.
unless we find him in the next 15 minutes, Warren is going to die.
You're joking.
Look at this girl here. If Warren dies, she'll... Never mind. Look at her face and tell me I'm joking.
Oh. All right. I didn't know. Mr. Warren's a good customer, you know. Two strangers asking.
Was he in here, and how long ago?
Well, he came in a little while ago. I thought it was strange, you know, because he's late. It always comes in promptly at 5:35.
Never mind the details. How long ago?
About 10 minutes ago. He sat at the usual place, but then he didn't drink his sherry.
Do you know where he went?
No, I don't.
Did you see him go?
Oh, yeah, I saw him leave.
All right, now think. Has he ever said anything about going anywhere from here?
No. He was always very quiet. Oh, but I think his office is near here.
What makes you think that?
Well, he mentioned once he always leaves it at 5:30, and
I
he
see,
always...
thank you. Where's the phone?
Near the entrance.
Come on, Ruth. Thank you.
What is it, Mr. Stone? What did you think of?
You got his home phone number?
Oh, yeah. Written down
Good.
here.
Thank you.
Why are you calling there?
I want to know where his office is.
But why?
All his life, punctual, methodical. Everything to him was a habit. Maybe it's a crazy hunch, but I could be right. He could have gone to his office.
Yes, you could be right.
Come on. Answer.
They've got to be there. They said they'd stay.
But they don't answer. Ruth, do you remember where his office is? Must be on your records.
Oh, I don't remember it. Oh, but we can go and get it.
Well, there's no time.
Try it again.
They're not there. I told them to stay there, the fools.
What?
The phone directory. Might have a business listing for him. Warren. Paul Street. Philip Warren.
Is it?
No, only his home phone, the number I just called.
Mr. Stone.
What?
If Mrs. Warren isn't home, she might have gone to the police. Maybe they found him.
That could be it. Keep your fingers crossed that they found him alive.
Well, Randy Stone, snooping around this precinct for stories?
I've got one, Mac.
So?
Listen, I'm in a hurry. You've got to tell me something.
Why, sure, Randy. What?
There's a general call-out for a man named Philip Warren. Have you got anything on it?
I'll take a look. Warren? Philip Warren?
That's right.
Yes.
Oh, Mac, come on.
No, nothing here on that name, Randy.
Nothing. Mac, you're crazy. The call went out this afternoon. Every precinct has got it.
Well, this is one of them, but there ain't a thing here. Take a look for yourself. Here's the sheet.
No, I'll take your word for it, Mac. Listen, put out a call right away. He's got to be picked up.
He killed somebody?
He'll kill himself. You hear that, Mac? He'll kill himself if he's not found before midnight.
Before midnight? But that's just 15 minutes.
Yes, I know.
What did they say?
They didn't have a call for him.
Well, that's crazy. They must have. Mrs. Warren, call the police.
Yeah. Just a minute, Cabby. Look, Ruth. Let's figure it. That last cocktail lounge, the bartender said Warren came in every evening at 5:35, that he left his office at 5:30.
Mm-hmm.
That makes his office a 5-minute walk from the cocktail lounge.
And what he said to me, remember?
What?
He said he liked to sit in his office and listen to the chimes from the tower above his office.
Tower. 5 minutes from that cocktail lounge on Michigan Avenue.
Look up the avenue.
The Wrigley building. The clock in the Campanile Tower. Ruth, that's got to be it. We've got 10 minutes to get there and find the office. Cabby, Wrigley building, fast. The red on the traffic lights didn't mean a thing, but it still took us 3 minutes to get to the Wrigley building. When we got there, the hands of the clock in the Campanile Tower pointed to 7 of 12. And as we looked up, the larger hand crossed out another minute of Warren's life. One more went by before the night watchman heard me pounding at the doors. And then he opened them.
Hey, what's all the fuss?
Look, my name is Stone. Chicago Star.
Yeah, will that give you the right to pound on doors?
No, please, just listen. Does a man named Philip Warren have an office in this building?
No, he ain't got no office.
Oh, no.
Are you sure?
Sure, of course I'm sure. Man named Warren works here. But
Philip Warren?
Sure, works for Western Research.
Did he come in tonight?
Why?
Stop asking questions, please. We've got to find him or he'll be dead.
But he was all right when he walked in.
All right, take us up to him.
Hey, you got to sign the in and out sheet just like everybody else.
All right. We'll sign it. Just take us up.
Yeah, okay. Got to use the freight elevator. The regular ones don't run at night, not this shop.
I don't care which one we use. Just get us up to Warren. I stopped looking at my watch while that freight elevator droned its deadly way up to the floor where Warren had his office. And then at last, we were there.
Western Research Office is right down that way. I'll just...
You'll call the police.
Huh?
Call the police. Tell them you're calling for me to get here as soon as they can.
Oh, sure, okay.
Thank you. Come on, Ruth.
There it is.
There's no light inside. It's open.
There's no one here.
Find the light switch.
I can't.
All right, never mind. I'll light a match. What's the matter?
I thought I saw someone at the desk when you lighted that match.
All right. Follow me.
Look.
Mrs. Warren.
What are you doing here?
Well, I thought of the same thing you did, and I...
Irma, you still here?
Yes, Paul. Mr. Stone is here, too.
Stone?
Yes. Turn on the light, Paul.
Why wasn't the light on in the first place?
Well, we thought if Philip came here and saw a light, he wouldn't come in.
That's right, Stone. We called the police. They had nothing yet, so we came here. We thought that...
You called the police?
We just couldn't stay home and do nothing.
The police didn't tell you anything, huh?
No, everyone's looking for Philip.
I'll ask you nice, Paul. Where is he?
I don't understand.
Let's stop playing patty cake. Where is he?
I tell you, we don't know.
Sure you do. Well, you're one of his best friends. Where is he? Come on, give.
Well, we don't know where he is. We came here for the same reason
You
you
never
did.
called the police about your husband like you said. You didn't want them to find him.
You're insane, both of you.
Come on, poor boy. Tell me where he is.
I tell you, I don't know.
Now, let's try it again. Come on.
Stone, you're...
Never mind me. Let's stick to the subject of the moment. Where is he?
I told you.
Where is he? All very neat and clean, wasn't it? Let the old boy kill himself. Just don't do a thing about it.
Stop it, Stone, stop it.
You tell me when, Paul. How much insurance was he going to leave to your lady friend? You sure it isn't one of those non-cancelable policies, Paul? You know some of them don't pay you off on suicide. Tell me where he is. Tell me.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! He's on the tower.
He's on the top of the building. I saw him. He's going to jump.
Here's your boyfriend, Mrs. Warren. Catch! The tower, Ruth. Come on.
The elevator.
No time. Tower's only 2 flights up. Come on, I'll need you. It was 1 minute of 12 when we took the first step of the 2 flights. The run-up was like one of those dreams in which you stand aside and watch yourself. There was a queer, impersonal detachment about it that made the horror even more real. And then we were out on the roof.
Do you see him?
No, not yet.
Up there.
Where?
Look. On the tower.
Warren! Warren, wait! Warren!
Yes, I'll wait. Because it's not quite time. I've got to finish off today.
You've got to listen to me. You're not going to die. Do you hear me?
He said I was, but he wouldn't say when. He wouldn't tell me when. But I know, I can tell you. It's not quite 12, but when it is.
Warren, look here. Ruth, make him listen to you.
Mr. Warren! Look at me! You know who I am?
Yes, I know. I know everybody in the world. And I can see everybody from here.
Please! The report was a mistake. You're not going to die, do you hear? It was a mistake. Please, listen to me.
You're lying. You're all lying. Everybody lied to me all my life. You want me to suffer. I can't. I tell you I can't. And I know when I'm going to die.
But you're not. It was a mistake. My mistake, not the doctor's. I swear. We're not lying to you. I swear it.
Randy, why? Oh, mother in heaven.
Get your boys ready, Mac.
They're all set. But him? What about him?
Keep talking, Ruth. He's watching you. Keep talking.
Mr. Warren, you're all right. Do you hear? You're not going to die.
He said I was. He told me.
It was a mistake.
Please don't lie to me, please.
It's the truth, Mr. Warren. You're not going to die. Do you believe it?
Thank heaven. Thank heaven.
You can get him now, Mac. He'll hold on until your boys reach him. So here I sit, trying to write my story for tonight. But I keep hitting that one key. 0. 0, cipher, naught, nothing. Ah. Oh, dear. Someday, a nice, peaceful story is going to be written about a flock of happy little birds leisurely circling a burned-out world, wondering whatever happened to all those crazy two-legged characters who spent their lives knocking each other's brains out. What a nice thing to read that'd be. Yeah, but wait a second. Who'd write it? All right, you broken-down two-bit philosopher. The makeup editor's got to go home, too. So let's get going. Hello? Give me a rewrite.
Night Beat, a new dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Tonight's story was written by Russell Hughes. Night Beat is edited by Larry Marcus and directed by Warren Lewis. Music by Frank Worth. Others in tonight's cast were Peter Leeds, Gene Bates, Larry Dobkin, Joan Banks, Stacey Harris, Wilms Herbert, and Junius Matthews. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Rock Bottom, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. The stories that come out of the shadows to find their way into Night Beat.
When the foreman of a job won't tell why an accident happened and the men won't talk. If you don't come clean, I'm going to fire you both.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
That's all I wanted to know.
Here, look here. You can't... What?
Oh, it's such a lovely night. I hate to go in.
Well, who said anything about going in? You're going with me. There's my car right over there.
There's my hotel right over there.
I could tell a lot of lies under that moon, Kelly. I've got to leave in a couple of hours.
Same old Red.
Red's rigs don't slip. Not unless someone slips them.
Oh, now listen, Slim, you know I wouldn't do a thing like that. I just wanted to...
Don't give me that. I seen you monkeying with a knot.
You can't prove it, and you know it.
I ain't gonna try to prove it. That Red's too good a guy to go to jail for killing a rat like you. If I catch you missing on those rigs again, I'll do it myself.
You're not going back to that camp.
Really, I've got to.
Please don't. I couldn't bear to have you go back to that dangerous work.
I'm a lineman. Line work is all I know. I like it.
Slim, I didn't come here just to lose you. I came because I had to. And after I was here for a while, I knew that you loved me, too.
I gotta be home early. Daddy was awful mad last time. He said if he ever caught you, he was...
Well, you tell him to catch me before he starts to talk. There's a lot of gals' daddies making big talk about what they're going to do to me if they ever catch me. But they don't hardly never, only very seldom catch me.
They're working over hot wire?
Yeah, 88,000 volts. Hot enough to burn a tower down. They're working right next to it and kidding about it.
Listen, Mr. Garrison, I have to get where those men are working. Would you take me? Please.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters who are up next.
Now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case history. Gangbusters.
Dakota Badman, who shed handcuffs as a snake sheds skin, but who learned that 2 sudden shots at a federal agent would be repaid in kind.
And now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Victor S. Anderson, United States Attorney in Minnesota, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the Dakota Badman.
Mr. Anderson, I know the criminal you're going to tell us about tonight was, for a long time, at the top of the list of fugitives wanted by the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
That's right, Don Gardner. This man, John Frederick Benson, didn't know when he'd had enough, but he was to learn that agents of the FBI are also noted for their perseverance.
Well, where would you like to begin, Mr. Anderson?
I think the best place down would be on the outskirts of Houston, Texas. At 3 o'clock on a mild February morning, exactly 2 years ago this week, the all-night clerk at the Palace Grove Modern Tourist Camp was fast asleep in his chair as a lone figure crept by him. The intruder walked cautiously across a dimly lit court, past cabins number 1, number 2, and number 3. He stopped at number 4. He looked around and quietly tried the door.
Me.
What happened? How did you get out?
They were taking me to the federal building for questioning this afternoon. I broke away. They couldn't shoot any kind of the people.
Oh, you shouldn't have tried it. They might have killed you.
It'll be better than rotting the rest of my life in jail.
This afternoon?
Yeah, I was lucky. I made for the freight yards. I've been laying out in a freight car for 12 hours. You sure they don't know you're here?
I'm pretty sure.
I guess they don't. They would have been around.
You must be starved, Jack. I'll get up.
Don't turn on any lights.
Oh, okay.
I got a job for you.
What?
These.
Oh, Jack.
I don't see yet how I made it. Not with these handcuffs on. I was lucky they let me wear a topcoat over my shoulders. I used it to cover them.
But how'll you get them off?
It's no problem with a hacksaw. First thing in the morning, walk to a hardware store and get a hacksaw. Wish I didn't have to wait that long. My wrists are practically cut to ribbons.
Maybe I could use a hairpin or something. Maybe I can get them off.
I'm too tired right now to try. I need some sleep. Get that hacksaw in the morning and we'll go to work on the cuffs.
Attention, Texas and Southwestern authorities. Escaped federal prisoner, John Frederick Benson, described in first bulletin. This man, who may still be wearing handcuffs, escaped custody of United States Marshal at Houston, Texas. Caution. Caution. Benson may now be armed and is known to be extremely dangerous.
Come on, kitty baby. Come on, a little more.
All right, Jack. I'm trying.
A little more. It's almost through.
There. Well, that's that.
Thanks, kid. Didn't think I'd make it.
I don't see yet how you did.
Just luck, that's all.
I guess you're the luckiest guy in the world.
It took some figuring, too. Ooh, my wrists. Well, I gotta do a lot more figuring, baby. We're still too close for comfort. Tourist cabins are okay, but when they're looking, that's the first place on the list. We gotta get out of here.
Yeah, I suppose we do.
Yeah, gotta get out and fast. They want me now worse than ever.
Jack.
Yeah.
What happens now? Where do we go?
Gotta get a heater. Gotta find some place to lay out for a while. That takes dough. Everything takes dough. You got any left, Kitty?
A little.
How much?
$300 or $400.
Good. That'll help some. Where you got it?
In my suitcase.
Good girl.
Jack, take the money and leave me here.
You kidding, baby?
No, take it.
What's the matter? You want to stay here?
I can't go through that all over again, Jack. I can't see them get you again. I can't.
What do you have to go through? I'm the one they're after. You talk like I don't mean anything to you.
If you didn't mean anything to me, would you be here now? Would you have those cuffs off?
Yeah, I'm sorry, kid. Guess I wouldn't.
Am I crazy, Jack? Why do I see only good in you? Everybody else sees bad. If they're right, I'm crazy.
I guess you only see what you want to see. Let them think I'm bad. What do you care?
Do you want me with you, Jack?
I gotta have you along, baby. You're my insurance. They take one look at the two of us together and nobody's suspicious. We can go any place and do anything. We're just an ordinary couple of people.
That's not much of a reason for me.
Oh, look, kid, you know you count first all the time, but I think for the next couple of weeks I can't do much traveling. I gotta light someplace and stay there.
Where?
Well, how about Kansas? Your sister's place.
No, Jack. I don't want to get her mixed up in it.
Who does want her mixed up in it? It's a big farm and far away from everything. You said she needs help since her husband died.
You won't like a farm. You'll get restless.
What do you think I was raised on? You wrote Nora you were married. Writer, you're bringing your husband for a visit.
All right. That's what you want.
Well, we can stay there until I get my bearings. Yeah, maybe it'd be a good idea to cool off on a farm. Yeah, rotten stuff. Hay. Who needs it?
Jack,
Yeah?
I brought you back some cigarettes from town.
Thanks. Wish you might have let me know you were going. I've been having a wonderful time here pitching hay.
Well, you were still sleeping, and I didn't want to wake you. You got in so late.
All right, Kitty, so I got in late.
Besides, with Nora and the kids, there wouldn't have been room in the car.
Nora and the kids are making me sick. I had all of this farming I can take.
3 weeks isn't so long, and they're still looking for you. They're looking for you hard.
Let them look. Any jail would be better than breaking your back in this kind of work.
Where'd you go last night?
What do you care?
Well, you didn't get in till so late.
Okay, I didn't get in till late. I went to mail a letter.
Oh, I see.
It's to Harry Porter in Omaha. Want him to line up somebody for me. Good gunman.
Then we're leaving here?
Haven't you had enough?
I guess you have. There's big news in town, Jack.
Yeah?
The State Bank at Cackley was broken into last night.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
You promised, Jack. You promised you'd lay low and stay out of things.
I don't go in for safe crackings. I'm a gunman.
How did you know the safe was cracked? I didn't say it.
Oh, don't all banks have safes? Hey, what are you trying to make me walk into?
You were out late and there's no place to go.
I never broke into any place before. That's not my line.
The talk is it was an amateur job.
Forget it. It had nothing to do with the thing. Now, let me get finished up here.
Yeah, Jack. That'd be a good idea. Oh, Nora wants to fix supper early. She's taking the kids over to the McLaughlins later.
Yeah, the kids. They give me a pain in the neck. Go on, let me get some hay pitched.
Hello, Sheriff.
Oh, Haynes. Anything new?
Sheriff, this is Special Agent Dyer, also of the FBI. He was sent down from the Kansas City field office to help out in the investigation, Sheriff Blaney.
How are you, Sheriff?
Glad to have you, Dyer. We need all the help we can get.
Have you been able to turn up anything, Sheriff?
Well, like you suggested, it could have been somebody local. I had my deputies checking up with the people around here.
Anybody suspicious?
You know how it is. We know most everybody in the county. Known them for years. There's a few people we might check into, though.
Oh?
For instance, out at Lem's garage on the Topeka Road. Lem took on a new mechanic, a stranger, a week or 10 days ago. Might talk to him.
We could.
And then there's that new couple out at the Widow Emmett's, Jack Rogers and his wife. She's Nora Emmett's sister. Been there about 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't seen much of him, but she's been around with Nora and the kids.
Was there anything suspicious about this Jack Rogers?
Well, no, can't say there is. Got a car and seems to have money. The Emmets are good people.
We'll have a look at them, too.
And there's 3 or 4 others. I've got them listed here.
All right, Sheriff. We'll check on everybody beginning tomorrow, just to play safe.
Kitty. Kitty.
In here, Jack. In the kitchen.
Crying out loud. Where are you when I want you?
I'm just fixing lunch for the kids.
Hey, what are you, a nursemaid or something? Let Nora take care of her own kids.
She went to town.
What, again? Does she have to go to town every day? She's been living the life of Riley since we came. I pitch the hay, you take care of the kids. What is this?
After all, Jack, she's been awfully nice to us.
Well, let her get a couple of hired hands. We're pulling out anyway, as soon as I hear from Harry Porter.
Jack, you promised you'd stay until the heat's off. You promised me.
Well, I had enough farming.
Car.
Nora?
No. She said she wouldn't be back till 6.
Take a look out the window. Who is it?
It's not Nora. It's a man.
Cop.
I'll talk to him, Jack. I'll send him away.
Where are the kids?
Upstairs.
Go up and keep them there. I'll handle this.
Be careful. Please be careful.
Go up and take care of the kids.
Let me talk to him.
I'll handle it.
Jack,
Let go.
you're not going to use that gun.
I got it, yeah, and I'll get up there. I'm going to meet him on the porch. You get up with the kids. Yeah, mister? What can I do for you?
I want to talk to Jack Rogers.
I'm Jack Rogers.
Oh, my name's Dyer. I'm a special agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
That's so.
I understand you...
You understand too much.
Rogers.
Jack, you shot him.
Sure I shot him. I told you I wasn't going back.
What are you going to do? They knew we came here. There must be more of them
What do
around.
you think I'm going to do? I'm getting out the back way.
All right, Jack, I'll get ready.
No, kid. This time I have to travel light. I'll get in touch with you.
But I want to go.
There's no time. They got nothing on you, kitty. Don't tell them a thing. You don't know a thing.
I won't tell them anything.
Goodbye. I'll see you.
So, Don, that was the situation. The criminal, John Frederick Benson, shot and critically wounded an agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation who attempted to question him. Benson fled the scene and left the girl, Kitty, alone to face the other law enforcement officers. When Sheriff Laney and Special Agent Haynes arrived, they placed Kitty in custody and rushed Special Agent Dyer to a hospital. Later, at the sheriff's office, the girl was being questioned by the officers in their attempt to get a lead on the whereabouts of Benson.
I'm telling you, I don't know where he is. I don't.
You traveled all over the country with Benson. You were at the farm together 3 weeks. He must have mentioned where he counted on going when he left.
We were going to stay for a while. There wasn't any thought of leaving.
The FBI agent he shot might die.
I know. I'm sorry.
Being sorry doesn't help much.
If you want to help, tell us where he went.
I don't know.
He must have given some indication.
I don't know where he went. Please believe me, I don't.
All right, miss. That's all.
You mean I can go?
Yes, you can go.
Now?
Yes.
As much as we'd like to hold you, there's no charge we can place against you.
I see.
Have you got any place to go?
Back to the farm, I guess. For a while. Then I don't know.
All right. If we need you, we'll be in touch.
I'm sorry I couldn't help you more.
So are we. Well, Sheriff, she's on her way.
I hope you get something out of it, Haynes. Me, when I get somebody that belongs in jail, I like to keep him there.
Sheriff, Benson's a lot more important than she is. And if he knows she's out, maybe he'll arrange to see her.
Hi. Well, Jack, ain't it? What do you care? What are you drinking? I'll buy you another. Never mind. Your name's Meggs. Harry Porter said I might find you here. Yeah? How is Harry? Okay. Is his ear still giving him trouble? It's not his ear, it's his stomach. That's right. Where's his stomach? He said you was looking for somebody to go in business with. Maybe I am, but not here in Omaha. I'm free to travel. Meggs, huh? That's it. Gun boy? Nothing else. Okay, I'll think about it. I gotta think about it, too, Jack. You're a pretty hot customer. There's not many who shoot up G-men and are walking on the street to talk about it. I never talk about it, especially in bars. It's a nice, quiet place. Let's go for a ride. There's not so many years in automobiles. Come on.
Special Agent Haynes.
Haynes, this is Marshall. We just got a teletype message from Minneapolis. The girl, Kitty, got there on the train this morning and bought a bus ticket to Sainish, North Dakota.
Sainish, huh? Benson's got relatives there.
Yeah, I know. We're already watching him.
Okay, let's move in a little closer. Get plane reservations for Minneapolis. We'll work out of there.
Okay, Megs, you'll do.
Thanks, Coach. I never thought I'd make it.
Look, if there's one thing I don't like, it's wise guys. Take it easy on the cracks and take it easy on the talking.
What's eating you, Jack? If a guy's got no sense of humor, he's got nothing.
I got nothing to laugh about. It's strictly business, Megs, and remember that.
Okay. Well, when do we get started?
Ever worked at the Dakotas?
Dakotas? What's up there?
Plenty. You know where to find it?
Why take such a trip?
I've got a way of operating, Megs. It includes having a girl along. Make things look good. The girl I want along is up there.
Ah, yeah, that's not a bad idea. I got a girl, too.
One's enough.
Yeah, one's enough. As long as she's yours.
If you don't want it my way, Megs, you can get out right here.
Okay, all right. You got a traveling companion. Don't get excited.
That's the house, Haynes. Kitty moved in the day before yesterday. We got a mail check on the place. No letters from Benson.
Well, what about the phone?
Well, that's going to give us some trouble.
Well, what kind of trouble?
Benson.
Now, stop and light a cigarette. I want a better look at the place.
Right. It so happens that Benson's aunt is the night operator. I didn't want to plant anyone in the exchange. If she spots him, it might clear the works.
Okay. But keep agents posted around the exchange every minute the aunt is on duty.
Will do. The manager of the exchange has no connection with Benson.
Good. I don't think Benson will have nerve enough to come right to the house. He might figure it's covered. But I'm almost certain he'll try to get in touch with Kitty. And if he does, we want to know about it. Come on.
Hello?
Kitty?
Jack.
I want to make this short and sweet, baby. I'm close. I'm going to come by for you.
Jack, maybe you oughtn't to.
It'll work. Is my aunt home?
No. She went to see a friend before work.
Okay, I'll get in touch with her when I get in. She'll tell you where to meet me.
Be careful, Jack. Be careful.
Don't worry about me. I'll be all right. I want to get off this line. So long.
Goodbye.
Okay, Meg, let's get out of here.
Sit down, will you, Jack? Let me finish my drink.
All right, but make it snappy.
Who you calling, that dame?
Yeah.
She got a friend?
She don't live in this town.
Oh. Well, who cares if she's got a friend? Hey, when do we get this baby yours and where? I'm getting curious.
You don't have long to wait now. Did you ever hear of a little place called Sainish?
Should I have?
We're driving there right now.
Good.
That's where we take on our extra passenger. Now get finished up. We got 50 miles to drive.
Okay.
Haynes?
Yes?
The manager of the local telephone exchange just got in touch with me.
Oh?
There was a call to Kitty. It came through from Bismarck.
From Benson?
He doesn't know. He just saw the ticket. He happened to go by the office, and the ticket had just been filed.
Is Benson's aunt on duty at the board?
No, she's not scheduled to come on for another hour.
Okay. We'll get in touch with the police at Bismarck to be on the lookout for Benson there. And we'll keep a double watch here in town all night. Crossman and Gould on the house, you and I at the telephone exchange where we can cover any more calls.
So this is Sainish, huh?
Yeah, this is Sainish.
I can see why you left it at such an early age, Jack. What do people do around here for excitement?
They sleep. Watch where you're driving there. Stop sign.
I see it.
Okay, go on.
A stop sign they need there. Why, to see the cows coming?
That's the telephone exchange in the middle of the block.
You mean your aunt's got to stay on duty all night? Who makes calls around here at night?
Pull in over there.
Okay. Why don't we go to the dame's house?
I'm doing this. All right, turn out the lights.
Okay. Hey, what do you need a gun for here?
I didn't need it back in Kansas either, but I used it. Come on.
I'll wait here.
Come on, I said.
Oh, okay.
All right, we go around the back.
What's the matter with the front? Nobody's there but your aunt.
We go around the back.
Well, it's trouble to see a dame.
Come on, shut up.
That's far enough, Benson.
Cops, get him!
Doc, shoot at him. No. Jack, put your hands in the air.
Okay, I give up.
That's it. Keep...
Okay, take it easy.
Where did the bullets catch Benson?
The heart, I guess. He's dead.
Okay. Wait here till the coroner comes. I'll take care of this one. Go on, you. Start walking.
Okay, I'm walking.
Just a I'm coming. Oh,
Hello, Kitty.
he's not here. I swear he isn't.
I know he isn't. 2 a.m, and you're all dressed. You weren't expecting to go out.
I was up reading.
Oh, I thought you might be going out to meet Benson.
That's not so.
It is so, Kitty. And you know it.
What do you want? You can't come in here.
Can't I? I came to tell you, Kitty. Benson's dead.
Oh, no.
He tried to fight us. All right, you better come along with me.
He wasn't bad. Not really. He was good to me, honest he was. He was good to me.
I don't doubt it, Kitty. But being good to you wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. He wasn't very good to his victims, nor to the FBI agent he shot. Come on, let's go.
That, Don, was the end of one of the most intensive manhunts in recent years. John Frederick Benson died by the gun, the way he expected to thrive. And the same finish faces any man who thinks he's bigger than the law which governs all of us.
Thank you very much, United States Attorney Anderson, for this pointed case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the law enforcement officers who participated in the investigation leading to the conclusion of this case. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Ken Lynch and Charlotte Lawrence in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
When the world's greatest athlete, Michael Jordan, teams up with the world's best-loved cartoon character, Bugs Bunny, you won't believe your eyes.
Pardon me, Mr. Jordan. Could I have your your John Hancock?
What's going on here?
We need your help! You heard of the Dream Team? Well, we're the Mean Team.
Ready?
Yeah!
Doc.
Yeah.
You kick it in here. You go to the hole and dominate. We on defense.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa. I don't play defense.
Warner Brothers presents Jordan, Bugs Bunny.
Special delivery!
Together, they just might save the world. Space Jam. You've never seen anything like it.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
You're asking a man to risk his life for $100 bet. I'll stake him. If you make it $1,000, even money. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin. Hand me those shirts, will you, hey boy, please?
Oh, okay. Here. You know, Mr. Paladin, it looks very bad for a hey boy if anyone see you do your own packing. It's not correct for a gentleman to do his own packing. Besides, you're doing stinky job.
Oh, for heaven's sake, hey boy, stop your grumbling. Anyway, I'm almost finished now.
Good.
Oh, there is something you can do for me, though.
Oh, what's that?
Fix me another whiskey and water.
Oh, yes, sir. This is pretty far trip you take, Salamanca.
Salamander, hey boy. No, it's not too far.
Oh, where are here, Salamanca?
Probably when you were eavesdropping on my business conversation.
Oh, no, sir, not eavesdropping. Just interested. Here's you drink.
Thanks.
Where is this Salamanca?
Well, There's a city called that in Mexico, and one in Spain, I think, and there's another one somewhere in South America.
South America. Like I say, long trip.
And like I say, I'm not going to Salamanca, hey boy. I'm going to Salamander City, California. And when I get there, I've got to see...
You got to find a girl named Irene.
Right. Yeah. It seemed that this Irene...
was in circus and quit and go to work in saloon because there's a fella in town she loved very much and is going to marry up with, and her father don't want her to do this, and he's going to pay you $1,000 to bring her back to San Francisco, and you say, okay, you say, you go.
It's amazing how much you can hear while you mix drinks.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. All the Chang family have very strong ears. You go now?
I go.
With our American servicemen in many countries around the world, they have a wonderful opportunity to observe new customs and traditions. What might have seemed strange before is becoming pretty familiar to them. For instance, among the Mohammedans, to drink coffee with anybody is regarded as a sacred rule of hospitality, a token of peace. The berries are roasted over a charcoal fire, and the coffee is allowed to boil 3 times. It's thickly sugared and served in very small cups. All this is traditional among the Mohammedans, but as our servicemen have observed, it's simply their version of our mid-morning coffee break or our afternoon tea party or our cocktail hour. It's a time for friends to sit down and relax. It's a time for conversation with a cup of whatever beverage suits the individual taste. And this is true of customs and traditions of all countries. The way of doing things may be different, but the ideals are the same. So it is by observing these customs that our servicemen are helping to maintain goodwill with other people in other lands.
It was near sundown when the stage pulled into Salamander City. I got a room at the local hotel and walked across the street to the saloon to get a drink and perhaps some information about Irene Stanford. The Salamander Saloon was like any 100 of its brothers. The barkeep with his celluloid collar and derby hat. The ever-present painting of the lightly clad young lady with a rose in her hair. The mixture of cowboys, farmers, and townspeople trying to forget the toils of a day's work with beer or rye whiskey. Their heads were all turned to one side of the room where a little man was performing acrobatic tricks much to their amusement and appreciation. I found elbow room at the bar beside an attractive young lady who obviously worked for the house.
You buying drinks for anyone, mister?
I might be.
I drink rye.
That's a good drink. Barkeep, 2 glasses of rye.
Yes, sir. Coming up.
Hey, who's the acrobat?
Dooley Delaware.
Very good.
He's the best. Used to be with Barnum. You're new here. What brings you into Salamander?
I'm looking for a girl called Irene Stanford.
Oh? What's your name?
Paladin.
You're from San Francisco?
That's right.
I might have known.
There you are. 2 ryes.
Thank you.
What do you want with Irene?
Oh, personal matter. Do you know her?
Well, I can tell you this much. She's trying to make her own way, and she doesn't want you or anybody else sticking their nose into her business.
You seem to know her pretty well.
Well enough.
Oh, how was that, Rena? Did you see me twist into that handspring?
I sure did, Dooley. It was perfect.
My knee's getting stronger and stronger. It won't be long.
Dooley, this is Mr. Paladin. Dooley Delaware?
Well, how do you do?
How are you?
Mr. Paladin's from San Francisco.
Oh, here, Rena. Hold this money for me.
Sure, honey.
It should be over $1 there. Everybody seems to be more generous tonight than usual. I think I'll go back and see if I can make some more. Oh, glad I met you, Mr. Paladin.
Yes, glad I met you,
I'll be
Dooley.
right here at the bar, Dooley.
Hey, nice little fella. Must be a good friend of yours.
The only friend I've got in this town.
Set him up, barkeep. Well, hello, Rena.
Marquette?
I see your boy keeping everybody entertained like always. Guess he thinks if he keeps on practicing, he'll be good enough for the circus someday.
He was with the circus before he got his knee hurt.
Oh, you believe that story? Bolo, fetch Dooley over here, will you? Yes, sir. Dooley.
Who's he?
Marquette. He runs Salamander City. He owns most of the town. He thinks that gives him the right to own everybody in it.
Who's that with him?
Bolo, his errand boy.
Did you want to see me, Mr. Marquette?
Yeah, Dooley. How'd you like to make $50?
$50? You wouldn't joke me, would you, Mr. Martin?
Well, there's a lot of talk about how good you are. You used to be with Barnum and Big Star in the circus.
Well, yes, sir.
I might just give you a chance to prove how good you are. Now, this $50 says you can't walk a rope across this here saloon. Now, there's an easy bet for Dooley Delaware, ain't it?
Well, I don't have a rope.
Bolo.
Yes, sir. How's about rigging it up from balcony to balcony?
You think you could walk that, Dooley?
I think I can do it, but I can't meet the bet. I don't have $50.
You rig her up, Bolo.
Okay, Mr. Marquette.
I'm always willing to make arrangements, Dooley. Now, how about if you don't make it, why, you curry my horse and shine up my boots every day for a whole year.
No, Dooley, don't do it.
What's the matter, Rena? You afraid your boy get hurt?
It isn't a fair bet.
Why don't you let the man speak for himself? What about it, Dooley?
Oh, gee, I don't know.
A little scared?
Well, no, but like Rena says, it ain't a fair bet.
You think you can make it, Dooley?
Well, I think so.
Who are you?
Oh, this here's Mr. Paladin. He's from San Francisco.
Well, why are you so interested in Dooley, mister?
I think you made a raw deal with him. Your bet's one-sided.
It's his concern, not yours.
If Dooley thinks he can walk that rope from balcony to balcony, then I think he can, too. I'm willing to stake him for the $50.
Suit yourself, mister. It's your money.
Mr. Paladin, it could go wrong. Maybe you shouldn't.
You could use $50, couldn't you?
I sure could.
All ready, Mr. Marquette.
Well, there she is, Dooley. You gonna do it?
Well, all right, it's a bet.
Dooley.
Don't worry, Rena. Even if I fell, it wouldn't be too far to the floor. But I won't fall. You just watch me.
Paladin, I hope you know what you're doing.
I think so.
I think you just lost yourself $50.
We'll see. What do you think, Rena?
Well, it's been a long time since she's been on a rope. She's got a bad knee. We sure could use the $50 for her.
We?
Dooley and I've got plans, Mr. Paladin. Big plans.
All right, Dooley. Show us how you used to do it for Barnum.
Oh, Dooley.
Good luck, Mr. Marquette. Here goes the famous Dooley Delaware.
Hey.
Paladin, look behind the banister on the balcony. It's Bolo.
Dooley. Relax for a fall.
Dooley! Hey! Bolo, cut the rope.
Stay here, Rena. You all right, Dooley?
I reckon so.
Come on, let me help you up.
Thanks. Well, what happened to the rope?
Marquette's man used a knife.
Oh, thanks for warning me.
Dooley, looks like you lost your bet. You lost $50, Paladin.
Mr. Delaware doesn't like to leave a winner on the board, Marquette. He'll repeat the bet, this time double. And your friend Bolo will be down here with the rest of us.
Let Dooley call his own bets, mister.
I'll cover for Dooley. $100, Mr. Marquette.
For $100? Well, golly, for $100, I'd wire walk Main Street, store top to store top.
Well, all right, Dooley, the bet is on.
Somebody tie the rope back up.
I was talking about a rope. Dooley said Main Street, store top to store top on a wire.
Oh, now, wait a
That's
minute.
the bet.
Now.
You heard him. My 100 against yours says Dooley can't walk a wire across Main Street from the hotel to the saloon.
Oh, Miss Marquette, I was just talking.
That's a three-story drop,
Well,
Marquette.
that don't mean nothing to a real wire walker.
Sorry, no bet. No bet.
Well, what about it, Dooley? Wouldn't you like to make $100?
Well, yeah, but I think
But
maybe
you're
it's not.
scared, ain't you? Because you're no acrobat. I bet you was nothing but a trained monkey on the string for that circus. Hey, somebody throw him a peanut.
Come on, Dooley, let's get out of here.
No, wait a minute. Miss Marquette, I accept your challenge. Will you take me, Miss Paladin?
No, Dooley, you'll be risking your life.
I gotta do it, Rena, don't you see?
How about it, Paladin? You gonna stake him?
You asking a man to risk his life for just $100?
Well, all right, I'll raise the ante. $1,000.
Your price is a little high, Marquette. You must be pretty anxious to see Dooley put his life in jeopardy.
What up? Or shut up.
Not for $1,000. Make it $2,000.
Paladin, you're on it. $2,000.
You still willing, Dooley?
Yes, sir. I'll do the best I know how.
When the Declaration of Independence was signed on July 4th, 1776, 8 of the signers were of foreign birth. Robert Morris was born in England, James Wilson and John Witherspoon in Scotland, James Smith, Matthew Thornton, and George Taylor in Ireland, and Francis Lewis in Wales. These men made outstanding contributions to the development of our country. The fact that they were born in other lands made no difference to their comrades. Today, 1 out of every 5 Americans is foreign-born, or of foreign-born parents. The concept of judging men as men, not in terms of their origin, prevails today as in 1776. America's foreign-born citizens work with their countrymen for a better America. From the contributions of the past come the principles of the present.
It was set for 9 o'clock the next morning. Dooley, Delaware, was to walk a wire across the main street of Salamander City. I left the saloon early and went to my hotel room to get a much-needed night's rest, but I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the little acrobat who had to prove to Marquette and the people of the town that he wasn't a monkey on a string. And he had to prove it for Rena's sake. I knew she was Irene Stanford, and my job was to take her back to her father in San Francisco, but that would have to wait. About midnight, I decided to get up and dress and join the crowd at the saloon, which I knew would still be celebrating the big event scheduled for the next morning.
Mr. Paladin?
Rena.
Thank goodness you're still up.
Oh, so what's the matter?
It's Dooley. You come with me to his room?
Well, sure. There's something wrong?
He's drunk. Dead drunk. Those fools over there kept giving him whiskey until he wasn't able to stand up. I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. He had to show him he could hold his whiskey with the rest of them.
Was Marquette still there?
Yeah, he bought all the drink.
It figures. Protecting his investment.
Here. When he got to the room, he just fell over on the bed. What can we do for him?
Go downstairs and get a pot of coffee, Rena.
I don't think coffee will do him any good now.
Well, it'll help.
There's one thing for sure. He won't be in any shape to walk that wire in the morning.
Oh, he'll be in shape if I have to pump coffee into him all night.
No. I don't want him hurt. I love this little guy. I'm not going to let him do it. I'm sorry about your money, Paladin, but that's the way it's going to be.
Look, Rena, if Dooley doesn't show up in the morning, they'll laugh him right out of town.
I don't care. We're going to leave anyway.
You may not care, but Dooley will. He'll never leave with you unless he can prove to himself that he's worthy of your love. It's something a man like Dooley just has to do. Now, go on, Rena. Go get the coffee. I poured 2 pots of coffee into Dooley while Rena kept wet cloths on his head. Finally, he told us the room had stopped going round and round, and I made him lie down and try to get some sleep. The next morning, he seemed to be all right. By 9 o'clock, the crowd had gathered on Main Street, and the wire had been strung up between the hotel and the saloon. Rena joined me on the street to watch her little man do or die for his honor and my $2,000. We stood close to Marquette and Bolo to make sure they didn't have any last-minute shenanigans up their sleeves.
Well, Paladin, seen you checking that wire out with Dooley. What's the matter? Don't you trust us?
Not after last night.
Yeah, you boy got a little drunk, didn't he?
Yeah. Yes, he did, thanks to you.
Well, you don't think
it was a good
would've...
try, Marquette, but Dooley's all right this morning.
Well, then we ought to get a good performance for the little monkey.
We'll see.
Mr. Paladin.
Yes, Rena?
I don't know whether I can look at him or not.
You better. Dooley'd be disappointed if he didn't see this.
Everybody be quiet. I'm ready to go. Rena, watch me close. This is for you.
I will, Dooley. You'll do real good. Paladin.
Keep your fingers crossed, Rena. There he goes.
Paladin, he stopped.
Dooley, what's the trouble? Are you all right?
Sure, I'm fine. Hey, Mr. Marquette, how about this?
Did you see that? He went into a clip right in the middle of the wire.
Yes, I saw it.
He slid to the other side. That Dooley, whirling a complete turn right up there in the middle of nowhere. Did you see that, Mr. Marquette? Mr. Marquette.
Hey, he's gone.
Well,
I don't know. But he'd better have the $2,000 when I find him.
Say, let me put a question to you. How much do you appreciate the things that make life just a little easier? Like living any place you've a mind to. Now, according to our Constitution, if we don't like where we live, we can move to any other state we want to. All we have to do is hop in our car or take a train or a plane, and off we go. And when we get where we're going, there's plenty of stores and shops and tradesmen to help us in our new home. But let's go back a spell to 1790 and see what happened then when folks got the urge to move. If you were living back then, you'd maybe pick up a copy of the Providence Gazette, and you read an article called Advice to American Farmers. It tells all about moving out west, which is western Pennsylvania and Ohio in 1790. It says if you're moving, you'd better take along some apple, peach, and garden seeds, a kettle for boiling maple sap, and, of course, a gun and plenty of ammunition. You should also have a Bible. Other folks moving west in 1790 took along maple saplings to plant, or homemade tools they could use to build boats when they got there. Boats were about as important as horses in 1790. Most of the towns were built inside a fort, since the Indians didn't especially like all this pioneering that was going on, and guns and ammunition were worked overtime. And Indians weren't the only ones who gave folks trouble. There was plenty of bear and wolves and other wild animals to keep folks on their toes. But somehow, in spite of all the fuss and bother of moving into a new community, folks in 1790 didn't complain. They just kept working and fighting, so living would be easier in the future. The future you're now protecting.
Marquette had disappeared. Someone told me they'd seen him go into his office down the street. I left the crowd celebrating their new hero and ran down to Marquette's office. He wasn't there. I started to look out the back door when I heard the floor creak behind me. Hey? That's one way to stop having to pay off a bet, Marquette. Shoot the winner in the back.
Dirty pig, you shoot a hole in my hand.
You're lucky it wasn't your head.
Get me to a doctor. Look at the blood.
You'll live. Get your own doctor. But first, I want the $2,000 you owe me.
Well, that was no fair bet. You knew that monkey was a professional wire walker.
I didn't know any more than you. You raised the ante. I had the faith he could do it.
You was in on it together, planned it from the start.
You think what you want, but give me the money.
No, sir.
I'll put a hole through the other hand, Marquette.
Yeah, all right. Come stomping into my town, rigging up a short bet, and here, it's $2,000. Now go on, get out of my town, and take your mother too with you.
We'll be leaving on the next stage. It'll be good to breathe some clean air for a change. You sure you won't change your mind, Rena? The stage goes all the way to San Francisco.
No. Julie and I are still getting off the next town. I hear the circus is still there.
Uh-huh. Your father will be disappointed.
I know. But he's got to understand that his daughter has to make her own way. When he does, I'll come back and visit him.
Rena and I are going to be married, Mr. Paladin.
Congratulations, Dooley.
I'm going to join Barnum again. They'll pay good money when I show them the Dooley Delaware still king of the wire walkers. Yeah, Rena won't ever have to work in a saloon again.
Her father will be glad to hear that, Dooley. Oh, by the way, here's your share of the bet, $1,000. It'll give you a good start.
Oh, you don't have to give us that.
It was your money you staked him with.
I know, but I'm still $1,000 for the good. That'll make up for the fee I won't be getting from your father.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, thank you for everything.
Forget it, Dooley. You just take good care of Rena.
Mr. Paladin.
Hello, Miss Wong.
Welcome home. I was just cleaning your room. Does Hey Boy bring you bags up?
He'll be up in a few minutes. There are some new guests down at the desk. I told him to take care of them first.
You go on not so long trip this time.
No, not so long.
No, not so long.
The stage ride was hot and dusty. I feel like I've been gone for a week.
Hey Boy tells me all about journey. You bring back girls?
Hey Boy talks too much and hears too much.
Oh, Hey Boy.
Why don't you tell him it's a very bad habit, Miss
Oh,
Long?
no, Mr. Paladin. Hey Boy knows it yet.
Uh-huh.
But I like. Maybe you like too?
Yes, Miss Wong.
Miss Wong.
I like too.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was written by Don Brinkley and adapted for radio by Alan Sloan. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Lawrence Dobkin, James Nusser, and Peggy Weber.
Have Gun Will Travel is brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Rampage of respectability persists, we'll have to buy you a bulletproof girdle. You're magnificent. We just have to walk 10 minutes in various directions until we find the right institution. What, you've got the nose of a bloodhound.
Don't let him worry you. The rest of your face looks fine.
I wouldn't know anything about Hollis.
Your eyes are getting shiny, Miss Page.
And your mouth's getting big, Mr. Charles.
Where is he?
Why don't you ask me if I killed Tommy Drake?
You probably had good reason to.
How about a story, Dad?
Oh, no story for you tonight. You got to get some sleep.
But your stories always put me to sleep.
I said I'd take that piece of...
Go to leave you that night, brother. Just one word from me and that dog of mine will tear you to pieces. Well, buddy, I guess this is it. Time for that little bombshell. Tell everyone how Tommy Drake was murdered. Tell them why Fran Page was murdered. Tell them about the someone who went to her apartment. That someone is here among us now.
Hop Along with Hop Along Cassidy, up next.
It's Hop Along Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hop Along Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hop Along Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And now, another exciting story of the early West. An old Spanish custom. The late afternoon sun beats down on Hoppy and his grizzled old partner as they ride across Southern California, the golden land of the Dons and Spanish rancheros. Their 1,000-mile cattle buying expedition has left them dusty and weary, and as the afternoon wears on, Hoppy's increasing restlessness begins to get on California's nerves.
What in tarnation's eating you, Hoppy?
It's too quiet. Too doggone quiet.
Well, what do you expect? Senoritas serenading you in the sagebrush?
No, but I did expect to see a cow or two grazing the range hereabouts.
Well, shucks, we'll see plenty of that when we hit old Don Leone Ortega's spread. It won't be long now.
Won't it? How do you know?
Well, doggone it, Hoppy. Wasn't I Don Leone's top horse wrangler 9-10 years ago?
You were?
How'd you reckon I got the name California?
I heard it was because some slicker sold you a deed to a California gold mine that turned out to be in the middle of the San Francisco Bay.
Now, hold on. That ain't the only reason they call me California.
Oh, sure, I forgot. So you were Don Leone's top horse wrangler, eh?
You bet. Of course, being so long ago, maybe he won't even remember me.
I wouldn't be at all surprised. What kind of horses did he raise?
Oh, the fastest doggone critters you ever seen. Why, Hoppy, them horses was so fast that... let me tell you what happened once.
Mm-hmm.
I was riding an Ortega stallion about 50 miles from the hacienda one day with my pack burro trailing along behind when all of a sudden a cloudburst come rushing up behind me on top of a 60-mile hurricane.
Heavens to Betsy.
Well, sir, I just turned that pony's head for home. And doggone if he didn't race that storm so close, I didn't feel a drop. While my burro, only 10 yards behind, had to swim all the way.
California, haven't you any respect for the truth?
Oh, now, hold on, Hoppy. I value the truth as much as any man.
You must value it a lot more, the way you economize using it.
Oh, shucks, what makes you think I'm not telling the truth?
Well, for one thing, we're not heading for Don Leone Ortega's rancho.
What?
Because this is his rancho. We've been on his range ever since we came through the pass 12 miles back. And another thing, Why do you suppose he took the trouble to send a messenger all the way to the Bar 20, saying that his prize-blooded stock was for sale?
Well, didn't that messenger say the old man was selling out so he could retire to one of them missions?
But there are a lot of rancheros here who would have been glad to buy him out. It was to me he offered to sell. That's why I'm buying them for the Bar 20, and for just about half what those cows are worth.
Well, why is he selling them to you?
Because 9 years ago, I was Don Leone's foreman.
You was?
Yeah,
Well,
and somehow I don't remember seeing you around.
Well, maybe I got my ranchos mixed up a little.
Yeah.
But Hoppy, why should he want to sell out? Ain't he got no sons or no family to leave all this to?
No, he used to have, but they all died or were killed. When I finally quit, all he had left was one little granddaughter living with him. I always felt kind of sorry for old Don Leone. His fortune kept dogging his trail wherever he went. He used to say it was a curse put on his family by the victims of an old pirate ancestor of his.
A pirate?
Yeah, one of the buccaneers who used to rob shipping along the Pacific coast in the old days. Oh, Topper.
What's the matter? Well, what are you staring at?
Way off over there, standing against the sky at top of that ridge. See him? A rider.
Yeah. Hey, you can barely make him out. Just sitting there on his horse like he was a-watching us. Hey, must be one of Don Leone's men. We'll be getting a welcoming committee soon.
He's turned and disappeared down the other side of that ridge. If he was one of Don Leone's wranglers, he'd be heading for us to find out who we are and what we want.
Well, maybe he just ain't the curious type.
I don't know. He's the first living soul we've seen around here. And not a solitary cow in the whole place. I got a feeling there's something mighty funny going on here, California. Something I don't quite get. Well, come on, let's keep going.
The sun's getting mighty low, Hoppy. We ought to be pretty close to the ranch house, don't you think?
We'll see it just as soon as we get atop this ridge. The hacienda, stables, and everything are in the valley below. Whoa! There she is, the hacienda. California.
Great jumping blue blazes. It's burned up. Everything's burned up. The stables, the corrals.
Everything except the hacienda itself, and that's made of adobe.
Not a soul anywhere. The place looks deserted.
Look there. Smoke still rising from the ruins. What must have happened just a few hours ago?
I wonder where everybody went. Let's go see.
Down.
That shot. It's come from the hacienda.
Yeah. Whoever survived the fire doesn't like visitors.
Now back to Hop Along Cassidy and our story, An Old Spanish Custom. After arriving at Don Leone Ortega's California Rancho on a cattle buying expedition, Hoppy and California find that the old Don's stables and corrals are burned and the place apparently deserted. As they survey the desolate scene, a shot rings out from one of the broken windows of the hacienda. They fling themselves off their horses and hug the ground. Night has fallen. Hoppy and California plan their attack in the darkness.
California, you crawl around and take them from the north flank. I'll take them from the south. We converge on that window. When I reach my position, I'll give out an owl hoot. You answer so I'll know you've reached yours.
Right.
Then chuck a handful of stones against the hacienda.
If they're jittery in there, they'll likely fire at the sound. And keep under cover.
Don't worry, Hoppy.
While they're attracted by you, I'll rush them. And you come around. Okay, let's go.
Oh, no, you don't. Let go of that rifle. I'll break your... Holy smoke, Wyatt.
Hold him, Hoppy! I got him covered. You got his rifle?
Take it easy, California. Everything's under control. Except that this isn't a him. It's a her.
What?
Déjame, bandito, matare.
Well, what do you know? A gal.
Keep your eye peeled. There may be others back there in the darkness. Now, easy, sweetheart. After that shot you took at us, I'm not in the mood for any friendly wrestling match. No use trying to break away.
Pig, let go of me.
So, you savvy English, do you?
Murderers?
Murderers? It's her who just tried to murder us.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, take it easy, honey. Maybe you ought to light a lamp so you can take a good look at us. I got a hunch you got us mixed up with some other hombres.
You are not with El Lobo?
El Lobo? Who is El Lobo? What's happened? Where's Don Leone?
Your voice. It is the same one I remember so long ago. Senor Cassidy, it is you, no?
Of course. My partner and I just...
I should have known. We were expecting you, my grandfather and I.
Your grandfather, but who... You're not the little girl I used to see around when I ramrodded this outfit.
See, I am Isabella.
I reckon she had time to grow, Hoppy.
Honey, what's happened?
El Lobo and Don Carlos, they came with their men. We held them off. We defended the hacienda. But they burned the stables, the barns.
Who is this El Lobo?
He is a bandito.
A bandit? But where are all your grandfather's men? Where is everybody? You didn't fight them off alone.
No. There were the house servants, my duenna, my grandfather.
Yeah, but where are they?
Dead.
Isabella, you mean you're the only...
No, my grandfather, Don Leone, is still alive. He is badly wounded, Senor Cassidy, and cannot move. If we could get help before El Lobo return, and a medico, a doctor for my grandfather.
Where is he? Where is Don Leone?
He lies by a window on the other side of the house, on guard.
Hey, here's a lamp. You got a match?
No, do not light it. El Lobo and his men, they are watching from the hills.
Yeah. We spotted one of his boys on our way over here. You stand guard, California, while I find Don Leone.
Right.
Follow me, senor. Your hand. There are bodies lying here. Do not stumble.
It is a poor welcome that I give you, Senor Cassidy.
Don't try to talk, Don Leone. We're going to get you out of here.
No, it is too late.
No.
Don't they realize only you and Isabella are left to defend the place?
I do not think so. Isabella, she is a good shot. We killed many of his men before he retreated. He and that young swine, Carlos Esteban.
Carlos Esteban?
A renegade who has joined El Lobo. To think that once I thought I loved him.
Is this El Lobo so big he can declare war on you?
He is a gringo outlaw, amigo. He came here and organized this band of human wolves.
What if he's killed all your vaqueros, got all your stock? What more does he want? Why should he attack your hacienda?
It is Carlos Esteban who put him up to it.
But why? For what?
For the treasure.
Treasure? What treasure?
Long years ago, amigo, I buried a fortune in gold dust in a lonely place by the sea. Gold I had gotten in my youth by gambling, by cheating.
Cheating?
I was no angel, amigo, when I was younger.
How did Carlos know about this gold you had buried?
Isabella once told him. The map.
The what?
The map, there on the floor. I took it from its hiding place a little while ago, thinking to burn it.
You mean this?
You see, there is a small piece of candle beside you, lighted.
Right. There.
Look upon the map, amigo. It is all I have left. Gold. 1,000,000 pesos shining in shining dust. Buried in the sand by the roaring sea, like pirate treasure. I was a pirate, too. A pirate of the land, as my ancestor was of the sea. I buried it like a pirate. Sacks of gold dust and rare brandy from Spain.
Brandy?
The custom of the Spanish buccaneers to bury wine with their loot, so that when they should return, there should be drink to quench the thirst from the digging. Salute, Tingo Zente.
Easy now. Don't try to sit up. Lie back.
The custom. An old Spanish custom. Listen, amigo. Listen to me while
I see. It's really quite simple when you know the key to the code. Now, this figure indicates 15 paces from the base of the Santa Monica Cliffs to Don Leone. Don Leone. Dead. California!
Here they come!
Looks like we beat off that first rush.
Yeah, lucky this house is built on a little rise. We can see them as they come.
Keep your head down, California, and don't waste any shots. I'm going to the other side of the house and see how Isabella's making out. From the sound of that shooting,
What's the matter?
Look, somebody's waving something white out there.
Hello, Don Leone. For the sake of your granddaughter, stop fighting. I will make you an offer.
If that shirt you're waving is a flag of truce, throw your guns down and come in, alone.
There are my guns. Come.
Keep him covered, California. I'll let him in.
Right.
Thank you for your hospitality, but it is dark in here, no?
We can accommodate you with a little candlelight inside. Watch your step.
See?
California, keep a sharp lookout for any funny business.
You bet.
These bodies on the floor. I am sorry so many have been killed, senor. Are you two all who guard this side of the hacienda?
I'll write you a detailed report later.
Don Leone Ortega's on the other side, eh?
Senor Cassidy, what has happened? Who is that?
Keep your post, Isabella. We have a hostage.
Hostage?
What is it? Who is Carlos?
Isabella, are you alone here?
Murderer.
Oh, the old man is dead, eh? If Don Leone would be so foolish as to get himself killed...
All right, what is it? What do you want?
Nothing very important, senor. All we wish, El Lobo and myself, is to look through the hacienda. Is it not a pity? All this bloodshed just to deny us a simple thing like that. You are free to go, senor, you and your friend. We have no quarrel with you. All I wish is to... What is that?
Huh?
On the table.
No, you don't. I'll take that.
The map. It is the map. Give it to me.
Aren't you forgetting yourself, Carlos? You're barely a guest here.
That map, senor, that is what we are looking for. I warn you,
Senor Cassidy, I smell smoke.
Huh?
Happy, the roof's on fire.
Santa Maria.
While we talk, El Lobo shoots burning arrows into the roof on the blind side. Indian trick. The roof, she is dry wood, senor. The smoke, it gets thick, no? Happy. I had to get out of there. The fire. Carlos, can you hear me? See, I can hear you, El Lobo. So can they. I am coming out, friend.
Or do you want the little lady to roast?
Do we all roast together, Senor Cassidy? Or do we surrender?
I would rather die.
All right, you win, Carlos.
No!
Throw down your gun, California. We have no choice.
Before we continue, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy in An Old Spanish Custom. Besieged by the Yankee outlaw El Lobo, who is seeking a map of Don Leon Ortega's buried gold, Hoppy, California, and Isabella defend the Ortega hacienda through the night, while dickering on surrender terms with El Lobo's renegade Lieutenant Carlos Esteban. They discover that the roof has been set afire and they're forced to surrender. As dawn comes up, the bandit gang rides westward with 3 prisoners, Hoppy, California, and Isabella.
I'm sure glad they didn't tie us up.
They don't have to, not with their riders all about us. Isabella.
See?
Pull yourself together, honey. I know it looks bad, but if we keep our eyes open, there may still be a way out of this.
Hey, we're stopping. Wonder what happens now.
We'll soon find out. Here comes Carlos and El Lobo himself.
How would you 2 hombres like a little breakfast?
Morning, ma'am. You see, El Lobo is not angry that you killed so many of our men. He likes you.
I'm handling this, Carlos.
Well, I only tried to help.
Vamos.
All right, I go.
You go in for robbery in a big way, don't you? Wagons, a remuda of spare horses, a gang of cutthroats.
I'm a big man in these parts, Cassidy. Now, there's a little information I'd like to get. I don't make much sense out of that map of Don Leone's. I can see it's a spot somewhere on the beach, but I don't savvy the writing. I got a hunch the little senorita can explain it for me.
I do not know, and if I knew, I would not tell you.
So? Tell her to think it over, Cassidy. We have a few hours before we reach the Pacific. If she still holds out on me by then, well, do I have to tell you what'll happen? Come on. Think it over.
Truth is, I do not know. I do not know.
Easy, Isabella.
We might make a dash for the remuda and grab some horses.
We'd be shot down before we got 10 yards.
Oh, the yellow varmint. Look at him sitting there at that campfire with them other polecats. Well, he's not even giving us any grub.
Isabella.
Carlos.
You did not think I had forgotten you, did you, amigos? Here, a bottle of wine to help wash the dust from the senorita's lovely mouth.
Puerco, I would as soon drink poison as a gift from you.
Perhaps I have made many mistakes, Isabella. But one thing I know. I love you. and I do not wish him to kill you.
Well, I'll...
Carlos!
El Lobo!
What the devil are you palavering about?
It's just a friendly reunion, El Lobo.
Shut up, Cassidy. A bottle of wine, huh? Carlos, I told you
I
that
was
before.
trying to make it easier for you. I thought if
Shut
I...
your face. If there's any thinking to be done around here, I'll do it, you white-livered weasel.
You dare to talk to me like that? I'll show you.
Pull a gun on me, will you?
You killed him?
Yes, sweetheart. He was no good to me anymore. I got the map. Watch it, Cassidy. If you're thinking of jumping me, there's a dozen guns behind me that are covering you. Even if I should miss, which I won't. I reckon we won't wait till we get to the beach. I reckon you're going to tell me right now where that gold dust is, sister. Come here.
No!
Let her alone. I'll take you to the spot where Don Leone buried the stuff, and you can choke on it. But don't touch her, do you understand? Don't touch her.
The wagon driver. If you could snatch his pistol.
I'd be throwing all our lives away for nothing.
Santa Maria, Happy. Do you not understand? If you let them have the gold, we shall be killed anyway.
We'll have to take our chances.
Hey, smell that salt air. We must be... Look, way off there.
See, the ocean. El Pacifico.
Well, it won't be long now. $13, $14, $15. 15 paces. This should be the spot where Don Leone buried his stuff.
It had better be. Miguel. Pablo. Take Cassidy back to those rocks with the other two and stand guard. Hombres, grab those shovels. Dig. Dig for that gold. Dig now.
They found it. Don Leone's treasure.
Look at them. Passing up them bags of gold dust. Oh, how many of them are there?
The way they're handling them, those bags must be pretty rotten. Look, they're pouring the gold on that saddlebag.
Hey, they found something else. Look, they're passing up something that looks like...
bottles of Spanish brandy.
Brandy?
Look, there's El Lobo coming this way. One of them bottles in his hand. If he comes close enough...
Don't try anything, I tell you.
Have a drink, Cassidy. Did you know that old buzzard buried this stuff with his swag?
Burying liquor with his gold is just an old Spanish custom. He's going to hold a fiesta when he returned to get it.
A fiesta. We'll hold it for him. Have a drink, Cassidy.
You said we could go. That gold was there. Call off your dogs and give us back our horses.
Kind of childish, ain't you, Cassidy? After killing nearly half my men. No, amigo. We ain't letting you go. Any of you.
You gave your word.
You're a bigger fool than I thought. So you don't want to drink with me, huh? When my boys get through lighting fires under you, it'll take more than good liquor to cool you off.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy.
Hoppy, the sun's going down.
Look at them, all lying on the beach, dead drunk.
Not all of them. El Lobo is still sitting there with the gold, singing.
Yeah, the bottle in one hand and a gun in the other. Hey, them waves are coming up almost to where he's sitting.
Yeah, the tide's rising.
What are we waiting for? He is too drunk to shoot?
I want to be sure.
Now look, he's fallen over on top of the gold dust.
This is our chance.
Hey, that big wave, it's going to break over him.
Come on.
It'll sweep the gold into the sea. Hoppy, it's gone. The gold's gone. Every grain of it washed away. I tried to grab a handful.
Gone.
You got a handful, all right. A handful of sand. Come on. Help me drag this hombre where the next wave won't wash him out.
Forget him. Let us take the horses and guns and get out of here.
She's right. They won't sleep forever.
That's where you're wrong, California. They will.
What?
What do you mean?
If El Lobo had kept his word and let us go, I'd have told him.
Told him what?
What Don Leone told me just before he died. You see, he'd put that liquor there not for himself, but for anyone who should get there before he did. That's why he poisoned every bottle.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy. Hoppy and California are hitting the trail homeward again, and after this little adventure, the Bar 20 is going to be a restful sight. Hope you enjoyed this friendly visit and that you'll remember to tune in next time these two fighting cowboys get involved in another thrilling escapade. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. An Old Spanish Custom was written by Irvin Ashkenazi. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
So, what's the story? You got a guy, or?
Yes, 3 big ones, and they went blood.
Her name is Samantha Baker, and today is her 16th birthday.
Fred, she's gotten her boobies.
Oh, I'd better go get my magnifying glass.
They forgot my birthday. Classic. This is the single worst day of my entire life.
Universal Pictures presents...
Score, a direct hit.
16 Candles.
You say it's your birthday. It's my birthday, too.
The story of a girl who's stuck with a guy who's driving her crazy.
Nice manners, babe.
And stuck on a guy she's crazy about.
Who's Jake?
Jake Ryan? Jake's my boy. Jake is a senior, and he's beautiful and perfect. He doesn't even know you exist. He smiles at me and I don't say anything. Can't believe I'm such a jerk. You quit feeling sorry for yourself. It's bad for your complexion.
You know Samantha Baker? Kids are looking at me a lot. It's kind of cool the way she's always looking at me. Maybe she's retarded.
What's happening, hot stuff?
His name is Long Duck Dong. Nothing could shock me anymore.
Underpants.
Can I borrow your underpants for 10 minutes?
Girls' underpants.
Hate that rock and roll rubbish.
Everybody in this family has just gone totally out of limits.
You guys, you just gotta be cool. You just gotta chill out and just be cool. Just watch me.
Why, you little scuzzbag.
I'll let you take Carolyn home. She's so blitz, she won't know the difference.
Jake, I don't have a car.
You can take mine.
I gotta get out of here before anything else terrible happens.
She's stuck between a half-wit
Very hot, very hot.
and a heartbreaker.
I want a serious girlfriend, somebody I can love, that's gonna love me back.
Pretty intense, huh? Over.
Everyone she knows is either on her case
You know you're the one I want to bug, huh?
or out of their tree.
Bonsai!
It only happens once in a lifetime,
This has got to be a joke.
and once is enough.
Happy birthday, Samantha. This is getting good.
16 Candles.
Lights Out is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Lights out, everybody. It is later than you think. This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now.
I know. It's dying I am, Father Donahue. And old as I am, I'm not ready to die until... come closer, Father, and hear my miserable confession. You know me as a good woman of the village. Yet I've heard what you say. There's no finer old woman in all the islands than the widow Nell. But that's not so, Father Donahue. And if I'm to meet all my old friends in the island of paradise, then hear me out and pray for me. You know my sons, Thomas and Paddy, born on the same cold winter's night they were. And the firstborn, Thomas, was as good as an angel in paradise. But the second, the one I named Paddy, was evil from the moment he took his first breath of God's good air. It was Thomas that carried the load of the family on his back, fishing from early to late. But Paddy, that rake, drinking and brawling and running from work as if the devil himself was pulling him away. I prayed to the good God every night that some goodness come into the man's heart. But with every year he grew worse, stealing what his crooked tongue couldn't talk away from honest men. But his brother Thomas, he repaid me for all the trouble. A good boy. And when it came to me with the word that he was to marry Eileen, the heart in me sang, for the good God always meant for the two of them to be together. How I remember the day of the wedding. The sun shining, and the sky and the sea smooth as a baby's cheek. I was so happy, little knowing of the horror of what was to come. It was a happy morning. So happy.
Listen to the mother. Did you ever hear a happier sound in all creation?
Why shouldn't they be happy, Thomas? It's not every day that such a blessed marriage comes in the island. The prettiest girl in all the Blaskets waiting to be your bride as soon as the sun starts setting.
My bride. Mother, that's a grand word.
I'm happy for you, my son.
I wonder where Paddy can be.
Paddy?
Yes, he isn't around. You know where he is.
That rake. It'll be a better wedding without him.
Oh, now, Mother, don't say things like that. After all, he's your son and my brother.
There's a sorrow in my heart as he's drinking and brawling.
Paddy, you did come.
Speak of it, Stephen.
And why shouldn't I be here? There's an honest stranger that are welcome at your wedding.
Oh, no, Paddy, that's not the way to talk. There's food and drink and...
No, wait a minute. I've got more important things to do than to be filling me belly. Listen to me, Brother Thomas. Is your head that full of weddings that it can't hear the chance of making us all richer than a Yankee?
What do you mean?
Yes, speak up, Paddy. What devilment are you up to now?
Devilment nothing. It's honest money I'm talking about. And may the next pipes and tobacco be at me on wake if I'm not telling you the truth.
I'm listening, Paddy. Let's hear what you have to say.
Do you remember the hulk of a ship that was wrecked off in East Nabro a bit ago?
Well?
Well, I went there yesterday to see if there was anything worth having. Listen to me, brother. In the bottom of a pool no deeper than this room is lying enough bolts of copper and brass to make you and me the richest men on the island.
What?
You can believe your ears. Wouldn't you rather bring the bride a pocketbook filled with gold sovereigns than the empty leather you've got now?
But, Paddy,
wish you, Mother. You talk to the men.
But if it's in the sea, it'll wait until after the wedding.
Wait, will it? And with those Inish boats sailing all around the place, I tell you it's now or never. And may my sword to the devil if I'm not saying true words.
Thomas, it would be nice to have a bit of money in the house.
Yes. Well, then what are you waiting for? You've got a boat big enough to handle the stuff, and I'll be there to help you. And in 3 hours, you can be back here dancing.
Oh, it's Eileen. Let her have the word whether you stay or go.
Stay or go where, Mother Danelle? What's going on, Thomas?
Well, you see, Eileen...
You're the day short. Let me say it. Eileen, there's a fortune in brass and copper bolts waiting for us in water no deeper than a man's neck, over off Inish na Bro. And Tommy here thinks you'd be fool enough to say no to his going.
But must he go now?
The sea doesn't wait.
We'd be back in 3 hours, Eileen.
I just think, Eileen, you'd have it just for every day of the week.
Thomas, do you want to go?
We could build a new house with the money.
Mother Danelle, do you think Thomas should go now? I mean, with all them out there?
Well, we're so poor, and Thomas, young as he is, so worn and weary from work. Maybe this is God's blessing, a gift from heaven for putting our faith in him who watches over all of us.
God's blessing is right. £100. And we'll be the kings of the island. Come on now. We can take the side path down the cliff.
Wait, brother. Eileen, is it your wish?
I'd be a poor wife to you, Thomas, if I stood in your way of making a living before our marriage.
My darling.
There'll be time enough for that now when we get back. Come on, Thomas. Let's get out of here.
Hurry back to me, my dearest.
The sea will take me to our good fortune, and the sea will bring me back.
Out this way, Thomas. Come on, hurry up.
Yeah, I'm coming. Until the wedding, darling.
God go with you.
Thomas! Yes. I'll be back in 3 hours, Mother. As rich as a Yankee. Bye.
Oh, Eileen. Oh, little baby, why should you cry? Thomas is proud to see so many times. Why should you cry this time?
Oh, Mother Danelle, I'm frightened.
Frightened? And tell me, why should you be frightened?
I don't know, but when that door closed behind him, it seemed as if the waters of the sea were closing over. Oh, Mother Danelle, hold me close. I'm so afraid.
And soon, Father Donahue, Eileen and I left the dancing and the fiddling behind and climbed the long path up to the top of the cliff so our eyes could see far out over the water. And all the time, Eileen kept crying that she'd never see Thomas again. That she'd never see Thomas again. Oh, Thomas. Oh, stop crying and saying the things you're saying, girl. It's tempting the devil to do his evil work. Oh, I haven't climbed up this path for many a day. It's a little too steep for me old bones.
Thomas, where are you?
Oh, now stop that, girl. That Thomas has found so much copper and brass, it's taken him longer than he thought.
Oh, Thomas wouldn't come back like he would.
Oh, well, Paddy would if there was a shilling extra to be made, and he talked Thomas into it with that sharp tongue of his. The last ship. I know we'll see them. They're both weighed down with good fortune. Eileen, stay away from the edge. You'll go over the cliff.
Oh, Mother Danelle, to the west.
What?
To the west where they went. The water.
Oh, Mother, that wind. Where did it come from?
Out of the west where he was.
But in all my years, such a wind has never been before.
The water. Look at it swirling and tossing before the wind. He's dead.
No.
My Thomas dead.
No.
Dead.
Stop saying that. He's not dead, my Thomas. Eileen, come back here. Come back to me. Oh, that was a time, Father Donahue. The wind grew wilder and wilder. In a minute, the sea was pounding at the base of the cliff. And the girl shrieking she wanted to die with Thomas. And me fighting her back from the edge and praying to the good God to give me old arms the strength to hold her back until she came to her senses. None of us got a wink of sleep till the light of morning. Oh, that wind. I can hear it now. Snarling and talking.
Widow Danelle!
What?
A boat. Your son's to the west.
Why, my son?
Aye, come on.
Dead?
No, the boat's coming and there's living hands on the oars. Come on.
Oh, to the Scotterman, he's a thank you to their mercy.
Mother Danelle, I heard someone say...
Oh.
Mother Danelle,
Oh,
on your knees.
Eileen, the merciful God has brought them back.
Oh!
Come on, quick. They're trying to get into land. Hurry now.
Oh, Mother Danelle, quickly.
No, wait, child. Your shawl. Your shawl there. Now give me your arm. Oh, my old leg trembles so I can hardly walk.
Yes, lean on me.
Oh.
Hurry. Mother
Yes.
Danelle.
Yes, I'm moving fast as I can. It's hard. It's hard to get against this wind.
It will. Let him live.
You bless it for the life of one. And I bless it for the life of two. Good neighbors
Thomas, let us through. My son.
That's the Widow Donnell now.
Let us through.
Step aside for the Widow Donnell now. Come on.
Oh, I can see nothing. The waves in the dark. Anita, you see? Oh, yes. Yes, Mother Donnell. I see them. I see. Where? Point it out to me, girl. Where? Oh, over there. Follow my finger. Oh, Mary, they're coming back. Yes, I see the boat. Oh, blessed boat. I see it. Praise God, I see it. One. There's only one boat. Now, what are you saying? Thomas, Teddy, Mother Kate, come back. The waves.
The bird's right. There's only one in the boat. Waves. Get the boat in.
Thomas. Oh, no. No, Eileen, wait for me. My son, take me to him. Oh, yes, forgive me. Come, I'll help you. Ah, good girl, Eileen, good girl. Oh, which one? Which one? Thomas. I know it, Thomas. I know it. Yes, Thomas, the good Thomas, he lives.
Stand aside, everybody. Let the Widow Donnell and the girl through now. Let them through.
Let
Some
me
other.
through.
No one.
My son, which one?
Well, I'm back, Mother. Are you pleased to see me?
Teddy. Oh!
Please, stand back now.
You, Teddy.
Yes, me. Ain't I got a right to live?
Tell me quick, where is my son? Where's Thomas? Tell me, Teddy, where is my Thomas?
Where do you think he is, old woman? Dead at the bottom of the sea.
Aye, Father Donahue. That was what he told me. My good Thomas was dead at the bottom of the sea. Dead. The good Thomas dead, and Paddy the evil one, alive. Oh, it wasn't right, Father. And in the days and nights that followed, I cried to God, why did you do it? Why? Why did the sea take my dear Thomas from the boat and leave Paddy? Was there no reward on earth for goodness and sweetness of soul? And in the seventh night of my sorrow, there came an answer. I was lying on my bed. Outside, the sea was singing and whispering. My window was open, and I could hear the sea talking as I lay there crying. Crying from a lost time.
Do not cry, Mother. Mother.
I heard a voice.
You heard me, Mother.
Thomas's voice. Oh, no. No, it's some wildness in my weary head.
Mother, I am so weary. You must listen.
Oh, dearest God. Why do you do this to me? My son is dead. Dead in the sea. Why do you bring me the memory of his voice?
Mother, believe me.
If I could only see you, I would believe.
Oh, no. The horror the sea made of me. Wind and wave and grinding rock against my flesh.
Oh, I wouldn't care, my son. Just let me see that it is you, not my own voice speaking in my head.
Oh, Mother, you don't know what you ask. But if there is no other way, close your eyes until I give you word to open them.
I've closed them.
Now open, Mother, and have no fear. I beg you.
Oh.
This was Thomas.
Oh, no.
Mother, why did he murder me?
Murder?
The sea was calm. We reached the pool where he set the copper and the brass lay. I stripped off my clothes and dove under.
Oh.
And when I tried to come up for another breath of air, oh, Mother, he wouldn't let me do it.
Oh, no.
With his hand, he held me under. My hands, they tore at his arm. But he held me down until at last I screamed for mercy, and the water filled my mouth, my lungs, and killed me. My own brother killed me, and that is why I tore myself out of the sea. I want to know why he did it, Mother. Why? I cannot rest in peace until I know and understand. You tell me, Mother. Oh, speak, Mother. What gain could come to him for such a horror?
I do not know. Oh, believe me, my son. I do not know.
Then I must go back. I cannot stand this pain.
Oh, my good Thomas.
Look at this. What was Thomas Donnell's face, Mother? Look at it and give me your oath you will not tell my Eileen or my brother of this night.
Oh, but
Your oath, Mother. They must not know. You hear me? They must not know.
I swear, Thomas.
Oh, merciful one, this pain. I go, Mother.
Where?
Back to the sea.
Oh, and will we ever meet again, my son?
Yes. The day I find out why he made me drown, I will return, Mother. I will return.
Thomas, my son, come back. Oh, my son. My son. But he was gone, Father Donahue. Gone back to his nameless grave in the sea. Then it happened. Paddy talked his way into the good graces of the girl. Simple little Eileen. What did she know of the evil of men? That devil Paddy and my good Thomas's Eileen. It took the life out of me and made me long for the quiet of my grave. And then came the day of the wedding. Again the fiddler was playing. Again the good people of the islands were happy. I alone was sad, weeping the twiddling.
Oh, Mother Donnell, why do you sit here apart from all the rest and weep?
I'm not weeping, girl.
For weeks you've been so sad. Can't you find a little joy in your heart for this day of my marriage to your own son?
My son.
Well, I do not love him as I did dear Thomas. May he rest in peace. But Thomas himself told Paddy that if he died, he wished that Paddy'd care for me. And... Mother Donnell, what is it? Your face so strange.
Now he knows. I just remembered. Now he knows.
Who knows? What are you saying?
There you are, my little bride-to-be. Why waste your wedding day with this old woman? Mother of mine though she be, her face is sour enough to curdle milk. Come on away now.
No, wait, Paddy. Mother Donnell, you must tell me. What is it that makes you stare at Paddy with such an awful look?
That's the look she's always had. Look how the sun glints on the sea. It's a day for a king. And I'm a king marrying the girl I've always wanted. Come, kiss me, Eileen. Kiss me so that all shall see me kissing the prettiest bride in all Ireland.
No, please.
Kiss me. Let the sky and the sun...
Mother Donnell!
What did you make that sound for, old woman?
What's going on around here?
No, Now then, speak up, Mother. Why did you shriek like that?
The sea.
What of the sea? What are you pointing your bony finger at out there? What are you...
Look! At the water's edge!
Say, what is...
Something's coming out of the sea. Look.
Yes, something's coming out. Yes, that's right. I see it now. It's a seal, that's what it is, a seal. Where's the crab? I'm looking at it.
It's not a sea!
Huh?
It's a man!
Look, man.
Bones. Just bones. Let's get out of here.
Eileen, do not look. Do not look. Ah, blessed Mary, she's fainted. She will not see.
What is it? I can't move. I cannot move.
No, you cannot move, my brother. You cannot move.
That voice.
Bone and little flesh, and yet you know the voice. Thomas, your brother Thomas, come back again.
No.
Because now he knows.
No.
Now he knows.
No. Knows what?
Why you murdered me. Your flesh and blood. I heard it from your own lips. You wanted my Eileen always. That's why you did it. Your clever tongue can no longer save you, brother of mine. I have come a painful way to get you.
No, you won't get me, dead thing. No, I'll get away. I'll run.
And so he ran, Father Donahue. He turned and ran up the path that led to the top of the cliff. And behind him, slowly sobbing with the pain that tore at his dead bones, climbed my dead Thomas after him. And after Thomas, dragging my old bones, I went. Oh, for they were my sons. And I had to see that right was done. Up until at last Paddy stood on the very edge, the sea 500 feet below, shrieking, yelling, and wailing. He stood there shrieking at that horrible thing that once was his son. No, thing, stay back! You bones and Bill, stay back!
I come for you, my brother.
No!
I come for...
No! He fell. Mother, see, he didn't get me. Those rotten bones gave way beneath him. He didn't get me, Mother. Mother, what are you going to do? Mother! Over the cliff Paddy went, turning and twisting, and into the sea where the water covered him over. When the others of the village came up there at last, I told them that the old bones of Thomas had done it. Had clutched Paddy close to and thrust him over. Oh, Father Donahue, listen. It was I that gave that final push that sent the evil son of mine to his death. Thomas tried and failed before he had his last measure of revenge. So I did it, Father. I gave Paddy the new life. And I gave him death. Oh. Is there any forgiveness in heaven for what I did?
I see you marrying a corpse, living in a grave.
The vampire can assume very many different forms at will. Sometimes it appears as a bat, and sometimes as a small cloud of swirling vapor. In this way, it can move unseen among its enemies.
Son of Dracula, searing the screen with new terror in this weird tale of the living dead who rise from the grave at night to prey on unsuspecting victims. With Louise Albritton, Robert Page, Evelyn Ankers, Frank Craven, J. Edward Bromberg, and Lon Chaney as the new Count Dracula, you'll shudder at the screen's most fascinating woman vampire, luring men with cold beauty and the promise of immortality.
Count Alucard is immortal. Through him, I attained immortality. Through me, you will do the same.
The character first introduced in The Third Man is up next with The Lives of Harry Lime.
presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime, the fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
In my youth, after a serious study of all the good causes that can lay just claim to a man's attention, I decided to work for the best cause of all, the cause of Harry Lime. But though I subsequently spent my life performing pecuniary sleight-of-hand tricks, it cannot be said of me that I dealt in unattractive merchandise. Whenever I sold a gold brick, it was a highly polished article indeed. Perhaps you'd like to hear about one such commercial venture.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, Turnabout is Foul Play.
It was in Bern, Switzerland, where a number of people in the International set had come for a half-year's rest to make them fit for a half-year of weekending. I was with these people, but not by any means of them, for I'm well known to be a man of sober and industrious habits who never stops working for a minute, especially in places where the wealthy have congregated with loosened purse strings. The man I was doing business with was Hans Kropt, a German industrialist. Herr Kropt didn't know that I was doing business with him. Herr Kropt never saw me, as a matter of fact. I used to sit on the veranda of the hotel, just at the point where it made a turn, and around the turn, Herr Kropt would sit talking to let's call him a partner of mine, Kurt Mannheim. I listened, and with interest always, for I am never bored by my work.
I am disappointed in you, Herr Mannheim.
Oh, why should that be, Herr Kropp?
You have told me that you know all the people who come here. Oh. You have told me that you will be able soon to find some solid commercial opportunity for a man of my genius. But the schemes you have come up with...
I have nearly been filling in the time until something really interesting comes along, Herr Kropp.
It will never come along.
But it has come along, Herr Kropp.
It has?
Today.
What is it?
It would take a great deal of capital.
I am Hans Kropp. There's no lack of capital.
Very well. Bill Foster registered here today.
So?
Bill Foster is an English representative of the United Nations.
So?
He's in charge of United Nations plans for the industrialization of Western Europe.
That is interesting.
I thought it might be, Herr Kropt.
If I could get to a man like that...
If you could get to a man like that, if you could learn what plans the United Nations has, you could build a fortune greater than the one you had before the war, buying the right property, going into the right business in the right place.
You do not have to teach me the alphabet of commerce. This Foster, is he corruptible?
Oh, he's already corrupt.
Good. Can I trust him?
If you pay.
There will be no difficulty then.
Except that he will not trust you.
What do you mean?
He is cautious. He deals with people he knows.
Don't you know him?
Not that well.
Then your information is absolutely useless.
Not quite. I know someone who does know him.
Who?
Harry Lime.
And who is Harry Lime?
Surely you have seen him around this hotel. Tall, distinguished.
And Foster would do business with this Harry Lime?
Without hesitation, without question.
And how can I be sure that Harry Lime will not cheat me?
You can be sure of that. What you cannot be sure of, Herr Kropt, is that he will help you at all.
Why not?
For the same reason that he will not cheat you.
You have strange and disgusting acquaintances, Herr Mannheim.
Harry Lime is incorruptible.
Incorruptible? This incorruptible person is the only man in Bern who could act as a go-between with Foster?
That is correct.
Very well. We shall try to corrupt Harry Lime.
So, Herr Cropt was going to try to corrupt me. Being a highly moral man, I've always delighted in biting biters, sinning against sinners, and fleecing crooks. So I looked forward to meeting Herr Cropt with a pleasure I was wise enough to conceal when the next day I allowed Kurt and Herr Cropt to run into me in the lobby of the hotel.
Mr. Leib, how are you, Mr. Leib?
Herr Mannheim, isn't it?
Yes, and I would like to present Herr Cropt.
How do you do, Mr. Leib?
How do you do?
Hans Cropt. You have heard of him, surely.
Oh, yes, I've heard of you, Herr Cropt. I read an account of your trial. Sorry your friend had to die.
My friend?
Yes, chap named Adolf Hitler.
Oh, you are too harsh, Mr. Leib. I did only what any patriotic businessman under Hitler would have done.
That's probably true. I've many times noticed that patriotism blunts the sense of smell.
Mr. Leib, perhaps you and Herr Cropt could find some ground for mutual accede.
We try. Perhaps we can find something, but do we have to try?
Well, I was just suggesting...
You were just suggesting that since Herr Cropt and I are guests in the same hotel, we can at least be civil to each other? Is that it?
Oh, I'm sure that is what Herr Mannheim meant.
Well, that's the way it'll be. We can be civil to each other, Herr Cropt. We can smile, we can bow, but at a distance, please, because my flesh is sensitive to knives in the hands of those who slap me on the back. Good day. Now Herr Cropt was sure that I was the incorruptible public official that my friend Kurt Mannheim had represented me to be, and if I continued to let him think so, it's only because as a point of honor I never tell the truth to liars. Later the same day, I listened once more from my station, just at the turn of the veranda, to a conversation between Kurt and Cropt.
This man Lime is going to be difficult.
I told you how it would be.
There is no other way to get at Foster?
No other way that I know of.
What are Lime's weaknesses?
He has none.
Gambling?
Huh? Lime.
Does he drink?
He holds it when he does.
Does he like books or plays, operas, symphonies? Does he have a secret vice? Is there anything at all in his background that
Herr
you can...
Cropt, let me assure you, I know the techniques of breaking down a man. I have investigated carefully. I have found nothing.
You say he is a bachelor?
Yes.
Doesn't he get lonely?
Who knows?
Now, a woman could possibly
difficult.
Why is
this man likes ultra-respectable women.
Then an ultra-respectable woman could...
An ultra-respectable woman who will do your bidding?
It is difficult. I wonder...
Yes?
I wonder if Mr. Lime would like my daughter.
Herr Cropt, you'd use your own daughter on a job like this?
Oh, I would not let her know what I was about. I could not let her know. You know why?
Why?
Because she is like this man Lime. Exactly like him. She is stuffy, she is proper, respectable, she is moral, she preaches.
Oh, she does sound like Lime.
Yes, and if Lime likes, I may be able to get around him. It will be a good joke on my daughter, eh, Kurt? She preaches at me all the time. Now she is going to help me.
Listening there on the veranda, I was appalled. I'd played my part all too well. Now I was to be wooed. Not in any of the ways I could have suggested myself to Herr Cropt, not with money or entertainment, or by having a lewd and lovely dancing girl smile seductively upon me. No, I was to be thrown into the company of an earnest, bookish, sniffing do-gooder with glasses, most likely, and acne. A joyless drab who would in all probability avoid the use of the complexion aid she would so sorely need. And I would have to act up to this gargoyle. Well, business was business. Kurt informed me that I had 2 days reprieve, for Frida, which was the preacher's name, would not arrive until Friday. I spent those 2 days in prayer, but by no means in fasting. And when Friday was all too soon upon us, I stationed myself in the lobby and waited to be accosted by Herr Cropt.
Mr. Lime!
Oh, hello there, Cropt.
When my friend Mannheim introduced us the other day, Mr. Lime, you were good enough to say that you felt we should be civil.
Yes, I did, at a distance.
I understand. I am presuming on you now, Mr. Lime, asking you to understand that I am not the bad fellow I am supposed to be. Asking you as at least to be pleasant to my daughter. She has just come to stay here with me.
I'd be very happy to be pleasant to your daughter.
She is here. You would care to meet her?
Certainly.
Oh, Frida! Frida!
Yes, Papa?
Well, the girl who tripped toward us was not the girl I had been expecting. No glasses, no acne, no need of complexion aids. She was young and lithe, with corn blonde hair and rather serious blue eyes set in a face all peaches and cream. I'm afraid I staggered my way through the introductions.
Perhaps you two young people would like to go into the patio or go for a hike. Is that what you call it?
Papa, are you not presuming? Mr. Lime may have other uses for his time.
Oh, no, not at all. I should be honored if you'd come with me into the patio, Fräulein Krupp.
Fine.
Patio.
I have some business to attend to. I will see you at dinner, Frida.
I must apologize for Papa.
Oh, why?
He so obviously threw me at you.
Oh, no, not at all.
I don't know what to think. I'm very embarrassed.
If you're a sample of his throwing arm, he should be with the New York Yankees, honey.
You're very gallant.
I'm very much smitten.
I do not ordinarily approve of my father's friends.
Fine, because I'm not a friend of his. The fact is, I don't approve of your father very much. Fred.
I don't blame you.
But we shouldn't let such things make any difference to us, should we? The patio?
By all means, Mr. Lime.
In a moment, Orson Welles returns as Harry Lime, the third man. And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, continues in today's story, Turnabout is Foul Play.
Frida and I danced and skied and dined and walked together every day and every evening. My father beamed whenever I called at his suite for Frida, made no attempt to approach me. He wanted to be quite certain that I was hooked before he started to reel me in, and as far as I was concerned, I didn't mind waiting for him to come to the point. Not when I was constantly in such lovely company. It was Frida herself who finally brought things to a head. One night when we were sitting over coffee after dinner in the corner of the hotel lobby.
Harry?
Yeah?
We haven't spoken much about my father.
No, we haven't.
I know you disapprove of him.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I do.
It's all right. I do, too. And I think I can speak frankly to you.
Well, I just hope you could, Frida.
He's up to something.
You mean the sort of thing he used to do before he went to prison?
Yes, I'm sure of it. He's carrying 30,000 English pounds in a money belt.
30,000
Yes.
English pounds?
I counted it when he was bathing yesterday. And, Harry, I wouldn't bother you with this, but I think it has something to do with you.
With me? How could that be?
You're an official of the American government, aren't you?
No, of course not.
Yes, you are. I heard my father talking to that Kurt Mannheim about you. I know it's supposed to be a secret, and I wanted to warn you. My father knows you're with the American government.
Well, thank you, Frida. I don't know how he discovered my secret,
He
but...
discovers everything. He wants something from you. I feel so ashamed. I'm afraid he introduced us because he thought that you might... Well, but you would like me.
Well, if that's so, darling, I must tell you he was right.
Well, how are the young people, huh?
Hello, Herr Croft.
You both look so serious.
Papa, sit down a minute.
Yeah?
I've been telling Harry that you're up to something, well...
Shall we say, unsavory, Herr Croft?
The things one has to bear from one's moral and suspicious children, Mr. Lime. Frida will not let me forget the mistakes I made when I was younger. What she says is quite untrue, of course.
Is it? Then why are you carrying 30,000 pounds in your money belt?
You have been searching my clothes, Frida?
I won't apologize.
No, you will not apologize. You will only condemn.
You haven't explained what you're doing with that much money.
Well, you know the international refugee group you are so interested in.
Yes?
The drive opens next week. I was going to try to bring joy to your heart by giving the money to them.
I do not believe you.
I have listened to enough, Frida. You may go to your...
No, that's the most ridiculous
Never
thing
mind, Harry. I'm a dutiful daughter. I will go, Papa. Goodbye.
She is a dutiful daughter, Mr. Lime. In some ways.
You brought her up in the old-fashioned way, I suppose?
Exactly.
And since I intend to marry her, I suppose I must let you know it before I let her know it. Seems silly, doesn't it?
She would never marry without my saying that she could.
I'm asking your permission, then.
Mr. Lime, do you know Bill Foster, a United Nations man staying here at the hotel?
Yeah.
I am anxious to meet him.
Well, that ought to be quite easy.
I am anxious also to be recommended
Let's
to
be
him.
plain spoken, Herr Croft. I know that Bill Foster has in his possession the UN plans for the industrialization of Western Europe. You want to bribe him, isn't that it?
But you have to put it that way, Mr. Lime.
I'm one of those efficient Americans you hear about, Herr Croft. I like to save time.
Very well, I wish to bribe him. Now, about my daughter, Frida. It is too bad that she would never marry unless her papa said she might.
Now you're bribing me.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Lime. Of course, I would want her to marry some person who was friendly to her.
Okay, you don't have to spell it out, Herr Croft.
Take your time, Mr. Lime.
I love your daughter very much. I want very much to marry her.
So?
Well, I'll get in touch with Bill Foster for you.
Foster here.
Bill, this is Harry Lime. Everything's all set.
Crops Britain?
Hard. Got some impressive-looking plans made up?
I've got 'em.
Okay, I'll bring Croft around this afternoon. So long.
Bye.
That was that. We were ready to take Croft's 30,000 pounds, and if I had any regret at all, it was that I wouldn't see Frida again. Then I've always found in such cases that there are other girls. Wherever you go, you find other girls to take the place of the girls you don't dare to get in touch with again. The world is full of wonderful things, including the money that men like Croft are willing to pay for a few phony papers. So I brought Croft to Bill Foster's room that afternoon.
It's a great pleasure, Mr. Foster. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time.
Then we can get right down to business. Harry tells me your errand isn't philanthropic.
Harry wouldn't tell you anything if it weren't for a rag and a bone and a hank of hair.
He likes my daughter, Mr. Foster.
Yes, he told me about that. Now, I understand you want access to the UN plans for the industrialization of Western Europe.
A blunt man, I like that.
I can let you have them for 48 hours. For a price.
Herr Croft has money.
Yeah.
How much?
Shall we say 10,000 pounds?
You can make millions with these plans.
15,000.
Herr Croft, you know how distasteful this is to me. I myself wouldn't touch a penny of your money. I have no respect for either one of you, but in the context of this crooked business, I find myself unhappily associated with you, and I cannot permit one of you to cheat the other.
Oh, don't worry, Harry, old boy. I wouldn't take him up on an offer of 15,000. I'd want 20 at least.
I will meet that price. 20,000 pounds.
30,000.
He said 20. Isn't that good enough?
Oh, 20,000's good enough, all right, but you're carrying 30,000. That's even better.
If you're carrying that much, that's the amount I want.
Disgusting. I hope you know, Mr. Lime, you have just cost me 10,000 pounds.
Well, why don't you look at it this way, Croft? You haven't so much lost 10,000 as you have gained a son.
All right. I shall want to take the plans and have my experts examine them before I pay any money at all.
Is that so? I shall want the money before I let those plans out of my possession.
Isn't Mr. Lime's word good enough for you?
Mr. Lime must not guarantee that you will return the plans to me if you got them without paying for them.
Now tell him, Mr. Lime.
Well,
tell him
I can't tell him what I don't know, old man. You're not particularly honest, Herr Croft. You might take the plans. After all, you might copy them and return them to Foster, if you return them at all, and without payment.
Yes.
It would be like you. Even be good business, I suppose.
But I must have my experts examine them. I must know what I am buying.
Herr Croft's point of view is reasonable, too, Foster, you know.
Well, he won't get the plans till I get the money.
Wait a minute. We both want this deal to go through. There must be a... Yes. We are both convinced of Mr. Lime's honesty, are we not?
I am.
And I.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You give me the plans, and I give the money to Mr. Lime to hold until my men have examined them.
No. I was willing to bring you two together, but I don't want to have anything to do with the money.
It seems like a reasonable proposition to me, Harry.
The money is tainted.
Nobody's asking you to keep the money.
Well, I should hope not.
Oh, we just want you should hold it.
I don't like the idea
but that's
at all.
unreasonable, Harry. You're in it this far.
Yes, I'm in it this far. Goodness knows.
Here's the money. Take it.
It was a great pleasure to stand there looking unhappy and reluctant and to have that great pig of a Croft force the money on me. Well, I finally allowed his entreaties to prevail and stuffed the 30,000 pounds into my pockets. Foster then produced the completely spurious plans and blueprints, and Croft took them and left. Now we had to act fast. Foster gathered up his luggage. He was all packed, of course, and we went immediately to my room, where my luggage awaited us. There was always the danger that Croft might see us in the lobby, so we took the time to arrange 2 envelopes, one with the money in it and one containing strips of newspapers. The envelopes looked alike, so if by chance we should find it necessary to return the money to Crop, we could switch the envelopes on him. Now we were ready to go. But at that moment, there was a knock at the door.
What's that?
I don't know. I'll do it. Answer it.
Harry!
Oh, come in, Frida. This is Mr. Foster. I was just about to bring him to the station, Frida.
Harry, and Mr. Foster, here are the plans my father got from you.
I don't get this.
I heard my father talking to some of his men on the telephone, telling them to get right over and examine these plans. I knew he couldn't have come by them honestly, so I took them.
Well, Foster, you'll be late for your train. You'd better go. I won't be able to help you now.
Well, all right.
Here, don't forget this bag.
Oh, no, of course. You know where I'm staying.
Oh, yes, I know.
All right, toodaloo. And thanks for the plans, miss. We won't prosecute your father.
Now, Harry, what about the money my father gave you to hold?
Well, you know about that, too?
Yes.
Frida, I swear it was for love of you. I never wanted to get mixed up in this.
I know all that. Papa chuckled over that with Kurt Mannheim. I heard him. I listen all the time. Now, what about the money?
The money, yes. You know, I think we ought to teach your father a lesson and not return this money to him.
I'm glad you feel that way, because that was my thought, too.
Oh, it was?
Yes. We'll use that money as he pretended he was going to use it. We'll give it to the refugee group. Harry, don't you think that's a wonderful idea?
Oh, yes, it's perfectly wonderful. She was looking at me, and she had her hand out, and I knew I had to give her the money. But the preparations I'd made to fool her father would be equally useful with her, I was sure. I took out the envelope containing the money. I handed it to her, had her count it, and put it back in the envelope and seal it. Then I spoke casually about a picture on my wall. When she looked toward it, I did the old switcheroo with the envelopes. Both envelopes were now in my bureau, but the one with the money in it was under a magazine. I strolled casually into the bathroom, combed my hair, and when I came back, she picked up the envelope that was lying in plain sight, and we left for the offices of the refugee organization.
This will teach Papa exactly the kind of lesson he needs.
I was afraid that she would allow the officials of the refugee group to open the envelope in our presence. But she was just as willing as I was simply to leave it and go outside. So everything was okay. And now to get rid of her.
Are you going back to the hotel, Harry?
No, I'll have to leave you. I'll see you tonight, Frida.
All right. But, Harry, one moment. Kiss me.
It's a pleasure. I kissed her. It was a pleasure. I was kissing her goodbye, so it was a lingering kiss. Then it seemed she wanted to borrow my pen and some paper. She wrote something.
Here, take this. Don't look at it unless you do not see me tonight. Do not ask me what I mean. If you do not see me tonight, read this. Otherwise...
I took it. We parted. When I was able, I went back to the hotel, checked out, and caught a night train. It wasn't until I was well on my way that I thought again of a note. I took it out and, rather expecting to be amused, started to read it. But as I read, I grew more and more horrified. In my mind's ear, I could hear her voice reciting every syllable of that note.
Harry, darling, I love you. But I have been the daughter of a criminal. I cannot be the wife of another criminal. Yes, I know that you are that. I even knew that you switched envelopes on me. And when you went into the washroom, I switched them back. Don't feel too sad about losing the money. The refugees need it. Love. Frida.
Harry Lime will be back in just a moment. Now, Harry Lime.
A long time ago, when I was a little boy, I got into a fight with another kid. He gave me a terrible beating. That was the worst moment in my life. But this was the second. However, one must be brave. One must take the bad with the good. Suppose it might have been worse. Suppose I was married to an honest girl like Frida. The very thought sends a shudder down my spine. So long now.
At last, a warm, sensitive, touching story about the close personal relationship between a man and a woman, between a trucker and his dog,
Fred, I'm so damn tired of picking you up. I got to... Fred!
between a father and his son.
No way that you could come from my loins.
And how they all took to the road one day for a quiet little drive in the country. From Georgia to Texas and back in 28 hours flat with a truckload of bootleg beer.
I'll be driving this one. Hey, Blocker. You'll be driving the truck. This is Bandit 1, and that is Bandit 2.
Now, who would do a thing like that?
You're crazy, you know that? Yeah. You know that? Yes. How much money did you say it was? $1,000.
Universal presents Burt Reynolds, Sally Field, Jerry Reed, and Fred.
We're gonna really have to cook. I mean, put it on the back burner and let's cook. Is that a 10-4?
10-4.
And the only thing that stands between them and an $80,000 prize, Jackie Gleason as Sheriff Buford T. Justice.
I gotta barbecue your... Bandit, I've got a Smoky report for you. And what's your handle, son? My handle is Smoky Bear, and I'm tail-grabbing your ass right now.
This is Smokey and the Bandit, the story about a lazy weekend in Alabama, Texas, Mississippi, Arkansas, Georgia.
Daddy, the top came off.
No.
We ain't gonna make it, son. We come this far, ain't we? Look, when we say we're gonna do a job, we do a job. It's me they're after. They don't even know clear snow exists. Oh, they don't. Well, now, I'll tell you what we're gonna do.
Smokey and the Bandit, proving once and for all, it's not where you're going that counts. It's who the hell's in back of you.
You got to duck it. You got to keep that beat trucking. Just put that hammer down and give it hell. He's pounded down.
Right, we've come to that time of day again. It is time for the Trivia Minute, and here we go. The first atomic bomb was dropped in Girona del Muerto in New Mexico on July 16, 1945. The same design was dropped on Nagasaki, Japan, only a few weeks later. New Mexico was not a state until 1912. This has become because the state is dominated by the Hispanic community and Catholics, which kept it from being admitted as a state. Santa Fe holds the distinction of being the oldest state capital in the U.S., as well as New Mexico's oldest city. The World Shovel Race Championship is usually held in Angel Fire, New Mexico. The race is held every year, and thousands of people come from around the U.S. to be part of it. The city of Albuquerque sees more than 700 local hot air balloons glide over the landscape for 2 weeks every fall. The city's International Balloon Fiesta draws both balloonists and gawkers from all over the world. And that was the Trivia Minute, and I sure hope you enjoyed this stream. And until I see you next time, have a great day, and God bless you.
Thank you.